The story begins with a faint cry for help. Help me. The sound comes from a girl surrounded by a swarm of giant mantis-like monsters that are relentlessly tearing her body apart. The girl is in such a state that she can no longer offer any resistance, and her cries have become mechanical. Please, just end my life. Her eyes are filled with despair, and tears stream down her face, looking absolutely tragic. The scene shifts to a group of 5 armed people standing in front of a gate, 2 men and 3 women. One of the men in a red shirt speaks up. An Hyung-chan, think about it again. No one has discovered this dungeon yet. We just need to handle this quietly and keep it a secret, and we'll be fine. A girl in the group chimes in. I agree. It is a dungeon, after all, but if the rewards after clearing it are less than a basic salary, we'd be fools not to go. The man in the white shirt hesitates after hearing them. It turns out this group are Awakeners conquering a dungeon, and that man in white is the team leader. They are debating whether to clear the dungeon in front of them. After a moment of thought, he makes a decision. All right, let's charge in. Just then, a girl carrying a shield on her back speaks up nervously. Maybe I'd be safer staying outside, she stammers. I'm just worried this place is too dangerous. The man in white reaches out and grabs her shoulder, saying, Choi, do you know how hard it is to get an opportunity like this? Everyone else agrees, so why are you the only one objecting? His tone becomes stern, refusing to let her talk back. Do you want to make me lose face in front of the group? Frightened, she clenches her hands and says, No, I didn't mean that. It's just I'm afraid of running into those bugs like in the last dungeon. The man switches to a smile, but it looks incredibly fake. He says, Choi, how long are you going to keep obsessing over those monsters? Have you forgotten? Last time, everyone had a rough time because of you. He continues, if you can't handle it, you can just quit. A C-rank tank like you is replaceable. But tell me, Choi, without my help, do you really think any guild would take you in? She cannot argue back and can only say, I didn't mean it like that. The man says with satisfaction, Good. Knowing your place is good. You just need to trust me and do as I say. She thinks to herself, Yeah, he's right. It's thanks to Hyung-chan that I'm even in this guild. I've been too selfish and cowardly. That guy is truly a master of psychological manipulation. In her mind, he is always the perfect boyfriend who keeps saying, Because you're my girlfriend, I only say these things because I'm worried about you. You understand my heart, right? And she, blinded by the situation, replies, Yes, Hyung-chan, thank you. But it is true. Someone who has never been recognized by anyone will follow whoever reaches out to them, even becoming completely dependent on that person. Choi is a classic example. She tells herself that Hyung-chan is the only one who accepts someone as weak as her. The man in white turns around and says, All right, let's go. You're the tank, go ahead and scout the way. Still feeling anxious, she replies, Okay. In her mind, she thinks she doesn't want to let Hyung-chan down anymore. The dungeon gate opens, and the group enters, with Choi Hyun leading the way. After walking for a bit, a series of monster screeches echoes. In the group's sight, the figures of the monsters appear, giant green mantises with eerie red eyes. Even more terrifying is the sheer number of them. The guy in the red shirt curses, Damn it, why are there so many? Without waiting for an exchange of pleasantries, the ferocious monsters lunge at Choi's group. The man in the red shirt counterattacks and yells at his teammates, Kill them all, everyone. Not wasting a second, unleashes their attacks. An Hyung-chan turns to Choi and says, We'll handle this side. You just hold the formation on that side. Choi grits her teeth, shouts yes, and desperately charges forward to use her defensive skill. She silently encourages herself. Come on, I have to hold on. As long as I keep them back, my teammates will kill them all. She struggles painfully for a while, thinking it's almost over. At this moment, her teammates have just killed one monster, but it is like a drop in the ocean. It makes no difference. They worry and say to each other, There are just too many of them. An Hyung-chan realizes the situation has spiraled out of his control. This is not the type of dungeon he or his team can handle right now. He himself is terrified. An Hyung-chan, what do we do now? Everyone asks, while Choi is nearly at her limit. She is only a C-rank tank, and her stats are lower than everyone else's. This is an extremely disadvantageous situation. She says to herself, It hurts so much. I can't take it anymore. How much longer do I have to endure this? She turns to her boyfriend for help. An Hyung-chan, please heal me. I'm at my limit. As she turns to look at him, she is stunned the boyfriend she trusted is leading the team to run away. She says, Is he planning to run away? Why are you leaving me alone? She screams, Hyung-chan. The bastard hears her call, turns his head, and scolds her. You idiot. I told you to hold the defense line there. But Choi, overcome with fear, throws away her shield and runs after them, yelling, Wait! Wait for me, An Hyung-chan. Just then, a girl in the group screams, Hey, what are you doing? Choi Hyun hasn't come out yet. An Hyung-chan wrenches his hand away from the girl and says, So what? Let go or we'll all die. He then slams the dungeon gate shut. Choi, having just run up, pounds on the door and yells, Please, open the door. Hyung-chan, please, don't do this. On the other side, Nara shouts, Are you crazy? She's your girlfriend. His voice rings out from behind the door, shameless. So what if she's my girlfriend? We're in danger. Choi will understand my decision. This guy is truly scum. He pushed his own girlfriend to her death just to save his own life. If he had opened the door, Choi could have escaped. On this side, although Choi is terrified, she is not a complete fool. Her mind quickly shifts gears. Now is not the time to despair. She quickly runs toward the forest, thinking, First, I have to survive. She dashes forward aimlessly, still foolishly thinking, As long as I survive, Hyung-chan will come back to save me. Suddenly, she notices something. In front of her appears a giant monster skeleton, and on it is something shimmering. She wonders, Huh? What is that? She approaches and picks up the item, confused. A ring. Could it be a hidden item? Without thinking, she puts it on her finger. Who knows? Maybe it will help her right now. Suddenly, a light appears in front of her, a screen with a notification. Parasite Ring, S-Rank. She thinks, this must be it. Notifications continue to ring out. Interfering with the wearer's growth, interfering with the wearer's life. Capable of resurrecting the wearer. Reading those lines, she is rejoicing, but a final notification pops up. Cannot die before the egg fully hatches. With that, the light disappears. She is stunned. Is this the end? What am I supposed to do with this? Just then, the mantis monsters swarm in. Choi is engulfed by them. She can only cry out in despair. Help. Please. Help me. Please don't let me die. Choi's vision goes dark, but she still feels the pain as the monsters tear at her, and tears involuntarily stream down her face. Please. No please. Her voice is vague and broken. Choi has died. At that moment, the ring on her finger glows. Cannot die until the egg fully hatches. Choi's body suddenly convulses, and she sits bolt upright. Stunned for a moment, she asks herself, What the hell? Did I just come back to life? How is that possible? But suddenly, she remembers her current situation. That's right, the mantis monsters are still all around her. She lets out a scream, wanting to escape, but before she can even run, a mantis claw stabs into her back. Her body is once again ripped apart and eaten. She endures the agony and dies. After a while, she comes back to life again. She starts looking for a way to escape the bugs, crying for help as she goes. Someone, please help. I don't want to die. Then a monster attacks. She screams, Ah, my leg. The mantis tears off Choi's leg, and she screams until she is hoarse. Please, don't eat me anymore. Hyung-chan, save me. Ignoring her pleas, the mantis monsters continue their attack. She witnesses herself being torn apart and eaten again. The system notification appears coldly. Cannot die until the egg hatches. Zipping sound. A while later, another silent notification appears. Cannot die until the egg hatches. Choi lies among the swarm of monsters gnawing on her body, her consciousness wondering how long she has been trapped here. A few years? Decades? No, maybe even longer than that. When will I finally be allowed to die? Will I be food for these monsters forever? Suddenly, she looks in one direction and realizes that is her sword, so it dropped here. The birthday gift Hyung-chan gave me, that bastard. He even abandoned me here. I told him I didn't want to go into this hidden dungeon, and yet, just for some petty loot, he pushed me into this hell. She curses, I will destroy you monsters, one by one. Saying that, she grabs the sword not far away and swings it at the monsters. Unexpectedly, the system announces, Monster killed. Strength increased by 2. She is amazed with that one slash. She killed 2 monsters. As if given a boost of courage, she grips the sword tighter, points it at the monsters, and begins to fight. She even wonders to herself, is it really this simple to take down these monsters? Notifications kept popping up as she slashed through the monsters. Monster killed, mana +2, wounds healing. She laughed maniacally, feeling a rush. Haha, right, now I finally get how to use this thing. She tilted her head back and let out a wild, crazed laugh. Something in her personality had shifted. She screamed at the monsters, Come at me, you trashy mobs. I'll wipe the floor with all of you, and I'm getting out of here. An Hyung-chan? The image of that scumbag flashed in her mind. She muttered to herself, "My dear An Hyung-chan, just you wait a little longer." My love? Her clothes were shredded to pieces, and she was covered in blood, yet a strange, unreadable smile spread across her face. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters. Choi continued to hack away until a mantis claw suddenly pierced through her stomach. She froze for a split second, and the ring on her finger began to glow. She turned and slashed the monster to death. She poked at the claw protruding from her stomach and wondered, "Not good, it actually pierced me?" Suddenly, she reached behind her and yanked the monster's claw out. As her wound healed automatically, she grinned, "Come and get me then, you bastards." The monsters hesitated, which surprised her, so she flashed a dangerous smile. "What's this? Are you scared now?" She dove back into the fray, hacking and slashing away. She wore a look of pure enjoyment, as if she had finally found a new source of pleasure. Who knew that feeling this powerful could be so satisfying? "I want to kill even more." She charged headfirst into the slaughter, screaming frantically, "You all have to die." She slammed her fist into the ground, creating a shockwave that sent dirt, rocks, and mantis monsters flying into the air. She didn't stop. After what felt like ages, Choi stood exhausted in the middle of a pile of mantis corpses. A notification appeared. Eternal land cleared. All dungeon monsters eliminated. Record time: 634,434 hours. Calculating rewards. You have leveled up to A rank. But the reward wasn't what Choi was focused on. She muttered to herself, "What? It's all over? That's right. I've been trapped in here for so long." She stepped over a monster that was still twitching. She stomped down, crack, and the creature was silenced. Wait, did it die? She clutched her face and laughed terrifyingly. "Now, I need to get out there and tear those bastards apart." Back with Hyung-chan's group, Nara was still yelling, "Why did you trap Choi Hyun and seal the gate like that? She's your lover." Usually, he'd order her to scout ahead, and then abandon her the moment things got dangerous. Hyung-chan, shameless as ever, tried to explain, "If I had stayed back then, we all would have died. You ran too, so why are you blaming me now?" She retorted, "What? Are you done talking?" The red-haired guy tried to intervene. "Come on. Those of us still alive need to keep living." The other girl chimed in, "Maybe because she's also C rank, she's feeling heartbroken, huh?" Nara glared at her and snapped, "Are you trying to act superior just because you're a higher level? I can't stand you people anymore. I'm reporting all of this to the association once we get out of here." The red-haired man asked, "What? What if someone died in the dungeon?" The scumbag Hyung-chan showed his true colors, laughing. "Nara, what if we abandoned you this time? Do you really think a C rank like you could survive leaving this dungeon alone?" She was stunned. "What?" An Hyung-chan didn't let her say another word. He placed his hands on her shoulders and warned her, "Why are your hands shaking? I mean, it's better if that doesn't happen again. Besides, it's Choi's own fault for being too slow to get out." As soon as he finished speaking, boom! The dungeon door was hit with massive force and shattered into pieces. "What's this? Still arguing like always? Long time no see." Everyone. The person who stepped out was Choi. Everyone was shocked. An Hyung-chan thought to himself, "Choi Hyun? Long time no see? What is she babbling about? Wait, no way. Did she actually make it out?" Choi tossed her hair back, her face devoid of any expression. Nara asked in astonishment, "Choi Hyung." Suddenly, Hyung-chan rushed over and hugged her. "Choi, are you really alive? I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. But for the safety of the group, I had no choice." This guy was still acting. You have to admit, his acting was on par with Kim Soo-hyun. If he became an actor, Kim Soo-hyun would be out of a job. But since he wanted to put on a show, Choi decided to play along. She said, "I know. I understand." An Hyung-chan. He smirked inwardly. "I knew it. She'll come crawling back to me." Out loud, he said, "Thank you so much. I always knew you were a good person." Our battle. He suddenly noticed something. Wait, why are your clothes so tattered? But there wasn't a single scratch on her. Sensing something was wrong, before he could think, the red-haired guy came over, put his arm around her, and said affectionately, "Choi, thanks for forgiving us. It's good that you're back safe. Let's take down the boss and get some loot." She smiled happily and replied, "You haven't finished yet? Were you all waiting for me? Thank you so much, everyone." Seeing her foolishly trusting demeanor, he thought, "Wait, I was overthinking it." The red-haired guy kept laughing as if there had been no rift between them. "I was so worried after we left you in there, I couldn't even keep going. My heart was so heavy." Hyung-chan kept watching her, thinking, "It must have been my imagination. She's a bit of an idiot." Now, They were in the boss area. The group was hiding behind a large tree, evaluating the boss. A notification panel displayed the boss's info. Dernleo, rank C. Hyungchan asked, "Is everyone ready? Let's follow the plan like usual. Choi will lure the monsters, and the rest of us will wait for an opening to strike." The red-haired guy leading the charge said, "Understood." Hyungchan turned to Choi. "Choi, do your best to draw their attention." She replied, "Okay." An Hyungchan continued to order, "Stick to the plan." Before he could finish, Choi bolted forward, leaving the group stunned. The red-haired guy shouted, "Wait, why did she go ahead?" Hyungchan yelled, "Hey, Choi Hyun." By then, Choi had already rushed out a fair distance. She slammed her shield into the ground and used her specialized monster aggro skill. Immediately, the monsters were affected by the taunt and let out a howl. Hyungchan yelled from behind, "You're drawing too much aggro. Has she lost control? Hurry up and support her." The group had no choice but to rush forward to help. Hyungchan, falling back into his old habits, said to Choi, "It's fine. It'll be okay. It's just a B-rank boss. As long as Choi handles the defense, everyone else can provide support." Just then, Choi did her own thing again, using her momentum to jump and dodge the boss's attack. Everyone was shocked. The red-haired guy muttered, "Is she trying to run away?" Seeing her dodge like that, he realized, "We're dead." Just as he predicted, the attack was aimed at Choi, but since she had vanished, he became the target. The Nucleo monster's horn pierced right through the red-haired guy's stomach. Everyone was absolutely terrified. Choi landed safely on top of the monster. Standing on its horns, she asked the red-haired guy, "That must really hurt, huh?" He could only tremble in pain, a silent answer. She continued, "Oh, sorry. I was so scared that I just reflexively dodged. I hope you guys understand." Choi rode the Nucleo boss as it charged toward An Hyung-chan's group. The corpse of the red-haired guy was still impaled on the boss's horn. The others scrambled to dodge. Hyung-chan yelled in anger, "Choi Hyun, have you lost your mind? What the hell are you playing at?" She taunted him. Playing at what? He didn't bother arguing and just screamed, "Stop playing around. Get down here." Choi wore a dangerous expression as she retorted, "Playing? Do I look like I'm playing to you?" Then she glanced at the red-haired guy, who was definitely dead. The group fell into a heavy silence. She didn't care what An Hyung-chan and his group had to say anymore. She muttered to herself, "All right, let's see who can last the longest here." She steered the monster to continue attacking the group. They were struggling, gasping for air. The orange-haired girl said to Hyung-chan, "What do we do now?" He replied, "I'll support with magic from the back. You go to the front and tank the damage." Truly a guy who only knows how to hide behind a woman's skirt, he was always finding reasons to put others in front of him. The girl said fearfully, "Wait, I've never tanked for the team before," he yelled. "This isn't the time to worry about that. If we don't go up, we all die together. If you want to live, listen to me. I'm the team leader." The girl had no choice but to curse under her breath and follow his orders. He said uncomfortably, "I'll support from the rear. You just focus on tanking, and we'll definitely make it out of here." Choi had lost her patience. Without a hint of emotion, she said, "Are you done? Let's start the game again." An Hyung-chan cursed her 1,000 times in his heart. Damn it. How is a C-rank bitch controlling a B-rank boss? He screamed orders at the girl. "Block it." The girl followed his order, using her 2 swords to parry the attack and activate a magic shield. An Hyung-chan said happily, "She blocked it." No sooner had he spoken than the boss shattered her shield, sent her flying, and she landed with her body twisted into a strange shape as her bones snapped. She was the second to die. Choi said in surprise, "Wait, why is this boss so strong?" She opened the system's info analysis function. Immediately, it displayed Rank A, Strength 6018, Intelligence 69, Stamina 8000, 920, Agility 538. She couldn't help but feel suspicious as she read it. Rank A? Wasn't it just a rank B? Next, a line appeared on the screen. Status, Enhanced, Blessed. She was even more confused. What's this? Did someone cast a spell on it? It must have been the parasitic ring that caused this effect. Not wanting to overthink it, she said, I'm not really sure. Whatever. Let's deal with that guy first." She controlled the monster to attack An Hyung-chan and asked, "Hey, can you even handle this?" He put on a serious face and said, "Choi, what did you ask?" An Hyung-chan secretly speculated. The way that BT Che controls the monster so easily, she must have obtained a hidden item from the dungeon. Her attitude toward me has changed, probably because of that. He knelt, feigning sincerity, and said, "I'm sorry, Choi." She continued to question him. "Sorry for what?" he replied. For leaving you behind and running away, she asked. And then what? He continued. For sealing the gate. She remained expressionless and said, keep going. He hung his head and said, for forcing you to accept my demands. She asked, anything else? He replied, everything. It's all my fault. Only then did she say, An Hyung-chan, the problem lies with you. Do you really not understand why I'm angry? He looked up, confused. What do you mean? She said it was only for one reason, and he looked pleased. Then tell me so I know. She laughed in anger and shouted, the very fact that you're still breathing is the problem. You piece of trash. While he was still stunned, the golden deer monster trampled him to pieces. Choi laughed happily while riding on the monster's back. She was genuinely happy, then realized there was one more person left. She jumped down, walked slowly toward the girl, and called her name. Nara, do you want me to spare you? Nara was stunned for a moment before she could react. Please, don't kill me. Choi remembered that Nara had tried to stop that scum from trapping her alone in the dungeon. She was a kind person, a rare breed in this dog-eat-dog world. Thinking of this, she smiled. All right then. From now on, just do as I say. Nara resigned herself and said, Then, thinking of something, Choi Hyun said, thanks to you blocking them from closing the gate, I survived. Try to keep a bit of your conscience, even if it's just a little, because Nara and the dead group of An Hyung-chan knew nothing about the ring or the hellish experience. She blamed it on Nara, claiming that was how she escaped. It must be said, this trick was very effective on Nara while she was still terrified. Nara heard Choi and simply replied, Yeah, I get it. Without further thought, she heard Choi say, there's one more thing. Nara looked at Choi, puzzled. Choi drew the sword from her back and unleashed a powerful strike, only then finding the time to say, if you open your mouth and spout nonsense one more time, you're dead. Understand? The monster died instantly from Choi's strike. Choi had completely changed in Nara's eyes. She was deeply shaken by Choi's words and actions. She tried to hide her inner fear and replied, I understand. Choi said happily, good. Now you and I are on the same side. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Nara nodded, then heard Choi say, oh, I forgot. Choi continued cheerfully, ah, right. We still have to collect the magic stones and items. Nara tried to act natural, replying, yeah, I know. The two of them cleared the dungeon they had just handled. Outside the spatial gate, a group of people was waiting. Choi, looking ragged, stepped out with Nara. It turned out they were the dungeon surveillance team from the Hansen Association. After a while, when only the two of them emerged, one of them asked anxiously, where are the others? Choi tossed her hair back and said, oh, they're all dead. Her face was calm, as if it had nothing to do with her. Not only was the surveillance team stunned, but Nara was also terrified. She quickly tried to explain for Choi, it's because the dungeon boss suddenly leveled up to rank A. Everyone had to fight for their lives to protect us. Hearing Nara's blatant lie, Choi, who was walking in front, couldn't help but snort, but she tried to hold back her laughter. Her shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. To make matters worse, Nara glared at the team and added, look, she's crying. Nara was afraid the team would ask more questions she couldn't handle, so she offered a reasonable excuse. We're a bit traumatized right now. We'll leave the magic stones here. We'd like to go home first. As they were about to slip away, they heard the questioning voice of a man. 3 rank Bs dead, and only 2 rank Cs survived, and that was in a rank B dungeon with a rank A monster. The man pointed directly at the 2 girls, Choi Hyeon and Sim Nara. Report everything that happened in there, without leaving out a single detail. The man was a middle-aged guy who didn't look like a decent person at all. This guy was none other than An Hyung-chan's uncle, the president of the Hansen Association, An B-deok. Choi and Nara were being grilled by him. 3 rank Bs dead, and 2 rank Cs survived from a rank C dungeon. Choi's gaze darkened. She recognized him. She whispered to herself, right, I almost forgot this uncle was here. He acted extremely annoyed and told them, you two had better explain everything that happened in there. Don't leave out any details. This guy was the uncle of the scumbag An Hyung-chan. He was also a guild leader of Hansin, and his name was An B-deok. The two had no choice but to recount the story to him. Naturally, only heaven knows how much of it was the truth. After listening to them, he shouted angrily, what did you just say? Who cares if that boss leveled up? Your main job is just to support the main damage dealers. And you couldn't even do that? He unleashed a barrage of insults at Choi and Nara. I wonder why this arrogant old man is still alive. Right, guys? And of course, our Choi is no longer the submissive girl she used to be. She let out a long, loud yawn to show her attitude. As for Nara, she was extremely worried inside. She was even afraid of being imprisoned. She thought, Choi is the one who killed them. Why is she acting like this? Does she not realize that killing people in a dungeon could land both of us in jail? Meanwhile, the old man An Bideok kept complaining, clutching his forehead. Sigh. Seriously, why did it have to be An Hyung-chan who died? How am I going to explain this to his father? The company's situation is already precarious enough. Choi heard his whining, but what she cared about was the expensive watch he was wearing. She mocked him. Is the uncle who's about to go bankrupt still showing off these luxury goods? He was stunned when he heard Choi say that. He asked her unpleasantly. What did you say? Choi continued. That suit is from a high-end brand, isn't it? And the car you're driving too? Must be worth tens of millions. Choi kept listing the luxury items on him, then acted as if she were feeling sorry for their situation. We risked our lives, and we only got paid a few pennies. But you're here living so comfortably. Her words really struck a chord with the dissatisfaction of others. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. An Bideok became even more annoyed. He turned to look at her, confused, thinking, what's wrong with this little brat Choi? Usually, she just stands behind An Hyung-chan and trembles so much she can't even speak, as if she's facing some kind of trial. He thought so. But in this situation, someone had to take responsibility, because, after all, someone died in the dungeon, and it was his own nephew. He pointed at the two of them and said loudly, Anyway, you two brats will have to take responsibility for this. Nara heard that and asked, What? Her heart was full of anxiety, while Choi acted as if she couldn't even be bothered to react to his words. After all, compared to what she had already faced, this wasn't even worth responding to. The bastard An Bideok didn't stop talking. Don't even think about getting away with this. Tomorrow, find another dungeon raid to tackle, understand? This guy is a typical capitalist, never missing a chance to squeeze and exploit others to their limit. Nara was still trying to reason with him. President, this is going a bit too far. He used that damn condescending tone and said, Shut your mouth. Someone died. Be grateful you got these things. It's already hard enough to find hunters. After he finished, while Nara was struggling to find a rebuttal, he was still calculating. But if An Hyung-chan is gone, where am I going to find a replacement? What a wonderful uncle. He and his scumbag nephew are just too much alike. When someone dies, he immediately looks for a replacement, with absolutely no room for humanity. He lit a cigarette, looked at the air, and said in annoyance, Damn it, that brat Choi, couldn't she have died in her boyfriend's place? Being rank C, she should know her place. Suddenly, he felt someone behind him. Just as he turned his head by instinct, a pain so sharp it reached the heavens hit him. It turned out Choi had snuck up behind him and delivered a kick straight to his most sensitive spot. She probably thought that for his kind, it was better to prevent him from reproducing. His face twisted, his eyes rolled back, his whole body went limp and drenched in sweat, and his mouth hung wide open. The other men saw this, and instinctively covered themselves, mourning the unfortunate An Bideok. Nara just clutched her head and groaned. Oh man, she said, laughing out loud. Haha, hit the nail right on the head. The guy, An Bideok, deserved what he got, groaning on the ground in broken intervals. Ugh, someone help me. She felt zero sympathy for him and snapped. Quit acting like a baby, you jerk. An Bideok grimaced, struggling to speak. Choi, she tilted her head, acting confused. If you're so short on money and hunters, why don't you just go into the dungeon yourself? She paused, then added, Oh, wait, maybe you're just too scared to take the risk, huh? He asked her angrily. Choi, are you crazy? Is this your true face now that An Hyung-chan isn't around? She burst out laughing at his tone. Haha, Choi, are you crazy? Haha, I'm dying here. Are you seriously An Hyung-chan's uncle? You talk exactly like him. Haha. She clutched her stomach, laughing so hard she started to tear up. Then, Choi continued. Ha. A toxic family like you guys deserves exactly this. Damn. That felt good. Sitting down next to him, she said, Yeah, I am crazy enough to die in place of your precious nephew. An Bideok's pupils shrank. He asked her, What? What are you saying? She replied, I already told you, you stupid uncle. Hyung-chan is done for. We shouldn't talk about the dead, should we? She stood up, not wanting to deal with this psycho anymore, and said she was leaving the guild too. He started shouting, What? No, if you leave, the guild Choi cut him off. You should have treated me with some kindness while you had the chance, right? Oh. Or do you want to kiss the dirt again? He was terrified and quickly covered that spot with his hand. The spot she had just hit was barely recovering. If she hit it again, His old body wouldn't survive it. Choi suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, one more thing." She tossed down a crumpled bill and left him with these words. "This is funeral money for Hyung-chan. Make sure you help him rest in peace, okay?" An Bi-deok, forced to endure her insults, shrieked in rage. Choi didn't even have the energy to care. She just let out a huge yawn. Yawn. "That's all for now," Nara added. "Thanks for everything." With that, the two of them left. Nara suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait, the guild leader isn't an awakened, is he? Will he be okay?" Choi replied, "He'll be fine. Nothing exploded yet." Perhaps. Back in Nara's room, Choi happily looked at the shirt Nara had lent her. "Wow, are you in a rock band or something?" Nara said. "No, I just grabbed it at a clothing store." Choi sighed. "That's crazy. I wish I could buy stuff like this too." Nara found it strange and asked, "Ha, you can buy it, can't you?" Choi replied, "Hyung-chan didn't like things like this." Nara wondered, "What do you mean? He's dead." Choi regained her composure and said cheerfully, "That's right, he's dead, isn't he?" She lunged onto the bed and laughed as if she'd heard something hilarious. "And I'm the one who killed him. Is that so?" Watching her act like that, Nara couldn't help but feel a bit creeped out, thinking, "This psycho girl. Every time she says that, it scares the hell out of me." Nara then asked about the main issue. "Sorry, but why did you suddenly come to my place? Don't you have a home?" After a moment of silence, Choi said, "Nara, can I stay here for a while? I used to live with An Hyung-chan. You know, so I really don't want to go back there." Choi made a cute face while speaking. Nara was scared of her, so she didn't directly refuse. She said, with difficulty, "Fine, but only for a while." Choi jumped up and asked, "Really? You're the best." Putting that aside, she changed the subject. "Since I quit the guild, I can't just stay home forever. What about you? Do you want to join a guild?" She answered, as if it were someone else's business. Not yet," Nara helplessly asked. "But how do you plan to pay rent and other expenses?" "I've saved up about 20 million won. That should be enough, right?" Choi said honestly. Nara asked, confused. "Wait, only 20 million won? Hyung-chan always said he split everything, from rent to living costs." She asked, bewildered. "What? He only paid the deposit, and we split everything else, 50 to 50. Nara sighed. "Ha. I can't believe that jerk lied like that." As she spoke, Nara suddenly realized, wait, why is she talking like she has no plan at all? What if she stays here forever? "No, that can't be," Nara asked. "So, what are you going to do now? Find a new place or a job?" Choi replied, lost in thought. "To be honest, I don't want to do anything right now. I got what I wanted, so I don't know what to do next." Nara asked out of curiosity, "You said you got what you wanted, what was it?" Choi said excitedly, "Catching and killing all of you." Nara screamed internally. Ugh, I knew she would say that. Her expression went stiff, and she spoke to Choi robotically. "Thanks for sparing my life." Choi laughed. "Ah ha. Your expression is truly priceless." While talking, Choi felt a bit hungry, and Nara asked, "Oh, you're hungry?" "Yeah, I'm hungry," she replied. Nara checked in. "Now that I think about it, you haven't eaten all day. What do you want to eat?" "How about pig's trotters?" Choi thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. Anything is fine. Hyung-chan wouldn't let me eat late-night snacks. He said I'd get fat." Nara asked angrily, "What? That jerk, you dealt with him well." Choi wondered, "Wow, why are you suddenly getting so angry?" Nara replied, "Who wouldn't be pissed off?" Choi said happily, "You're the first person to get angry for me." Nara replied, "Just go out on the street and ask anyone. Everyone will say that guy was crazy. Anyway, I've ordered food. Let's eat and get some rest." The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she got. How could he think she could survive on an empty stomach? Choi laughed. "Nara, let's just eat the trotters." "All right," Nara replied. By then, Nara had drifted off to sleep. She let Choi sleep on the bed, while she laid out a blanket on the floor. Or rather, Nara didn't dare ask Choi to sleep on the floor. Meanwhile, Choi was still tossing and turning, thinking, what do I want to do? It had been a long time since she'd thought about this. First off, I don't want to enter a dungeon again, and I don't want to join any other guild. I just want to rest. Maybe get a light job and live comfortably. Sounds nice. She was closing her eyes and preparing to drift off when she had to sit up. She felt something and wondered, what the hell? Is there something in my stomach? Choi was questioning herself, feeling as if there was something in her stomach. Could it be because of this? She looked at the ring item she was wearing. She thought it might be better to take it off now. Thinking that, she reached out to remove the ring. Suddenly, A system window appeared. Parasitic ring once worn. It cannot be removed. Choi read the notification and thought calmly. Is this a binding item? Even so, there must be a way to take it off. Its status was also very strange. Whatever. I don't care. I'll just take it off. Choi used force, trying to pull the ring off her finger. Suddenly, her stomach started hurting intensely. She thought to herself, what is this? Is it true that I really can't take this ring off? At that moment, information about the ring appeared. Parasitic ring interferes with the wearer's lifespan, continuously heals the wearer, and prevents death until the hatching process is complete. She read the last line again and pondered. I saw this message while I was in the dungeon too. But what does hatching mean? No way. She imagined a giant insect inside her stomach tearing through her body to get out. She fell deep into thought, one hand still clutching her stomach. This thing saved my life, but that doesn't mean I can relax. I need to get it off. She continued to think. First, I need to find out what this item is. I can't just go and investigate it openly. It's an X-class item recognized by the whole world. It'll be a huge hassle. That meant she had to find an illegal way. Still not finished. The next morning, the two of them were sitting in a taxi. Nara asked out of curiosity, "Why are you going to the hospital so early in the morning?" Choi replied, "Because I have a stomach ache. Nothing's wrong, and I want to live with you." Choi's sudden behavior scared the life out of Nara. She almost shouted, "What? No way." Choi Hyun wondered, "Why not?" "I'll pay the rent." Nara replied firmly, "That won't work either. My place is already too small." Choi acted like she didn't understand and said, "If it's too small, we can move to a bigger place." Nara asked in surprise. "Wait, move to a bigger place?" "Absolutely not," Choi asked. "Why not?" Nara shook her head vigorously. "Sounds tempting. But no means no," Choi said. "Then just die." Nara couldn't say anything to her anymore. Why was she talking like that again? Choi still hadn't given up and asked, "So, do you want to live with me?" "No," Nara replied. Then Choi said, "Then just wait until I've saved enough money, and I'll leave. I don't want to go to Hyung-chan's place anymore." Nara nodded. "That's right," Choi said. "How about we pool our money?" Nara flatly refused. "No." Then she asked, "But how do you plan to earn money? You quit the guild yesterday." Choi replied, "I'll go find a part-time job." "Yeah, maybe you'll get lucky," Nara said. Choi flashed a dangerous smile. Or maybe she would have to go compete again. Nara heard what she meant and asked, "What? Are you crazy? Why would you say that out of nowhere?" Choi replied, "I have to try hard to make money too. Just trust me." The competition Choi mentioned wasn't just about fighting others. It also meant bringing Awakened, ranking C or below. It's an illegal betting ring, where people place wagers on the winner to make some quick cash. Nara was puzzled. Wait, aren't you a C rank? If you're hiding your actual rank, isn't that just cheating? Choi chuckled. It doesn't really matter. My certificate says I'm a C rank anyway. Besides, the whole thing is illegal already. So a little extra fraud won't change anything, right? Nara was still nervous but sighed. Fine. As long as this goes smoothly, we'll definitely win our money back, right? She looked at Nara and smiled, realizing she finally got it. The two of them headed to their destination. Nara asked, "Is this the arena?" "That's right," she replied. Nara remarked that it looked more like a supply shop. Choi added, "My cousin mentioned this place before." Nara was curious. "Huh? Your cousin?" Choi didn't offer any more explanation and just walked forward. "Let's go in." Nara felt anxious. "Hey, wait, what if we're at the wrong place?" It didn't take long for them to reach the main hall. An older woman was sitting there, so Choi asked, "Excuse me, I'm looking for something." The lady just kept knitting without looking up. "What are you looking for?" Choi handed over her ID card. Name Choi Hyun. Date of birth 2020. C rank. Physical attribute. It was her fake Awakened certificate. The lady seemed to understand what she was after. She sighed and said, "Don't throw your life away. Just go find a proper guild to join." Choi replied calmly, "I quit my guild yesterday." The woman shrugged. "Then go get a job. If you're a C rank, it's easier than being a D or E rank." Choi replied, "I want to take a break. I'm just so tired." The woman finally looked up at her and asked, Tired of what? Don't pretend like you've just been lucky." While observing her, the woman noticed something and asked, "Hey, you've killed someone before, haven't you?" Both of them were stunned by the question. It's true what they say, don't judge a book by its cover. That woman saw right through her and guessed that Choi had killed someone. The lady clicked her tongue. "Tisk, tisk. I was wondering how a normal girl like you even ended up here." Choi's eyes flickered, but she suddenly put on a cute act. "Oh, miss, why would you say something so scary? I've never done anything like that. Nara, standing by her side, realized her friend was playing dumb, so she just went along with it, feigning ignorance. But the lady kept pushing. Ha, just go home. You're in the wrong place. Choi was no longer the girl who would give up just because someone rejected her. She knew how this world worked. She leaned in and whispered, "What do I need to do to get you to let me in?" The lady smiled, a look she hadn't shown before, and put a finger to her lips, signaling secrecy. Choi replied briskly, "Credit card?" The lady looked annoyed. Tisk tisk. Next time, bring cash." Paying by card costs a 10% fee. After swiping the card, Choi said, "Understood." The woman pointed down the hall. Choi and Nara headed toward the end of the corridor. As they stepped through a beaded curtain, Nara hissed, worried about the cost. "Isn't the entry fee a bit high? Hey, is your money okay?" Choi laughed. "Don't worry, we'll be rolling in cash soon enough." They had reached the arena, Choi mentioned. It looked like a wrestling tournament, and two men were already in the ring getting ready. Choi couldn't help but complain. "What kind of place is this? The only thing that works here is cash." Ugh, I should have brought some cash. She glanced over to ask Nara to spot her a few bucks for betting, but noticed her friend was gone. She looked around and saw Nara busy betting a pile of cash. Choi was dumbfounded. She was so scared a minute ago. Why is she so serious now? Wait, she had cash on her? And that much? This traitor! As Nara returned to her seat, she caught Choi's death glare. Nara asked, "Hey, what's with that look? Did I do something wrong?" Choi replied, "You were silent when I was paying the fee. But thanks to you, I lost over $1 million. Nara retorted, "Hey, you could afford it. Who carries extra cash around just for that?" Choi argued, "You have rent money, don't you? That's not even my place. It belongs to the landlord, and half my money is already in the bank." Choi shot back, "Well, I don't have anywhere else to go now." As the two women were bickering, a man's voice interrupted them. "Is this your first time here?" Choi turned around to see a handsome man with red hair, looking very charming. He continued, "Mind if I sit here?" The attractive redhead walked up and asked politely, "May I take this seat?" Choi replied, "Sure, go ahead." He struck up a conversation. "Who are you betting on? The desert or the sea?" Choi smiled at him. "I'm not betting. I'll be going up there in a bit." "Who are you betting on?" He answered, "Definitely someone extremely strong. Like you, perhaps?" Choi was caught off guard by his reply but didn't show it. She thought to herself, "That jerk. Could he see my rank?" She pretended not to hear him and said, "People usually bet on the men. It seems you don't have a favorite yet." As she spoke, she activated her system's investigation skill. The status board popped up, but strangely, everything was just question marks. That meant the system couldn't analyze him. She thought, "My investigation skill doesn't even work on him? Is he around my level?" That meant he was either her rank or higher. Why would a high-level hunter be in a place like this? What is this bastard planning? She wondered if he had figured out her rank, so he asked directly, "You know the rank limit to participate here is C, right? So why are you entering? They definitely checked your papers." "Did you register with fake info?" She replied coldly, after rudely peeking at someone else's rank. "Why don't you worry about your own and just watch the match?" Nara pulled on Choi and scolded the guy. "What are you talking about? We have hunter certificates." The man turned away and muttered, "Right. My bad." Nara added, "If you're drunk, go find somewhere else to cause trouble. Stop harassing innocent people." Choi asked suspiciously, "Nara, who are you talking to?" Nara, still angry, said, "The guy sitting next to you. His nose is all red from drinking." Turns out, from Nara's perspective, his face was distorted into a bald old drunkard. Choi looked at the man again, then turned to Nara. "Huh? What's wrong with your eyes? He looks about our age." Nara got goosebumps and bristled. "What are you talking about? He's just a bald old man." Choi argued back. "What the hell? His hair is thick." The guy finally couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. "Pfft. Ha ha ha. Wow, that's an interesting conversation. The person you're talking about might actually get hurt by that. Haha." Choi thought suspiciously. "Huh? What just happened? No way. Is he using some special item to hide his identity?" Just then, a bell rang to signal the start of the match. The ruler of the desert versus the storm of the sea. "Let the match begin," Nara exclaimed excitedly. "Wow, it's starting." Beside them, the guy, Dong-du, was still laughing, which annoyed Nara. "Old man, if you don't want to get kicked out, just watch quietly. My money is on the line," he replied between laughs. All right. Choi watched him, thinking most people here were commoners or low-rank hunters. so if they were low rank, they probably couldn't see his true face. While Choi was lost in thought, the two opponents started. One was Park Deoksu, an E rank, and the other was Simba Bon, a D rank. Nara asked, "Who do you think will win? Rank usually decides everything." Choi agreed. Nara was happy, right? That's why I bet on the D rank. Dongdu threw a bucket of cold water on her. Better change it while you still can, Nara snapped. Mind your own business, mister. The match reached a climax. One fighter threw a punch, the other blocked and counterattacked. Suddenly, the E rank ducked, grabbed the D rank's waist, and tackled him. Nara screamed in worry. No, get up. The E rank didn't miss the chance, and rained down punches on his opponent. Choi commented happily, "Haha, it really is just a dog-eat-dog world." The E rank suddenly opened his mouth, revealing sharpened teeth, and bit into his opponent's arm. Dongdu found it amusing. "Oh, so that guy sharpened his teeth?" Choi added, "Looks like the other guy is going to lose." Nara said indignantly. "Huh? Don't jinx it," Dongdu replied. "Come on. Stop denying reality. That E rank is playing dirty." Choi agreed. Nara said desperately, "What are you two saying? Didn't you see me bet 300? He'll definitely counterattack soon." The announcer's voice boomed. "The ruler of the desert wins." Dongdu chimed in. "Well, he's unconscious now." Seeing the result, Nara was devastated and burst into tears. "My dear 300, I told you already, you really should have listened to me." Dongdu chuckled, teasing her, while Nara was still clutching her head, lamenting. Choi just watched with amusement. Haha, this whole battle was just ridiculously funny. Nara, having completely lost her cool, grabbed Choi by her collar and demanded, "Hey, how can you still laugh at a time like this? You said a rank D could win. What about my money? And now you're asking me that?" Choi's expression darkened, her voice dropping a few degrees. "What the hell are you talking about?" Nara finally remembered who was standing in front of her and hurriedly let go, saying, "I'm sorry, I lost my mind for a second. When are you getting in the ring? You said all I had to do was place the bets, right?" Choi turned away and said, "I'm not doing it anymore. I changed my mind." Nara called out after her, "Hey, where are you going? You said you'd help me make money." Choi thought to herself, She should be grateful I didn't grab her by the collar instead. The item that guy used earlier didn't seem legal. If he went to such lengths just to hide his identity, he was probably a criminal, or perhaps this was the person she had been looking for. She called out to him. He turned back to look at her and asked, "What's wrong? Not getting in the ring anymore? I guess you had a change of heart." She immediately shifted the blame to him. "How could I possibly participate after being spotted by a redhead like you? It's all your fault I didn't make any money, so you'd better take responsibility." He retorted, "Are you crazy? Why is it my fault? Don't waste your high rank here. Just join a guild. You'll make way more money than in places like this." She replied cheerfully, "It's a hobby. Just a hobby. And what about you? Why are you here?" Her tone shifted, becoming reckless enough to even use forbidden items to get here. He gave a vague answer. "It's just a hobby for me, too. I already pretended not to see your little scam. How about we just mind our own business now?" She stepped closer to him and said, "I don't want to. I need more connections. You knew, didn't you? Where did you get that? That item?" He asked her. "What's with you? Are you planning to become a criminal?" "Sorry, I'm not planning on telling you," she countered. "You're really tight-lipped, aren't you?" Just then, a commotion broke out. "Illegal betting raid. Get them all." It turned out the police had descended on this illegal spot. Dongdu said with annoyance, Getting caught will be a hassle. Why don't you run? And what about me?" Before he could finish, a hand grabbed him. It was Choi Hyeon. She wasn't going to let an opportunity to learn how to deal with the situation at hand slip away. She asked, "Why?" He looked slightly surprised and asked, "What are you doing?" She said, "Make your choice. Either you lead me out of here, or we both get caught together." Dongdu grabbed Choi's hand, his expression dangerous, as he said, "If all else fails, there's always another way I could just cut your fingers off." She replied, sounding a bit uncomfortable. What a twisted hobby. Choi realized his intentions now, so that was the only reason this guy was being kind enough to lead the way. He continued, "Anyway, there haven't been any new dungeons lately, yet an item appeared that even you didn't know about? You've been to a hidden dungeon, haven't you?" Choi thought irritably, "This bastard has been hiding his true strength all this time. We're only one rank apart, yet the pressure he's emitting is terrifying." She squeezed her fist, thinking, but even so, compared to the despair I experienced back then. At that moment, she screamed, using a burst of energy that forced Dongdu to cover his ears and retreat a few steps. He thought suspiciously, did she just use a skill outside of a dungeon? Usually, when low rankers face someone of a higher rank, they instinctively submit. But this girl, that instinct of hers has completely vanished. Dongdu continued to assess her. It's like she's been torn apart. Has she always been like this? Or is there something that made her end up this way? Choi was in a combat stance, ready to attack him at any moment. Meanwhile, Dongdu's mind kept racing. But does that even matter now? Once I know for sure that if it's this woman, she can definitely find a hidden dungeon. Choi waved her hand at Dongdu and said, "Come on then. If you're so tough, let's see you try again, you bastard." He raised both hands and said, "My apologies, I think I went a bit too far with the joke. You need more information about this item, right? Well, I have an offer for you. Let's go find the hidden dungeon together. I'll guide you." Back at Nara's place, she was acting dejected. "I'm not eating." Choi asked her, "Really? This is pig's trotters. You like this dish, don't you?" Nara still didn't say a word. Choi continued, "I've even got some soju here. Fine, I guess I'll just eat by myself." Nara finally spoke up. "You think pig's trotters is the problem here? Where the hell were you when the police showed up? How could you just leave me like that?" "The whole building collapsed. It was a total disaster," Choi replied. "You guys abandoned me too, didn't you?" Nara argued back. "Yeah, but you're still too cruel." After a while, Choi gnawed on a trotter and asked, "Are you done venting yet?" Deflected by the change of subject, Nara replied while eating, "Fine, fine." Then she asked Choi, "How are you planning to make money now? That arena is shut down. While you have some time, why don't you help me out at the guilds?" Choi, eating as she spoke, replied, "No, I'm fine. I'm going back to the dungeons. I'll be busy for a while." Nara asked in surprise, "Huh? Why are you going back there? And how?" Choi said, "Dungeon rotation." Nara replied, "That's not what I meant. You don't have a linked party, so how can you enter a dungeon?" Choi answered, "I've already taken care of that. Kim Dong-du said he would help." Nara was shocked. "Huh? Wait, Kim Dong-du? That S-Rank guy?" Choi looked at her, surprised as well. "That's right. You recognized his name fast, but you didn't even notice him sitting right next to me the other day." Nara said, "Don't kid around. Why would he be at an underground arena? The guy sitting next to you looked like some old uncle. He was probably just bragging to you or something. Look, I even took a photo of Kim Dong-du's gorgeous face. Oh my god, why did you mistake a celebrity for someone else? The other guy was much older. You know the Rebellion Guild, right?" "He's a member," Choi replied. "I'm telling you, it's true." "Wait, what? He's part of the Rebellion Guild?" Nara jumped up and exclaimed. "Really? So that old guy before was actually him? How could that be possible?" Choi replied, "Maybe he was using a disguise item." Nara screamed in disbelief. "Ah, what the hell? You should have told me sooner. I'm such an idiot for not noticing." Choi laughed mischievously. "Why? He doesn't care anyway." Nara sighed. "See, I guess I can't go with you anymore." Choi acted like it was nothing. "Is the Rebellion Guild that great?" Nara was provoked once again. "It's amazing. If you can get into that guild, you never have to worry about money again. Even the benefits are top tier." Then Nara started bragging about the Rebellion Guild. The Rebellion Guild was founded by one of the only 2 S-rankers in the entire world. It's home to 38 current S-rank hunters. Their overwhelming power gives them influence that stretches across nations. Simply put, Rebellion is the top guild in the world. The chances of getting in are 1 in 10,000. Choi listened while gnawing on pig's trotters, making Nara feel helpless. "Is the food that good?" Choi asked. "Eat up." The next morning, Dongdu felt uncomfortable under Choi's intense stare. He asked, "What's wrong with you?" She replied, "Nothing. Just surprised that you're in rebellion." He said, "How did you find out?" "I was planning to keep that a secret." "And why are you carrying that?" she asked, surprised. "Didn't you say we were going into a dungeon?" He sighed and said, "You'll see when we get inside. Let's go." Choi called out, "Huh? What is it? Tell me." Dongdu put his hands in his pockets and, without explaining, simply said, "Stop nagging and just follow me. And don't let your guard down. Illegal dungeons are much more dangerous than you think." Suddenly, a massive, muscular green monster with 6-pack abs opened its gaping maw, full of sharp teeth, and roared. Before it could finish its act for even 3 seconds, the monster's mouth was sliced in half, and blood sprayed everywhere. Oh. The system popped up to introduce the green monster. F-rank lizard warrior. Just an ordinary monster, all bark and no bite. Choi Hyun punched the giant monster to death with her bare hands, looking as calm as if she'd just killed an ant. She stood tall and nonchalantly said, You said I should be on guard, but there's really nothing here. Kim Dong-du stood behind her, looking cool with his hands in his pockets. He stepped on a lizard warrior and looked back at Choi Hyun, then laughed mockingly. You actually believe that? You idiot? Most illegal dungeons are rank D or lower. Choi Hyun finally realized she'd been tricked. She was furious but had to turn back to him with a friendly, forced smile. She cursed at Dong-du under her breath. Seriously? This bastard, I'll deal with you later. Are you sure we'll find a hidden dungeon in a place like this? Dong-du remained indifferent, his hands still in his pockets as he stomped on one monster after another, all while rambling to Choi behind him. No problem. Most hidden dungeons are discovered in low-level areas. That's why we have to search everywhere, whether it's legal or not. One moment he was explaining things seriously, and the next, he flipped his attitude as fast as a pancake. Kim Dong-du started teasing her with a mocking smirk, then said to Choi Hyun, "Anyway, that shield is such a nuisance." She tucked it away into her inventory, as if she weren't about to dive into an A-rank dungeon. Even while fighting monsters, Kim Dong-du still had time to goad Choi Hyun, making her so furious she could see stars. She fired back, but then thud, a massive, sickly green foot with long, sharp claws stomped heavily onto the ground. Emerging from beneath the mountain was a new, upgraded version of the green monster, equipped with weapons and wrapped in makeshift armor. It scanned the area, peering left and right. This elite monster turned out to be a lizard general of E rank, the boss monster. Kim Dong-du and Choi Hyun stood on a rock ledge behind it, looming over the mountain as they looked down. Kim Dong-du opened his mouth to ask, "We haven't even found the dungeon yet, and this thing is already here?" After asking, Kim Dong-du turned back to look at Choi Hyun behind him. "What's the plan? Do you want to scout the area before taking down the boss?" Seeing him ask, Choi Hyun rolled her eyes, lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly, the boss monster heard a noise, turned its head back, and let out a roar. Moving with terrifying, supernatural speed like a ghost, Choi Hyun zipped past, using her bare hand to decapitate the boss monster, before it could even react. It stood frozen, not even realizing it had lost its head. Choi Hyun's face turned dark, her sharp gaze piercing through like 1,000 arrows as she swept past like the wind, still holding the boss monster's head in her hand. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Choi Hyun made killing the boss look as easy as pie. Her voice rang out, cold as an ice princess. "Don't waste time. If that thing isn't here yet, it means it's not in this location." Then, holding the severed head in one hand, Choi Hyun turned back to look at Kim Dong-du. "Let's go. I still have things to take care of." As she spoke, the gem on Choi Hyun's ring suddenly flickered. Her voice started rambling again, wandering off to another dungeon, and another sickly, green-skinned monster appeared. Its eyes were bulging, its mouth protruding, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Scree! It let out strange, unsettling cries. Choi Hyun saw it and instinctively raised her shield with both hands, her face turning ashen with fear. Her brows knitted together, and with tears welling in her eyes, she screamed, "An Hyung-chan, save me. I can't hold out any longer." Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Choi Hyun's shoulder. An Hyung-chan's voice sounded, "Choi?" No sooner had he spoken than his attitude did a complete 180. His face darkened, his eyes gleamed with a sinister light, and he said maliciously, "Help me by dying in my place." Hearing An Hyung-chan's words, Choi Hyun froze, her face drained of all color. An Hyung-chan, standing behind her, wore a grin that stretched ear to ear as he continued, "That's exactly why my family invested in you." Then, colder than ice, An Hyung-chan gently pushed Choi Hyun forward. She lost her balance, tilting as she stared wide-eyed at him, tears pooling and ready to fall. Choi Hyun fell backward toward the thousands of glowing red eyes of the monsters swarming below. She still tried to reach out, pleading for help, her face a mix of helplessness and sheer terror, unable to speak. The jerk An Hyung-chan's voice kept echoing with nonsense. "At the very least, you should prove your worth, right?" It turned out to be all a dream. Choi Hyun's face was dark, drenched in sweat. She jolted upright, eyes wide, and screamed. Ah, it was just a nightmare. Choi Hyun, pale as a ghost, sat on the bed, panting as if she were dying. She looked at her trembling hand, which was vibrating like a machine, and cursed. "Damn it!" Suddenly, her attitude shifted. She clenched her fist and muttered, "If I were going to die, I'd be dead already." Sitting on the bed, Choi Hyun was seething, her face twisted in anger, grinding her teeth. Why did that guy keep appearing in her dreams? Suddenly, she looked down, her gaze cold as she stared at Simnara, who was soundly asleep and snoring on the floor. Choi Hyun muttered to herself sarcastically, "Look at her sleeping like a baby. There are people who can't even get a wink of sleep. You know? After poking fun at the sleeping Nara, Choi Hyun went quiet. She fell silent, lost in deep thought, then whispered to herself, "That's right, she's only sucking up to me right now because she wants to survive." Choi Hyun watched Sim Nara sleeping like a puppy on the floor, weighing her options, but the girl could stab her in the back at any moment, and she could kill her at any time, too. As she thought about it, Choi Hyun stood up and walked to the door. Standing there, her eyes were glued to Sim Nara, who was still fast asleep, and she couldn't stop thinking. But now wasn't the time. Choi Hyun left the bedroom, her hand touching the refrigerator door. She thought to herself, "Once I deal with the thing inside me, I will never, ever set foot in a dungeon again." Choi Hyun opened the fridge and grabbed a bottle of water from the door. She walked from the bedroom all the way to the kitchen, her mind churning with thoughts of being free from everything. Choi Hyun poured water into a glass as her inner monologue continued. When that day comes, suddenly, mid-thought, Sim Nara dashed past Choi Hyun from the room, roaring, "I'm going to be late!" Early in the morning, having someone suddenly scream like that was impossible to ignore. Choi Hyun stood there with her glass of water, watching Sim Nara rush around in a panic, eyes wide, face dripping with sweat. Choi Hyun asked calmly, "Where are you going?" Sim Nara, while fumbling to put on her last shoe, replied, "I have an interview at the Wazon Guild." Overwhelmed by the rush, Sim Nara shouted to no one in particular, "Ugh, why didn't my alarm go off?" Seeing someone in such a frantic state, Choi Hyun remained as cool as a cucumber. She took a sip of water and asked nonchalantly, "Want a ride?" Caught off guard, Sim Nara turned back, looking at Choi Hyun with a mix of confusion and suspicion. "What are you talking about? You don't even have a car." Man plans, but fate decides. A sleek, luxury car appeared, shimmering and shining, making Sim Nara jump out of her skin. Her face went dark, her jaw dropped, and she stood frozen, sweating profusely. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Kim Dong-do appeared with a friendly, pageant-like smile, beaming at Sim Nara. "Hello, we met the other day, remember? How have you been?" Seeing Kim Dong-do's radiant face, Sim Nara was terrified, her face turning ashen as if she'd seen a ghost. She stood there, legs spread, hands covering her mouth, stuttering. "Ngai Kim Dong-do? What are you doing here?" Suddenly, Choi Hyun stepped out, smiling at Sim Nara, and gestured toward Kim Dong-do, who was looking cool, leaning against the car with his hands in his pockets. "We're the same age, just talk to him normally." Sim Nara hadn't recovered yet. She was still sweating, mouth agape. Kim Dong-do, annoyed that his lines had been stolen, scowled. "Why are you deciding things for me?" Kim Dong-do and Choi Hyun talked for dozens of minutes, while Nara just stood there, face dark and mouth hanging open, sweat pouring like a stream, her head filled with nonsensical thoughts. She stuttered, Yes, Mr. Kim Dong-do. I was wrong that time." Suddenly, her eyes rolled back, her face turned pale, and she let out a gasp before her soul seemed to leave her body. Tears in her eyes, she collapsed, whispering a plea, "Please don't kill me." Seeing that, Choi Hyun stood by, shocked, eyes and mouth wide open. "Huh?" She fainted. Kim Dong-do adopted a cool, powerful, alpha male tone and smiled dashingly. What an interesting girl. On the deserted road with no traffic, Kim Dong-do's luxury car zoomed forward like a maniac. Sim Nara sat in the car, her soul seemingly having left her body, her face gray as a storm cloud, eyes rolled back like a ghost. Choi Hyun didn't care about Sim Nara's depleted state. She asked calmly, "Where should we drop you off, Nara?" Sim Nara, looking like she was at death's door, tried to whisper a reply. "Over there, past the traffic lights." Suddenly, it was Kim Dong-do's turn to ramble. He glanced at the rearview mirror, flashing a cheeky grin, and asked while driving, "So, which guild are you interviewing with?" Sim Nara, exhausted, blurted out, "Wazon." Hearing the familiar name, Choi Hyun turned to Kim Dong-do and asked, "Oh, isn't that the guild whose team explored a hidden dungeon once?" Kim Dong-do recognized it too. He dropped the smile, switched to a serious mode, and replied immediately, "Yeah, that's the one. I once did them a huge favor." Choi Hyun asked lazily, "Then why didn't you go into the dungeon with them?" Hearing this, Kim Dong-do chuckled coldly, half smirking. I don't really like them, so I didn't want to get close." Kim Dong-do and Choi Hyun sat in the front, while Nara sat in the back, hands clasped in prayer, tears streaming down her face, while they chatted as if no one else were there. Hearing Kim Dong-do, Choi Hyun retorted, "So that means you only want to get close to me because you covet my fingers, huh?" Kim Dong-do, still driving, replied with a tone of disgust, "We're just working together, that's all." Still not done with her annoying chatter, Choi Hyun asked yet another stupid question. Weren't you the one who invited me to collaborate? Listening to them bicker like cats and dogs, Sim Nara sat in the back, eyes tearing up, silently praying. Please, wait until I'm out of the car to keep fighting. Two security guards had been standing there solemnly for a while. Seeing Kim Dong-doo arrive, the one with his hair slicked back and wearing dark sunglasses said, "Ah, you're here." Kim Dong-doo and Choi Hyun walked forward together to find two guards already standing watch. Kim Dong-doo took the lead and asked, "How's the dungeon status?" The guy in sunglasses replied, "Clean enough for you to enter." Seeing the two guards standing there looking confused, Choi Hyun scowled and asked, "Who are these clowns?" Seeing her confusion, Kim Dong-doo turned his head slightly and replied casually, "They're from the guild that manages this area." Suddenly, Kim Dong-doo looked at Choi Hyun with a contemptuous gaze and gave a scoffing laugh. Did she really not know that even illegal dungeons had management guilds? Feeling insulted for no reason, Choi Hyun was fuming. She furrowed her brows and glared at Kim Dong-doo. "Is that so? Should I report you right now?" Kim Dong-doo wasn't fazed by the threat. He turned his head, gave her a mocking smirk, and said, "That's your problem." Seeing his cocky attitude, Choi Hyun felt annoyed and asked with a puzzled expression, "Then why won't you cooperate with the Wazon guild leader?" Having heard the same question since they were in the car, Kim Dong-doo felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts exhausted, so he brushed it off. He sighed. Ugh, just let it go. Suddenly Choi Hyun rushed ahead, and as she walked, she turned back with a bright smile. "Well, we can go in now, right? Let's see if we can find anything before we head out." Her sudden radiant smile left the 2 guards behind blushing. Kim Dong-doo froze in place, completely caught off guard. Then, he turned around, looking grumpy, and barked through gritted teeth. "What are you looking at? Just do your job and keep watch." The 2 guards, startled by the outburst, scrambled back to their posts without a word. Kim Dong-doo rubbed his neck, looking confused, and muttered to himself, "Seriously, why did she suddenly smile like that?" But switching modes instantly, he put on a serious face, his eyes sharp as a hawk, and said, "All right then, let's see what we can find today." Choi Hyun stood in the dungeon, hands on her hips, surrounded by so many trees she thought she was lost in a jungle. Choi Hyun stood there for a while before saying irritably, "What is this? Why hasn't he entered yet? I want to get this over with as quickly as possible." Suddenly, the ring on her finger glowed, and a sharp pain shot through her hand. Seeing this, Choi Hyun raised her hand, her brows knitted together. She broke into a cold sweat and yelled in worry. What was happening? Why was the ring reacting all of a sudden? Choi Hyun stared at the ring on her finger, silent and distressed. She thought to herself, "Am I just imagining things? Last night's dream was so strange too, should I just cut my finger off?" After waiting forever, Kim Dong-doo finally showed up. He sauntered in, looked at Choi Hyun, and asked nonchalantly, "Hey, what are you standing there for?" After waiting so long to see his face, Choi Hyun snapped and yelled, "Why did you take so long? Do you want to die?" Seeing Choi Hyun acting like she was about to bite someone's head off, Kim Dong-doo wasn't scared at all. He shamelessly offered a half-hearted apology. Sorry. Then he turned and walked ahead, muttering to himself that she was really annoying. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun followed, still staring silently at the ring on her hand. But then her expression shifted to one of determination. Choi Hyun stared firmly at the ring and thought, "No, I still need more information. I can't just force whatever is inside me to leave. We have to find the hidden dungeon quickly." A month later, under the clear blue sky, many small plots of land floated inexplicably in the air. Bizarre, giant birds with sharp talons and 3 eyes on their heads appeared, flying everywhere. They emitted unpleasant shrieks. One saw Choi Hyun standing like a statue below and dived straight down, claws extended to attack. But before it could touch a single hair on her head, a strange, blinding light pierced through the monster's body. The light left a massive hole in the creature's stomach, and soon after, a series of other monsters met the same fate at Choi Hyun's hands. She used her bare hands to slaughter the monsters, her face dark as if she were ready to kill the whole world, let alone these pathetic birds. Kim Dong-doo stood to the side, one hand in his pocket, killing monsters with his elbows as easily as eating candy. Looking at Choi Hyun, he thought to himself, "She's really trying hard today, is something going on?" Suddenly, Kim Dong-doo stood behind Choi Hyun, thinking, "I bet we're going home empty-handed again." Just as he thought that, Kim Dong-doo shouted, "Hey, stop!" Before he could finish, Choi Hyun spun around, her eyes sharp as blades with a faint red glint. Then she dashed like the Flash and swung a punch straight at Kim Dong-doo, but he was highly skilled. Kim Dong-doo blocked it easily. He stared at her, then gave a smile that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts indulgent. "Huh? Why are you suddenly angry with me?" Choi Hyun's face remained scrunched up, her eyes sharp and filled with extreme anger. She gritted her teeth and stared at Kim Dong-doo, whose voice rang out again. "Are you trying to spar with me?" Once he asked that, Kim Dong-doo grabbed Choi Hyun's hand and tossed her away like she weighed nothing. Choi Hyun flew backward, and as he threw her, Kim Dong-doo said, "If that's the case, I won't hold back." But Choi Hyun wasn't one to give up. She used her legs to break the momentum and landed firmly in front of Kim Dong-doo. It was as if she were possessed, her eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. She scrunched her face and huffed like a bull, staring at Kim Dong-doo with pure rage. Suddenly, Choi Hyun snapped out of it, and her eyes returned to their normal red. Recalling what just happened, she furrowed her brows, sweating profusely, and thought, what was that just now? Suddenly, Kim Dong-doo, with his hands in his pockets, turned away, preparing to leave. He looked at Choi Hyun, and, as casually as if they hadn't just tried to beat each other up, said, "You look exhausted. Take a break. I'll go handle the boss." He said it, and immediately took action. Kim Dong-doo turned his back and left, ignoring Choi Hyun, who stood dazed and rooted to the spot. Her sweat was pouring down, her eyes wide. Choi Hyun brought a hand to her forehead and panted as if she'd run 10 marathons. She scrunched her face in frustration, sweating, and gritted her teeth, thinking, what the hell did I just do? Is finding the hidden dungeon not the right decision? As she thought this, Choi Hyun looked down anxiously, glancing at the ring on her hand, and thought, the longer this goes on, the stranger my body gets. The jewel on Choi Hyun's ring kept flickering with light. Seeing this, she thought to herself, it feels like this thing is trying to take control. What am I supposed to do? It was evening. Inside the 2-story house, the lights were on, and Choi Hyun's voice rang out, "Nara, I'm home." Suddenly, as Choi Hyun was hunched over taking off her shoes at the door, she looked up and asked, surprised, "What's with that expression? Did something happen?" Nara sat inside, wearing a headband, her brows lowered and eyes teary as she sniffled, "I got rejected again today." Seeing Choi Hyun walking toward her with a plastic bag, Nara leaned back in her chair and complained with a sour face. "It's so hard to find a job these days. How about you?" Hearing Nara ask that, Choi Hyun replied nonchalantly, "Same here, couldn't find anything. It's been a month, and still no progress." But, switching her mood as quickly as flipping a pancake, Choi Hyun brushed the topic aside, tossed the plastic bag she was holding onto Nara's lap, making her jump in surprise. Choi Hyun added, "Whatever. Let's just eat." Having been hit with the bag out of nowhere, Nara looked up at Choi Hyun and asked, "What did you buy?" Choi Hyun looked at Nara, offered a friendly, radiant smile, and replied, "Pig's trotters." Once she said that, Choi Hyun remembered that if there was food, there had to be booze, so she asked Nara, "We still have some, right?" Hearing about drinking, Nara was thrilled. Her face brightened as if she hadn't just been rejected, and with drool trailing, she yelled, "Of course!" Nara put down her shot glass, hissed at the burn, and let out a roar. "Ha ha, damn it!" Then she slammed her hand on the table, tilted her head, and burst into tears. She wailed, "Why is it so hard to find a job? Is it because I only have basic muscular ability and am only C rank?" Afterward, under the gaze of Choi Hyun, who was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts world-weary while sipping her drink, Nara cried and cursed, "This damn life. Why was I awakened as a meathead?" Choi Hyun couldn't care less about Nara, who was screaming like a madwoman. She depressedly raised her glass to drink, tiredly thinking, "Ugh, I have to go look for the hidden dungeon again tomorrow." Suddenly, after crying like an escaped patient, Nara switched to a melancholy mood. She sniffled and said, "I just want to become stronger." Seeing Nara's sudden shift to sadness, Choi Hyun finally took notice and glanced over at her. Suddenly, Choi Hyun's eyes went wide, and she stared at Nara, asking, "Can't you just kill monsters to increase your stats?" Hearing her ask that, Nara was so angry her eyes practically shot sparks. Nara grimaced, staring intently at Choi Hyun before shouting, "If I could do that, I would have done it already. Besides, it's not like I'm a combat type to begin with." Choi Hyun shot Nara a look of pure contempt and replied, "Well, then there's no saving you." Nara realized that instead of offering any comfort, Choi Hyun had only rubbed salt into her wounds. Furious, with snot and tears streaming down her face, she yelled, "That's so rude." After letting out her frustration, Nara retreated into a sullen, quiet mode, her brows furrowed, eyes welling up. She pressed her lips together and sat there with her arms crossed, not saying another word. Suddenly, a discouraged and sulky Nara looked up at Choi Hyun and asked, "How did you get so strong? Did you find some item in a hidden dungeon? That's amazing." As Nara rambled on, Choi Hyun suddenly froze, speechless. Sim Nara's voice rang out again. Maybe I should go to that dungeon with you, too. Hearing Sim Nara's words and sensing her envy, Choi Hyun's eyes blazed with irritation, veins popping on her face. She thought to herself, amazing? I hate everything I've become. While Choi Hyun's ears burned from Sim Nara's nonsense, the girl continued to sit there, whimpering and complaining in her misery. If I could get stronger with items like you, I would have been accepted into a guild by now. Why can't I be as lucky as you? Lucky? Choi Hyun remembered being torn apart by those insects, a swarm of sharp-fanged, four-legged monsters crawling all over her as she lay bleeding on the grass. She couldn't die. She was just endless food for them, gnawed on over and over again. A massive monster with bulging eyes and long, jagged fangs opened its blood-stained maw toward Choi Hyun, who was terrified out of her mind, her eyes rolling back as tears streamed down like a waterfall. She kept dragging her bloody body, trying to escape that massive beast behind her, terrified out of her wits, constantly glancing back. Choi Hyun became stronger because that was the only way to survive. Suddenly, a horrific thought crossed Choi Hyun's mind, talking so freely without knowing anything at all. Choi Hyun's face darkened. She scowled, glancing at Sim Nara and considering whether to just kill her on the spot. While those dark thoughts swirled in Choi Hyun's head, Sim Nara was still innocently closing her eyes, whimpering as she poured her heart out. Then maybe people wouldn't look down on me anymore, and maybe I'd earn as much money as the other hunters. Suddenly, Choi Hyun spoke up, leaving Sim Nara completely stunned, her mouth hanging wide open. Choi Hyun asked her, "Do you think I'm lucky?" Caught off guard, Sim Nara stared blankly, stuttering, "Huh?" Suddenly, Choi Hyun's face turned grim, her gaze sharp enough to rip Nara apart. Choi Hyun grabbed her wine glass and said, "It seems you really have no sense of guilt, daring to spout such nonsense." Seeing Choi Hyun's attitude do a complete 180-degree turn, Sim Nara turned pale with fear, sweat dripping down, tears still welling up as she stammered, "Wait, Choi, that's not what I meant." Choi Hyun kept up her hostile stance, bearing a wicked smile as she stared at Sim Nara and asked, "Then what did you mean?" Sim Nara was so nervous she couldn't speak clearly, her mouth twisting as she frantically apologized. "I'm sorry, I must be crazy. It's because I've been drinking." In that moment, Nara wondered in terror what the hell she had just said to her. Suddenly, an image flashed, someone lying sprawled on the ground, blood everywhere, a leg severed and lying to the side. So many people standing around. In her mind, Sim Nara still thought she was lucky to have survived. Suddenly, a bloody foot appeared on the sunken ground. Sim Nara's thoughts spiraled. What if she suddenly changes her mind and wants to kill me? What do I do now? As she thought this, Sim Nara's eyes widened in terror, her face darkened as if she were about to die, sweat pouring down as she said in a shaky voice, "I'm sorry." Sim's hands trembled like a leaf as she raised them, still stuttering. "Please, just pretend you didn't hear anything." Sim Nara was shaking all over, brows knit together, eyes fearful as tears threatened to fall, her face dark as she muttered, "I was truly wrong." Seeing Nara's absolute terror, Choi Hyun grimaced, staring at her for a long, brooding moment in silence. Then, she closed her eyes, sighed, and thought, what would she know? Of course, she had to be curious. Faced with Nara's extreme anxiety, Choi Hyun flipped her mood instantly and said calmly, "Just finish the trotters, but don't say anything so stupid ever again." Hearing this, Sim Nara obeyed immediately and shouted, "Got it. I understand." The two sat eating trotters and drinking in a tense, suffocating silence. One person acted as if nothing had happened, while the other was too nervous to even eat. Choi Hyun finished her drink, stared blankly at the empty glass, and called out. Startled, Nara jumped, responding obediently like a puppy. "Yes?" Suddenly, Choi Hyun changed the subject. She tilted her chin up, held the empty glass in front of her, and said with a vacant look, "You know I almost died, right? But back then, I found a ring." Hearing this, Sim Nara was confused for a few seconds. She twisted her face and stammered, "So, did that ring save your life?" Choi Hyun's eyes suddenly filled with sorrow, as she lowered her gaze and confided, "This ring doesn't have such an overwhelming skill. Like I said before, there's only one way to raise your stats: kill a lot." Choi Hyun said something bone-chilling while wearing a cryptic smile, her cold eyes shining like car headlights as she stared straight ahead, looking just like one of those psychopathic killers from a movie. She brought her ring-wearing hand to her chest and continued, "Kill more than you could ever count." Hearing this, Sim Nara was shocked beyond belief. She furrowed her brow and asked, "What?" Then, Nara rubbed her head with one hand, waving the other wildly as she stuttered, "Wait, hold on, That doesn't make any sense. Seeing Nara so confused, Choi Hyun stared blankly at her and asked, "What about it?" Nara began using hand gestures, her face clearly showing total confusion. She asked with a vacant expression, "What do you mean? How could someone like you kill so many monsters?" Suddenly remembering something strange, Nara frowned and rambled on. "No, more importantly, I had just closed the door, and you came right out. But you're saying you raised your stats in such a short amount of time?" Nara put down her chopsticks and fell silent. Her face turned pale, and she stared anxiously at Choi Hyun, asking, "What on earth happened to you in there?" Choi Hyun didn't hesitate, answering as bluntly as possible. "I died many times. Thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of times." She remembered the images, being gnawed to death by swarms of crawling four-legged monsters, being chased and eaten by them, being crushed under their weight, having parts of her body gnawed away. Choi Hyun's voice continued. "Every time my arm was torn off or my head was severed, I would come back to life. I really wanted to die at those moments." Hearing such absurd words, Nara was too stunned to believe her ears. She stammered, "I don't understand what you're saying. Do you mean you were dying repeatedly in there?" Upon hearing Nara's question, Choi Hyun bowed her head slightly, her eyes vacant but filled with sorrow. She continued to ramble. "That's right. Hard to believe, isn't it? But dying, over and over, that's how I became stronger. I was so desperate back then." The image of Choi Hyun dying in agony as monsters gnawed her limbs away, her face turning pale as a zombie from blood loss, it was horrifying. Choi Hyun's voice echoed again. "I didn't want to get stronger or find rare items, so I couldn't understand why I had to suffer like this." Choi Hyun kept dying in agony before Nara's still blank face. Not having processed the last bit of confusing information, Choi Hyun continued like a machine gun, "And when I came out, I realized time hadn't changed. You guys were still standing in the same place. That's everything I went through." Even while recounting such horrific events, Choi Hyun remained calm. She wore a strange smile, gestured with her hand, and continued, "And it's also how I became stronger." Hearing the whole story, Nara's face went pale, her mouth agape as she muttered, "That's insane." By now, Nara couldn't envy Choi Hyun anymore. She looked devastated, unable to believe that the girl had been left alone in that place. Remembering what she had said earlier, asking how Choi Hyun got so strong, saying she was lucky, and even wanting to find the hidden dungeon with her, Nara realized how thoughtless she had been. She bit her lip as sweat continued to drip down. Suddenly, Nara's expression hardened, her face twisted, and she shouted, "Even so, I still don't understand." Seeing Nara say that, Choi Hyun continued to stare at her calmly, then flashed a cunning smile with cold eyes and said, "You don't need to understand. Just knowing that it already happened is enough." Suddenly, Nara's whole body trembled, as if she had a vibrator inside her, and she opened her mouth to ask in confusion, "Why did you save me? I was just sitting there, and suddenly I get asked such a confusing question." Choi Hyun froze up. She pulled a blank face and retorted, "What? Nobody did anything." Nara hung her head low, sobbing, and said, "If I had known you would end up like this, I should have stopped that jerk from closing the door, but I didn't." It was the first time someone had pitied her situation. Choi Hyun was totally shocked. She stood frozen for a few seconds, then suddenly squeezed her eyes shut and burst out laughing. Then, looking as if she were still high on something, Choi Hyun cackled like a maniac in front of Nara. Afterward, she gently wiped her tears, still laughing while talking to Nara. "Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't save you because you deserve to be saved. It was just an impulsive decision on my part." Then, looking at Nara's darkened, downcast face, Choi Hyun continued, But before she could finish, Nara shoved a chair right into Choi Hyun's face. She went pale, eyes brimming with tears, and said sadly, "I'm sorry." Suddenly being apologized to by a girl, Choi Hyun was caught off guard, left speechless, and just sat there looking dazed. Suddenly, amidst the tense and moving atmosphere, Choi Hyun asked a clueless question. "Wait, are you actually crying?" The sky was pitch black. Inside the house, the atmosphere was heavy, and Nara, with a runny nose and tear-streaked face, shouted, "I am not crying." Behind her, dust swirled. Dong-du sat slouched, chin resting on his hand, looking confused as he asked, "Have I ever been apologized to by you before?" Naturally, he had. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a crazy bull, as brown as a piece of dung, charged forward like the Flash straight at Choi Hyun. At that moment, she was still nonchalantly talking to Dong-du, not realizing she was about to be launched 8,000 meters away. Her mouth was still babbling, asking, "Really? Who was it?" Blood suddenly splattered everywhere. Dongdu remained seated with his chin on his hand atop the beast. He didn't care about the blood spraying everywhere and continued to speak calmly to Choi Hyun. My family and the people around me, isn't that the same for you? Seeing the boss defeated so easily, Dongdu simply remarked, "Oh, the boss is done for." Choi Hyun stood with her hands on her hips beside the boss's carcass lying on the ground. She looked up at Dongdu and said, "When I was a child, there was one time." Hearing that, Dongdu put on a pitiful tone and replied, "Your life really has been tough." After hearing Dongdu, Choi Hyun suddenly changed her attitude. She darkened her expression, her eyes lowered, and said, "That's right. I thought I would have to spend my whole life apologizing to others." The scene shifted to Choi Hyun rushing toward An Hyung-chan, with Nara standing behind the door. Choi Hyun shouted while running, "An Hyung-chan, let's go together." Seeing that Choi Hyun hadn't come out yet, the jerk An Hyung-chan closed the door. Nara's face turned dark with worry, and she shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Choi hasn't come out yet." "No." Remembering yesterday when Nara cried until her eyes were swollen, she apologized to Choi Hyun, leaving her stunned with her jaw dropped for 5 seconds. Choi Hyun's voice echoed, saying, "I never thought I'd be apologized to by someone like that. Even though she wasn't the one who should have apologized to me, at the same time, it was the first time I felt that someone truly trusted me." As she recounted this, Choi Hyun wore a rare, gentle smile. Now, she looked no different from any normal, happy person who loved life. Choi Hyun smiled gently again and continued, "This feeling is truly new." Seeing her smile like that, Dongdu suddenly looked stunned, his eyes wide, unable to say a word as he stared at Choi Hyun. Amidst the swirling dust, Dongdu and Choi Hyun walked forward together. Dongdu asked, "Are you talking about Nara?" Hearing this, Choi Hyun quickly replied, "That's right. Why?" Suddenly, Dongdu didn't answer her question but said, "Don't tease her anymore." Sensing that Dongdu seemed to know everything, Choi Hyun responded with disappointment, "Ah, you caught me." Dongdu stood in front of the house and punched in the passcode, which beeped. While entering the code, he thought to himself, Choi Hyun is very normal today. She didn't get angry about not finding the hidden dungeon. Is it thanks to Nara? He stood before the door, stooping to take off his shoes, thinking as he worked, next time, if I bring her to the dungeon, I might be able to control Choi Hyun. Then, acting like a lunatic, Dongdu thought it over and immediately dismissed that idea with another one. No, bringing more people will increase the chance of being discovered by other dangerous people. Suddenly, while taking off his shoes and lost in thought, something startled Dongdu, making him look up and ask himself, "Huh?" After that, who knows if he saw a ghost or a demon. Dongdu looked terrified, his face darkening, brows furrowed, and sweat pouring down as he wondered, what is this?" Suddenly, Kim Jong appeared in Dongdu's house out of nowhere. Her face was wrinkled like a dried jujube, and she gritted her teeth, asking, "Hey, where have you been, brat?" Seeing his sister's face didn't make him happy at all. On the contrary, he screamed internally, "Why is this gorilla here?" Suddenly, Dongdu bit his lip, furrowed his brows, and cursed silently in frustration. "Damn it. If my sister finds out I've been hunting for hidden dungeons, it's 100% game over." He tried to act like he hadn't done anything wrong, approaching Kim Jeon, who was standing with her arms crossed sternly, and said, "Cut it out. Are you my mother or something?" Seeing her brother act like that, Kim Jeon didn't care about their sibling relationship anymore. She replied coolly, "I heard everything on the way back. While I was on a business trip abroad, you were neglecting your work and going out to play, weren't you?" Dongdu then flopped onto the sofa, put his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and said, "I haven't visited the black market in a while, so I just went to check it out. I just wanted to see if there were any interesting new items." Kim Jong-han sat down lightly. She said, "Just to check?" Then, suddenly, Kim Jong-han crossed her arms, darkened her face, glared at Dongdu, and asked, "But you didn't take advantage of my absence to go looking for hidden dungeons, did you?" Hit where it hurts, Dongdu still maintained his expression 3 parts calm, 7 parts stern. He frowned at her and cursed, "No, I didn't do that, damn it." Hearing her brother's reply, Kim Jong-han delivered a lethal blow to Dongdu's stomach, making him suffer as if he were dying. His eyes rolled back, his body jolted, and he gasped for air. Kim Jong-han shouted while punching him, "Damn it, huh? You just cursed at your sister, didn't you?" Dongdu, in immense pain, jumped up, clutching his stomach, let out a groan, his face twisted and gray, and he shouted angrily, "When did I curse?" Then he kicked Kim Jong-han, sending her flying 8,000 meters away, while still shouting loudly, "You gorilla sister, Kim Jong-han, kicked by her beloved brother, still had a bright, maniacal smile on her face. She landed, bracing herself with her hands, and kept babbling. Ah, this brat is so fast and dangerous. Kim Jong rushed forward like a bullet, her fist already cocked, her face twisted like a monkey's butt, shouting, "You need to show respect to your older sister." Kim Jong-han reached Dongdu and started punching him like a punching bag. Dongdu could only raise his hands to defend himself. His face was twisted, teeth gritted, as he yelled, "Hey, do you know how the other guild leaders tortured me while you were gone?" Not believing a word her brother was spewing, Kim Jong-han kept punching him like crazy and said, "Tell the truth, and I'll only beat half of you." Finally, Dongdu blocked her fist. He shouted firmly, "I already told you I wasn't out playing." Suddenly, Kim Jong-han turned serious, glared at Dongdu, and asked, "Then what exactly were you doing?" Running out of excuses, Dongdu had to look worried and answer in confusion. "Dating." As he said this, he thought to himself, "Sorry, Choi Hyun, let me borrow your name." Not believing what she had just heard, Kim Jong's eyes widened as if her pupils were about to fall out, and she shouted, "Dating?" After hearing this, Kim Jong-han became even more aggressive. She grabbed Dongdu by the shirt and pulled him in, yelling until he had a headache. "Are you crazy? How could you deceive that girl?" Suddenly, after getting punched, he was being grabbed by the shirt. Dongdu was soul-shattered, his eyes rolled back, mouth agape, as if he were about to die. Hearing what his sister just said, Dongdu felt bitter, squinted, and asked Kim Jong, "Is this what you say to your brother?" Realizing she might have gone too far, Kim Jong-han let go of Dongdu's shirt. She stared at him blankly and said, "Ah, sorry, you were lying so ridiculously. Where did you two meet?" Once released, Dongdu rubbed his neck, his face twisted in annoyance, and he sighed. "Huh? It's such a pain. I went to check out the arena last month." Suddenly, Dongdu put on a sharp, serious look and said, "And I happened to run into her there." Recalling that moment, Choi Hyun had turned to look at Dongdu with annoyance, wondering, "What's wrong with this guy?" Kim Jong-han's voice rang out again. "So you discovered she was your type?" As he lied blatantly, Dongdu thought to himself, "So disgusting." Then he continued his charade. Dongdu cupped his chin, acting all pretentious, avoiding eye contact as he went on. "So, we talked, and now we're together." Seeing his brother's story sounding a bit fishy, Kim Jong-han shot him a suspicious look and asked, "You're not just making this up, are you?" Seeing that his sister still wouldn't believe him no matter what he said, Dongdu was super annoyed and snapped, "Jean." Suddenly, Kim Jong changed the subject. Her eyes still narrowed in doubt as she stared at Dongdu, brows furrowed. What was she doing there? Is she a dangerous person? Seeing Kim Jong-han starting to buy it, Dongdu broke into a gentle smile and started rambling, explaining everything. "No, she's just a C-rank hunter, and she doesn't even have a guild yet. She recently quit her job and just wants to take it easy for a while." Then, right in front of his sister, who was still standing there with her arms crossed, looking skeptical, Dongdu casually slumped onto the sofa and propped one arm up. He gestured with his other hand and continued, "So, she came to see me, and right now, things between us are kind of ambiguous." Kim Jong-han fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Seeing that, Dongdu tried to play it cool, but deep down, he was drowning in anxiety. He was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, "Sorry again, Choi, but I need to survive first." Suddenly, Kim Jong-han scowled, glaring at Dongdu, and then shouted, "Ambiguous? Do you even have time for that kind of stuff? Don't you plan on working?" Annoyed by his sister's constant nagging, Dongdu couldn't take it anymore and barked back. "Ugh, you really are a nag. All right, I'll go to work, okay?" Hearing her brother, Kim Jong-han sat down on the sofa, half believing him, ran a hand through her hair, and pouted. "What are you talking about? I've heard that 100 times already. Be careful. The guild leader is still waiting for you too." After listening to his sister's lecture, Dongdu gave a curt nod. Got it. Meanwhile, he was still sweating buckets, thinking, "What am I supposed to do now? Should I just keep a low profile for a while?" The two siblings sat on the sofa. Kim Jong-han sighed, arms crossed in exhaustion, while Dongdu sat there, sulking and deep in thought. The only reason his sister kept nagging him was because they were short on members to enter the dungeon. Inside the pitch-black dungeon, a horde of creatures with long, lolling tongues and blood-red eyes charged at them like ants. The pack of crazed beasts roared in unison. Seeing them charging like maniacs, the leader in front panicked and shouted, "Everyone, hold your positions on my signal!" But, before the leader could even finish, Dongdu and Kim Jong-han had already bolted forward like lightning, leaving their teammates stunned, frozen in place. The leader's eyes went wide, and they gasped in shock. "What?" Dongdu charged in, sword in hand. taking on dozens of giant beasts all by himself. Everywhere, his blade swung, blood splattered. Dongdu laughed maniacally. I'm gonna win this one. Kim Jong-han wasn't about to lose either. She ripped a crazed beast in half with her bare hands. Her face was a mix of bloodlust and terror. After killing one, she flashed a confident smile and said, "Haha, don't be so fast." Watching Dongdu and Kim Jong-han hog the spotlight, the leader and the rest of the team could only scowl, staring with their jaws dropped, stuck in place, completely helpless. Usually, when entering a dungeon, you have to follow the leader's instructions, but Kim, John, Han, and Dongdu completely ignored them, competing against each other instead. Under the bright sky, a bunch of round, lime-green monsters covered in eyes and spikes started launching them everywhere. Pew pew. Dongdu and Kim Jong-han stood there together, grinning, constantly deflecting the spikes. Dongdu looked at the incoming spikes with a sneer and laughed. Ha! What a bunch of useless toothpicks. Seeing his sister laughing along beside him, Dongdu couldn't help but chuckle as well. Their teammates behind them, nearly killed by the spikes, were tearing up and begging for mercy. Some were so terrified they even passed out on the spot. And so, as you can see, those two caused a bit of trouble. Everyone turned their backs on Dongdu and Kim Jong. No matter how hard they tried to act friendly, the result was that guild members stopped forming parties with them. Helpless and unable to find a team, Kim Jong-han looked at Dongdu with a look that was 3 parts frustrated and 7 parts just tired, and asked, "Do you have anyone in mind? We need to find someone capable for the next recruitment." Seeing his sister like that, Dongdu hesitated and looked at Kim Jong, asking, "Do we really have to go that far? Can't we just pick some random newbie?" Seeing her brother ask such a clueless question, Kim Jong-han crossed her arms, sighed at her dear, thoughtless brother, and asked, "Would a newbie even be able to handle us?" Realizing his sister had a point, Dongdu gave in. Fair point. Suddenly, Dongdu closed his eyes in exhaustion, let out a sigh, and said, "Let me think." An idea suddenly popped into his head. Kim Jong flashed a cryptic smile, raised an eyebrow, and said, "What about that ambiguous friend of yours?" Caught off guard by what his sister said, Dongdu looked like an absolute idiot, his face twisting as he retorted, "Huh?" Then, he got fired up and shouted, "Are you crazy? Why her?" Seeing her brother's shock, Kim Jong-han tilted her head, eyes wide with exaggerated surprise. "Why so shocked? She's a hunter, isn't she? And she doesn't have a guild yet." After saying that, Kim Jong grinned from ear to ear and started rattling off. "Exactly. Forming a party with your ambiguous partner sounds fun, doesn't it? Like a dungeon date." She flipped her mood as fast as a pancake. 1 second she was laughing brightly, the next, her face darkened, and her eyes turned cunning. She kept on rambling. "Oh, don't mind me. Whether you two are flirting or not, I don't care. I just need to kill some monsters." Staring at Dongdu's shocked, speechless expression and crooked mouth, Kim Jong-han started saying things that didn't sound human. "Heh. Just imagining it is fun. How many can I kill this time, I wonder?" Dongdu was scared stiff, sweat pouring down, and said, "Why are your eyes like that?" Without bothering to acknowledge her brother's terrified expression, Kim Jong rattled off a barrage of questions. Where does she live? What's her favorite food? When are you two bringing her to meet the family? Faced with her mountain of questions, Dongdu's face went pale, his soul left his body, eyes rolled back, and he stuttered. This, in his head, he was screaming, "This gorilla sister of mine has truly lost it." Nara stood in front of her apartment, sighing. She didn't want to go home at all. She never thought she'd actually say that. She thought back to what happened yesterday between her and Choi Hyeon. Yesterday was truly insane. Oh, Choi's story was so shocking that I apologized without even thinking. But facing her now is a bit awkward. What can I even do? Nara pushed the elevator button, her mind still racing. Choi probably doesn't have anywhere else to go now, so I have to treat her well, consider it an act of atonement. As soon as she walked through the door, Nara let out a long breath. I'm so tired. From inside the room, Choi Hyeon poked her head out. "You're back, Nara." Nara jumped and shouted, "Eek! You're back early today." Choi Hyeon replied cheerfully, "Haha, I was waiting for you." Nara was surprised. "Huh? Why?" Choi Hyeon continued. "I've decided to move out." Nara was stunned. What's wrong with her? Doesn't she have nowhere else to go? Not long before that, Choi Hyeon was lying on the bed, worrying. Ugh, I'm going crazy. I couldn't find a hidden dungeon today either. If I could just find a clue, that would be great. But there's nothing. My body is getting weirder and weirder. She thought about the terrifying scene. Nothing had happened today, but who knew when it would strike again? Lifting her hand, Choi Hyeon looked at the ring on her index finger. Maybe it really is because of this ring. If it happens inside a dungeon, it's no big deal. But if it suddenly explodes outside, that would be a huge problem. Except for dungeons, the place she spent the most time was Nara, was eating, and asked, "My place, right?" Choi Hyun smiled. "That's right. So, I'm going to move out." Nara replied, "I see. It's a bit sudden, but I understand. When are you planning to move? Have you found a new place yet?" Choi Hyun answered, "I just started looking, probably in about 2 weeks." Nara changed the subject. "I get it, but your cooking is really good. Did you really make all this yourself?" Choi Hyun replied happily, "Yeah, as long as I have the ingredients, I can cook quite a few dishes. I haven't been cooking lately, so I was a bit worried. It's a relief that it turned out okay. When I was living with An Hyung-chan, I used to cook for him every day." "Die, you piece of trash." "Ah, he's dead." Nara spat out her rice, shocked. Why did she suddenly attack like that? An Hyung-chan was worried, seeing that. "Are you okay? Eat slowly." Nara thought to herself. "That's my fault." It really was. Suddenly, Nara's phone rang. "Who's calling?" Looking at the screen, Nara suddenly shouted. "Huh?" Choi Hyun asked. "What's wrong?" Nara cheered, her eyes tearing up. "Choi, I passed the first round of the test." Choi Hyun joined in the joy. "Oh, really? Where at?" Nara screamed. "Peihyoke Guild." "Oh my god. Thank God. Please let me pass the second round too. If I do, I'll definitely offer you a proper sacrifice." Choi Hyun wondered, when does the second test take place? Nara was still bursting with excitement. She replied, "In 3 days. They said I'll be teamed up with the others who passed the first round to enter the dungeon. Starting tomorrow, we'll go through a 2-day, 1-night training session before we head in." Nara stood up and threw her arms toward the ceiling. "Oh my god, I'm so hyped. Let's go crazy tonight. Bring some beer over." Choi Hyun was just as excited. "All right, let's drink until we pass out." With a toast, Nara flopped onto the bed. "Heh, this is too much fun. This is what it means to be alive. So much fun, good night, Choi." Choi Hyun looked at her, she was truly hammered. Choi Hyun pressed her cheek against the pillow. "So soft, good night, Nara." Suddenly, Nara had a thought and asked, "Choi, I did a good job, didn't I?" Choi Hyun teased her. "Nara, are you fishing for a compliment?" Nara retorted indignantly, "I am not." Nara's face was already flushed. "Whatever. I don't know why I even expected anything from you." Choi Hyun encouraged her, saying she should just be herself like always. "When you were with the Hansen Guild, everyone praised your work. You passed the first round, didn't you? So why be afraid?" Nara looked surprised, her cheeks still bright red. "Thank you." Choi Hyun kept teasing her. "Aha, you really were fishing for a compliment, weren't you?" Nara brushed it off. "Good night." Just as she was about to drift off, Choi Hyun's phone lit up. Nara was already fast asleep by then. Choi Hyun opened her phone, wondering, who's texting at this hour? It was a message from Kim Dong-do. "Do you want to join the Peihawk Guild?" Choi Hyun sat bolt upright and laughed. "Huh? The Peihawk Guild?" She put her phone away and muttered to herself. "You should have taken me to the hidden dungeon instead of some guild or another." The next morning, Kim Dong-do asked to meet Choi Hyun, and it seemed his sister had come along too. She introduced herself. "Hello, Miss Choi. I'm Kim Dong-do's sister. I've heard so much about you." Choi Hyun was surprised. "Huh? He talks about me? And why are you looking for me? What's this about?" Kim Dong-do stood behind his sister, waving his hand to signal her to stay quiet. Choi Hyun was confused. "What's wrong with him?" The sister took off her glasses and said, "We're siblings after all, so I just wanted to see you with my own eyes. You're the first person I know who dared to turn down an invitation from PO. So, I've come to extend a formal invitation. Choi Hyun, do you not plan on joining?" Chapter 13. Kim Dong-do's sister smiled triumphantly. She figured this was an offer no hunter could refuse. She would receive all the benefits that hunters only dream of. She continued speaking to Choi Hyun. "In this cramped world of hunters, you know that being an unknown hunter picked up by a guild as big as ours is a miracle. And you're even a C rank. All you need to do is enter the dungeon with us. Even though your rank is low, I'm sure it won't be a problem. Kim Dong-do will protect you. Opportunities like this don't come around every day." "Oh, and you'll make a lot of money too," Choi Hyun replied coldly. "No." Kim Jong-han was stunned. "What?" Kim Dong-do looked embarrassed. Sister Kim Jong-han asked Choi Hyun, "Why? Why are you refusing? Don't you know what kind of place Peihawk is?" No, don't tell me you don't know who I am." Kim Jong-han wasn't desperate yet. "Right, she doesn't know who I am. So she probably thinks I'm a scammer otherwise. Why would she turn me down?" But Choi Hyun quickly extinguished Kim Jong-han's hope. I know you're one of the Wonder siblings, right? Kim Jong-han still couldn't believe it. She shouted, "Then why are you still turning me down?" Kim Dong-do couldn't take it anymore. He told Kim Jong-han, "Sister, would you stop? You're making me so embarrassed." Kim Jong-han ignored him. Wait a second. This is a bit too shocking. How could you know who we are and still say no?" Kim Dong-do tried to stop her. "There must be some personal reason. You heard her, right? Can we go home now?" He worriedly thought, "I have to get out of here fast. Otherwise, she'll find out I've been lying about my relationship with Choi Hyun." Choi Hyun looked at the two siblings, thinking, Jong Kim, Kim Dong-do Kim, both S-rank. Becoming an S-rank awakened individual is a miracle. That's why I remember their names, and the media calls them the Wonder siblings. But why did they come looking for me? Kim Jong-han slumped over. "No, I don't know where else to go to find teammates." Choi Hyun asked. "What do you mean? In your guild, aren't there any hunters?" Kim Dong-do answered awkwardly. Well, it's just that we can't find the right members to form a team, that's all. Nothing major." Then he turned and said, "Come on, let's get going." Kim Dong-do said to Choi Hyun, "See you later." Kim Jong-han shouted, "Forget it. If you won't go to the dungeon with me, don't you ever see my Kim Dong-do again." Kim Dong-do interrupted. "Sister, have you lost your mind?" Kim Jong-han kept shouting, "I dare you to try meeting him." Kim Dong-do, standing next to her, wouldn't stop crying out, "Stop it, sister." Choi Hyun spoke up. "Oh, so that's what you mean?" Kim Dong-do. Kim Dong-do panicked. Wait. You know what I'm like, right? You don't need to listen to this gorilla." Choi Hyun said cheerfully, "Sorry, but I don't like you." Kim Dong-do felt like he'd been struck by lightning. "I haven't even confessed to you yet. So unfair, this girl, honestly." Kim Jong-han laughed out loud at that. "So, it's one-sided?" Suddenly, a terrifying feeling washed over Choi Hyun. "What is this feeling? Where is it coming from?" Kim Dong-do wondered. "What are you looking at?" Choi Hyun asked. "Can't you feel it?" Choi Hyun shouted in shock. "Behind us! Look behind us! We have to leave here right now!" Behind Kim Dong-do and Jeon, a massive purple light exploded. All three of them ran for their lives. Kim Dong-do asked, "Damn it. How did you know that?" Choi Hyun replied, "How should I know? You idiot. Just run." The purple light destroyed everything. Even sturdy buildings couldn't escape the damage. Glass shattered, and skyscrapers collapsed. Choi Hyun looked at the scene behind them. It was swallowing everything in its path. Kim Dong-do replied, If you had noticed a second later, we'd be goners for sure." Choi Hyun was still looking at the massive purple vortex. "Isn't that the entrance to a dungeon?" The Hunter Special Task Force had arrived at the scene. "It's dangerous. Retreat immediately. Everyone, do not cross this line." The nearby residents were panicking and whispering, "Oh my God, what is happening?" Kim Dong-do was with Choi Hyun and said, "This is crazy, absolutely crazy. If we get sucked into this dungeon, we'll be crushed to pieces." Choi Hyun asked, "Hey, when are we going in?" Kim Dong-do asked her, "You want to go in?" Choi Hyun replied, "Of course. This is a new dungeon, so there's no need to wait for an invitation. First come, first served." Kim Dong-do agreed. "Deal." Kim Jong-han shouted at a woman in the special task force. "Why not?" The woman replied, "We cannot proceed until we have the results." She was Song A-kyung, an A-rank support for the Seoul Special Hunter Task Force. Kim Dong-do asked, "Sister, what did you do wrong this time?" Kim Jong-han replied unhappily, "It's not that. We found this dungeon, but they won't let us enter." Kim Dong-do asked Song A-kyung, "Do you know who we are? Why are you being so difficult?" Song A-kyung replied, "If everyone follows the proper procedure, I will accept it." Kim Jong-han shouted angrily, "Do you know how long it takes to follow that procedure? What if the dungeon closes in the meantime?" "Huh?" Song A-kyung didn't budge. "That won't happen. And you need teammates to enter." Kim Jong-han put her hands on her hips. "My teammates are coming soon. Just let us start." A brown-haired girl carrying a giant staff ran over. It was Nam-jun, an A-rank healer from the Payhawk Guild. She said while running, "Hey, sorry, I'm late." Seeing her, Kim Jong-han asked, "Why is it only Joan?" Nam-jun replied, They thought that if there were 2 S-rank hunters, they wouldn't really need them." Kim Jong-han held her head in frustration. Kim Jong-han rushed over to Kim Dong-do. "Oh, miss. Choi, nobody wants to come with us unless you?" Kim Jong-han stopped abruptly. "Hey, Kim Dong-do Choi?" Kim Dong-do was equally surprised. "Huh? Where did she go?" Everyone, without saying a word, looked at the vortex. No way did she go into the dungeon. The 4 of them stood on the ground. completely shocked. Kim Jong-han gasped in disbelief. No way. Kim Jong-han stared at the dungeon gate opening before her eyes. Kim Dong-du couldn't help but feel uneasy. Did she go into the dungeon? He thought to himself. The way she acts makes me want to call her a crazy woman sometimes. The healer, Jeon, turned to Kim Dong-du. Hunter Kim Dong-du? What should we do? He replied. Do we really go in? If the guild leader finds out, I'm going to be in so much trouble. Kim Jong-han retorted. What are you talking about? She wanted to go in just as much. Kim Dong-du still couldn't get used to his sister's behavior. Sister, she's weird. Kim Jong-han flared up. Then your sister wants to be weird too. Without another word, she ran toward the dungeon. I'm going. Kim Dong-du couldn't believe it and shouted. What? Then he quickly grabbed his agitated sister and yelled, Quickly, hold her back. Kim Jong-han struggled. Hey Kim Dong-du, let me go. You want to die? At that moment, John and the support from the Seoul Task Force had no choice but to run over as well. Kim Dong-du was miserable and couldn't help but regret what he'd said earlier. This sister of mine is truly crazy. Why am I surrounded by crazy people? The support called out while holding on to Kim Jong-han. Hunter Kim Dong-du. Did Hunter Choi Hyun really go inside? Kim Dong-du answered the support, looking embarrassed. That's right. Kim Dong-du was suspicious. What was that? Why are you acting like you know her? Just deny it and say there's nothing going on. Dong-du thought to himself. Wait, why is she asking about Choi Hyun? Usually, people would be interested in Choi Hyun. He quickly brushed the thought aside. What do I do now? We can't enter the dungeon. Even if they were allowed in, they shouldn't go together. If Choi Hyun, who is supposed to be C rank, is seen fighting like an A rank, she'll be accused of cheating and thrown in jail. Images of Choi Hyun being arrested flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but mutter, this is such a pain. Just then, a technician spoke up. The dungeon measurements are in. Kim Jong-han's eyes lit up. So, I'm allowed to enter the dungeon, right? The technician hesitated. Well, that's the current reading is B rank. But this is just a preliminary estimate of the energy output, so it's just a rough figure before a dungeon break. Kim Jong-han listened intently. John was stunned. So, the number of monsters inside could be much higher, right? The technician continued. That's why I have to call the association urgently to request entry. Kim Jong-han snapped. What if the dungeon breaks while you're doing that? Do you want a repeat of what happened 8 years ago? Dong-du's face darkened. Chi? Kim Jong shouted at him. If you can't help, just be quiet. Dong-du broke out in a cold sweat. Choi Hyun is in danger. With that, he took off like a flash. I'm heading in first. Kim Jong-han didn't expect her little brother to make such a snap decision. Hey, I'm going too. She immediately followed him into the dungeon where Choi Hyun was. She sighed, disappointed. Man, this is boring. I've been walking around this dungeon for ages and found nothing. Since it's so big, I expected something. Just as she finished her sentence, she was drawn to a structure in front of her. Huh? What's that? A building with magnificent pillars appeared, hidden amidst the trees. Choi Hyun mused. It really is fascinating to see relics like this in a dungeon. As she observed it, she thought, this must have been built by humans. Where did they all go? I guess no one will ever know. Even the monsters in the dungeon can't talk. She wondered, but then thought, wait, how did I even know the dungeon would appear here? A chain reaction? Just then, a creature flying from the sky interrupted her train of thought. Choi Hyun looked smug, as if she had expected it. You're here? I've been waiting for you. Above her, a stark white creature appeared. Waving massive wings, it had no body, just a single, giant eye staring down at her. Choi Hyun couldn't help but scoff. Wow, you're ugly as hell. Hey, aren't those wings heavy? The creature roared in anger, diving toward her and unleashing beams of light that shattered the ground. Choi Hyun nimbly dodged, springing into the air. She moved with lightning speed, perfectly evading the rain of attacks. With a single leap, she delivered a powerful punch. Don't you have anything else to say? She shouted. Then die, you ugly freak. Her fist aimed straight for the creature's only eye. It let out a piercing, painful shriek as blood splattered everywhere. She covered her ears, grumbling, ugh, so noisy. It doesn't even have a mouth. So where is that sound coming from? Thud. It hit the ground and went silent. Choi Hyun cheered. Finally. It's a bit quieter now. The creature let out a low gurgle in a pool of its own blood. Curious, she stepped closer. Huh? You're still alive? Stronger than I thought, huh? She covered her mouth, excited. Ha. That's great. It would have been a pity if you kicked the bucket after just one punch. Choi Hyun looked around suspiciously. But why was there only one? This doesn't feel right. Where are the others? Immediately, That harsh, ear-piercing sound echoed again. Choi Hyun smirked. There it is. So that scream earlier was just to call your buddies, huh? Yikes. Behind her, the sky was filled with bizarre creatures, the same type as the one before, headless, with giant purple eyes and massive wings. Choi Hyun was thrilled. Whoa, that's way too many. The creatures went berserk, raining down attacks upon her like a storm. Are you guys trying to jump me? I'm just one person, she said, nimbly and precisely dodging those wild attacks as if she were enjoying a game. She launched herself into the air and laughed. Ha ha, is that all the skills you've got? She realized the key to the ugly creature's attack pattern. After the first wave, they needed 10 seconds to refresh their abilities. They were still making that horrific noise. The moment they stopped attacking, she seized the opportunity, slicing through the creature with her bare hands. The ground shook violently. It's pretty inconvenient not having a knife, she thought, but it didn't dampen her excitement. She warmed up her body, saying, "All right, let's keep going." Just then, a screen resembling a computer monitor appeared, displaying a line of text. Stat 1 has increased. Immediately after, a series of lines appeared, repeating dozens of times. Choi Hyun was surprised. How come? She doubted herself. I feel like I've seen this before, haven't I? She turned back to look at the creatures, speculating. Could it be because they're higher level than those illegal dungeons? Just then, the weird monsters flew up again. She seemed to have found a new source of joy, completely immersed in the thrill. Looking at her blood-stained hands, she said, "Still have a whole feast left." Her expression was ecstatic, like she'd found her favorite meal. Nam Jong-soo turned pale, anxiously muttering, "Oh no. Hunter Kim Dong-do has already gone in. How am I supposed to stop her on my own?" She quickly turned to seek help from Suwon. "Haven't you received the dungeon entry permit yet?" Extron tried to reassure her. "It's coming." Panicking, Nam Jong-soo noticed Jeonhan's strange expression and asked, "Hunter Kim, Jeonhan, what's wrong?" Jeonhan, on the contrary, was extremely excited, clasping her hands together with a smile. The boy went in to save the person he loves, isn't that romantic? Then, her expression immediately darkened. "I have to go in and see." Ak tried to stop her urgently. "Don't, Hunter Jeon. Please don't give yourself any more excuses to go in." But it was too late. She had already bolted. Sounds fun. Song A-kyung, seeing he couldn't catch up, was furious. "I told you it wasn't allowed." Nam Jong-soo saw how angry she was and bowed her head, taking the blame. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Conversely, Han felt no remorse at all, even shouting back, "Nam Jong-soo, if the guildmaster says anything, just tell him something like, Kim Dong-do started it, so it's not my fault, okay? Got it? See you later." Elsewhere, an arm was swinging. It was Choi Hyun. She was fighting a swarm of angels. The system board kept sounding off notifications. Stat 1 has increased. 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 Even though she was fighting a whole swarm, Choi Hyun was truly enjoying the feeling. "It's been so long since I felt this." She fought, sending each one crashing down. As they fell to the ground like shooting stars, she felt as if something within her was being filled. Once she had taken down all the angels surrounding her, she suddenly froze. A restless, burning, churning feeling stirred in her mind. "It's not enough. I need to kill more." Just as she thought that, a giant angel flew right over her. It tucked its wings back, diving at high speed, aiming straight for Choi Hyun. Even so, she didn't panic. Instead, she kicked off, aiming straight for the angel. "I need more power to awaken." Her feet slammed into its head, while her hands gripped one of its wings. "Are you the last one?" The angel realized she was on its head and let out a bizarre, screeching sound. Choi Hyun pulled harder on its wing, starting to rip it away with ease. "Is that all?" "I'm still not satisfied." The angel's wing tore further, accompanied by its high-pitched shrieks. This only made Choi Hyun more satisfied. "That's right, that's it. Cry louder." As she ripped off part of its wing with one hand, she added, "Surely your friends will come to save you now?" The angel, its wing torn, wobbled, and finally hit the ground. Choi Hyun saw that it was spent, so she tossed the ripped wing aside and said, "Status window." Looking at the system board in front of her, she crossed her arms, assessing. "My stats aren't as high as I thought. Huh. Is it because there are fewer of them than the locusts?" Then, in an instant, an event occurred that caught her attention. In the sky, swarms of angels were flying in, almost obscuring the heavens. As expected, there are still plenty left. Choi Hyun pointed her shoes toward the ground, preparing to jump. "All right." She soared upward, excitedly heading toward the swarm of angels. Let's go. But just then, a large rock flew past her head. Choi Hyun looked up, surprised. From the air, massive boulders flew right over her. Choi Hyun watched in shock as they aimed for her prey. The rocks moved with precise coordinates, heading straight for the angels surrounding her. They struck the creature's eyes, shattering them completely. In just a blink, the angels were taken out before they could even react. Choi Hyun hadn't anticipated this. She could only stare in stunned silence as their corpses fell. No, my prey. She turned back, angry, wanting to find out who the culprit was. Seeing a familiar figure, she called out, Kim Dong-do. Dong-do walked out casually with his hands in his pockets. You really are messy, aren't you? Choi Hyun immediately challenged him. Why do you keep getting in my way? He didn't even answer, only reprimanding her instead. What are you doing? You're too loud. Do you want everyone to know you're not C-rank? Don't you realize that doing that will get you arrested and thrown in jail? Choi Hyun replied that she knew. Hearing her say that, he became even more furious. Does this mean you've reached B rank? She didn't respond. I didn't even know they were B ranks. Dong-do heard this and held his face in frustration. You'd better go back to your teacher and relearn everything. Hey Choi Hyun, let me handle them. Remember, you ran away, and I came to rescue you. Got it? Choi Hyun replied. Got it. But why? Because the police officer you saw earlier is a pain. She sticks to you like a leech. Seriously? Clears throat. So, what should I do now? Dong-do stepped forward to pick up the angel wing that Hyun had torn off earlier and instructed her, for now, just keep pretending to be C rank. If this is a B rank dungeon, it should take about 3 days. If I've entered this, does that mean she'll be coming in soon? 3 days? Seeing her look surprised, Choi Hyun looked at the wing and asked, What's wrong? What should I do with this thing? Choi Hyun revealed, It's the day of Nara's test. I have to go cheer for her. Dong-do pulled out a roll of bandages and handed them to her. I'm sure she'll do fine. She's better than you. Here, take this to wipe yourself off. Choi Hyun acted angry, but still accepted it. Do you want to see again? Ah, done. Did Song-a-kyung check up on you? Did you do anything? After receiving the bandages, Choi Hyun was immediately cleaned of the layers of blood on her body. It's really clean. Is it okay? Hearing her denial, Dong-do was slightly suspicious. Really, that's hot news. Choi Hyun finally revealed something about a time she had to defend herself. Dong-do was suspicious. Self-defense? Exactly what did you do? Choi Hyun recounted. My boyfriend abandoned me in the dungeon, so I took care of him. Dong-do was silent for a few seconds before asking further. Does anyone else know about this? Choi Hyun handed the bandage back to him, speaking in a tone as if it were nothing serious. Well, it's fine. Just me. Everyone else was killed. Dong-do was even angrier, pressing her head down. Good God, you're actually proud of that? Choi Hyun clutched her head. That hurts. You said you liked me. He roared. I don't like you. I lied, so that gorilla sister of mine wouldn't find out I ran out to look for a hidden dungeon. From behind, Jeon-han had been standing there and heard everything he said about self-defense. Hidden dungeon? She reached out and grabbed Dong-do's face. Instantly, an earthquake occurred right next to Choi Hyun, causing dirt and rocks to fly up, obscuring their vision. Jeon-han's face darkened, appearing extremely angry. She had now overpowered Dong-do and pinned him to the ground. Dong-do couldn't handle his sister, so he just gritted his teeth and looked up. Kim Jeon-han maintained that position, but looked up at Choi Hyun. Miss Choi, about what my brother just said, can you explain? Returning to the past, a commotion was happening outside the Hwazong Guild. It's the Hwazong Guildmaster. Everyone, quickly raise your cameras. Park Jun was the center of attention for the reporters, who constantly pointed their cameras at him. Hunter Park Jun, you are the first person in Korea to complete a hidden dungeon. How do you feel right now? How did you discover the hidden dungeon? The hidden dungeon, he had to be surrounded by bodyguards to escape. What items did you find in there? Please say a few words to the public. Where did it appear? And why did it appear? Among the reporters chasing him, a woman stepped forward from behind the crowd. It was none other than Jeon-han. She was extremely furious to the point of gritting her teeth to hold it back. No one knew. But one thing was certain, she shouted. Park Jun, those items in there are very special. Then Jeon-han loudly questioned him. Did you really kill them all, just for some stupid items? Park Jun lazily lifted his eyelids, then looked at the shouting Jeon-han and admitted, That's right. Isn't that obvious? Just waiting for that. Kim Jeon-han lunged past the reporters, aiming her fist straight at Jun. She said, If that's the case, you deserve to die. In the blink of an eye, the bastard's fist reached Park Jun's cheek. The earthquake from the battle happening right then caused dirt and rocks to fly everywhere. The surrounding reporters saw this and fled. Everyone, run. Two S-ranks are fighting. If we get close, we'll die. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-han had pinned Jun to the ground. However, she didn't punch his face but aimed right next to it. Her tears fell onto Park Jun's cheek. The deaths in the dungeon only prove one truth. Why did you do that? You could have brought everyone out. The weak don't deserve to live. Is it because of me? Because I left Kim Jong-han? Jun just closed his eyes. Believe whatever you want. That's all there is. Back to the present. Kim Jong-han was still pinning Dong-du to the ground. Please explain it to me. Miss Choi, why did you go with my brother to find a hidden dungeon? Choi Hyun started assessing the situation. Kim Dong-du was being overwhelmed. Is there really a power gap even among S-ranks? Jeon-han continued to press her. And how is that any different from murder? Choi Hyun regained her confidence and replied, so that's why he's always so cautious around his sister. How unfair, I'm suddenly being called a murderer. Is dying in a dungeon just supposed to be expected? Despite saying that, internally she was analyzing Kim Jong-han's reaction. More importantly, this person's reaction was very strange. If she were an S-rank, she must have witnessed countless deaths in dungeons. But why was she so sensitive? To dig for more information, she continued to add fuel to the fire. There must be a reason why people die in dungeons. Is it all because someone died? Han's eyes lit up. Really? Dong-du, who was being pinned by his sister, felt confused. Why is Choi Hyun provoking her like that? How is she going to deal with her? But Jeon-han's voice cut off his train of thought. Then I suppose you won't complain, right? Even if you die right here. Seeing that his sister had gone crazy, even Dong-du was cautious. She's been provoked into a frenzy. Choi Hyun, not only unafraid but also provocative, said, just try and kill me, she thought to herself. So curious. Just how strong is this person? But just then, the ground underneath Kim Jong-han suddenly opened up. The ground opened and sank, swallowing Han. She looked around in confusion. Where is this? Then, she looked at where Dong-du had been lying. A pit? Realizing this was the work of her precious younger brother, she gritted her teeth. That brat Kim Dong-du dares to run away? In another location, the ground also rose, then broke apart. Sister, let's just take it easy in life. Dong-du emerged from the ground. Why do you have to sit on me like that? It's so embarrassing. Choi Hyun found it quite amusing, watching him emerge as if he were rising from the dead, which made Dong-du shyly fall silent. Dong-du took out the roll of bandages to clean the dirt off his body. Look, we don't need to provoke her. You saw it. She's a crazy gorilla now. Choi Hyun was furious, biting his hand. Who are you calling crazy? Dong-du shrieked. Have you lost your mind? Let me go. Meanwhile, Jeon-han was still looking at Choi Hyun with suspicion. Stay away from that woman, Kim Dong-du. If you keep standing there watching, she might be even crazier. How could you go into a dungeon with someone who doesn't care about the lives of others? Even going together to find a hidden dungeon. What if she is using you for some other purpose? Dong-du immediately tried to justify it. Sister, please listen to me for a moment. I was the one who asked her to come along. If we find the items in the hidden dungeon, we can become much stronger than before. Jeon-han interrupted. But I told you that you don't need to do that. She suddenly lost control when talking about hidden dungeons. Hidden dungeons are just an illusion. Do you know how many hunters have died just to find that vanity called hidden items? Wake up, Kim Dong-du. There are other ways to become stronger than hidden dungeons. I am the one who helped you become this strong. Hearing this, Dong-du stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Choi Hyun thought, other ways to become stronger? Is there really another way besides raising stats? And more importantly, isn't he an S rank already? Unlike what she had heard from Nara, before she could fully understand, an object swung right under her eyes. It was Jeon-han, who had drawn her sword and attacked her. Choi Hyun received a direct slash. Dong-du, standing beside her, couldn't intervene in time, and took the full brunt of the slash, causing Choi Hyun to fall to the ground. Choi Hyun. Kim Jong-han didn't hold back at all. A mere C rank dares to put on airs like that? Inside a dungeon, there are no guarantees. Meanwhile, outside, the dungeon door was still hovering. Nam Jong-soo stood to the side, breaking out in a cold sweat. Song A-kyung stood to the side, her face darkening as she bit her fingernails. Seeing that terrifying appearance, Jong-soo didn't dare to approach, only silently crying inside. I can't breathe. When will I get authorized? Zahn suddenly ran over from behind to report Officer Song A-kyung. The dungeon's authority and entrance have encountered problems. Back to Choi Hyun's location. After Jeon-han's slash, she had collapsed, and Dong-du immediately caught her. Are you out of your mind? Jeon-han looked away. I only used the tip of the blade. As long as she doesn't die, it's fine. Looking at the unconscious Choi Hyun, Dongdu gritted his teeth. That's ridiculous. She only survived because she's A rank. If she were a C rank, she wouldn't have been able to withstand that. She's more seriously injured than I thought. We have to treat her quickly. Jeonhan urged him again. Kim Dongdu, let's go. We still have a dungeon to clear. Dongdu froze. What about her? Jeonhan coldly remarked. If she's the type to die over such trivial things, she'd be weeded out sooner or later. That's exactly why people like her keep throwing themselves into hidden dungeons. Dongdu was stunned by her words. What? That's a bit harsh, don't you think? I'm just stating facts. I can give you everything you need. You know that, right? I'm the reason you are where you are today. Dongdu looked at her, his eyes gleaming with a cold, sharp intensity. You know that's not the real reason you left the Hwazong Guild, right? Flashback to 12 years ago, the first dungeon break in South Korea occurred. The government failed to respond in time, resulting in about 10,000 casualties. Our parents were among the victims. After their sudden deaths, my sister became the pillar of our family. During the funeral, Dongdu, just a kid back then, was in tears, asking Jeonhan, Sis, what are we going to do now? Jeonhan was only a high school student, still shell-shocked by the loss of our parents. She was too young to bear that kind of pain. She was only 16 at the time. After that day, the world began to change rapidly around the Awakened, and Jeonhan quickly became one of them, rising to fame and catching everyone's attention. Please look this way. Hunter Kim, Jeonhan, can you give us a smile? Tell us. How does it feel to be an S-Rank Awakened? Can you tell us about your family? The news covered it constantly. South Korea's 4th S-Rank has appeared. Kim Jeonhan is currently undergoing hunter training. Which guild will she choose? Everyone was dying to know which guild she would join first. The spotlight had shifted. Hunter Kim Jeonhan. You have a younger brother, don't you? If he awakens, will he be an S-Rank too? That would be a true miracle. I love it. Meet the miracle siblings. So, what happened? It started with the sister and eventually spread to the brother. It happened one day while Dongdu was at school. Hey, what are you doing? Kim Dongdu just stole the ball. Kim Dongdu, shoot for the goal. The boy kicked it, but it missed the goal. The ball got stuck on the wall. Oh my god, the ball is stuck on the wall. And then I awakened too, but only as a C rank. Scene change. When Dongdu rushed home to ask Jeonhan, Sis, did you leave the Hwazong Guild? Why did you suddenly join Payhop? What happened at Hwazong? Jeonhan didn't answer but held out a small box. Oh, perfect timing. Eat this. What is this? Inside was a wine-red stone, a mana stone. Why are you giving me this? Jeonhan explained. This is a red mana stone. They say eating it helps increase your stats. It's extremely rare, so don't tell anyone, okay? Dongdu was taken aback. Really? Does something like this actually exist? Can I really have it? It's fine. Just take it. I got it for you. It's hard to come by, but I'll try to bring you as many as I can. But in exchange, you cannot report your awakening until you reach S rank. Dongdu froze, then shouted in frustration. Then why are you even giving me this? How long am I supposed to keep hiding this? I want to train, take on missions, and do things properly right now. But Jeonhan cut him off. That was the condition Payhop set. Only a few people know about this mana stone. I heard it can only be obtained from a specific dungeon controlled by Payhop. We can't let the outside world know how fast you're getting stronger. You're a C rank, but this is your chance to become an S rank. Isn't that a good thing? Yet, Dongdu remained firm in his refusal. I don't need it. Even without that useless thing, I can still become a hunter. I'm going to report my awakening right now. Jeonhan didn't give up, continuing her brainwashing. Even if you become a hunter, you're still too weak and will die immediately. That's why I'm stopping you from reporting it. Do you still not understand? Hunters aren't allowed to be weak. If you're not strong, you lose everything. That's why Mom and Dad died, because they were too weak. If you don't want to die, you need to become stronger, and I will ensure that. Hearing this, Dongdu went silent. Understand? Kim Dongdu. He stood quietly, then softly replied, Yes. Whether what she said was right or wrong, he had no choice. All he could do now was, after swallowing the mana stone, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Jeonhan reached out, sitting down in front of him. She placed both hands on his cheeks as if to comfort him, but her face lacked any trace of pity. Just then, the system window flickered continuously. Dongdu's stats increased instantly. Kim Dongdu, B rank. Strength, 1,942. Intelligence, 2,050. Stamina, 1,678. Agility, 1,784. Only now did Jeonhan smirk, hugging Dongdu. It worked. All he had to do was keep getting stronger. Even though he was already stronger, there was no joy in Dongdu's eyes. He seemed to just accept everything before him. Yeah, I need to get stronger, otherwise I'm nothing. If I can't handle this, I'll just be stuck in place. Back to reality, Jeonhan was still urging him on. I'm glad you understand. Now, leave that girl behind and let's go. But Dongdu refused to listen anymore, regardless of her planning. Let's clear out the minions before reaching the boss. It's been a while since I've been in a dungeon. Let's go all out. Just then, he interrupted her. Do you know why I kept looking for hidden dungeons? Jeonhan was confused. Isn't it because that girl tricked you? She made you believe you'd get stronger, but Dongdu finally voiced what he had always thought. You want me to be strong, right? Then why did you stop me from getting stronger through hidden dungeons? You even went as far as picking a fight with someone you'd never met, Jeonhan countered. Because that's not a place to get stronger. What kind of sister just watches her brother die? Exactly. That's what I keep saying. If you're not strong, you lose everything. That only meant she still thought he was weak. But I don't care about that anymore. No matter how strong I get, you'll always think I'm weak. If you're going to be like that, just stay away from me, whether I live or die. Kim Jeonhan, unhappy with this, drew her sword. So, you're really planning to go to that hidden dungeon? Dongdu said firmly. Yes. Do you want me to tell you what happened when I returned? Jeonhan immediately swung her sword straight at him. Then you won't mind dying right here, would you? The result would be the same anyway. Dongdu activated his ability, manipulating the earth beneath them. Who said, I'm just going to die? The ground around him immediately rose up into sharp rock formations. The rocks flew into the air, targeting Jeonhan, who was hovering above. She showed no signs of flinching, even looking dismissive. Such a useless trick. Just one slash. The rocks seemed to lose their effect. She just needed to shatter them all. Choi Hyeon had woken up by now, and Dongdu conferred with her. She only has brute strength and no brain. We have to try to stall her somehow. What are you doing? You idiot. We need the male healer to treat you. I'm fine, really. He dismissed her, but she retorted. Fine, my foot. However, Choi Hyeon moved out of his arms to sit up. All right, I guess I can get up now. She even stood up straight, despite her head still being covered in blood. Thank you. I actually had a nice little rest. By the way, your sister is really angry, isn't she? Dongdu was surprised by her rapid recovery. Wait, how are you feeling? Seeing her showing no signs of pain, and even stretching, left Dongdu completely baffled. Why was she perfectly healthy? After stretching, Choi Hyeon put her hands down, then placed one on her hip, looking very ready for what was to come. All right, let's start again, Dongdu called out. Hey! Choi Hyeon looked at him, his pupils constricted, face full of worry. How much did you hear? Choi Hyeon replied. Since the part where your sister went crazy? Even though I'm not entirely sure, I have to say, you two siblings are quite entertaining. Choi Hyeon recalled what she had heard. I don't care anymore. No matter how strong I get, you'll always think I'm weak. If you're going to be like that, don't worry about me. Even if I live or die. The more he thought about it, the more flustered he looked. He shouted while clutching his head. Wait, so you heard everything from the start? Oh my god. Kim Dongdu was beyond embarrassed. While the two argued, the sharp rocks in the air kept shooting up from the ground. Jeonhan, while fighting them off, was still thinking about what her brother had said. If you're not strong, you lose everything. That's why Mom and Dad died. Why can't this kid understand? I at least have to keep him from falling into that same fate. So why on earth was he rebelling now? To the point of saying he could decide his own life and death. If it wasn't for that woman, how did he end up like this? She slashed horizontally at a rock. If this brat is planning to die in some hidden dungeon, I'd rather deal with him right here, right now. At least that way, his body will stay intact. The stones fell one by one after being slashed by Jeonhan, making a significant amount of noise. The moment his embarrassed shout echoed, Jeonhan froze. Kim Dongdu is screaming? Jeonhan worriedly tried to peer through the smoke. Is he seriously hurt? Is it my fault? The smoke is so thick I can't see a thing. She landed on the ground and rushed toward him. Kim Dongdu. What happened? But the scene before her made her stop in her tracks. Choi Hyeon was already back on her feet, talking to Jeonhan. You came in here? She thought. What's going on? Choi Hyeon said confidently. I was just thinking about how to lure you in there. Why is she still standing? Her calmness stirred suspicion in Jeonhan. Even though her energy was depleted, that last hit should have left a C rank severely injured. How is she still okay? She checked the system window, but Choi Hyeon's stats were hidden. I can't read her rank at all. Is she an S rank like me? No way. This isn't the power of an S rank. Did she use an item to mask her stats? In reality, she's probably already at A rank. Why would Kim Dong-do lie and say she's C rank, and so clumsily at that? Dong-do suddenly stepped in front of Choi Hyun. You should retreat while you still can. Why? How can I help? Jeonhan remained suspicious. The kid must have a reason. She watched her younger brother arguing with Choi Hyun. Help? What help? This is my fight. Get out of the way. Even if I run, we're still trapped in this dungeon, aren't we? You're so annoying, bro. You don't trust me at all. That's not what I meant. Jeonhan still didn't trust Choi Hyun. She must have a motive for wanting to find the hidden dungeon. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun was ready to move. Fine, I'm going. What the? She just dashed straight toward Jeonhan, ignoring Dong-du's calls. Hyun lunged. Ignoring his pleas, she had already wound up her fist. Can you stop standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and follow me. Jeonhan stood still, even though Choi Hyun's fist was closing in. Maybe this woman was once C rank and somehow managed to boost her stats. Or perhaps she has regeneration abilities strong enough to heal after my attacks. These powers aren't things you just get from awakening. Yet, just as Choi Hyun thought she had gained the upper hand, her fist couldn't reach Kim Jeonhan. It was as if a vacuum force from behind pulled Choi Hyun. Even she couldn't predict it. Finally, her whole body was dragged backward, slamming hard into the stone wall behind. Choi Hyun! After the impact, she collapsed to the ground. Now she was truly evaluating Kim Jeonhan. What kind of power is this? I didn't even realize she was attacking. It felt like something had grabbed her from behind, and before she could process it, a heavy weight from beneath the earth pinned her down. Choi Hyun was surrounded by soil, pressed tightly, and now it was emerging from underneath. So she can even change the direction of her attacks? I can't breathe, I can't move at all. It felt like her spine was being pulled down, like a mountain was crushing her. Seeing her struggle, Jeonhan spoke up. I expected more from you. Is that all you've got? Even those dungeon items aren't really anything to brag about. Choi Hyun struggled under the heavy stone. Yet, she still tried to force her words out. Damn it, I just need to move a little. Jeonhan saw no potential in her words. Can you just lie still? If you keep pushing yourself, Choi Hyun wouldn't listen. As soon as she tried to prop herself up, a wave of pain surged through her, and she screamed. Jeonhan gave up. It was too late. Choi Hyun could only lie flat on the ground, trying to heal herself. Jeonhan looked down at her with contempt. You recover pretty fast, huh? Then just keep on recovering forever. That's your specialty, right? Dong-du, standing to the side, was frantic. Choi Hyun, but Jeonhan blocked him. Kim Dong-du, don't go near her. Dong-du couldn't take it anymore and lashed back. Enough. Do you think you can make me change my mind like this? Seeing her brother's stubbornness, Jeonhan threatened. Try helping her, and I will crush her until even that regeneration ability is useless. Forget the hidden dungeon and I'll let her live. She cornered him, forcing a choice. Jeonhan sighed helplessly. Don't worry about that. I've been the one making you stronger all this time, haven't I? If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago, she bluntly revealed. You're too weak, Kim Dong-du. You don't have the ability to defeat me, do you? Dong-du's face stiffened. After a long moment, he replied, Are you done talking? Choi Hyun, despite being pinned under the rocks, still tried to add fuel to the fire. Are you saying all this for his own good? What Jeonhan was doing reminded her of her ex-boyfriend, back when she was deceived and manipulated by An Hyung-chan. I'm doing this all for you. Choi, if it weren't for me, you'd be dead. You understand that, right? All those memories flooded back like a slow-motion film in her brain. Stop lying. No one's going to believe that garbage. Choi Hyun wanted to expose Jeonhan. She just wanted to control others to suit her own whims. And you're the last person who should be talking about that. Kim Dong-du, just follow your heart. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger on your own this time? I'm helping you because we're the same. Look at me, Kim Dong-du. I'll show you what we should really be doing. Junsu called out at that moment. Officer, where did everyone go? We need to find them quickly. But wasn't Hunter Kim Dong-du super cool earlier? He ran straight in there to save that girl without looking back. Song Ae-kyung replied calmly. Well, that's true. In high spirits, Junsu predicted. I think things are going to get chaotic in the Poke area for a while. Hunter Kim Dong-du is super popular with the girls, but Song Ah-kyung just nodded along. Yeah, I think so too. Then Junsu suddenly fell silent for a long time. She observed carefully and asked, Is the sky here always this red? Song Ae-kyung replied, No, it was normal just a moment ago, wasn't it? Nam Junsu had a bad feeling and shouted, Don't tell me the dungeon is starting to collapse. Unexpectedly, Song Ae-kyung shared the same concern. That's a high possibility. Jeonsu couldn't wait any longer and urged, "This can't be happening. We have to finish this dungeon quickly. Let's go." Right. A seismic tremor tore through the earth and rock. Choi Hyun was about to be buried, but resisted firmly, forcing those nearby to try to persuade her. "Choi Hyun, stop. If you keep pushing yourself like that, you'll die." Jeonhan also felt extremely bewildered. What is she trying to do? In her current state, she shouldn't even be able to move. Then, Jeonhan's eyes widened in surprise as she heard savage, primal roars. After regaining her composure, Jeonhan couldn't help but wonder, what is this ear-piercing sound? It feels like the screech of a monster, sharpening its claws against my throat. Dongdu tried to keep his footing while observing, wondering to himself, how is Choi Hyun even stronger now than she was at the black market? Even before entering the dungeon, she wasn't this strong. Did her stats increase in such a short time? Jeonhan patiently observed. She noticed the monsters had gathered in just an instant. She hadn't expected her to be able to attract so many with just one roar. This girl really has talent. It would be a real waste to let her die like this. If it weren't for the Kim Dong-do business, we might have been good friends. And besides, there are too many of them coming. Looking at the numbers, she figured she must be planning to use them to attack her and then take the chance to escape. But these are just trashy C-rank monsters. Do I really have to go find the boss sap? She seems to have run out of patience, so she's using these monsters to stop me. That's fine too. I can hunt them to my heart's content. The monsters charged toward the center without fear. Jeonhan was shocked again. Are your furs glowing? That's your weapon, isn't it? She used all her might to unleash a series of attacks with her sword, but it didn't affect them at all. The monsters easily dodged the lethal strikes. Jeonhan didn't lose heart, continuing to charge in with an excited voice. It's been a long time since I've had a fight like this. The distance between her and them grew smaller. Jeonhan suddenly stopped to observe and realized, can't these bastards see me? Are their eyes just for decoration? She was even more surprised when they completely ignored Kim Jeonhan, which made her wonder, their attacks, why are they attacking somewhere else? After a moment of observation, Jeonhan realized in shock, no way. Is she using her own body to lure them? A loud explosion occurred immediately afterward. Debris flew up, obscuring the entire sky, and Jeonhan began to feel anxious. The ground was shattered. That really was the only way to escape my skill. But wouldn't she get hurt that way too? Choi Hyun's screams sounded incredibly painful. She was still being attacked relentlessly. Choi Hyun's hand reached out toward the empty space as if pleading for help. Jeonhan stood watching from the outside, still wondering. Even though her regeneration is incredibly strong, that doesn't mean she can't feel pain, right? After all, what could this woman have gone through to make such a decision without hesitation? But even then, she shouldn't be able to break through my skill. Even though they outnumber us, C-rankers are just C-rankers. In that moment, Jeonhan was caught off guard. What was that? Did I misjudge the situation? Choi Hyun's hands began to tremble as they were eroded. It hurts, but this isn't enough. With just this much power, I can't do anything. She barked an order suddenly. What are you idiots doing? Attack harder. Instantly, the status window popped up, confirming the target had been controlled. 30 special effect buffs were applied to the target. A massive strike caused the ground to explode once again. It created a hellish scene right in front of Jeonhan. She quickly calculated the attack power. I wasn't wrong. They've definitely gotten stronger. The status window chimed again. A one-eyed angel, rank A, was watching, which stunned Han even more. Rank A? Did it suddenly level up? The dust cloud began to clear, revealing Choi Hyun's face. She dashed out of the rubble at maximum speed. As soon as she encountered Jeonhan, Choi Hyun groaned. Because of you, I really thought I was going to die. That left her stunned for a moment, thinking, did this woman really help them level up? Jeonhan stammered, Who exactly are you? Choi Hyun laughed loudly. I don't really know anything, but one thing is certain. You have to, quote, die today. Do you really think an S-ranker's body can't handle those spears? Sharp blades suddenly appeared, leaving Choi Hyun and Jeonhan's bodies severely grazed. Seeing that, Dongdu couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is happening? She's being overwhelmed by Choi Hyun? No way. Is she using her own body as bait to lure the monsters in? Is this how humans are supposed to fight? Jeonhan began to writhe in pain, which only excited Choi Hyun more as she lunged forward. She laughed while landing heavy blows. In her agony, Han cursed, damn it, this BT Che. Choi Hyun tried to end the fight with a powerful punch, but was caught off guard by the painful impact. When Joyeon fought back with her sword, she even offered a satisfied smile. Got you. After a long silence, Choi Hyun spoke up unexpectedly. Seems like you haven't gone all out yet, huh? Choi Hyun remained unharmed, floating in the air, with the monsters still fixated on her. Joan Han felt deeply frustrated. Damn it, I let my guard down. She can still use skills in this state? Damn it, this is bad. Usually, she would enjoy the slaughter, but this felt like she was being mocked. Choi Hyun turned back toward Joan Han. You've been waiting a long time, right? She was still in shock. How could she heal from injuries like those? That monster. Droplets of blood from Joan Han's body began to drip onto the ground. She struggled to take a step, wondering, I can't believe she was hiding just to ambush me. What a coward. Before she could steady herself, Choi Hyun appeared suddenly. Still alive, huh? Her flickering presence made Joan Han grit her teeth. Are you crazy? What exactly are you? Choi Hyun mocked her. Not bad for an S-rank body. You've been hit so many times and you're still not dead. Joan Han angrily cut her off. Look at yourself before talking about others. When are you finally going to die? Surprisingly, Choi Hyun answered honestly. How can a human not die? I've already visited the afterlife once. You know? Joan Han realized silently. Is she immortal? Right. It's rare, but there are items related to immortality, although they are limited in use or can only be used once. This information made Choi Hyun ask in surprise. Really? In which dungeon? Joan Han panted while continuing, but those are meant to avoid death. Do you know? Even if you don't die, not everyone is willing to risk their life like you, unless you're a complete lunatic. Seeing Choi Han maintain her arrogant attitude, Joan Han stated her assessment clearly. In short, you're too dangerous to be around my little brother. Her body couldn't move, and she was mocked by Choi Hyun again. Sisterly love, huh? I bet because of you, Kim Dong-do will never have a girlfriend. I don't care about that. Seeing her uncooperative attitude, Joan Han voiced her concern. The problem is that because of you, Kim Dong-do's life is in danger. In the midst of excruciating pain, she tried to gather her strength. I can't even lift my hand. The only thing she could do now. Joan Han spoke her last words while preparing to strike. Forget it. You can just die right here, right now. A surge of power appeared on the ground. Before attacking, Joan Han yelled, Kim Dong-do, get away from her. I don't intend to drag you down with me. He tried to persuade her. Don't, sister. Your body won't be able to take it. Choi Hyun, on the other hand, was incredibly calm, acting as if that was enough. Look, you can't even lift your hand. Whatever, that's not my business. This time, I'm really going to kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew straight toward Joan Han. The monsters gathered quickly, and a wave of power engulfed Joan Han's position. She mobilized her power with her hand, thinking, a gravity orb that can erase the existence of everything, including itself. No, I really didn't want to use this skill, but if she doesn't die, I have no other choice. As soon as that thought passed, Joan Han shouted, Come here, you lunatic. I'll erase your entire existence with this. Unexpectedly, the backlash hit her from behind, and fear began to set in. My wounds are too severe. The risk is truly too high. She poured all her strength into her palm, pushing the energy into the sky. Her thought was, I'm going to die anyway, so I have to take her down with me. The monsters suddenly lost their orientation. Choi Hyun noticed something strange. She laughed loudly. You want to suck everything in there? That skill is interesting. The monsters were pulled toward Joan Han, facing Choi Hyun's question. Aren't you overdoing it? Won't you die too if you do that? Joan Han didn't shy away from confirming it. I'm going to die anyway, so I have to leave this special gift for the one who won't. But Choi Hyun just laughed mockingly. Really? Let me see then. Time to unwrap the gift. I'm so excited. Her attitude made Joan Han confused. You crazy woman. Why are you excited? Laugh while you still can. Soon, I'll crush you into dust. In the control room, the dungeon evaluator was panicked. What? What is happening? This is supposed to be a B-rank dungeon, but why is its magical level exceeding an A rank? No, I'll investigate this later. At this rate, the dungeon will explode. He hurriedly called for help. Hello? Is this the dungeon support team headquarters? I need an immediate emergency evacuation order. Hurry! A large door appeared in the sky, causing a tremor that shook the entire dungeon, startling Dong-do. Is that a dungeon gate? Fragments appeared more and more densely, leading Dong-do to conclude that it couldn't withstand her magic. Song A-kyung, while desperately running away with Joan Han, whispered her own assessment. I noticed something strange on the way here. The mana inside this dungeon is so suffocating, it's hard to breathe. And in the sky, the monsters were rushing in one direction as if attracted by something. And this is only B rank. Except for the boss, the rest of the monsters should only be C rank. But her A rank judgment couldn't see through their level. Could it be because two S-rank hunters entered before us? But that has never happened before. Or was this dungeon strange to begin with? What the hell is that? The scene before her left her eyes wide with shock. What is going on? How can Choi Hyun, a C-rank hunter, be confronting Kim Jong-han? Could she be an unregistered high ranker? The problem is, she needed to capture Choi Hyun immediately, but the dungeon was now unstable due to the collision of their magic. If this continues, the dungeon will explode and countless people will die. I have to stop them, even if it kills me. At that moment, Dong-do also discovered their presence. He shouted hurriedly, "Officer Song A-kyung, wait, this has gone too far." Receiving no response from those present, she shouted angrily, "Hunter Kim Jong-han, Kim Dong-do, and Choi Hyun. All three of you are destroying the dungeon with your mana." She used her power to impose a penalty. "I will forcibly downgrade all three of you." Downgrading to C rank, an external force hit all three of them, causing their bodies to writhe in pain. Jung-han was the one who suffered the most serious consequences. After coughing up blood in agonizing pain, she couldn't stop wondering why she had suddenly been injured. Jung-han hurriedly turned her gaze toward her status window. A notification appeared. Forced demotion. C rank. Current stats and mana reduced significantly. Skill effectiveness reduced by 50%. Duration, 30 days. Her eyes widened in shock. Demoted? That skill, it belongs to that leech. The power source soon began to dissipate. Choi Hyun stared blankly at Jung-han. Before she collapsed onto the ground, she had mentioned the demotion. It was a unique skill that only Song A-kyung could use it forcefully, lowered the target's rank, temporarily restricting their power and mana. It was a last resort, allowed only when the situation was completely out of control, whether inside or outside a dungeon. The user had to suffer severe side effects. Even Song A-kyung's own body sustained heavy damage. Her status window also displayed a notification. Serious side effects of forced demotion. Internal injuries, mana circuit temporarily shattered. All combat stats reduced and cannot be recovered for 1 year. But Song A-kyung breathed a sigh of relief. The mana in the dungeon has stabilized, thank God. But my internal organs are damaged, and my mana circuits are drained. Honestly, the fact that I'm still alive is a miracle. Afterward, A-kyung instructed Hunter Nam Jong-soo, "Please heal Kim Jong-han. Because of my skill, her body has become completely weakened." The hunter immediately agreed. Yes. As Jong-soo approached, she couldn't help but wonder, is she going to be okay? Looking from afar, she seems pretty heavily injured. She exclaimed out of pity. "Oh my God, her condition is critical. Her body is bruised, her limbs are almost torn apart, and her heart, lungs, and liver are all damaged. A normal hunter would have already died. Now, she's stuck with a C-rank body." She immediately began the treatment, carefully calculating. It's going to take time to heal all her internal injuries. For now, I have to provide emergency treatment. Jung-han's body reacted very quickly, which made Nam Jong-soo secretly happy. Her recovery speed is incredible. If this continues, I might even be able to heal her internal organs. Then, she turned her gaze forward. Upon seeing Choi Hyun appear, she thought, that girl is the one who fought with Kim Jong-han earlier. Why is she the only one without a scratch? What is she doing standing there? As soon as that thought crossed her mind, Jong-han angrily shouted, "Hey, you're the reason she's hurt. Get out of here right now." Choi Hyun remained silent for a moment before calmly saying, "Is she still breathing?" This made the red blood in Jong-han's body surge once again. Nam Jong-soo shrieked in panic. "No!" A huge, sudden explosion occurred. Hyuni stood stunned for a long time, then said in shock, "How did it disappear? That doesn't make any sense." The words she had said previously echoed in her mind. "Why did you save her? Don't you always want to escape your sister's shadow?" Choi Hyun turned her head and called out to Kim Dong-do, but he ignored her. "Hunter Nam Jong-soo, please take care of my sister," he said, receiving a nod from her. Choi Hyun questioned him with a sense of disappointment. "So, in the end, you still chose her? Why? If your sister disappeared, you would finally have the freedom you desire. Why would you save her?" Dong-do replied coldly. "This isn't a choice. Do you want me to stand by and watch my own family member be killed by someone else? I can't do that." But Choi Hyun still couldn't understand. "Really? If that's the case, you should have stepped in earlier. Why now? I'm trying to free you from those chains." Dong-do shouted back in frustration. "What are you talking about?" But she persisted patiently. "Aren't you sick of it? Your current situation? People always say they do things because of you. But the worst part is how they make you believe it. I only realized the truth after I died and slaughtered people over and over again. The result of true freedom only appears when you step over someone's corpse. So, I wanted you to realize that too. The freedom I felt that day. You are still held back by your sister. Break those chains, and your freedom will come. I understand that the beginning is difficult, but once you start, things will be much easier. This is your chance. You can be free. Kim Dong-du, you can do it. I will help you. After a long silence, Dong-du said softly, I can't do that. Choi Hyun asked in astonishment. What? This forced him to explain patiently. I know I don't have the right to say this, seeing as I just stood outside and watched until you were done. Honestly, if I had joined in, that would mean I agreed with your decision, so I couldn't act. Even if I don't understand why both you and my sister are so stubborn, when I actually think about my sister dying, I can't just sit still. Even if she's just a ferocious gorilla, she's still my family. Hearing this, she felt disappointed. I see. So all the effort I put into this was for nothing? So what? You bastard. You suddenly changed your mind and think everything will be okay? Unexpectedly, Dong-du was firm. Then I will stop you. He quickly lunged toward Choi Hyun, pointing his sharp arrow right at her body with a resounding declaration. I will protect my family. Hyuni wasn't afraid at all, and flashed a mocking smile. Family? That's ridiculous. Who is that guy who just stood there watching the whole time? Dong-du appeared incredibly confident. Even though we are both C rank, I have more combat experience than you, so I can at least handle you. Choi Hyun angrily retorted. Say whatever you want, but don't forget that your sister was beaten to a pulp by me. Come on, give it a try. Are you acting tough just because you're a higher rank? In the middle of their tension, a loud scream was heard. Stop it! Nam Jonsu was desperately trying to stop them. Please, don't fight. If you keep this up, Hunter Kim Jong-han will really die. If she dies, I won't forgive either of you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Put her down. I need to treat her. If you have to fight, do it later. Are you even in your right mind? Your sister is in critical condition and you still want to fight? I'm sorry. Looking at her like this, don't you feel anything? Has your brain been consumed by adrenaline so you can't think? And you, why are you always so annoyed? As for me, learn how to stay calm, please. Both of you are only C rank now, so act according to orders. Hearing this, he replied guiltily, I'm sorry. This left Choi Hyun wondering. Dong-du can't even argue back, can he? Why is that? Nam Jonsu still couldn't calm down and yelled, What kind of C rank acts like that? You're crazy. But Dong-du still endured it and begged, Please, stop criticizing me. Choi Hyun nodded in recognition. So, that's the kind of person he is. Hey, Kim Dong-du, he replied loudly. What? But she didn't hesitate to make a demand. Apologize to me, you crazy idiot. Dong-du responded with a non-cooperative attitude. Are you stupid? What are you babbling about? Choi Hyun was still stubbornly trying to win. Aren't you unable to talk back to girls? Fine, just apologize and I'll let you go. This only made him more annoyed, and he snapped back. You're the one who should apologize. This forced Jonsu to order. Silence. I need to focus on the treatment. Akyung approached and probed. Hunter Nam Jonsu. How is Hunter Kim Jong-han? She received a reply from her. Ah, yes. She is past the critical stage. Is the officer okay? Akyung replied slowly. I'm fine, but because of me. Hunter Kim. Before Jonsu's question, Akyung said, The situation was critical back then. Do you see that the dungeon has stabilized? Akyung gave a vague answer. I can't give a definitive answer. I've only stabilized the magic power inside as a temporary solution, so we must quickly finish the raid. Usually, we would receive help from the outside, but inside this dungeon, there are 2 S ranks in an unstable state, so they can't send anyone else. We will finish the dungeon with 3 C ranks and 2 A ranks. This made Jonsu worry, but our A ranks aren't even combat-oriented. Is this feasible? Choi Hyun and Dong-du immediately consulted each other. What are those two talking about? In short, they mean we're useless. We have to do our best. Seeing her look confident, he reminded her kindly. Can you stop acting for a second? Dong-du then proactively suggested, Let's go kill the boss right now. My sister already took care of most of the monsters, so there shouldn't be many left. Even if we are C rank, if we control our skills well, I can still clear the dungeon. Choi Hyun was ignored by him but still tried to prove herself. I'm being serious. That guy, why don't you believe me? What the heck is this? She looked at a spot where a strange phenomenon was occurring and sighed. Looks like it's not dead yet, Dong-du urged. Choi Hyun, what are you still standing there for? Then he was startled and panicked. Why hasn't that thing disappeared? The light was growing increasingly intense, leaving Dong-du wondering. Usually it disappears on its own. Could the mana here be so dense that it's condensing again? He quickly turned to ask Jonsu. Is she awake yet? He received the answer. Not yet. Feeling the danger approaching, he urgently urged one last time. Then let's get out of here quickly, as far as possible. I'm helpless against that move. If you can, hurry up and finish the treatment, Song A-kyung urged, sounding anxious. Hunter Kim Dong-do, is there anything I can do? But he flatly refused. No need. Don't worry about helping. Just stay out of it. That response made Song A-kyung's eyes widen in shock. What? You're telling me to just leave it to you guys and walk away? Then, Kim Dong-do snapped at her. Damn it, this is your fault in the first place. He sighed. Whatever. I'm going to block that thing before it gets any bigger, so just stand your ground and wait. Something shaped like a sharp rock protrusion began to rise from the ground, making Song A-kyung gasp. Isn't that way too big? But Kim Dong-do calmly remarked that it had to be that big to withstand the pressure of the energy. He didn't forget to call out, Hey, Choi Hyun, it's dangerous over there, get over here quickly. Unexpectedly, she agreed without a fight. You can make something like that even as a C rank? That's impressive. Kim Dong-do just shook his head in frustration. You really are a handful. He continued. The first thing we need to do is build a barrier. I made it a bit thick just to be safe. Now we just need to handle the center carefully and it'll all be over. He took a breath. All right, everything's ready. Let's move. A sudden earthquake erupted, making the ground feel like it was about to explode. That strange entity was growing stronger by the second. Kim Dong-do finally let out a sigh of relief. Okay. The earthquake suddenly stopped. After observing closely, Kim Dong-do gave his assessment. That was close to collapsing. Choi Hyun approached them and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Kim Dong-do asked, startled. Why are you coming up here? That's too reckless. You want to see how cool I am up close? Seeing her look worried, he added, What do you mean cool? What did you just do? Kim Dong-do reassured her, It's nothing much. That thing is likely a black hole my sister created while using her, but since she passed out, the mana lost control. So basically it's just a giant, ownerless ball of mana. Choi Hyun excitedly concluded. So your sister is the reason we're in this mess, huh? But he immediately rebuffed her. What are you talking about, you crazy woman? Look, that stone is being used to trap the mana in the ground. Just think of it as a lightning rod. Afterward, Kim Dong-do seemed satisfied with the result. Not bad. Now we just need to wait for the mana to solidify and disappear completely. That information surprised her. Really? Can we actually trust that? Kim Dong-do confidently asserted, Of course. I've used this trick to stop it before. The look on my sister's face when it happened was hilarious. After watching for a while, Choi Hyun reported, But wait, why is it glowing like that? Startled, he asked back, What are you talking about? Glowing? Suddenly, that strange phenomenon began to crumble. Both Yoon Choi and Kim Dong-do froze at the sight before them. She said calmly, devoid of emotion, It failed. Meanwhile, he grabbed his head and screamed, What the hell is that? Kim Dong-do quickly signaled the team below, Hurry up and wake her up. It wasn't working. Song A-kyung frantically turned around and shouted, Hunter Namjoon-soo. Namjoon-soo just offered a gentle smile. She started to cry, knowing that no matter how hard they tried, it would take time. Waking her up would be a long road. Perhaps because she had been downgraded to C rank, her recovery was extremely slow. So, Namjoon-soo entrusted the task to him. Are we going to die here? I believe in you. Seeing this, Kim Dong-do had to accept it and comfort her. Don't give up. Let me try again. Choi Hyun stood still, observing the situation. What a mess. He was still shouting to keep everyone's spirits up. Don't cry. We're not going to die. Accidentally, she noticed something strange. Choi Hyun looked toward a hole in the ground. This energy feels familiar. Then, she clapped her hands with a smile as she realized the answer. Ah, it's those big-eyed monsters from earlier. Choi Hyun crossed her arms and judged them from above. Are they hiding down there? And there are so many of them. Deep in thought, she calculated, This dungeon is truly a gold mine where I can gain a lot of stats. Choi Hyun also realized the fatal flaw in the plan. The problem is, I'll die from that thing at the bottom before I even reach the boss. What should I do? She began to weigh her two best options. Choice 1. Ignore it and rush straight to the boss. I don't know if there's anything else down there besides the boss, so skipping it is risky. Choice 2. Stop that thing. This made Choi Hyun sink into deep contemplation. Finally, she called out to Kim Dong-do. Hey, Kim Dong-do. While he was still confused, Choi Hyun threw a jab. You should be grateful to me. The C-rank virgin reacted instantly, his face twisting in annoyance. What did you just say? Want me to prove it? She didn't stop, continuing to needle Kim Dong-do. You want to act tough when you can't even clean up the mess your sister left behind? He wasn't one to take that lightly and challenged her immediately. Why don't you try doing it yourself? Then, suddenly, Kim Dong-doo's expression went blank as he probed, "What are you doing?" Choi Hyun took a running start and replied nonchalantly, "What do you think?" She threw herself into the hole and declared that, naturally, she was going to help clean up his sister's mess. As she free fell, Choi Hyun chatted happily, "When I'm done, just follow me. I'll clear the way." After saying that, she fell silent. Choi Hyun felt the changes around her. Even though they were small, it was devouring everything like a monster. Could she have poured all her magic power just to kill me? She couldn't believe Jeonhan would do that, all just to protect her younger brother. The image of Kim Dong-doo carrying his sister flashed in her mind. "Then, I will stop you. I have to protect my family." Choi Hyun closed her eyes, sinking deep into her consciousness. Kim Dong-doo. "I don't have anyone to protect, so I have no reason to be afraid." The cruel words of her younger brother echoed back. "I'm leaving this house. I'm sick of calling you sister or family." She sat on the floor, hot tears streaming down her face. In her pain, Choi Hyun whispered her brother Hori's name. "The people I love have all left me. Even so, she would still follow her heart. I will do it anyway." The heat from the hole caused the skin on Choi Hyun's hands to peel away, even though I know it's all meaningless. Following that, the bones beneath her skin began to show. "So, I cannot accept your decision, but at least I felt like someone actually listened to me. I will end this, even if I have to sacrifice myself. I will not fail." She was very determined in her actions. In those final moments, Choi Hyun laughed. Even as her body began to dissolve, she exclaimed, "Damn it, this hurts like hell." A jade green ring emitted a mysterious purple aura. The strange reversal process was triggered. Choi Hyun's hand, which had already dissolved, suddenly regenerated. Her body was completely restored, without a single scratch. Below the hole, the blinding light continued to flare. Gradually, Choi Hyun's feet were pulled in by the suction. Her toes were still being burned as before. Her newly restored body began to crack and tear. Her face showed the intense pain invading her. "You cannot die until the resurrection process is complete." The system repeatedly flashed notifications. "You cannot die until the resurrection process is complete. You cannot die until the resurrection process is complete. You cannot die until the resurrection process is complete. You cannot die until the resurrection process is complete. You cannot die until the resurrection process is complete." Song Ah-kyung, up on the surface, had witnessed the whole thing. Hunter Kim Dong-doo. She was incredibly stunned by this bizarre phenomenon. Why isn't she dying? Song Ah-kyung couldn't help but ask nervously. Is she even human anymore? Beside her, Kim Dong-doo's face also showed extreme caution. After some time, finally, Choi Hyun stood in the middle of the debris. Then, she slowly turned her head back. Choi Hyun shouted in excitement to celebrate. Mission accomplished. Song Ah-kyung couldn't help but keep praising her. That's amazing. She really stopped it. Kim Dong-doo covered his eyes and tossed her some clothes. Tell her to put some clothes on. It's too distracting, Song Ah-kyung agreed. All right, let me go. The silence returned, and the sky remained a clear, gentle blue. Once she had put her clothes back on, Choi Hyun boasted. A loser like you has pretty good taste in clothes, huh? He jumped up from above, filled with anger. Who are you calling a loser? Want to die? She didn't back down, poking back at him. Do the weak even have a right to talk? Choi Hyun then nonchalantly got ready and announced, Shall we keep going? Meanwhile, Song Ah-kyung asked, confused. Huh? Go where? As her voice faded, Choi Hyun's fist hit the ground. Where else? She replied while using her remaining strength to destroy the rocks. We have to finish off the rest of them. The shockwave made things difficult for Kim Dong-doo. Hey, Choi Hyun, is this what you meant? His voice echoed across the mountains and forests. Is this what you call clearing the way? The dark night made everyone restless. Is everyone okay? We're fine. Hunter Kim Dong-doo. What the hell is going on? I hope everyone made it down safely. Choi Hyun. Next time, please give us a warning first. Did you forget that some people are injured? Just turn the light on already. I can't see a thing. Seriously, you're such a pain. Once Dong-doo lit the fire, they realized the whole group was surrounded. He was frozen at the sight, but Choi Hyun remained the same. Jackpot. The goblin standing on the ledge looked absolutely hideous. It was even baring its teeth and drooling. Dong-doo had sweat rolling down his forehead because the situation was so dire. What the hell? Why are there so many monsters in here? What kind of dungeon design is this? They were now trapped in a circle of goblins, completely surrounded. Jeonsu was terrified, facing the monsters. She turned pale and screamed when she glanced to the side. Nam Jonsu was a bit shocked because Junhan was so close to a goblin. Hunter Kim Junhan, why is she lying at the feet of a monster? She hurried over, apologizing. I'm so sorry, I should have taken better care of her. Suddenly, a monster lunged out, making Nam Jonsu jump. Luckily, Dongdu was there to intervene, easily pushing the goblin into a rock. Then, Dongdu asked Nam Jonsu about the situation with concern. Why did you jump in there? She cried while dragging Jonhan's body away, answering, because Jonhan was lying right there. At this moment, Dongdu had to deal with these bastards. He swung his arm, delivering a strike to the monster. The goblins kept getting hit, spraying fluids everywhere, every part of their bodies torn with wounds. Furthermore, the goblins were being impaled by sharp stone spikes. Everywhere the group looked, monsters were being gutted. Seeing this, Dongdu quickly came up with a plan. If we try to fight all of them, we'll get wiped out. We need to kill the boss to open an escape route and get out of here fast. Leave the rest to the support team. Both Song A-kyung and Jeonsu agreed. Understood. With that, he stomped hard on the ground. First, let's find the boss's room. Dongdu began using his special ability to search. Focusing, he intently targeted the strongest monster. Alright, where are you? The goblins were packed into every corner, all tinted blue by Dongdu's power. His eyes darted around, searching. Dongdu didn't dare to delay. And finally, his eyes widened in realization. Found you. Dongdu focused entirely on a tower. That was the boss's room. Suddenly, Choi Hyun spoke up to express her desires. Hey Kim Dongdu, forget about the boss. I want to take care of all these monsters here. Hearing that, he was stunned and shouted back in frustration. Seriously? Are you here just to mess around? Dongdu helplessly tried to direct her to the temple. Just forget it. Do you see that temple over there? I think that's the boss's lair. Choi Hyun nodded in agreement. Right. Next, he laid out the plan for their cooperation. I'll break the formation and open a path. You follow behind and protect the others. That's the only way we can survive. Dongdu put his hands on his hips, calculating the time. It should take about 2 minutes. Hold them off until then, and I'll come back to help as soon as I'm done. After all that talk, you're only focusing on the main point? You mean we're going to take down the boss first? He clarified for Choi Hyun. That's right. It's the most optimal way. Yet, she suddenly sprinted forward. I don't want to. This left Dongdu frozen in shock. Huh? Hey, Choi Hyun. He was so horrified he could only helplessly scold her. You crazy woman. Choi Hyun didn't hold back either, charging ahead. Do you think I'm crazy enough to listen to you? In a split second, she used Flash Step to move. Despite having so many targets right in front of her, Choi Hyun didn't hesitate to head straight for the goblin horde. There's no way I'm wasting this opportunity. She rained blows down on every single goblin. As for me, Choi Hyun, I'm determined to take them all out, kill every last one of them. And then, a slaughter took place, orchestrated by her. Choi Hyun raised her fist, confidently declaring that no one was allowed to enter the boss's room. Seeing this, Dongdu was speechless, saying, What the hell are you doing? The goblins didn't even have time to react. In a flash, Choi Hyun had already wiped out those in front of her. A series of system notifications rang out, stats increased by 1. And she simply stood in the center of the battle. Stats increased by 1 again. Choi Hyun leaned against her knee and sighed. It feels like these monsters are endless, and that only made her more excited. Just as expected, this dungeon is the best. Stats increased by 1. Then, suddenly, Choi Hyun looked ahead. She had easily stepped into the goblin's most important area. This was the boss's lair. But Choi Hyun didn't want to stop the game yet. I haven't gone inside yet. I need to get stronger first. She took a deep breath. A blue light combined with her movements attracted the goblins. Choi Hyun powered up to the maximum, creating powerful tremors and roaring. The monsters seemed to be affected by her. Song A-kyung was surprised when they all swarmed toward Choi Hyun's location. She's luring them all. What on earth is she trying to do alone? The scene before her made her gasp out loud. Watching her fight, Song A-kyung was terrified. What the hell is going on? Is she really handling them all by herself? She couldn't believe what was happening. I already downgraded her to C rank. Does my skill not work on her? Both Dongdu and Jeonsu had the same expression. What the hell? Has Choi Hyun been A rank this whole time? No. She's even stronger than before. Am I imagining things? Suddenly, a goblin beside her roared, but the next second, it was taken down in one hit. He asked his comrade with concern, Are you all right? Nam Jeonsu, still scared, replied, Hunter Kim Dongdu, thank you very much. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun wasn't very pleased. Damn it, did Kim Dongdu steal my kill again? She was extremely annoyed that Dongdu interfered. Stop killing them. They're mine. He attacked while turning to respond. Are you trying to get us all killed or something? Choi Hyun didn't hesitate to admit it. Exactly. Dong-du furrowed his brows, continuously launching attacks while answering her. Are you insane? If my rank returns, you're dead meat. She hovered gracefully in the heat of battle, laughing as she asked back, Is that so? Then it seems you don't need my help, right? Challenged, he confidently confirmed. Right. Who the hell needs your help? However, the goblin's aggression made Dong-du falter. The monsters are multiplying. Hey, Choi Hyun, come back here and help me. There are too many of them. Choi Hyun took the opportunity to tease him, ignoring him completely. Must be because you aren't using honorifics, huh? Dong-du fell into a weak position, continuously lowering his voice to beg for help. You hear me, don't you? Please, help me. Just as she was having fun, Choi Hyun noticed something unusual. A echoing voice made her freeze. Choi Hyun, be careful, block it. Choi Hyun's eyes went wide because of that familiar, intimate voice. That voice across the way. Dong-du was still struggling with the monsters. What are you doing? Hurry up and help me. Meanwhile, her mind was still lingering in her consciousness. All right, An Hyung-chan. The goblin behind made him tense. However, it was quickly punched in the face. With just one wave of her hand, Choi Hyun had taken down the monster. Dong-du happily and sincerely thanked her. I knew you still had some humanity left. Thanks. After that, he asked Choi Hyun to fight together, cooperate, and follow the plan. Choi Hyun, do you hear me? On the other side, she was still muttering to herself. You're clearly dead. So why do you keep bothering me? Choi Hyun truly didn't understand her own actions. Why do I still have to follow your orders? Her eyes suddenly became sharp, glowing red. Choi Hyun had set her sights on the temple of the monster, An Hyung-chan. A bitter thought surfaced. I killed An Hyung-chan. Choi Hyun still held her shield, but her face was full of confusion. But why do I still hear his commands? Dong-du appeared behind her. Thanks. I almost bit the dust back there. Ignoring what Dong-du said, Choi Hyun immediately put her shield away, causing Dong-du to ask in confusion. Huh? Why did you put that shield away? Suddenly, Choi Hyun bolted, leaving only Dong-du's voice calling after her. Hey, where are you going? Choi Hyun angrily charged straight at the praying mantis monsters that were baring their fangs and roaring fiercely. So annoying. She nearly lost control, not hesitating to charge in and punch them repeatedly. These bastards, the mantis monsters weren't afraid, roaring with bizarre, threatening sounds, and then the swarm lunged at Choi Hyun. She wasn't afraid, roaring back while continuously unleashing punches at the mantis minions. Get out of my way! In just a moment, the mantis monsters were torn to pieces, and without hesitation, Choi Hyun marched straight into the building, directly questioning the one inside. Are you the thing that called me here? After looking closely, it was a giant, shapeless red monster clinging to the ceiling with terrifying, bulging eyes. It was the ruler of the fallen paradise, a B-rank boss. Facing the ruler's scrutinizing gaze, Choi Hyun felt contempt for the creature she was looking at. Disgusting. Replying to her were incomprehensible sounds, as if it were trying to say something. Choi Hyun crossed her arms, her face expressionless as she asked, What the? Her dismissive attitude made it shriek in a grotesque, rage-filled frenzy. Bloodshot eyes glared fixedly at Choi Hyun. Still, she remained indifferent. Choi Hyun raised a hand and picked at her ear, acting defiant. What the hell are you babbling about? It's so loud it's giving me a migraine. Say something I can actually understand. I don't speak your language. The ruler continued to stare, repeating the same sounds from before. Her voice dropped low. That's enough. Radiating killing intent, she lunged forward, truly annoyed. Her sudden movement made the ruler's pupils dilate, but then a familiar voice rang out, catching her attention. She turned back, stunned, a look of disbelief on her face. A man walked toward her. It had been quite a while, hadn't it? He offered a fake smile and reached out toward Choi Hyun. I missed you, Choi. Did you miss me? Without a word, she sliced the thing impersonating An Hyung-chan in two. She asked coldly, What did you say? She brushed off her hands with contempt. Do I look like I missed you? You pathetic piece of trash. Suddenly, the system screen popped up, showing her stats had increased by 1. Choi Hyun was surprised. I killed An Hyung-chan, so my stats went up? Looking at the corpse that had materialized, it was a praying mantis monster, sliced in half on the ground. Choi Hyun realized it was the same monster from earlier. She turned back and asked the ruler, Hey, you, how do you know the name An Hyung-chan? That's your skill, isn't it? Hearing this, the ruler's pupils dilated as it activated its special ability. A whole swarm of An Hyung-chans appeared, surrounding her. Looking at the scene, she remarked, Reading someone's memories and turning them into physical entities to attack, that's actually pretty effective. I even had to react to An Hyung-chan's orders earlier. But man, you really went through a lot of trouble just to create a bunch of monsters for me, huh? Choi Hyun's hands clenched, the tendons bulging as she tensed up. Fine. I don't know why you lured me here to kill me, but I don't care. One of you isn't even enough to satisfy me. I'd need to kill 1,000 to even get started. She beamed, her voice laced with danger. He only died once, but she gritted out, challenging the ruler. I'm not even capable of dying. Meanwhile, Dongdu was irritably scolding. Choi Hyun, I told you to give me a hand. Just then, wave after wave of mantis monsters swarmed toward Dongdu. He was all alone, defending himself with just a sword. How am I supposed to handle this many on my own? Dongdu was terrified by the sheer number of monsters. They were truly as thick as ants. Just as he prepared to strike the first monster, they suddenly let out an ear-piercing shriek and rushed inside toward Choi Hyun. Dongdu watched in shock as they poured in. What is going on? The desolate, deep temple entrance, which seemed like a point of no return, was strangely silent. Why are they all rushing into that temple? Inside, a chaotic battle was unfolding between Choi Hyun and the humanoid An Hyung-chan monsters. 1 strike, 2, 3, the dance of death continued, cutting them down decisively without a word. The imposters tried to sway her. Choi, join our guild. You can't abandon the position your brother left behind. It's not too late. Look, what would you even do without me? No content needed. Continuation of previous. Without answering, Choi Hyun slashed, sending those prattling fools straight to hell. Choi, you're not acting like a very cute teammate right now. 1 head rolled. I did all of this because I care about you, for your own sake. 2 heads rolled. I'm worried about both of us. Have I ever hurt you? 3, if you do this, my parents won't hold it against you. And what about your brother's tuition? You were only able to study thanks to my family's help. 4, I love you. You know that, right, Choi? The nth time. It seemed that what she was cutting wasn't just monsters anymore. It was the very psychological chains An Hyung-chan had used to manipulate her all this time. The ground was stained a bright, fresh red. The area was littered with the corpses of those who had used her kindness for their own gain. Choi Hyun wiped her brow and smirked triumphantly. Shut up. I don't love you anymore. The system board flashed. You have reached S-Rank. What? I'm S-Rank now? Choi Hyun shouted in excitement, staring at the stat board. An Hyung-chan, I love you so much right now. Before the ruler could react, Choi Hyun flew forward, lunging straight at its eyes, which had widened in terror. The blood vessels in its eyes popped. The ruler hadn't expected the girl in front of it to be this insane. Choi Hyun grinned wildly, her pupils narrowing. She poured all her strength into her fist, veins standing out on her arm as she hammered it down. Goodbye, this has been fun. Boom! The powerful impact shook the entire temple, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. As the dust settled, the ruler was revealed to be defeated, its body sunken halfway into the ground. Choi Hyun stretched casually, standing before the massive creature she had just taken down as if it were nothing. The size difference showcased Choi Hyun's terrifying strength, a monstrous power, still being uncovered. Well, that's the dungeon finished. The ruler lay on the ground, weakly gritting out words in human language. It was trying to tell Choi Hyun something. We are the same. Why betray? Not understanding a word, Choi Hyun stepped directly onto its bulging eye, frowning in annoyance. Speak clearly so I can understand you. What are you muttering about? It's annoying as hell. Clang. A ring fell to the ground. Choi Hyun was confused. Why did that just drop? She paused for a second, realized what it was, and happily picked it up. That's right. Choi Hyun skipped over to the ring. So that's how it is, right? You just have to beat an S-rank to get it to drop, right? Choi Hyun reached down to pick up the ring. You should have just said so. If I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted time searching for hidden dungeons. I would have just gone and fought some high-ranking monsters. She held the ring high, beaming with excitement. Awesome. Now I'm free. This ended way easier than I thought. Now I can quit being a hunter and live a normal life. Suddenly, the system notification appeared. Empty ring, E-rank. Choi Hyun's face fell, her eyes narrowing in surprise. An empty ring? Isn't this supposed to be the prize? The system continued. Basic development stage complete. Choi Hyun pulled her hand back, clutching the ring tightly, staring at the system board in shock and confusion. What does that even mean? All she could think about was the Mantis Queen, the one behind it all. But Choi Hyun couldn't make sense of these actions. I don't get what it's saying. What does it want from me? What's the real conspiracy here? Would Choi Hyun ever figure it out? Elsewhere, Jeonhan woke up with a start. I'm alive? Her eyes widened in confusion. She truly couldn't believe she had survived the battle. The faces of Song Ae-kyung and Jeonsu came into view, looking relieved. Hunter Kim Jong-han, you're awake. Seeing Kim Jong-han trying to sit up despite her severe injuries, Nam Jeonsu shouted to stop her, reaching out to support her. Don't move so fast, sis, Song Ae-kyung asked guiltily. Are you okay? It's my fault that you. Nam Jeonsu just replied, I'm fine. I was just doing my duty. More importantly, Dongdu and Yonu were telling Hunter Jong-han to rest, looking confused as they saw Jeonsu tearing up. Hunter Kim Jong-han, she smiled gently to reassure Jeonsu. Nam Jeonsu, you were really scared, huh? I've only ever shown you my pathetic side. Suddenly, Nam Jeonsu shouted and hugged Jong-han tightly, leaving her confused as to what was happening. Don't get hurt anymore, okay? Do you have any idea how scared I was, thinking you might die? Kim Jong-han comforted the crying Nam Jeonsu. I'm here. Dongdu watched the two of them clinging to each other and asked, are you two dating or something? After everything was explained, Kim Jong-han felt frustrated. So you're saying after I passed out, Choi handled all the monsters, and is still fighting now? This is so embarrassing. Who would have thought I'd be saved by that girl? She fell silent, thinking, come to think of it, so much of this doesn't make sense. What kind of hunter can completely resist my ultimate skill? Kim Jong-han recalled what Nam Jeonsu said about how Choi had left immediately after helping Dongdu. She seemed to have heard something that made her angry. Immediately, Dongdu replied sharply. Angry? She just wanted to go solo the boss. She abandoned us. Jong-han continued to ponder. This is confusing. But more importantly, even for someone who's been to many hidden dungeons, she's way too strong. Choi Hyun. She turned to Dongdu. Dongdu, you said she went to the boss's location, right? Let's go there too. Dongdu replied hesitantly. You're planning to keep fighting? Jong-han answered indifferently. What fight? Once the dungeon is cleared, we just need to find the exit. She walked away while talking, leaving the three of them behind. Jong-han said, that girl isn't going to die, so what could be worse than that? Let's go find her, Dongdu exclaimed in surprise. Really? So you're not fighting anymore? Ignoring Dongdu's rambling, Kim Jong-han said, we have to leave here quickly. I have a few things I want to say to her. Dongdu was stunned. Come again? Kim Jong-han turned away and said in a low voice, I just wanted to thank her. After all, she did protect us in the end. Dongdu asked, confused and puzzled. But she almost killed you, you know? Are you really that forgiving? Jong-han replied, that's one thing. As for the other, Jong-han turned back and said seriously, you're still alive, aren't you? That alone is enough of a reason to thank her. This stunned Dongdu, leaving him blank-faced and exclaiming, people really do change after almost dying, huh? Jong-han threatened, do you want to die? Jong-han continued with a serious face. If you want to pick a fight with me, just wait until we get home, and then you can say whatever you want. Seeing this, Dongdu immediately demanded, then I want to go look for more hidden dungeons. Jong-han replied, keep dreaming. Dongdu asked, confused, why? Jong-han replied coldly, I don't want to see you sleeping. Dongdu remained stubborn. As long as I don't die, it's fine, right? Watching siblings Jong-han and Dongdu bicker, Nam Jeonsu turned to chat with Song Ae-kyung with a smile. She really loves her younger brother, doesn't she? The woman chuckled shyly and replied, that's right. Along the path the four of them walked. The scattered corpses of the mantis monsters left Dongdu in disbelief as he asked, Choi Hyun, did she really enter a killing spree mode? Just then, Dongdu and Jong-han were walking side by side, cold sweat dripping down Dongdu's face as he exclaimed, that's terrifying. In contrast, Jong-han remained calm and ordered, don't lower your guard. We haven't received the notification that the dungeon is cleared yet. Faced with his sister's composure, Dongdu just sighed and complied. Yeah. Reaching the door leading to the temple area, the dark and eerily quiet scenery made Dongdu wonder, it's so quiet here, it feels like everything has ended. Click. The door opened, and Dongdu and Jeonsu gasped in surprise, unable to believe the scene before them. The landscape was devastated, with rubble scattered everywhere. In the center, the boss was lying on the ground, with Choi Hyun kneeling in front of it. All around were the gruesome, ruined carcasses of the mantis monsters. Dongdu couldn't believe his eyes and asked, did she actually defeat the boss? Dongdu saw Choi Hyun and, with a grimace, scolded her, this place is a real mess. Choi Hyun, what are you standing there for? At that moment, Choi Hyun was kneeling before the boss and didn't respond to Dongdu. Seeing no reply, Dongdu grew impatient and urged her again. Let's go, hurry up. Not seeing Choi Hyun move, Dongdu approached her from behind. Why aren't you answering me? Hurry up and kill it, or the exit won't open. But the sight before him left Dongdu in total shock. Choi Hyun was muttering strange sounds along with the monster. It was an incomprehensible, terrifying sound. What? Dongdu's eyes constricted, his mouth hung open in shock, and cold sweat rolled down his face. Choi Hyun was holding a piece of the boss's flesh, bowing her head and devouring it ravenously. Dongdu asked, stuttering in disbelief, "Choi Hyun, are you talking to that monster?" Receiving no answer, Dongdu shouted, "Choi Hyun!" The sound was so loud that Choi Hyun turned around. Her face had changed, and her eyes had turned completely black, void of any awareness. Now, this body is the Mantis Queen, the one with monstrous power. Being disturbed, the Mantis Queen asked Dongdu in those strange, clicking sounds. Not understanding the situation, Dongdu kept calling out to her with a suspicious, puzzled look, his brows furrowed. "Choi Hyun." But in response, Dongdu only heard those dangerous, heavy, and strange sounds that Choi Hyun emitted. Her weird black eyes widened, and her mouth, stained with blood from eating, hung open. Suddenly, Choi Hyun lunged rapidly toward Dongdu. Seeing Choi Hyun's abnormality and relying on his own reflexes, Jeonhan reacted quickly, rushing out to protect her brother. Jeonhan's eyes were filled with panic, brows tightly knit, sweat streaming down her forehead. She shouted, "Kim Dongdu, run!" Jeonhan shouted, "Kim Dongdu, run!" Choi Hyun put force into her legs, and in a split second, her boots lifted off the ground. She rushed forward like a gale, her hand reaching toward him with intense aggression. Her hand was mere inches from Dongdu's face, his pupils suddenly contracting. A thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the entire area. Jeonhan collapsed to the ground, and the dust slowly settled. Seeing that, Jeonsu and Song Ah-kyung ran over worriedly. "Hunter Kim Jeonhan." She gritted her teeth, anger boiling over. "Damn it, what kind of power does she have?" Jeonhan stood up with difficulty and called out loudly, "Officer Song Ah-kyung, why didn't your skills have any effect on her?" She answered honestly, "I don't know. This has never happened before." She lowered her head shyly. "The only thing I know is that Hunter Choi Hyun is different from others. That's all I know." She was still annoyed. "Do you think that's a reasonable thing to say now? You only used that skill on my brother and me, right?" She immediately retorted, "No. Surely all three of you were downgraded." Jeonhan asked, confused. "Then what the hell is going on here?" Nam Jeonsu, who was in front, suddenly spoke up. "Do you mean that Choi Hyun isn't human right now?" She called out after her, "Nam Jeonsu, where are you going?" Dongdu was being pinned to the ground by Choi Hyun, her hand gripping his throat tightly. Dongdu said impatiently, "Damn it, Choi Hyun, what are you doing?" Before Dongdu's eyes, Choi Hyun stood motionless, her eye sockets covered in a pitch-black color, her gaze terrifyingly vacant, as if she had dismissed every sound around her, including what he just said. Dongdu urged her loudly, "Why are you turning on us again? Can't you open your eyes and look clearly?" Despite his constant calling, "Snap out of it," she didn't react, only whispering words he couldn't hear clearly. She leaned down to look straight at his face, the corners of her mouth slowly curling into a creepy smile as if asking something. But Dongdu couldn't understand a single word. He closed his eyes and thought, "Damn it, we can't even communicate now." She wasn't like this before. At least she had feelings back then. He reflected on everything that just happened. The dried blood at the corner of her mouth and that strange smile sent a chill down his spine. Did she go crazy after eating the boss? Why would she eat such a disgusting thing? I have to wake her up quickly. His eyes darted around, quietly thinking, what did I do last time? Her voice sounded again, muttering incomprehensible syllables. Dongdu frowned slightly. She opened her mouth wide, gave a gleeful smile, and continued to mutter a few strange sounds. Her mouth opened wide, Dongdu's brows furrowed more than ever, and his expression changed instantly. He understood what she was planning to do. Are you playing with me? Do you want to eat me this time? Namjoonsu rushed over, landing a powerful strike on her temple, making her slow down for a beat. Her head tilted completely to one side. Dongdu gasped in shock. Namjoonsu said loudly, I already warned you, didn't I? She hissed. If Hunter Kim Jong-han gets hurt again, I won't let you off. Dongdu craned his neck to warn her. Why did someone like you go and punch her? That's dangerous. Namjoonsu turned beet red, quickly correcting him. She's the one who's dangerous. Seeing her still not moving, she scolded. Can't you control your girlfriend? Dongdu denied it. She's not my girlfriend. That gives me goosebumps. She mumbled a few strange words, reached out, and lunged at Jeonsu, hissing. Her hand was just a few inches from her face. Namjoonsu was terrified. Without warning, two sharp tree roots burst from the ground, stabbing straight into her stomach. She vomited. Dongdu jumped up and said, Hey, sorry about that, but seriously, Why do you keep picking fights with members of our guild? Don't you know how rare a healer is? Jonhan held Jonsu's shoulders to check on her. Nam Jonsu, are you okay? The girl whispered. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. She warned her sternly. At all costs, you must never do that again. Wai Song-ae-kyung stepped forward and called out, Hunter Kim Dong-du, Hunter Choi Hyun, are you okay? He turned back and said slowly, It'll be fine. This much won't kill her. He stood up and suggested, Let's wait a little longer. We have to let her wake up before we can leave. Jeonhan said loudly, startled. Leave her behind. You still want to take her with us? She's clearly very dangerous. He clicked his tongue and said, Just a few minutes ago, you were the one who wanted to thank her. Dong-du glanced at her. You heard that right, didn't you? I'm fighting for you. He called softly. Choi Hyun, come on. Wake up already. Dong-du frowned and continued slowly. It's true that you're a bit crazy. She lifted her face to listen to him, but she wasn't a dangerous person, right? Her black eye sockets showed no emotion, just silence, making his brow furrow even tighter. Choi Hyun, Choi Hyun. Just then, she snapped to, looking back at him, confused. What? She pulled her legs in, terrified to find herself floating. What the hell is this? Dong-du reached out to catch her. Hey, stay still, you're going to fall. Her gaze met his, momentarily stunned, catching sight of Jeonhan and the others looking at her tensely. Choi Hyun's eyes went round with confusion, and she raised her voice. You're still alive? Your wounds are all healed too. She asked hesitantly and softly, Choi Hyun, are you really okay now? Choi Hyun looked at Dong-du and asked, What does she mean? He replied, Don't you remember what just happened? She rolled her eyes as if thinking. Remember what? She remembered something. Why is everyone here? I was walking alone earlier. She recalled the event from before. Choi Hyun reached out to pick up the parasitic ring from the ground and said, After that, my ring fell off. The system chimed. Basic development phase complete. Choi Hyun looked up, her eyes flickering with curiosity. She slowly scanned the people around her without saying a word. After a long silence, she spoke softly. Then, shadows and blood-red light began to spread, consuming everything in an eerie atmosphere. From that darkness, sharp claws slowly emerged, followed by a low, majestic voice, a ruler's tone, filled with a mesmerizing allure. Eat, devour me, and make me yours. A giant eye, as large as a basin, silently opened and stared straight ahead. Choi Hyun stood frozen in front of the giant eye. It said, You are still too weak. Her feet felt pinned to the ground as she listened to it. You need to become stronger. Her lips went stiff, unable to reply. Choi Hyun looked at the giant eye and whispered, And then, I think I ate it. She tilted her head back. Choi Hyun frowned and cursed under her breath. Damn it! Dong-du was startled. Suddenly, Choi Hyun slipped from the treetop, losing her footing and falling freely into the void. His pupils constricted, his expression shifted instantly, while in her mind, she kept wondering why she had done that. Why on earth did I eat that thing? Nara suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked up at the blue sky, narrowing her eyes. A grave look appeared on her face, as if she had sensed something abnormal. After a few seconds, she called out to her friends walking ahead. I think I heard something, Nara said, silently looking into the distance. Maru urged her. Nara, what are you doing? Nara quickly replied. It's nothing. She walked on, but her heart remained restless, trying to shake off the unease. Nara whispered to herself, Choi Hyun, you won't get into any trouble while I'm gone, right? Dong-du hugged Choi Hyun and shouted, Hey, Choi Hyun, wake up! She tilted her head, eyes tightly shut. His voice rang out, clear and filled with worry. Choi Hyun, the system notification says Paradise Fallen is complete. All monsters have been eliminated. Time, 7 hours. Someone cheered joyfully. The mission completion message had just appeared, and the people around them were in an uproar. All right, we survived. A group of people wearing matching uniforms slowly approached. They were support hunters from the guilds. The National Dungeon Management Team leader, Bayon, stood with his hands on his hips, nodding in satisfaction. As expected of the Pauk Guild, they cleared a B-rank dungeon in just 7 hours. Hoon walked over and continued. I heard this dungeon was unstable, so I came, but it seems there's nothing to worry about now. Shall we head inside? Extron stepped forward and shouted in a panic. No, not yet. Even though the exit has appeared, the hunters inside haven't come out yet, so we can't go in. Hoon was surprised. What's with the fuss? What's going to happen if we go in early? Extron hesitated, but as per the regulations, suddenly, excited cheers erupted from afar. The hunters were coming out. Hoon spun around and asked, Is everyone all right? Amidst ripples of mana, the hunters appeared one by one from thin air. Their feet were coated in dust, their pant legs stained red. Next came Jonsu, and finally, Dongdu. His feet touched the ground steadily. The group appeared safely before everyone's eyes. The cheering continued. They were all safe. Then, a round of applause broke out. Wow, that was so cool. Seeing Namjoon-soo shyly covering her face, she smiled and teased. Still embarrassed? You should be used to this kind of welcome by now, right? She mumbled. I'll never get used to this kind of attention. Suddenly, she turned to Dongdu and shouted, Kim Dongdu, I'm telling you, you really need to deal with her. Can you actually handle it? He frowned and replied, I'll manage. Dongdu's pupils constricted, his face turning pale. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he realized. That's right. His gaze landed on Song Aek-young behind him. A thought flashed through his mind. And that officer, she must have realized Choi Hyeon isn't a C rank. He hurriedly turned to leave, thinking, I'll just pretend I don't know anything, and slip away. Suddenly, X-Tron rushed over and blocked Dongdu's path. He stopped. She looked up at him. Hunter Kim Dongdu, I'm glad you're safe. The sudden dungeon regrading scared the hell out of us. Even though it's been downgraded, X-Tron rubbed her chin, curious, what on earth happened in there? At this moment, Song Aek-young blocked Dongdu's path, her voice gentle. Choi Hyeon isn't feeling well, so I'll write the report later. Can we take her to rest now? X-Tron hurriedly agreed. Of course. What was I thinking? Song Aek-young turned to look at Dongdu. Hunter Kim Dongdu, she said. He stammered. What is it? He felt anxious. What is she going to write in the report? If they come looking for Choi Hyeon later, what then? Song Aek-young asked to leave first. I'll be going now. Please take care of her. He nodded, agreeing, but his heart was burning with anxiety. Whatever, forget it. I need to make a quick exit. Dongdu paused, his face showing clear surprise as he heard Song Aek-young's next words. I will officially record Hunter Kim Jong-han and Kim Dongdu as the ones who cleared this dungeon. He asked softly. Why? She lowered her eyes, hiding the emotions rising within them. It seems Choi Hyeon needs more time. She seems to have changed a lot compared to before. Dongdu raised an eyebrow, confused. Did you two know each other before? Song Aek-young looked at him and said, Not exactly. Regardless, please keep an eye on her. If anything happens, let us know. Choi Hyeon sat quietly in a tent outside. The chatter of people was incessant. She sat in silence, head bowed, not saying a word. In her palm was a small ring. Choi Hyeon stared at it, her gaze heavy, silent. She suddenly heard voices approaching. Choi Hyeon glanced over, her eyes still carrying a sense of detachment. Send a reconnaissance team inside to look for and collect anything of value. Outside the tent, Dongdu was patiently instructing the others. The person next to him agreed. All right, we'll arrange for a team to gather information, he continued. That way, we can send action guidelines to the guilds. Seeing Choi Hyeon, he looked back and asked, You're awake? She leaned closer, curious. What are you doing? Dongdu replied, I'm preparing to auction off this dungeon. Choi Hyeon's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in shock, Auction it? I'm the one who cleared this dungeon. Who gave you the right? Before she could finish her sentence, Dongdu quickly covered her mouth. Choi Hyeon could only make muffled sounds, unable to speak clearly. Dongdu smiled at the person in front of him, pretending to be calm. Let me know when you're done. The other person didn't seem to understand his meaning, but nodded anyway. Understood. Seeing the person leave, Dongdu let go. Choi Hyeon was furious. What are you doing? He snapped back, scolding her. What is wrong with you? You almost ruined everything by going into that dungeon without permission. She muttered that he was petty. Dongdu was annoyed and explained, Petty? Do you have any idea how hard it is to get the ownership rights for a dungeon? We even have to pay for the damages caused by the dungeon. And she clicked her tongue, saying he talked too much. As if remembering something, Choi Hyeon suddenly asked, Oh, is the Hansen Guild participating in the auction? He was confused. What is Hansen? She spoke slowly. The place I used to work. But they probably aren't that famous. For those without a name, they can't act. They're too weak. Dongdu watched her intently. By the way, do you know Song Aek-young? Choi Hyeon quickly answered, No, why? She looked at him in disbelief when he said, It seems she knows you. She won't put your name in the report. Choi Hyeon just replied, She knows me? But I've never met her. Choi Hyeon sat on the chair and listened as Dongdu continued. But thanks to that, you won't be charged with rank fraud. Otherwise, you'd have been arrested already. She replied indifferently. I could have handled it. He frowned. I bet you could. Saying that, Dongdu turned to give instructions. Just stay here and rest. She was startled and hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Dongdu answered honestly. "To finish what I was doing earlier." He turned to walk away, but his eyes remained fixed on her. Dongdu's expression became grave, his gaze flickering with worry. "Her condition seems better than I thought, but the problem is she could explode again at any moment. Like she said, leaving her in the dungeon won't help anything, and the exit is still open. At this rate, I'll have to let Pauk manage her." Hearing a call from behind, he stopped. Kim Dongdu. Choi Hyun was silent, looking at her thick boots. Finally, as if finding the courage, she looked up and asked, "Do you think I'm strange? You saw it earlier, too." She recalled the horrified expressions of Jonhan and the others, her voice becoming timid. The others. Her face was filled with tension, her eyes gleaming with unease mixed with pain. Choi Hyun understood clearly what that look meant. They all looked at her like she was a monster. The golden red ring was enveloped in a faint purple aura. She calmly recounted everything, as if telling a story about someone else, without a single tremor in her voice. And finally, the ring fell out. "You saw it, right? But the thing inside merged with my body." Choi Hyun hunched over and hissed, her voice unable to hide her horror. "That thing was S-Rank. I was terrified. While that thing was taking over my body, I couldn't do anything." Choi Hyun quietly hunched over, her voice instinctively dropping to a whisper, tinged with anxiety and unease. "I was so scared that I might disappear. What if I really turned into a monster?" Dongdu listened in silence, eventually sitting down across from her. He offered a small, reassuring smile as his lips parted to speak. "Choi Hyun." He looked straight at her, his gaze calm and steady, his voice dropping to a surprisingly gentle tone. "That will never happen, because I won't let it." Choi Hyun stared at him, stunned. Caught in his gaze, Dongdu suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He quickly averted his eyes. "If I punched you, you'd probably snap out of it. You took a hit from Namjoon-soo earlier, and were still fine, weren't you? I was actually thinking about jumping in and hitting you myself." The corners of Choi Hyun's mouth curled into a faint, weak smile. "I guess you're pretty annoyed with me, huh? Still, you're softer than I thought. You know you're going to get into trouble someday, right?" Dongdu scowled. "That won't happen. Just make sure you don't cry when I hit you." She let out a small sigh, her expression returning to its usual vacant look. Looking at the failure he mentioned, she retorted, "Are you trying to die?" Just then, rushed footsteps shattered the tense gunpowder-filled atmosphere between them. Jeonhan shouted, "Kim Dongdu, how much longer do you plan on playing dumb?" She was stunned when she heard Choi Hyun's voice call out, "Don't look down on me. Do you even know what's growing inside me?" Jeonhan's pupils dilated. What is she thinking? What is that woman saying? Dongdu chuckled, his lips curling into a teasing smirk. "Probably just a bratty kid like you. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility." Moments later, Jeonhan stormed in, her face dark and filled with rage. She gritted her teeth and growled. Kim Dongdu looked surprised. "Huh? Sis? When did you get here?" She glared at him intensely. "You little brat. Are you really doing that kind of stuff with someone else's daughter now?" Before he could react, Jeonhan's hand clamped over Dongdu's face, covering it entirely as he looked on in confusion. She shouted, "Choi, is the baby in your stomach his?" Dongdu quickly pulled Jeonhan's hand away, his mouth hanging open in shock. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Choi Han's gaze suddenly turned heavy, as if she realized something. She gave a cheeky smile. "Take responsibility, you bastard." He looked baffled and scolded her for the umpteenth time. "Are you insane?" Namjoon-soo chimed in awkwardly. "Congratulations, man. Hunter Dongdu," Dongdu corrected through gritted teeth. "It's not that," Jeonhan yelled. "Kim Dongdu." His face darkened as he corrected her again. "I already told you, it's not that." Jeonhan crossed her arms, pouting so obviously that everyone knew she was unhappy. Dongdu rested his chin on his hand, scowling in a corner. The cheek that had just been slapped was still stinging and burning. Choi Hyun stood quietly by the stove, occasionally glancing at the two of them but remaining silent. Finally, she spoke up softly. "Why does everyone look so grumpy?" Dongdu and Jeonhan turned toward her simultaneously, barking back at the same time. "It's all your fault? Excuse me?" Choi Hyun asked honestly. "Is that so?" Jeonhan suddenly exploded, snapping and pointing her finger straight at Choi Hyun before turning to shout at Dongdu. "Why is she cooking at our place? And why is she acting so comfortable?" He frowned and replied, "I already told you." Her house collapsed. When the dungeon appeared this morning, a bunch of rubble was noted. This used to be Simnara's house. Jeonhan clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resentment. "What does that have to do with me?" Choi Hyun set the plate of food down in front of her, moving slowly and calmly. "Eat up." Jeonhan immediately snapped, her anger flaring up. Who said I'd eat anything you made? Get this out of here. Choi Hyun just smiled, seemingly unaffected by the harsh attitude. It won't taste good if it gets cold. With that, she calmly pulled up a chair and sat right next to her. Jeonhan's eyes went wide. She was so angry she was speechless. She immediately shouted, "What? You? How dare you sit next to me?" In contrast to the raging Jeonhan, Dongdu calmly scooped food into his bowl. He said nonchalantly, "Let's eat, everyone." Choi Hyun looked happy. "Okay." Jeonhan's jaw dropped. She was so angry she almost choked. "Don't eat it. Do you think a person who eats monsters can cook anything decent? Let your sister cook something else for you." He paused, his face showing unconcealable surprise, sweat beading on his forehead. Dongdu clicked his tongue. "Can a kitchen of all things really produce this flavor?" he asked, confused. "Choi Hyun, did you really cook this? Is it for real?" Jeonhan also lowered her voice, asking calmly. "You've got me curious now, kid." She smiled confidently. "Just what exactly do you think I am?" he replied bluntly. "A crazy demon," she pouted, annoyed. "Then don't eat it, you bastard." Jeonhan quietly watched Choi Hyun. She picked up a mouthful of noodles and pondered. Her eyes immediately lit up. As Dongdu was washing the dishes, Jeonhan's voice sounded cheerful. "Little Choi, do you want to come live with us?" Choi Hyun immediately agreed. "Then I'll stay with you guys until I find a place." Kim Dong-du bit his lip, frustrated. Why does my sister change her mind so quickly? He brought over a plate of fruit and asked, "What are you two doing?" Seeing how close they had become, he asked curiously, "Didn't you two fight to the death while you were inside the dungeon?" She narrowed her eyes. "What was that?" he replied. "Am I the only one who saw that?" Jeonhan put her arm around Choi Hyun's shoulder, dropping her voice. "Little Choi, let's talk for a second about what happened inside the dungeon. If it's not Dongdu's child inside you, then what on earth is it?" Dongdu cut in. "You said there was something like a rank X inside there, right?" She looked horrified. "What?" Jeonhan froze. "So that thing that attacked you was really a rank X? Wait. More importantly, do rank X's actually exist?" Dongdu set the fruit plate down on the table and answered slowly. "It's just a hypothesis. Nothing is certain yet." Choi Hyun glanced to the side, listening to Jeonhan's voice. "Miss Choi, it seems you're even more dangerous than we thought." She narrowed her eyes cautiously. "We are of the same species. Don't be afraid you do that because I can't die." Dongdu shot a sideways glance. Hadn't she just been hugging her because the food was good, and now she was changing her tune? At this point, Jeonhan spoke in a low, analytical tone. "Miss Choi, do you remember when you ate the boss? You said some very strange things." He handed her a slice of melon. "Eat this." Choi Hyun replied. "Say what now?" "I don't remember a thing." She grabbed another piece and continued casually. "But I do remember one thing. I can understand the monster's language, at least a little bit." She was quite surprised. "Really?" Dongdu was too. "What did it say?" She thought for a moment before continuing. "At first, it was just angry words I couldn't understand. But after I reached S-Rank, I could finally understand." He gaped, struggling to speak. S-Rank. Choi Hyun looked upward, hesitating. "We are of the same traitorous species." In her memory, the Mantis Queen's eyes widened. "Why?" Choi Hyun stood there coldly. She continued to look up. Her eyes filled with deep thought, then suddenly fell silent. Then, Choi Hyun raised both her hands. I didn't understand its last words. Dongdu and Jeonhan were both stunned, their mouths hanging open in astonishment. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun just blinked at them, tilting her head in confusion. "What's wrong?" she asked quickly, her voice betraying her impatience. "No, this is going to make the dungeon investigation team, and maybe even the whole world go crazy." He tilted his head, probing. "Did you really reach S-Rank? Did your stats increase that fast?" Choi Hyun slowly explained. "It was trying to tell me something, but I only understood a few words, so I couldn't figure out if I should go back there and try to listen again." Dongdu waved his hand, refusing. No, that place has been cleared out, so we have to wait 6 months for it to reset." He leaned his arm on the chair and asked, "Do you want to go into a dungeon?" She replied, "Yes, but since I can understand that monster's language, I'm sure it's the same for other monsters, right? Are there any new dungeons that have appeared or just reset recently?" He crossed his arms, his expression deep in thought. "There are a few, but deep in the green forest, a white snake body darted across the ground at high speed. The sacred, armless, eyeless snake opened its massive maw and lunged, its bizarre roar echoing throughout the forest. "It's a rank D sacred guard snake," Sang Yu shouted. "Keep the formation. Hunter Sim Nara, cast for me." Hearing this, Nara immediately raised her hands and formed a magic circle. "Understood, Iron Will." The sacred snake lunged straight towards Sang Yu. He immediately put up his shield to take the hit. Defense increased by 12%. Bolstered by Nara, the shield became impenetrable, blocking the snake's charge completely. The two engaged in a brutal struggle. Attack power increased by 15%. Right after that, Maru calmly drew his bow from behind Sang Yu. The arrow left the string, slicing through the wind past the shield, heading straight for the sacred snake. The arrow pierced deep into the snake's belly and shoulder, blood gushing out. Nara shouted, "Hunter Kim Hoon, prepare the Iron Will Disable skill." Immediately, Kim Hoon lunged forward. Berserk Disable skill. With that, he swung his sharp sword, slicing the sacred snake into many pieces with a single, brutal strike. The monster's body erupted in flickering lights. The game over effect was triggered, and attack power increased by 18%. The system reported, "Elimination of Rank D Sacred Snake complete." Nara sighed in relief. The snake's remains scattered everywhere. Everyone. Good job. Yeah, everyone. Worked hard. The summoning light slowly covered the area, and the system announced coldly, "Virtual reality training is over." Hoon looked up and said, "Today's training is finished." Maru beamed. "Finally, we can take a break." Meanwhile, Nara watched them both in silence. Sang-woo stepped forward and asked, "Why do you look so down? Worried about tomorrow's practical exam?" She looked up, puzzled. "How did you know?" Nara explained awkwardly. "Well, everyone wants to get into Payhop, after all. Getting past the second round of tests made me happy, but I'm also afraid that this might be the end of the line for me." Sang-woo watched her intently, making Nara shy. "I'm sorry, Hunter Sang-woo. I shouldn't be so negative. I shouldn't be making you feel anxious before the exam." He patted Nara's shoulder gently, his voice reassuring. "Don't worry, the results will be fine." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Nara stunned. Not understanding what was happening, Nara instinctively raised her hand to where Sang-woo had touched her, eyes wide. What was that? A sound echoed from above. Nara immediately looked up. Choi Han waved her arms wide, and seeing her bright smile, Nara called out, "Choi Hyun." She muttered in surprise. "What's with that outfit? Do I have that at home? Did she buy something new?" Right behind Choi Hyun, Kim Dong-do approached with a stack of files, their eyes meeting for a brief, awkward moment. Nara was so stunned she could only make a few incoherent sounds. Just then, Shonhan stepped out from behind Choi Hyun. Nara couldn't believe they were all standing right in front of her, her voice filled with excitement. "Even him, Mr. Kim Dong-do?" Hearing a voice from below, she looked down. Hunter Kim Jong-han. Seeing Nara standing below, Jong-han stared curiously. Nara clasped her hands together, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Only now did it feel like she was truly at POC. She never expected to see them in person like this. She smiled and waved at Nara. Nara was so happy her eyes lit up. "She's waving at me." Nara clenched her fists, silently resolving herself. "This is amazing. I have to get into B-Hawk." Seemingly remembering something, she quickly looked up again. But seeing the three of them, Choi Hyun and the others above, Nara grew nervous. Why is she with them? Don't tell me P.H. already recruited her? Nara recalled the dinner she and Choi Hyun had shared, feeling a pang of sorrow. So that's why she said she was leaving home? And she lied, too. Nara's lips trembled. So, Choi must have decided to live with them. That's why she isn't wearing my clothes. She doesn't need me anymore. Suddenly, Choi Hyun noticed something strange and made a sound. Nara's strained, dejected expression caught her attention. Why does Nara look like that? Nara walked a few steps toward the door, lost in thought. I know I shouldn't think this way. Choi Hyun stood still, observing Nara's actions. Her thoughts lingered. But ever since Choi left that dungeon, it felt like nothing but good things happened to her. Nara stood before the door, while I'm stuck in one place. Choi Hyun tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Why do you look so sad, Nara? What's wrong?" Jong-han guessed. Could she be sick? She quickly denied it. "Hey, don't do that. She has her practical exam tomorrow. Can you help her pass the exam?" She smiled. "Now you're openly asking me for favors." Kim Dong-do frowned at his files. "I think I know why." Jong-han and Choi Hyun asked in unison. "Huh? Why?" A note pointed to Jong-han, born as an S-rank. Another note pointed to Hunchi, the empty-headed one. And the final note pointed to Kim Dong-do himself, who was only a C-rank. He dodged the question, saying, "Forget it." Choi Hyun looked at him. "Nara's practical exam is in the newly refreshed dungeon, right?" Kim Dong-do replied, "That's right. Now, all settings in the dungeon are used exclusively for practical exams." Choi Hyun happily suggested. "Then I want to go too," the man retorted. Do you think that's a good idea? You aren't even a member of PAUK. She bit her lip with contempt. I never really wanted to join a guild anyway. From the room came Choi Hyun's pleading voice. But I want to go with Nara too. It won't be dangerous, right? Jeonhan corrected her. Not at all. To prevent accidents, a PAUK member will always be inside acting as a hidden proctor. Specifically, an A rank. She gestured as she walked and explained. More importantly, Choi, now that we've finished meeting your friend, let's go check what's inside your belly. She called back, Kim Dong-do, we're going first. Hoon-chi froze at the sharpness of her voice. Jeonhan's gaze was also intense. We'll be checking that ring too. The next morning, a large group of hunters was summoned to the location. The proctor standing next to Kim Dong-do stepped forward and spoke. Now, before starting the second practical exam, I will explain the rules. Through the virtual reality training prepared by PAUK, I'm sure you've all become well acquainted with each other's abilities. Sang-woo and Nara stood in line, listening intently. This place is called the Sanctuary Ruins, a C-rank dungeon. Since this terrain is identical to the dungeon you've been training in, it shouldn't be too difficult. The rules are simple. The proctor continued calmly. This dungeon usually takes about 5 days to clear, so you just need to finish within that time frame. If you exceed the time limit, a PAUK member will immediately enter to pull you out. Nara shuddered to hear the proctor emphasize that. At that moment, you will all be disqualified. She thought awkwardly. Disqualified? His voice echoed through the space. Finally, in times of danger, prioritize saving your lives. As long as you're alive, there will always be other opportunities. Now, good luck. Entering the C-rank Sanctuary Ruins, Sang-woo's group stood in one spot. He said, All right, let's make this our base and start hunting monsters. Nara looked at everyone, calculating internally. We have to clear this place in 5 days to pass the exam. According to the records, the fastest time is 3 days and 5 hours. She crossed her arms, frowning in thought. Besides the boss, there are about 40 monsters here. In the simulation dungeon, it only takes us about 15 minutes to defeat them. Looking around at the lush green forest, Nara had a premonition. Due to the monster's positioning and other factors, it's impossible to clear it in 1 day. But if everything goes smoothly, we can finish in 3 days. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed from behind. Sang-woo immediately reached for the shield on his back, the corner of his mouth curling up as he laughed. I can't believe they'd appear just as we were discussing them. Hoon also quickly got into position. Maru drew his bow, pulling the string taut, an arrow ready to fly. Sang-woo's voice rang out decisively. Nara bit her lip, staring forward, thinking, at all costs. The sacred snakes appeared, and Sang-woo yelled, The battle begins! One of the sacred snakes suddenly opened its bright red mouth wide. It lunged toward the group. Specifically, Sang-woo was blocking the front. Its belly was stopped by his shield. Sang-woo commanded, Hunter Sim Nara. She thrust her hands, flowing with magical power, forward. Understood. The shield seemed to roar with the strength of his will, defense increasing by 12%. A bright light erupted, enveloping Sang-woo and sweeping along the body of the sacred snake. Nara gritted her teeth. A strange, heavy feeling surged within her. Is it because it's been a while since I entered a dungeon? Why is the difficulty higher than I thought? The sacred snake's head soared into the air and suddenly circled behind Sang-woo. It let out a piercing hiss. Sang-woo turned in surprise, and just as he looked up, he saw the giant head lunging down to attack. But within seconds, one of Maru's arrows tore through the wind, piercing straight through its eye. Nara gritted her teeth, trying to keep the magic circle stable, and called out, Hunter Maru, please, once more. Maru quickly drew another arrow and replied softly, Understood. The atmosphere was tense and battle-crazed. Maru fired multiple arrows in succession, and they whistled through the air. Each arrow hit the sacred snake with precision, attack power increasing by 10%. Suddenly, the sacred snake whipped its tail around, swatting away all of Maru's arrows. Maru was surprised. It's using its tail to block? Nara suggested urgently. We have to be faster. Its tail is very tough, so it's hard to shoot through. Nara continued. Don't aim for the tail, aim for the body to slow it down. Maru turned and snapped. You're just the support. Stop giving orders and focus on your job. Maru growled, acting superior while contributing nothing. If you were strong enough, I could have shot through its tail. Are you going to take responsibility if we fail? Nara was terrified and flustered. What did you just say? Do you think you're so great? I'm trying my best here. Kim Hoon intervened. Both of you? Is this the time to argue? Nara, just do what we did yesterday. They only die when the tail is separated from the body. Hoon turned to Maru and said, Hunter Maru, provide defensive support. Don't let it charge through. Maru agreed. Understood. Immediately, Maru fired a second volley of arrows. 2 or 3 sacred snakes were hit by Maru's arrows straight in the head, simultaneously letting out wretched shrieks. Nara gritted her teeth, still standing still, maintaining the magic circle. Silently listening to the shrill hissing of the sacred snakes, she bit her lip, her frustration growing. What the hell? Even if this is a newly formed team, her words are too harsh. I was never treated like this when I was at the Han Sin Guild. In a certain hidden corner, as the door slammed shut, Nara's deep, warm voice suddenly cut through the air. How could you just abandon Choi and lock the door? She's our friend. You dragged her all over the place, and now you want to dump her? She swung her arms, shouting, "Is this how you high-ranking people behave? I'm not working with you anymore." One of them smirked and called out to Nara. She started, startled by what he said next. "What if we left you behind this time?" She was stunned. "What?" He laughed. "You think a C rank like you can escape a B rank dungeon on your own? We don't care about you." Nara glared at him, furious. "Anyway, support classes are a dime a dozen," he spat out. "You bastard." Nara's eyes widened in shock. The more she thought, the heavier her heart felt. Has anyone ever really needed me? Suddenly Hoon shouted, "Nara, what are you doing? Hurry up and buff us." Nara bit her lip. Understood. Once again, Nara joined her hands to create a magic circle. Insight activated. Berserk activated. Afterthought activated. Hoon lunged forward. 2 divine snakes roared as they lunged toward him. Nara's eyes were filled with fierce determination. She had to make it into the Fahe Guild at any cost. Watching Hoon dash ahead, her resolve grew alongside her dreams. If I can just make it there, maybe my life will get a little better. The divine snake's tail coiled around Hoon. He ducked low under the snake's belly, and the beast's head rose high, facing him. Nara's thoughts raced. I want to be like Choi, too. That was when she had asked Choi Hyun, "How do you raise your stats?" And she had replied, "You just have to kill a lot." Nara stood frozen, a mere supporter. Hoon's blade cut the divine snake in two. Choi Hyun's voice still echoed in Nara's mind, haunting her. She hung her head in self-reproach. Why did I have to awaken as a supporter? Nara sniffled. I can't increase my own stats. I'm stuck at this rank forever. As she sank into self-pity, I'm just a mediocre C-rank support. Song-woo turned around and shouted for her. Nara's thoughts drifted back to what that man had said. If you're the one left behind in a hidden dungeon, right as she was lost in thought, a divine snake silently raised its head right above her. Sang-woo's voice suddenly rang out in panic. There's still one more monster. Nara was terrified. If it were her instead of me, I wouldn't be struggling to survive like this. The divine snake opened its crimson maw, and its long zigzagging tongue lashed out. A horrifying roar echoed before it lunged. In an instant, a streak of light tore through the air, decapitating the divine snake. Nara tumbled to the side, narrowly escaping the attack. Sang-woo rushed over, panicked and worried. Hunter Sim Nara. She sat up, coughing incessantly. Sang-woo frowned, staring ahead with a panicked look. What the hell? Why is that thing here? The building stood tall and proud, standing out against the clear sky. Kim Dong-do sleepily opened his eyes, grumbling. What are you nagging about? It's barely morning. But he picked up the phone. Hello? A panicked voice came through the line. Hunter Kim Dong-do. It's bad. The C-rank dungeon just suddenly upgraded to S-rank. A monster in the shape of a mantis suddenly lunged, swinging its twin scythes to decapitate the divine snake, sending gore splattering everywhere. Sang-woo stood frozen, staring blankly up. He broke into a cold sweat. What the hell? The mantis monster's sharp teeth crunched the snake's head, making sickening cracking sounds. Watching the monster grip the snake's body in its forelegs, a wave of terror washed over him. Why is this thing in a C-rank dungeon? Sang-woo's face twisted with tension, sweat pouring down. A bad premonition rose in his heart. An A-rank carnivore. If a monster from an S-rank dungeon appears here, does that mean the dungeon has upgraded to S-rank? How could a C-rank party possibly take this thing down? Sang-woo wanted to scream a warning to Nara, but he only dared to whisper, afraid that any noise would attract the monster's attention. Hunter, Sim Nara, get up, move while it's distracted. Nara was frozen in fear, her body trembling slightly. All surrounding sounds seemed to vanish. Even Sang-woo's voice didn't reach her. Hunter Sim. Sang-woo became so impatient he blurted out, What are you doing? Run! Maru grimaced, urging, Just leave her there. As Maru's constant scolding rang in her ears, At this rate, we're all going to die because of her. Nara had only one thought. Her trembling hands pressed against the ground, forcing her body to move. Knowing everyone behind her was holding their breath, Nara kept pushing herself. I have to move. I can't be a burden. The moment that thought flashed through her mind, the monster's eyes shifted. as if it had discovered something. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right over Nara's head. She froze in place, her pupils shrinking in terror. She slowly looked up, tears welling in her eyes. Gazing at the monster's massive frame, Nara could only stare blankly. Why is that thing so huge? I'm so scared. Nara collapsed, her whole body shaking with fear. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to die here. Tears rolled uncontrollably down Nara's cheeks. I don't want to die. As the sharp tip of the claw touched the top of her head, she instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. But seconds passed, and the pain she thought was sure to come never appeared. Nara suddenly snapped her eyes open, her face filled with astonishment. From above, the monster silently looked down at her, its sharp teeth grinding together, making eerie clicking sounds. Hoon whispered, "Why isn't it attacking?" Maru replied, confused, "I have no idea." Sang-woo was equally shocked. What is happening? That thing should be a frenzied, ravenous monster. Why is it suddenly so docile? Seeing Nara sitting on the ground with a stunned expression, he was puzzled. Impossible. Does Hunter Sim Nara have something special? Nara suddenly stood up, and the monster let out a dry, rattling sound. She looked at it, confused. What? A surge of energy erupted violently. At the same time, two sharp points from its pincers shot toward Nara. She sat there, stunned, not moving. Sang-woo screamed, "Hunter Sim Nara!" From behind, Hoon lunged forward. Sang-woo panicked and yelled, "Stop! Don't provoke it." The monster's giant eyes suddenly turned blood red. Its pincers swung, slicing horizontally toward Hoon, who was rushing in. Nara froze, forgetting to even cry. Her eyes widened, watching in silence as gore sprayed through the air. Maru shrieked in despair. Nara gritted her teeth, her eyes red with rage. "How dare you touch Hunter Kim Hoon?" Nara frantically fired arrow after arrow at the monster, shouting in anger, "Die!" The monster silently closed in behind Maru. She started, her whole body stiffening. The monster swung its pincers down. Maru couldn't dodge in time and fell face first to the ground. Sang-woo rushed over, calling for Hunter Jeon Maru. Suddenly, a golden magic circle appeared on the ground, radiating a blinding light. The mage stood proudly facing the giant monster, the golden circle hovering and spinning incessantly. The brilliant light blinded the monster. Suppressed by the light, it panicked and turned to flee. The mage slowly stepped forward. Nara collapsed, sitting slumped on the ground. Only a few steps away from her was the body cut in two, blood staining the ground red. On the other side lay Maru, covered in wounds. Nara looked up at the mage as she said, "I'm so sorry. I'm not used to using this spell, so the incantation took a while." Nara was confused. "Magic?" The mage clutched her book and explained slowly, "That's right. Aside from healing, the only light attribute magic I can use is defense. Even though I can only use it once a day, luckily it works on people. It's just a shame it doesn't have any offensive capability." She suggested, "Let's withdraw before it comes back." In a nearby cave, the mage's book glowed. Nara watched Maru being treated. "Are you all right?" Maru grumbled. "Do I look like I'm all right to you? Are you mocking me?" Nara was flustered. "I'm sorry." She raised her eyebrows when she heard Maru call out to her, "Hunter, Sim, Nara." Maru struggled to stand, frowning. "Go outside and deal with that monster." Nara was startled. "What did you just say? Are you crazy?" Maru continued. "No. You're the crazy one, Hunter Sim Nara. Why are you still alive? You should have been the first hunter to die." Nara froze as she listened to Maru's analysis. "But that monster didn't target you. And because you decided to save those useless buffs, someone else had to die. That person could have been our main damage dealer," Maru growled. "Take responsibility for that, Hunter Sim Nara." Outside the high-rise building, Hee-Hoon Choi fiddled with a small seed. She propped her feet up and pondered. "Should I eat it or not?" The scientist, with messy hair and dark circles under her eyes, wheezed as she presented her report. "We couldn't detect anything." Her little soul projection floated nearby. "Where am I? Is this hell?" This was annoying. The #1 dungeon research team of the Payhop Guild had been working overtime for 2 weeks straight. Kim Dong-do opened his mouth, demanding, "Check it again." The scientist groaned. "We've already run a ton of experiments on it. Are you guys trying to get me killed here?" She held out her hand to Choi Hyun. The ring she had bought was just a useless, low-level item. She took it. "Really? She's been lugging this junk around for so long. What a waste of our time," Dong-do grumbled, clearly annoyed. "What? What did you just say?" Jeon-han was just as angry. She surely couldn't be so dense that she didn't notice it. Choi Hyun, however, had a different scientific take. "I'm going to tear this new item apart piece by piece and study it." Jeon-han stomped out of the room, still fuming. That scientist is insane. I am definitely not coming back here, he snapped. Did you see her face? She was looking at me like I was a piece of chewed-up gum. He turned to her and asked, Choi, what even is that thing? Why couldn't they detect anything when they scanned it? She looked down at her stomach, confused. Even the full-body scan at the hospital didn't show anything unusual. It must be a failure again, Dongdu suggested. What if it's just a piece of trash? Jean Han punched him. Say something that makes sense, you brat. Both of them started brawling. Was I wrong? He shot back. Is this really the time for your jokes? Choi Hyan spoke up slowly. Well, can we check it again at Peihook this time? I heard it takes 2 months to do it outside. Dongdu held out an item and instructed her. Yeah, it's faster here. Take this. She looked down and asked, What is it? Looking at the round pill in her palm, she heard his voice through the earpiece. It's deworming medicine. She glared at Dongdu. Kim Dongdu, this is the first time anyone has ever handed me deworming medicine in a situation like this. Did you just give it to me because I look pathetic? Hearing a sound, she tilted her head to listen. How many A-rankers can we recruit now? His voice rose sharply. That's all? Where did everyone else go? Dongdu leaned against the doorframe and continued. Keep looking until I get there. I can't come right now. There's a little trouble. My sister is the same. Choi Hyun asked curiously. What's going on? He raised an eyebrow, leaving his sentence hanging. I'll find someone to help. Choi Hyun looked at him, completely dazed, her clear eyes wide with surprise. Down in the basement, Shu Ui was startled by someone's arrival. He lowered his cigarette and said in a low voice, You're late. Hunter Kim Dong-du, we've got everything ready. Shu Ui introduced himself calmly. I'm Kim Shu Ui, an A-rank DPS. Hunter Kim Dong-du. You seem a bit weaker than before. Hearing this, Nam Shu replied cheerfully. That's just your imagination. Just yesterday, he broke the record for the fastest B-rank dungeon clear, remember? I'm Kang Nam Shu, also an A-rank DPS. I mainly use guns. Suddenly, a voice chimed in, and Choi Hyun agreed. This is also my favorite weapon. I'm Choi Hyun, a C-rank tank. The whole group fell into a stunned silence. She quickly added, Kim Dong-du dragged me along to take his place. Kim Shu Ui looked at her with contempt. What's a C-rank doing here? Is that shield you're holding a D-rank? Choi Hyun explained, flustered. Hey, watch it. This was a gift from my ex-boyfriend. He asked, confused. Are you seriously planning to enter an S-rank dungeon with that? She answered quickly. It's fine. Once I die, I'll an arm. Suddenly clamped over her mouth, leaving her stunned. Dongdu shouted, Seriously, stop saying unnecessary things. Shu Ui asked sarcastically. Hunter Kim Dong-du, is this girl missing a few screws? Do we really have to bring her along? Why don't you take her place and go in yourself? Dongdu replied warily. Don't worry, her skills are steady. But her personality, Shu Ui, scanned Choi Hyun from head to toe. Nam Shu broke the awkward silence. She asked, We already have 2 S ranks here, so why bring a C rank? And she doesn't seem to be from the Pack Guild either. Kim Dong-du explained, I've dropped to C rank now, and so is my sister. She gasped in shock. What did you two do? Kim Dong-du didn't blink, as he replied, We have our own reasons. Basically, I won't be of much help. You guys take her with you. Her friend is inside, and she wants to save them. Hearing this, she judged. Looking at that smile of hers, I don't think that's it. Han clutched his head in frustration. 2 S ranks, 5 B ranks, and 1 C rank. How are we supposed to clear an S-rank dungeon with this team? Is there any other support? As if remembering something, he added. All other A ranks are out on inspections, or sent elsewhere. Even the guildmaster has disappeared. We've asked other guilds for help, and they should send people soon. Dongdu began planning. Once we get inside, prioritize killing the boss to secure the exit. Sometimes, a dungeon's rank increases because monsters spill out from within, so focus on rescue first, then deal with the remaining monsters later. If it has truly become a full-blown S-rank dungeon, then give up on the rescue. Clearly, the hunters inside might have already. Dongdu's plan was accepted by everyone. They shouted in unison. Understood, he called out to Choi Hyun. She replied softly. What is it? Dongdu grabbed Choi Hyun by the shoulders and pleaded. I'm begging you. Once you're in there, act like a real tank. You're the only one we can rely on now. She nodded in agreement. I know, he said anxiously. And don't go eating anything weird and hurting yourself again. Did you take the medicine I gave you? She replied. I already did. Dongdu set a condition. If you don't cause trouble and come back safely, I'll buy you a new weapon. She cheered excitedly. Awesome. Suddenly realizing something, she blurted out, Mantis monsters. Why are they here? Choi Hyun asked. You said there was a secret A-rank examiner inside, right? He answered quickly. That's right. Why? Hi. Choi Hyun's eyes lit up. I've changed my mind. I'm going in. That made Dongdu stutter. What? Did you notice something wrong? He shouted. Hey, stop her! The white door glowed, as if it wanted to suck everything inside. Choi Hyun didn't hesitate and ran straight toward it at incredible speed. Immediately, Namshu launched herself into the air, landing accurately on Choi Hyun and quickly pinning her to the ground. Namshu asked with a smirk, Don't you know the dungeon rules? Prioritize the team's safety? A C-rank tank? In a split second, a powerful shove sent Namshu flying upward. Hi, Choi Hyun quickly broke free from her hold. She looked at Namshu and laughed triumphantly. I've never heard of that rule. Well, good luck. As she spoke, Namshu crashed hard to the ground. She could only shout, Hey! Rubbing her aching waist, she whispered to herself, Is she really a C-rank? She doesn't look like one at all. Dongdu explained. No, technically she's registered as C-rank, but in reality, she's an S-rank tank. Something like that. Kim Soo-ui asked, confused. What do you mean? She's a C-rank but somehow an S-rank? Dongdu sighed and brushed it off. Just treat her like an S-rank. Everyone. Let's move. The two others replied in unison. Understood. Yes. On the other side, Maru's face looked exhausted. She shouted, You're the one who has to take responsibility if something goes wrong. Nara threatened, Watch your tongue. You're hurt in the back, not the head. The tense atmosphere was broken by Song Yu. Stop arguing. Hunter Kim Hoon's death is tragic enough. Do you want more people to die? Maru gritted her teeth in regret. He reassured them, I know everyone is terrified because an A-rank monster suddenly appeared, but stay calm. This is not the time for infighting. His gaze was fixed in the distance. The rescue team will be here soon. They must have noticed the situation from the outside. Let's try to hold out until then. Nara wondered about the rescue team, and Dong thought back to what was said. If the time limit was exceeded, members of the Pack Guild would immediately enter to rescue their friends. At that moment, everyone would be considered disqualified. Nara turned pale. That can't be. If there was only one monster like the one from before, maybe we could handle it. Seeing Nara's worried expression, he seemed to read her thoughts and grew tense. Hunter Sim Nara, I know exactly what you're thinking, but if you die here, it'll all be for nothing. She stammered, full of anxiety. But even if it's just one monster, it's still an A-rank. We're C-ranks. We can't possibly kill it. Just as she finished, a massive monster loomed over the storefront. For a moment, everyone froze. How did it find us? Sang Yu panicked and raised his shield to block. The monster's horrific attack slammed into the shield, causing it to crack. It only held out for a few seconds before shattering into pieces. The force of the impact sent Song Yu flying backward. Everyone rushed toward Hunter Gamu in a panic. The monster continued to swing its sharp claws toward Nara. It clamped onto Nara, making her waist bleed. Nara cried out in pain as she was lifted into the air. She struggled, but the pain only grew worse. Let me go, it hurts. Why do these things always happen to me? Nara growled, and a fist struck down. Let me go. The powerful blow made it wince. Nara shouted, I said let go, put me down. Maru saw her losing control and trembling. What's wrong with her? She's gone crazy. Nara was like a beast, continuously punching the monster. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had to wait for the rescue team and could have finished this dungeon ourselves. This was my chance to join POW. But those punches were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The monster was not only unfazed, but looked at her with amusement. Nara went berserk. Die, you bastard. Die. In the blink of an eye, the monster tightened its grip, causing Nara to scream in agony. Its pincers clamped down hard on her small body. Bright red blood flowed down her legs, dripping onto the ground. She groaned in exhaustion. It hurt so much. Nara felt like she was losing consciousness, as if her body were being torn in two. Am I going to die like this? I don't want to die yet. In her memory, Choi Hyun's gaze was cold. She lifted the cup in her hand, her soft voice sounding torn, her head severed. Images of her lying still, surrounded by grasshoppers, flashed through her mind, but her will roared. But I can't die, even though I want to. Returning to reality, every word from Choi Hyun seemed to give Nara strength. She wondered, why did she suddenly remember what Choi said? Choi Hyun, how were you able to survive back then? The grasshopper's mouth opened wide. She wasn't screaming anymore. It must have been much scarier and more painful back then, far worse than what she was going through now. Nara closed her eyes, bracing for the worst. Suddenly, Gam Sang-woo lunged forward. He slammed his shield down, right into the monster's eye. It shrieked in pain and dropped Nara to the ground. Suddenly, a voice spoke. Hunter Sim Nara, sorry for intervening late, which left her curious. Gamsang Wu looked at her apologetically. Theoretically, I shouldn't have interfered, but I couldn't just stand by and watch talented people like you die here. Pao Guild's A-rank tanker, Gamsang Wu, watched as blood spurted from its eye. It shrieked in agony, then suddenly looked into the distance. Gamsang Wu turned pale and stuttered. What is it looking at? Nara also widened her eyes in shock. It was Choi Hyun. Where did Choi Hyun run in from? She waved at everyone excitedly. Found you, Gamsang Wu asked sheepishly. Do you know her? She doesn't look like part of the rescue team. How did she get in here? Nara replied calmly. Yes, she's my friend. Did she come all the way in here to save me? Choi immediately looked serious. So, the thing I'm looking for is right here, huh? My brand new A-rank shield. Nara panicked. What? Didn't you come here to save me? Gamsang Wu shouted in fear. Wait, is she talking about my shield? Yun Choi dashed forward at incredible speed, stabbing right into the ferocious sacred snakes. She stopped, smiled, took the shield from her back, and immediately threw it, slicing one in half. Without stopping, she pierced right through, cutting the sacred snake's face in two. The shield flew to the base of the tree and spun back, cleanly finishing off the previous one, turning it into two pieces. Choi Hyun caught the shield back and complained. What a waste of effort. She stretched tiredly and yelled, You damn mantises, can't you just show your faces in front of me? Searching for you guys is such a pain. I can't find my target. Choi Hyun stood still, her gaze drifting and bored. Did I come here for nothing? I came because I sensed a mantis aura, but killing things like this doesn't even increase my stats. Is it because they're D rank? Her eyes flickered in thought. Choi Hyun wondered if she should try going that way this time. It would be great if they were all gathered in one place. Deciding to go for it, she smiled brightly. Let's see. My lucky day has come, so Choi Hyun is very happy. A mantis and my new shield. A-rank Gamsang Wu was wide-eyed with fear. What? She laughed to herself because it was such a coincidence. Everything she wanted was in one place. She was so lucky. Nara was sitting by a rock, terrified, and seeing her appear, she yelled, Why did you ignore me? Choi simply laughed. I already confirmed you were still alive, didn't I? Compared to the giant mantis, she looked so small. The mantis monster glared with its pupils, while Gamsang Wu looked up in confusion and worry. Again, that ferocious monster is just standing there. It was the same with Hunter Sim Nara earlier. Why is it acting differently than usual? It's as if it's searching for someone. Was it waiting for Choi Hyun to arrive? Her purple hair brushed lightly over her shoulder. She teleported right next to Gamsang Wu, wearing a dangerous smile, and said, I like this shield. Hearing that, he reacted immediately, grabbing his gear. She gripped the shield and pulled it toward her. What's wrong? You're not letting go? So, Gamsang Wu had to resist and reply. I haven't even finished paying it off yet. This caused Nara to panic and intervene. Hey, you two, stop it. He was too busy arguing with her. What? Why is she so strong? Are you not going to let go? And you're not even paying attention to the claw heading toward you? As his pupils shifted, he realized Choi Hyun had already managed to shove Gamsang Wu away to safety. She quickly used the shield to knock away the monster's pincer. With just one counterattack, the iron shield shattered into pieces, leaving Choi Hyun stunned and baffled. That cost me even more money. She shouted in frustration. My shield! Huan Chan bought that for me. That made her furious, so she gathered momentum and sprang up. From high above, Choi Hyun delivered a massive blow to the mantis monster's head. You bastard! She drove it face first into the ground, shattering the earth. The sheer power left Nara gaping in shock. Both the mage and the archer reacted much the same way, especially Gamsang Wu. His eyes widened, his mind constantly questioning that thing. Did she take it down in just one hit? While Choi Hyun stepped on its eye, confused. My stats didn't increase at all. Is it not dead yet? Gamsang Wu asked nervously. Hunter Sim Nara, do you know that person? The reply from the other side was, yes. Still stunned, he turned his head and asked quietly, what is her rank? Caught off guard, Nara sweated nervously. Huh? Should I say A rank? Finally, Nara settled on a final answer. T rank. That left the whole team dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense is that? Meanwhile, Choi Hyun had already swiftly grabbed one side of the shield. Then this is mine, since mine is broken. This made Gamsang Wu scream in panic. Ah, my shield. He immediately ran for his life to chase after her. Give it back. She grabbed it and playfully ran away. No, I don't want to. Watching this, the mantis monster was speechless. It jumped up, roared in anger, and scared Gamsang-woo out of his wits, though he still tried to get it back. It's still alive. Give me back my shield, quickly. Choi Hyun's answer was no. She raised a hand to block him and said, "It's pretty sturdy." This made Gamsang-woo's eyes roll back. "Give it back." Without further hesitation, she walked with imposing power toward the mantis monster, looting its stuff too. Gamsang-woo could only stand frozen. "My shield." Choi Hyun stood on her tiptoes, and in an instant, unleashed a technique, cleanly slicing off one of its limbs, and finished with a satisfying landing. It was so fast that the mantis monster didn't even have time to feel pain, it just watched her. Out of instinct, it slammed its pincer, cracking the ground. Choi Hyun effortlessly hopped up to avoid the attack in an instant. She smiled triumphantly, gathered force, and swung it, slicing off the remaining limb. The shield spun continuously in the air before immediately returning to Choi Hyun's hand. She leaped into the air, observing the crippled mantis monster. Her pupils widened as she suddenly remembered. "Oh right, I almost forgot. I intended to ask you something." Landing on its large, round eye, Choi Hyun had to admit, "You look different from the ones I've known. But since you belong to the same mantis family, you must know." She tilted her head and teased, "Hey, do you know what this is?" Choi Hyun held up the jewelry and said, "This ring." It made a strange moaning sound, impossible to translate, but she looked quite surprised. "What?" The mantis monster went insane and shrieked, opening its wide, sharp-toothed mouth. It scared Nara into clutching her head, gritting her teeth in fear. The whole space shook. Rocks fell, scaring Gamsang-woo into shouting, "What on earth is that sound?" Her expression wasn't worried now. With glowing red pupils, she said in a low voice, "I can't understand a word you're saying. Your pronunciation is terrible too." Finally, she pressed the base of the shield down hard, making dark red blood spray everywhere. Choi Hyun went wild, hitting it repeatedly. The top of the monster's head was like a fountain, with strawberry syrup-like blood pouring down. The scene was so brutal that Gamsang-woo's whole team stood frozen in shock. The blood sprayed even to where Nara was, leaving her in horror. She trembled, thinking to herself, "What? I knew she had changed since that day, but is this really the Choi Hyun I know?" The outer shell was Choi Hyun, but it felt as if her inner essence had been replaced by something else. A sacred snake trembled and groaned, its whole body seemingly rotting away, with part of its body missing as it crawled out of the cave. Its tail was reduced to nothing but bone. A pair of limbs with sharp claws immediately stabbed into the center of the sacred snake. It was the mantis monster, baring its sharp fangs. It hissed, its ferocious eyes shrieking. The sacred snake had to tremble before the ferocity of its opponent. In an instant, the mantis monster raised its jaws and swallowed the creature's head. It wasn't just one, but a dozen at a time. The pack of mantises tore the sacred snakes apart like delicious prey. Suddenly, a piercing sound sent them into a panic. It came from outside the cave, spreading across both mountainsides. From the middle of the forest came the pitiful cry of the mantis monster, whose head had been smashed to pieces by Choi Hyun, to the point where she had to ask, "Hey, can't you be quiet for a second?" She used the strength of her legs to jump up hard, raised her shield high, and prepared to slam it down on its head, scolding, "So noisy, truly useless." But noticing one detail, Choi Hyun laughed manically, "Your exploded head." She looked quite adorable as she delivered a finishing blow, splitting the mango-sized mantis in half. It could only whimper in despair. A whole swarm of those monsters stood facing the cave entrance, and one mantis shrieked that it had found them. Inside was an entire nest, their eyes glowing, radiating danger as they signaled to each other that their stats had increased by 1. Back to her, the system notification that her stats had increased by 1 left Choi Hyun blinking in disbelief. "Killing an A-rank just gives me 1 point, she muttered, brushing her hands off in annoyance. It was such a hassle, and she'd gone and gotten her clothes all dirty. Meanwhile, Sang-woo was speechless, his mouth hanging open in pure shock. He silently evaluated the situation with a grave expression. Even an A-rank DPS would struggle to face that thing alone, but she killed it that easily? How could someone who solos like that be C-rank? Sang-woo found it absurd. If there were a tank who could do this, they'd be famous already. But I've never seen this girl before. He was deeply confused about where she had appeared from. Choi Hyun was using a small spray bottle. Since it was something she'd borrowed from Kim Dong-do, it could remove any stain. Namsu arrived on the scene, sweating, his pupils shrinking in absolute shock. Is she a DPS or a tank? He looked at the pile of dead sacred snakes and exclaimed, "They've all been killed. How boring." Kim Shu-ui heard this and demanded, "What are you bored about? Hurry up and find the boss. You know where it is, right?" The scout confirmed. Yes, I've been here a few times, so I know exactly where it is. He put his hands on his hips and praised. Good. Don't waste your energy, and hurry up to open an exit first. The whole team immediately responded. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Shu-ui cast a distant gaze, which caught her attention. What is it? Hurry. He already had his answer. It's strange. This place barely has any monsters strong enough to make this dungeon an S rank. Ordinary monsters keep pouring out, but this dungeon hasn't changed much at all. Namsu smiled and guessed. Could it be some kind of upgrade? If it were that easy, it would be great. Her actions made Kim Soo-ui wonder, why was she giving a thumbs up? Then she replied, it would be great if that were true, but in my experience, life is never like that. She walked around comfortably and called out, we have an S rank here already, so we'll just have to find it, right? However, he expressed concern, saying, S ranks are selfish, so I can't trust them. They always clear dungeons with a solo playstyle, so their teamwork is terrible. Realizing this, Namsu widened her eyes and replied, that's true, we'll be in trouble if we play solo. But that girl ran in to save her friend earlier, right? So I think she might be willing to cooperate. Kim Shu-ui sighed, thinking, that's true, even if I'm not sure if she's an S rank or not. We should be able to communicate. We have no choice but to trust her. Returning to Choi Hyeon, she was stretching and wondering, should I go find another one? Hearing this, Sangwoo was very confused and approached her, asking, you want to leave? Didn't you come here to save us? He received a blunt no in response. He was completely shaken. Huh? If you didn't come to save us, then why are you here? No. Then why did you take my shield? Maru had to ask. What is going on? Choi Hyun chirped playfully. I just came in place of Kim Dong-do. Hearing that name, Sangwoo was terrified. Hunter Kim Dong-do? Are you two friends? He held his head, unable to believe it. If she was friends with Hunter Kim Dong-do, remembering how he led the team and kept everyone in their positions, her team-clearing ability must be terrifying. Nightmare Rising, Episode 11. With tears streaming down his face, Sangwoo thought, why did they send this person? Seeing him cry, she felt a bit awkward. Okay, I'm off then. But Sangwoo stopped her. No! He hugged her leg tightly, refusing to let go. Don't go! Our lives are in danger. Don't you see your friend is here too? But Choi Hyun was cold, thinking, that's not really my problem, is it? She was bored of talking, flicking her leg and saying, let go already. Sangwoo clung to her leg and shouted, no, you can go, but save us first. Suddenly, a confused voice called out, Hunter Gam Sangwoo, what are you doing? It made them freeze. Kim Shu-ui glared at him judgmentally, saying, I'm here to save you. What are you doing? Namsu laughed, teasing him. I've recorded your dark history now, making him scream in despair. Seeing that people had arrived, Choi Hyun suggested, the rescue team is here, so I'm leaving. But he pouted, not allowing it. Why do you keep wanting to leave? He asked, making him wonder too. What are you talking about, Hunter Choi Hyun? Didn't you come in to save your friend first? He crossed his arms and signaled for her to take her along. However, when Kim Shu-ui glanced at the shield in her hand, he understood. Hunter Choi Hyun, don't tell me the reason you volunteered to go in first was. He remembered when Sangwoo showed him. Look, I just bought this. Looks cool. Right? He knew it was the item Gam Sangwoo had recently bragged about, and she had just stolen it. She casually said, looks cool, right? That's my new weapon, committing broad daylight robbery. Kim Shu-ui gritted his teeth so hard his cigarette broke. He wanted to jump at her and fight right there, but he was stopped. Sir, please calm down. She's very strong. Kim Shu-ui ignored him and shouted, I don't care. Choi Hyun teased, are you really mad? But what he cared about was, no. Where are you planning to go? Nara's face looked quite sad as she looked down at the ground. Kim Shu-ui said, we're planning to kill the C-rank boss first to open an exit. Once that's done, everyone can head to the exit and leave here immediately. He frowned until his veins popped, asking, does anyone have any questions? She muttered annoyedly. Once the boss is killed, you have to let me go. When Maru let out a soft knowing the other party wanted to express something, he asked, please go ahead. She was confused. Does being rescued mean we're disqualified? Kim Shu-ui crossed his arms and looked at her, replying, I'm not a judge, so I can't give you an accurate answer. Sangwoo smiled awkwardly and rubbed his head. This is my first time experiencing something like this, so I think the association will inform you after they discuss it. Hearing that, Maru hung her head in frustration. How did it end up like this? This was my chance to join the Hunter Guild. And Nara worried. She didn't want to leave either. Even though she had almost died earlier, if she gave up now, she wondered when she would be able to participate in the practical test to join the Hunter Guild again. She made a request, and Hunter Gam Sang-woo responded, "Yes." Nara asked, "Earlier, you killed an A-rank monster. If there was only one, couldn't we continue the test?" His only reaction was a sigh. Theoretically, everyone has to kill all the small monsters in here, and the boss to be recognized as having completed it. But this dungeon was just upgraded to S-rank, so there won't be just one. She heard this but was still determined. "Can't we just dodge them and kill the boss?" But Sang-woo frowned and said, "Do you want to let your teammates die? Like I said, don't sacrifice your lives in vain. You have to live to have a next chance." He wondered, "How do you plan to kill the boss without a tank or DPS? You know that clearly, don't you?" Nara knitted her brows, sweat dripping under the pressure. "At times like this, if only I had the strength to handle it alone." Choi Hyun, who had been observing, called out to her, "Nara," she sincerely advised, "isn't it better for you to just leave? That person is right. There will be other chances next time." So she had to rush to explain. "Choi, you know my situation well. You know how many times I've failed, so how can you easily advise me to leave like that?" Nara questioned, "You didn't come here to save me. You came because you knew this was an S-rank dungeon. This is a place where, if I don't take the chance, I'll never be able to get in." But Choi Hyun had faith. "No, Nara, don't be so negative. You'll be able to get in again. In previous job interviews, you only failed because the timing wasn't right, and you're good at that. You'll definitely pass next time." But she was scolded back by Nara. "I mean, there won't be a next time. Why do you just advise me to leave? I already said this is my last chance. What do you know?" Seeing the other person react strongly, Choi Hyun stayed calm and replied, "Nara, don't get agitated. That's not what I meant. It seems like because you're injured, you're like this. You should cherish your life more because you only have one, right?" While Nara was silent, Sang-woo agreed and followed up. "That's right. We only have one life. Everyone, stay calm. Let's go open the exit first." However, she shed tears, asserting, "Because you're strong, you can easily say those words about leaving." Nara said helplessly, "I'm too weak, so every chance like this is very important. You also know how you'll be treated if you're weak. If you intend to say things like that, why did you step in here to make people miserable?" She said something that broke people's hearts. "You should have just abandoned me. Just like the way we abandoned you that day. I shouldn't have come there that day. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be here now." Choi Hyun's face darkened, her voice full of indignation as she called out to Nara, startling her. While Sang-woo tried to mediate, "Come on, let's argue after we get out. It's dangerous if we stay here any longer." Then, she completely lost her composure, reaching out toward her. Choi Hyun's eyes were full of hatred. Her hand spread wide as she said, "Sim Nara, if that's the case, it's better if you die here." As she opened her phone, a prominent notification caught her eye. "Non-Hunter Guild, hello. This is the Non-Hunter Guild. Thank you for submitting your membership application." Clenching her phone tightly, she stared at the message, as if trying to verify the information again and again. Nara's expression was incredibly heavy, yet her eyes remained glued to the screen, lost in thought. "Ever since I left the Hans Guild, I've realized something," she mused. Her eyes reflected a deep exhaustion, mixed with an indescribable sorrow, as she silently pondered just how pathetic it felt to be someone nobody needed. She slowly sank into past memories, back when everyone was together, surrounded by a warm atmosphere. At least back then, they needed her right up until they entered that hidden dungeon. Suddenly, Nara witnessed a scene that caught her by surprise. Ahead, a couple was arguing. Seeing Huno's timid posture, Nara couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why is she acting like that? She wondered. Observing her shyly look up at An Hyung-chan and force a smile, Nara silently assessed her appearance and tanking skills, thinking they weren't bad at all. Then why does she let someone like An Hyung-chan manipulate her? It was such a pity. She had told her many times that she could find someone better. Does he have something on her? Nara sighed in frustration. She deserved to be treated better. She was just being too naive. A memory quietly surfaced. The moment she was chained by the neck, tears streaming down her face, begging continuously. Her face had turned pale from suffocation, leaving her helpless and whispering. Choi stopped. None of that could earn any mercy from the cold, gloomy Choi Hyun, who simply asked, "Nara, do you have any last words?" Choi Hyun didn't let go, even as Nara nearly passed out. Nara trembled as she replayed everything in her mind, their status, her status. Feeling as though she were about to be crushed, she could only whisper, standing on the thin line between life and death. Overwhelming fear caused Nara's body to stiffen. Her eyes went wide, her pupils trembling as tears streamed down her face, as if she were clinging to a final hope. "I'm so scared I want to live." Memories of that day surfaced, her struggling, her face covered in despair, her vacant eyes filled with pain, helplessness, her hand reaching out as if to grasp something just out of reach. "I begged you to save me back then." Returning to the present, Nara's emotions completely broke, and she sobbed, practically begging. "I clung to you back then because I wanted to live, but now," thinking back, at this point, she could only scream in desperation, causing Choi Hyeon to pause for a brief moment. "I would have been better off dead." Hearing this, Choi Hyeon's crimson eyes widened, her pupils contracting in disbelief. Yet, after a momentary lapse, Choi Hyeon remained unmoved and swung her fist forward. "You understand now, don't you?" Nara was terrified. Even though she had humbled herself to repent, she couldn't stop the strike. Seeing the fist about to descend, she felt helpless, and could only squeeze her eyes shut to brace for the impact. Just when it seemed the blow would be final, a cold gun barrel pressed against her head. A blade blocked the gun's path as someone spoke in a low voice. "Calm down, Hunter." The two figures who appeared from behind were Nam Shu and Kim Shu Ui, pointing their weapons at her as a warning. Nam Shu warned sternly, "We're here to save people. What do you think you're doing if she dies?" Seeing that she remained firm, refusing to let Nara go, he advised in a low voice, "If you want to kill her, do it after we leave. Once the mission is completed, I won't care anymore." Watching from the sidelines, Nam Shu was quite amused and curious. Looking straight at Shu Ui, she teased, "So ruthless. I guess the mission really is more important." Just as the three were deadlocked, a loud explosion drew everyone's attention. "It's here." Seeing that, she gently made a suggestion regarding the situation. "Let's open an exit first. We're close to the boss area anyway." Even so, Hyun Choi remained silent and showed no intention of letting Nara go. "Hyun Cho!" Her attitude seemed to make the desperate Nara suddenly wake up, as if she had grabbed hold of a sliver of hope. Choi Hyeon slowly released her hand from the other's throat, leaving Nara with a sudden sense of relief. She turned away decisively, leaving behind a short message. "You guys go. Whether you live or die now, I don't care." This left Namshu surprised, and she blurted out, "What?" Watching her back fade into the distance, she could only call out in panic. "Why are you like this? Aren't you coming with us?" Before the hunter could finish her sentence, she turned back with a gloomy face, her sharp, cold eyes filled with undisguised hatred. She spoke with a menacing tone. "Don't get in my way if you don't want to die." Amidst the air thick with the smell of gunpowder, Shu Ui finally spoke up to cut off their conversation. "Hunter Nam Shu, don't worry, she'll come back once she calms down." Hearing that, she replied with a touch of melancholy. "Really? The rules say everyone has to leave together." But now, Su Ui shifted his entire focus to the person who had been watching the situation all along. "Do you still not want to leave?" he asked, observing the disheveled, pathetic-looking Nara still sitting on the ground. S-Rank Hunter. Hearing the prompt, Nara snapped out of her stupor. Even with tears still clinging to her lashes, she replied weakly, "I'll go." She added, "Everyone, get ready. Let's quickly kill the monster and get out." On the other side, Song Yu was hugging his ruby-encrusted shield and mumbling, "You're back. My shield. I won't lose you so carelessly ever again. I'll take good care of you." Suddenly, someone appeared and yanked the shield away, making him scream in panic. "Give it to me, little shield." Once she successfully took the shield, she turned to inform Shu Ui and Namshu. "I only need to get you guys out, right?" Hearing that, he looked quite dissatisfied, thinking to himself, "Are you robbing us again?" "That's right." At this moment, Nara stood up and turned to Choi Hyun, speaking timidly. Choi, she was interrupted by Nam Shu. "Stop fighting." Seeing the cold treatment, Nara clumsily explained, "I spoke out of turn earlier." Suddenly, without turning around, she called out in a firm voice, "Nara." Choi Hyun didn't even look at her, she just turned, her back to Nara to make her current stance clear. "My business ends here once you go outside. Don't let me see you again." Hearing those words made her heart feel heavy. She couldn't utter a single word. Seeing that Choi Hyun seemed very determined, Nara felt incredibly miserable, but she had no choice but to listen. As she prepared to move on, she suddenly heard Nara's choked voice, "All right, I'm sorry." Afterward, she was treated by another teammate using healing magic. Watching her wound slowly close, she was truly amazed. It's strange. The healing speed is so fast. Does a D-rank healer have this much power? Even while healing, the girl couldn't help but be curious and asked gently. That Hunter Sim Nara, being addressed suddenly, responded a bit flustered. "Yes?" Hearing that, the girl with the expressionless face asked curiously, "Why did you act like that earlier? Fighting with your friends isn't a good thing." That question stirred a melancholy that had been simmering in Nara's heart. Did she want to hide it? Because I'm a pathetic person, and above all, because I blamed others. I'm sorry. The atmosphere became strange because I stubbornly refused to go. Seeing that, the other girl didn't show any disgust but explained gently, "At Phi Hyok, everyone's status is the same. Honestly, I didn't understand your actions." Nara was surprised, even stunned for a moment, and blurted out, "Huh?" The girl continued to ask out of curiosity, "Why doesn't Hunter Sim trust her friends? And you don't believe in yourself either." Before Nara could answer, the girl provided the answer herself. But that's okay, because everyone here has probably experienced that at some point. I have too. She concluded with a final sentence, like words of encouragement, urging her to believe in herself more. Nara hadn't even had time to process the girl's words before Sang-yu approached to cut their conversation short. "The healing is done. Let's join the others." The girl replied coldly, making things clear. Looking at Nara's wound, he was quite amazed to see the healing speed was so effective. The wound healed so fast. Hearing that, the girl replied with satisfaction, "Thank you." Outside, Maru and Taeyun were fighting fiercely against the monsters inside the barrier, while Sang-yu was instructing the rest. "This is a low-level dungeon, so even if there are many monsters, we'll finish them quickly." Seeing two sacred snakes lunging at her, she was quite amused and spoke with a mocking tone. "Two of them?" She raised her gun and pulled the trigger immediately, saying with amusement, "Which one should I pick?" The bullets struck them right in the head, causing them to shriek and try to dodge. But suddenly, one of them turned its jaw, filled with sharp teeth, toward its own kind. Those razor-sharp teeth tore a piece of flesh off the other. Witnessing that scene made Namshu extremely excited. She softly muttered, "Eating each other?" Right after tearing its kin apart, it suddenly turned toward Kang Namshu, prompting her to ask playfully, "What's this? Want me to praise you?" She instantly leaped high off the ground, landed gracefully, and with a decisive swing of her sword, sent it to its grave, spraying blood everywhere. "Good job," she muttered, then returned to where Kim Shu Ui was standing. She chimed in with amusement, "Hunter Kim Shu Ui, are you almost done on your end?" But he replied calmly, "No matter how you look at it, the ones on your side are the weakest." Hunter Kang Namshu watched as a swarm of divine snakes darted toward Kim Shu Ui, and she teased, "Huh? But I can't just take them home as pets, can I?" He brushed her comment aside. "Don't talk nonsense," he said, dispatching the remaining snakes with sharp, fluid sword strikes. Namshu chuckled flatteringly. "I was right, wasn't I?" Shu Ui calmly replied, "Fine, let's just assume all these monsters were weak." As the two were talking, blood suddenly flew toward them from everywhere, making them freeze. A divine snake was sliced in two before it could even attack, and the same ruthless, decisive fate met the second one. A series of divine snakes were being hacked into pieces, while Choi Hyun stood in the middle, showing no mercy, which forced Namshu to exclaim, "The more I look, the less she seems like a tank." Just like that, the blood spray didn't lessen, it only intensified. Choi Hyun stood amidst the mess of bodies at her feet, creating a scene of gruesome slaughter. She stood there, silently, lost in thought. "It's strange, I really should have killed her." Her beautiful face and ruby-like eyes were splattered with blood, carrying an aura that made others tremble in fear. She whispered to herself, "Why can't I bring myself to kill her?" The fierce roar of the divine snake echoed throughout the forest. Agile sword strikes moved so fast they created afterimages, finishing it off instantly. Even while in a state of frenzied counterattack, her heart remained burdened. "Why can't I kill her?" The creature's dark red blood splattered everywhere, staining her face, which was filled with intense determination, yet her mind was struggling fiercely with her own intentions. It's so simple. As the divine snake fell, Choi Hyun saw Nara still sitting quietly, which triggered her murderous intent for a fleeting moment. Should I kill her right now? She watched Nara, who was still deep in thought, despite being splashed with the monster's blood. I intended to do it, she thought, but then remembered the tear-stained face and the sincere words. I clung to you because I wanted to live, but thinking about it now, I should have just died. She then recalled the moment Nara was so worried, when she went missing, and gently scolded her. Choi Hyun, I've been looking for you everywhere. Where did you go while we were eating? Back then, she had witnessed Choi Hyun feeling miserable and hiding in a corner, crying. Why are you crying? Nara, did that jerk An Hyung-chan scold you again? That guy is beyond help. I warned him last time. Even so, she could only weep softly and blame herself. No, don't. It's my fault. You know I'm not worth much. Thinking back to the scene in front of the building, she had explained repeatedly. Every time I enter a dungeon, I'm so scared that I freeze up. It's been 3 years, and I'm still dragging the team down. Suddenly, Choi Hyun felt even more miserable and blamed herself. I hate this. I really want to do better. But she was immediately countered by Nara's angry voice. What are you talking about? You're great. You stand at the front and protect us all. It's amazing. Hearing that, she was momentarily stunned and replied, Really? Seeing Choi Hyun's doubt, Nara shouted in frustration, You dummy! I said you are! Then, she suddenly spoke with certainty. Choi. Nara's expression was incredibly firm as she instructed, Next time we enter a dungeon, I'll buff you as much as I can. That way, you'll probably be a little less scared. That truly touched Choi Hyun's heart, making her shed tears of gratitude. But then Nara naively added, You can't do that though. Others will be in danger. You have to spread the buffs evenly. That's right. Nara was genuinely surprised and remarked, It's a good thing you're more level-headed than I thought. Finishing her words, she suddenly saw Choi Hyun's innocent, radiant smile, like warm sunlight shining into her heart. I feel much better now. Thank you, Nara. That scene made Nara's cheeks turn pink as she advised, If you need me, you can call me anytime. And you really should break up with An Hyung-chan and come live at my place. But Choi Hyun awkwardly refused the offer. I can't do that, leaving Nara feeling a bit helpless. Why is someone like you involved with that jerk? Returning to the present, she faced Nara standing right in front of her and silently made a decision. Nara, there is only one reason I'm not killing you. The image of that strong, determined face from back then crossed her mind. She was the only one who didn't abandon her. She stood still for a long time, body covered in blood, not knowing how to face things after everything that had happened. As if realizing the truth that Nara had hidden for so long, she truly began to crumble. But in the end, I was wrong. She sank into negative thoughts. I should have just lived like that, being abandoned time and time again. I can't even die if I want to. Elsewhere, some people seem to have discovered a beautiful, vast space with a waterfall flowing by and sunlight streaming down onto an angel statue created inside an underground cave. This is the Fallen Sanctuary, and a Grade X boss is here. In the center is the statue at the sanctuary, and Song Yu was enthusiastically explaining the mysterious figure. It looks like a statue, but it's actually a living thing. That's why everyone calls it this. Pausing for a moment, he continued rambling. Its skills are, but he was quickly cut off by Su Ui. Don't worry, it's only grade C. Let's finish this quickly and get out. Afterward, he, Nara, and Sang Yu approached it while still giving careful instructions. We'll handle this. You take care of the others. Nam Shu, before leaving, turned toward the rest of the group and said gently, Everyone, get ready to find the exit. Walking and talking, Shu Ui looked bored and replied emotionlessly, Can we just finish this quickly? Stop playing around. But she was currently extremely excited and replied enthusiastically, Huh? Do you want me to handle it? She was still excited, as if this were a group outing and not monster extermination. Fine. No problem, she replied cheerfully. Then, Nam Shu suddenly turned back and exclaimed, Hunter Kim Shu Ui, that statue is stripping. He just walked on coldly and said indifferently, Not interested. Even so, she insisted and shouted when she saw a large mouth with sharp teeth suddenly appear in the middle of the angel statue. No, really, look. It looks cool after it strips. Shu Ui just replied in annoyance. It's just a mouth. What's so great about that? Then he walked away decisively, despite Nam Shu's constant teasing. So, you did look, perverted Hunter Kim Sui. Seeing that, his face went dark. Shut up and finish it for me. Sang Yu kept laughing and hinted, You were curious about what it looked like naked, right? This made him wave his hand in dismissal and walk away angrily. Despite everyone joking around, she was still lost in her own thoughts. Seeing that, Shu Ui walked over and asked, Hunter Choi Hyun, are you feeling better now? The exit will appear soon. When it does, let's leave together. As soon as he finished, a piercing roar rang out, coming from the sharp jaw on the angel statue. Right after the echo, it lunged toward Nam Su, who was closest. Even so, she didn't dodge, but raised her gun, ready to deal with it, while Shu Ui and Choi Hyun continued to talk calmly. Why are you here alone? It's dangerous. Shu Ui was currently explaining the danger. We don't know how many grade A monsters are still here. And if you run into a grade S monster, he finished with a threat to drive her out, you'll never survive alone. Shu Ui continued telling her about the dangers lurking everywhere. When Hunter Dongdu's power returns, we'll come back here. Now, Let's go. Even though he said that, Choi Hyeon remained determined. He's useless. I'm not going anywhere. Seeing that he couldn't convince her to leave made Shu Ui very uncomfortable, but he still replied stiffly, "Fine, I understand. Damn it, those grade S monsters. Just cooperate for once. Clear the fallen sanctuary. You have defeated the sanctuary boss grade C." A system notification suddenly appeared like a consolation, dispelling the tense atmosphere. "Good job." Hunter Kang Nam Sang Yu quickly followed up. "Great work," making her feel incredibly proud. "It's nothing." He then turned to the others and happily announced the news. "All right, the boss is dead. Let's find the exit." Everyone finally relaxed. Even so, Maru and Nara were still silent, not showing any joy at the recent achievement, replying half-heartedly, "Yeah, yeah." At this moment, the two remaining members, Choi Hyun and her teammate, returned to report on the exit. "Hunter Gam Sang Yu, we'll go find the way out," he replied happily. All right. Led by the two, they passed through an arched gate to reveal a spacious, empty courtyard. Seeing that, the other teammate asked, "That's strange. Why hasn't the exit appeared yet?" Hearing this, Choi also scanned the area and replied, "Usually, it appears right inside the cave." The two continued moving forward. But as they walked, she voiced her suspicion. Could it be that the boss isn't dead yet? But that was immediately dismissed. The system notification already popped up. If the monster wasn't dead, how could it have appeared? Having walked for a while without finding anything, the other teammate suggested, "Let's check outside. The exit shouldn't be too far from here." Seeing that, Choi Hyun agreed. "You're right." Observing the surroundings, she skeptically remarked, "But, don't you find it odd? We've never had to travel this far before." Sensing that the situation was getting precarious, the other teammate turned and said sternly, "This isn't good, let's head back." But getting no response, he spoke up once more. "Hunter Yu Chae-hun." At that moment, tears streamed down his face, filled with agony and pain, and he could only loudly plead, "Please, save me." His body was impaled and lifted high by one of the creature's limbs. This left his teammate in absolute terror, screaming, "Hunter Yu Chae-hun." Suddenly, a system notification board appeared. It seemed he had seen something so horrific that his eyes widened in panic, his pupils contracting rapidly. What the hell is going on? What are we supposed to do now? Behind him, the giant mantis monster that had attacked Chae-hun stood waiting. In the end, he only managed one desperate scream. Back at the group's location, where the sound of the cascading waterfall and the bright sunlight created a magnificent view, Shu Ui had been waiting for a long time and was losing patience. "We just need to find the exit. What is taking those two so long?" Namshu tried to step in. Maybe they got lost, but he was immediately countered. "Impossible. They've cleared this dungeon countless times." Just as he finished speaking, the system's notification chimed, acting as an explanation for everything. Besides Shu Ui and Namshu, the others received the message too. Sang-woo exclaimed in a panic, "What is this?" "The boss monster has been replaced. Defeat the new boss." Boss change? Despite the sudden chaos, Choi Hyun remained silent, deep in thought. "Are you kidding me?" Those details felt like a slap in the face to all their hard work, making the rest of the group frantic. How could this happen? Doesn't the exit appear once you kill the C-rank boss? Seeing this, Namshu tried to intervene in his confusion. "Wait, everyone, stay calm." But the others kept pressing. "Hunter Kim Shu-ui, what do we do now? I've seen a dungeon jump to S-rank before, but nothing like this has ever happened." Even though he was flustered, Shu-ui could only offer a vague plan. "If we kill the boss, we can get out. The problem is, it's an S-rank monster now. We have to follow the system's instructions." Sang-woo hesitated and spoke skeptically. "What is wrong with this dungeon? First, it jumped to S-rank, now the boss has changed." At this point, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You're right, Hunter Kim Shu-ui. Life really isn't easy." Shu-ui responded coldly, "I told you. That's why I can't quit smoking." Then, she suggested, "What about the two hunters who went outside earlier? Should we go look for them?" But she was brushed off. "Don't be ridiculous. We don't know how many A-rank monsters are out there." Namshu looked incredibly distressed, wondering if they should call for reinforcements, but he was flatly refused. "Are you sure we'll even live long enough for that? If there was an S-rank here, maybe we'd have a chance." Then, they both remembered Choi Hyun was still there. Seeing her so calm, as if nothing had happened, he approached her, Hunter Choi Hyun, but was met with an annoyed glare as she snapped, "What is it?" Shu-ui's expression was grave as he probed, "You saw the system message. If we don't defeat the S-rank boss, we won't be able to leave here." Even so, Choi Hyun remained silent, listening to the explanation. If we want to survive, we need your strength. Hunter Choi Hyun, please form a party with us. To his surprise, even after he pleaded, she still refused. Give up, huh? On her face was an unmistakable look of contempt and disgust, and she retorted mockingly, I hate forming parties. If you want to live, kneel down. Hearing her words, not just Shu Ui, but Nam Shu was also too shocked to speak. What? What kind of person is she? Inside the spacious building, soft light filtered through the high windows, casting shadows on the brick walls and steel beams on the ceiling. Kim Dong-du hunched over, hands clasped over his mouth as if trying to suppress his emotions, and said fearfully, Damn it, will things really be okay? Even though he tried to reassure himself that there was no other choice in such a situation. Remembering the scene of Choi Hyun clinging to his leg, begging, Please, let me come too, only to be rejected by him, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. But I'm the only S-rank left, aren't I? So you plan to go? You're just a C-rank. Kim Dong-du looked like he was about to collapse from worry, radiating a sense of helplessness and exhaustion. Just thinking about it makes me want to pull my hair out. Choi Hyun, don't cause any trouble. Just as he was moping, someone came to remind him. Hunter Kim Dong-du. His assistant looked quite hurried and anxious as he announced, Someone is calling for you. As you asked, the guildmaster is looking for you. Hunter Kim Dong-du was visibly startled. What did you say? Even while on the phone, he felt like he was on pins and needles. A stern voice came from the other end. It's been a while, hasn't it? Hunter Kim Dong-du. The last time we met was last month, right? Are you doing well? His face betrayed his guilt, sweat pouring down, and he stammered, It's just you've been on business trips abroad so much lately, guildmaster, but he was cut off. I've only been gone for a week. The person on the phone didn't beat around the bush. Let's be direct. I don't see your name or your sister's name on the S-rank raid list. What's going on? Hearing that, he replied, flustered, Because of Officer Song Aek-young's skill, I've been downgraded to C-rank. It probably won't wear off until next month. Had he not read Song Aek-young's report yet? Meanwhile, in another place, shiny leather shoes paused on the gravel ground. C-rank, huh? The voice was steady and calm, yet full of authority, like a command. This isn't good. Hunter Kim Jong-han worked so hard to make you strong. And now, you've gone back to your original state. Hearing those words, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he replied sternly, I'm sorry. But the person on the other end remained unfazed, speaking lightly. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Go apologize to Hunter Kim Jong-han. She had to suffer so much because of you, right? What the other person said left Kim Dong-du in deep thought, unable to refute a single word. Then, the other person suddenly asked, And one more thing, why is there a C-rank on the list? Who is that person? Kim Dong-du replied calmly. A C-ranker named Choi Hyun. She hasn't been able to find a guild all month. Thinking of Choi Hyun's resilient demeanor and indifferent attitude, he felt intrigued and couldn't help but brag. And even though she's a C-rank on paper, she's very strong. The moldy, stale air in the warehouse couldn't stop them from discussing it. The other person said with interest, That name sounds familiar. Is she an acquaintance of yours, Hunter Kim Dong-du? Seeing this, Kim Dong-du frowned slightly and replied, She's a friend of mine. This made the person on the other end sound even more interested. It seems she's the reason you've been missing for a month, huh? On the other side, the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a faint sunset. Gazing at the beautiful sky, he said, Don't worry about the recovery costs. Just focus on the rescue mission. That's it. I'll be back in Korea soon. Understood. As soon as the call ended, Kim Dong-du sighed in relief, as if a weight had been lifted. So annoying. Damn it. His assistant, who had been standing by and heard the entire conversation, asked with concern, Is something wrong? But he replied indifferently, It's nothing. More importantly, how is the request for help going? Seeing that it wasn't serious, the assistant finally reported, The Wazon and Gammon guilds say they will send reinforcements. The Wazon guild? Why them? The assistant continued to explain, Well, the major guilds are starting to stir. I think it's because this is a C-rank dungeon. I see. From the desolate desert side, a cold voice, carrying the undeniable pressure of a mysterious man, spoke up. Investigate Choi Hyun. Understood. He tapped his gloved fingers on his other hand, speaking in a neither cold nor warm tone. Choi Hyun. Choi Hyun. The mysterious man revealed himself to be Tae Hyun. He looked incredibly excited, muttering, That's Kim Dong-du's acquaintance, right? That guy actually did something useful by accident. Elsewhere, Hyuni snapped irritably, I damn well hate forming parties. Which took everyone by surprise. You know that, right? If you want to live, kneel down. Seemingly still unsatisfied, she continued to set another condition. But I still don't like it. I'm busy checking out this dungeon right now. Seeing the playful expression on her face made the others extremely uncomfortable. Are you actually crazy? Just because you're an S rank, you think you're better than us? Nam-soo, looking quite anxious, spoke up. Hunter Kim Shu-ui, it looks like she has no intention of cooperating. Why don't we just leave on our own? If we wait a little longer, reinforcements will arrive. But before he could finish, Kim Soo-ui stepped toward Choi Hyun, leaving her completely bewildered. Hunter, Kim Soo-ui, where are you going? Don't tell me you intend to fight her? With just a few steps, he stood right beside her, taking her by surprise. It left Choi Hyun so shocked that her pupils dilated, as if she couldn't believe he would actually follow her lead. Sang-woo witnessed this, and was truly flustered, shouting, Kim Soo-ui. Despite everyone's desperate attempts to stop him, Kim Soo-ui still knelt before her, Sang-woo's voice echoing nearby. What are you doing? Witnessing that scene left Nam-soo utterly terrified. Losing his composure, he shouted, Hunter Kim Soo-ui, what are you doing? Do you intend to become her toy? Even so, Choi Hyun's expression remained quite dissatisfied as she sarcastically replied, What's wrong with you? It seems your self-respect is even lower than I thought. Do you want to live that badly? But Kim Soo-ui paid no mind to the words of those around him and firmly replied, My life isn't important. From the moment I chose this path, I was prepared for anything. Seeing the terror on the faces of the others, he slowly asserted, But their lives are a different matter. This isn't a situation where I can afford to be reckless. Right then, Kim Soo-ui looked up, his determination unbreakable, and spoke with unwavering resolve. I will survive this, and I will take as many people out of here as possible, including you, Hunter Choi Hyun. Seeing him lower his pride for the sake of everyone's lives left Choi Hyun quite surprised, mixed with a feeling hard to put into words. By now, Sang-woo couldn't take it anymore, so he approached, pulling at Kim Soo-ui, who was still kneeling, and said indignantly, You madman, who told you to kneel? Do you have no self-respect? But he was retorted. You did the same thing, which really gave him a headache as he shouted, This guy. A man might not have knees, but he must have pride. And as for Choi Hyun, she silently observed the two of them arguing with an unreadable expression. If you're dead, what's the point of worrying about knees and pride, you idiot? If you die, what are the survivors supposed to do? Why are you talking like I'm the one who's going to die? Seeing Kim Soo-ui forcefully restrain Sang-woo, she finally spoke. Why should I form a team with you guys? Her beautiful face suddenly furrowed in annoyance, her voice filled with suspicion. Do I have any reason to trust you? Seeing this, Nara, who had been standing behind them the whole time, felt a bit guilty. As if to break the suffocating tension, Kim Soo-ui spoke up to capture her attention. First, he seriously analyzed the current situation. To clear a dungeon, you need at least 3 hunters of the appropriate rank. That's the standard number. He slowly and thoroughly explained to everyone present the difficult situation they were in. But S-rank dungeons are different. Even if other S-rank hunters from other guilds come to help, the chances of clearing it are very low. The vision of the mantis monsters flashed through his mind, making his voice suddenly darken, especially since this is an S-rank dungeon, and the king of predators is famous for its extreme difficulty. In a moment, he regained his usual composure and calmly explained, I won't force you to trust hunters you've met for the first time today, but cooperation is what increases the chance of survival in a dungeon, so we need your help, Hunter Choi Hyun. Sang-woo, standing behind them, suddenly interrupted Kim Soo-ui. Why do you sound so pathetic? If it were me, I wouldn't help, but he just coldly replied. Then what would you have me say? While Hyun was quietly considering, the other two continued their heated argument. Anyway, this kid alone probably can't clear this entire S-rank dungeon. What did you say? Are you looking down on me? It's just the truth. Tangent-ga. Seemingly lost in thought, she slightly furrowed her brows as if she had discovered something abnormal. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed throughout the cave, causing both Sang-woo and Kim Soo-ui to jump and turn around. Meanwhile, Hyun remained calm as she observed. One of them shouted, They're here! Deep inside the winding cave, the roars were now very close to them. The others were panicking, clamoring about. This sound, it's not just one or two of them. Outside the dilapidated barricade, a series of giant mantis monsters appeared as if waiting for them to emerge. We're surrounded. One mantis monster leaned down to guard the cave entrance while they were still clamoring in complete chaos. If they've come all the way here, does that mean all the hunters on patrol are dead? Calm down. The entrance here is smaller than the path. Things that size can't get in here. But Kim Shu-ui, still conservative and distrusting of Choi Hyun, spoke up to advise everyone. If we hold our ground here, reinforcements will definitely come. A resounding sound like boulders smashing into each other surprised them both. He said in horror, "What is that sound?" Sure enough, from the direction of the gate, a sharp limb pierced through the stones in the cave, causing them to explode and scatter everywhere. Don't tell me on the other side. The giant mantis monsters are using their strength to destroy the ancient fortress, and their relentless impact is making everything collapse at a dizzying speed. One of them screamed, "They're breaking the gate!" Crumbling earth and stone rained down continuously, bringing up a thick cloud of dust. Deep in the cave, Kim Shu-ui seemed to have guessed their purpose. "They're widening the entrance to get in here." He gritted his teeth in fear and said, "Are we going to die like this? Why did the boss suddenly change?" Hearing this, she replied in a complete panic, "If only an exit appeared, we'd have lived." But Kim Shu-ui stepped forward to reassure his teammates. "Calm down. Did you two come here just to die?" Everyone picked up their weapons. Then he turned back to make his final plea. "Hunter Choi Hyun, will you really not help us?" But Choi Hyun remained lost in thought, completely unmoved. Seeing this, Kim Shu-ui was out of options and began ordering the others into position. "Hunter Gam Sang-woo, take the front line. 2 B-rank melee fighters will support and tank from the sides." He also turned to Nara and the other girl to give directions. "Mages and healers, support from the rear and focus on shielding." "Understood." He turned to the others to organize their positions. "Long-range warriors, provide fire support from behind." "Kang Nam-shu, give Maru the gun." He calmly said, "Do you know how to use it?" Seeing this, she awkwardly replied, "Thank you." Then Kim Shu-ui looked at the person next to him and assigned roles. "You will protect the mages and healers in the rear, and you will be brought in to rotate and tank on the front line when needed, so stay focused." The man replied obediently, "Understood." Next, he shouted sternly, "Hunter Gam Sang-woo, use your taunt skill and draw their attention to you." "I'll tear them apart," he confidently replied. "You got it." Kim Shu-ui gripped his longsword tightly and continued calculating, mapping out every strategy with precision. The paths on both sides are blocked, so the chance of a flank attack is low. But if the front line breaks, the whole team dies. Prioritize support and survival, but attack them with your life on the line. By now, the mantis monsters had gnawed their way almost inside where they were waiting, making everything slowly collapse. Kim Shu-ui was now extremely serious about the upcoming battle. The moment had arrived. The mantis monsters had completely broken the fortress. Beneath the swirling dust, no one appeared, which caught them off guard. Suddenly, a powerful killing intent radiated from Choi Hyun, suppressing everything around her. A blast of power struck the S-rank mantis monster, making it screech in indescribable pain. Witnessing that scene left Kim Shu-ui too terrified to speak. In the thick cloud of dust and stone, a light voice spoke, "For the sake of your knees." Choi Hyun looked down from above with great dignity and declared, "I will be the tank for you people." Suddenly, a notification echoed in their ears, warning of the extermination of all intruders in the dungeon. She blankly looked at the lines of notifications appearing like a death knell. The final notification carried an inescapable compulsion. "You have become the new boss of the dungeon." The mantis monster that had been struck by her overwhelming power was torn to pieces before it could even counterattack. Seeing its fragments fall, everyone present was so astonished that Sang-woo could only blurt out, "She took them all down in a single blow." Then he happily turned to report the news, as if it had given everyone a glimmer of hope for survival. "Hunter Kim Shu-ui, I think we might actually make it out of here alive." As if moved by Sang-woo's call, Kim Shu-ui's expression, though still shaken, awkwardly expressed, "Hunter Hyun, thank you for deciding to join us. I'll explain the plan to you. Please, come here." But Choi Hyun remained silent, not answering. Seeing that, he called out softly, "Hunter Choi Hyun," but she still remained silent, ignoring everyone. Everyone was still waiting for an answer from Choi Hyun. Suddenly, a jarring system notification echoed. "Alert! Eliminate all intruders in the dungeon. Eliminate all intruders in the dungeon." Then, the system window popped up right in front of her, like a confirmation. "You have become the new dungeon boss." Choi Hyun suddenly smashed the system notification board in a fit of absolute rage. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with resentment and disgust at being constantly forced to act within constraints, unable to follow her own will. "Can you all stop treating me like some monster? It's disgusting." Seeing other mantis monsters rushing in to attack made Choi Hyun retort in frustration, "I'm a human, not a monster like you lot." Back to the scene earlier, deep within the ruins, the area near the cascading waterfall was still peaceful. The mouth with sharp teeth on the angel statue suddenly let out a roar, making the cave tremble. Choi Hyun glanced at it with contempt, calculating silently. It's over. This time, the boss didn't say anything. Does that mean I can only hear them speak because I leveled up? Or maybe the thing inside my body doesn't want to talk? She lowered her eyes, lost in thought. The fact that she could understand them was, in a way, disgusting too, because she felt like she was gradually becoming someone else. Then, seeing the system notification appear, "You have become the new dungeon boss." Looking at the words displayed before her, she scoffed. How ridiculous. You have become the new dungeon bosses now, even the status window treats me like a monster. She then observed Shu Ui and Namshu standing together in the distance, silently pondering, do I have to die for them to get out? A flash of resentment sparked in her eyes, and she questioned herself. Why? If they found out she was the boss, she would surely be abandoned before that could even happen. Seeing Shu Ui throw away his pride, kneeling at her feet to beg, we need your strength. My life is not important. Considering his determined expression and resolve, she declared, I will survive this and bring out as many as I can, including Hunter Choi Hyun. Hearing those sincere vows truly stirred her heart for a moment. Choi Hyun couldn't control her self when she remembered the pathetic An Hyung-chan and subconsciously spat out, he's not the same. That bastard only cares about himself. Returning to reality, the scene of a mantis monster being pierced by a burst of power was gruesome. Just like that, the second one trying to lunge forward was also torn apart mercilessly. Their blood sprayed everywhere, creating a horrific scene. Choi Hyun grumbled in confusion while fighting. What the hell is going on? Why aren't they fighting back? The system appeared as if to answer her question. Eliminate all intruders in the dungeon. Pausing for a moment, she suddenly realized and exclaimed, don't tell me they think I'm on their side. The notifications kept popping up to control her. You have become the new dungeon boss. The mantis monsters suddenly stopped and whispered something in their own language. Seeing that, she frowned impatiently and shouted, what are you talking about? Annoying. But then she launched herself high into the air, the ground shattering beneath the force of her movement. She muttered to herself, whatever. Following the direction of Choi Hyun, who was gripping her shield to charge at the mantis monsters, she silently resolved, if you guys are just going to stand there, the closer she got, the more exhilarated she felt, shouting, then this makes it easy for me. She threw the shield directly at them, causing the mantis monsters to be wiped out one after another without retaliating. Gore and debris scattered everywhere under the shocked gazes of everyone. Sang Yu was the first to react, shouting in panic, isn't it strange that those monsters aren't attacking Hunter Choi Hyun? But he was immediately refuted by Shu Ui. Are you hallucinating? You know their characteristics well. Yet, he still seemed unconvinced and continued to question. No, it's true. Hunter Choi Hyun has been landing hits this whole time. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud noise startled Sang Yu. The thing that almost hit him was a defeated mantis monster. Where it landed, dust and debris flew, creating a cloud of smoke that obscured everything. As the fine dust slowly cleared, it revealed the lifeless corpse of the mantis monster. Sang Yu had used his shield to form a barrier, protecting the others from the shockwave. Trembling, he lowered the shield, still shaken. That was close. Is everyone okay? He received nonchalant replies. We're fine. Everyone is still okay. Seeing that, Sang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Suddenly, beneath the large rocks, there seemed to be movement. Then, that giant mantis monster suddenly crawled out from the rubble and growled. Seeing that, he was completely stunned. Is it still alive? The mantis monster immediately roared, ready to tear them apart, but was blocked outside the barrier. Sang Yu held the barrier and shouted, Look, it's not going easy on us at all. I told you it was strange. Suddenly, one of its limbs pierced through the barrier above him. Sang Yu was terrified, and the remaining limbs moved with extreme speed toward them. At that moment, Shu Ui soared through the sky, using his sword to slash horizontally across it. Gore splashed everywhere. Seeing it gradually collapse, he frowned and muttered, why did the difficulty suddenly spike? Even though it had lost its two front limbs, it didn't seem bothered, and it only provoked the mantis monster more intensely. Shu Ui thought to himself, times like this make me really jealous of those S-rankers. Then he lunged again to finish it off. A light, precise slash struck its face. He observed the mantis monster's state from above and continued to swing his sword, causing it to howl in pain. Finally, the mantis monster was defeated as Shu Ui landed beside it. Nam Shu and Sang Yu had been witnessing the whole scene and were utterly amazed. He whispered, look at that. He handled it all by himself. Since when did he become this strong? The other mantis monsters had sniffed out that their kind was being wiped out and emitted strange sounds. They immediately rushed to where their kin had fallen, making Sang Yu quite panicked. Damn it! Why are a whole bunch more coming? Then Shu Ui turned and quickly directed, Hunter Nam Shu, how many can you control? She replied hurriedly, this costs a lot of mana, so probably 7. The duration is about 10 minutes. Seeing they had a weapon to defeat them, he gripped his sword tightly and shouted decisively, 3 is enough, save your mana. Hearing that, Namshu immediately raised the gun in her hand to be ready on command, proudly answering, understood. Each bullet struck accurately between the eyes of 2 mantis monsters, making them hiss in anger. But even so, the 2 of them were unfazed. Suddenly, one of the 2 angered mantis monsters roared, but was immediately attacked crazily by its own kind, leaving it unable to react. Just like that, a series of them began to slaughter each other, creating a scene of complete chaos. Taking that opportunity, Namshu quickly gave instructions. Everyone else, hurry, and deal with the injured ones. A determined voice rang out. Roger. She excitedly continued her mission. We will provide cover fire, followed by a chorus of agreement. Got it. On the other side, Kim Shu Ui and her teammates were trying their best to defeat as many mantis monsters as possible. One of them, despite being covered in wounds, was still alive and growling, but was immediately finished off by her. As for Kim Shu Ui, he was in a disadvantageous position being surrounded by 2 aggressive mantis monsters, but they were eliminated by his quick, clean slashes. When he saw them gradually falling, he leaped down from above, finally done. Then, he felt a bit of anxiety and thought, I need to go help Hunter Choi Hyon quickly, but he saw the scene of Choi Hyon brutally slashing through them by herself, making him think, it seems she doesn't need our help. It's fortunate that she's on our side. Sang Yu saw this and also sighed in relief, happily saying, looks like we'll be safe. Those things of yours are really useful. Namshu replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Time is running out, so let's kill them quickly. Seeing that, he suddenly spoke up. What a pity, if they were completely on our side. That would be great. He received the obvious answer. True, right? But a noise caught her attention as the remaining mantis monsters quickly fled. What's that? Where are you guys going? At this moment, Sang Yu suddenly said, that. Hunter Nam Shu. The current situation seems a bit strange. The expression on his face twisted hideously, looking terrifyingly distorted, and he voiced his doubt, trembling. Hunter Choi Hyon. It shouldn't be that, right? Suddenly, on the other side, loud noises drew Choi Hyon to turn and look at the 2 mantis monsters, which had suddenly rushed madly as if to attack her. Even so, Choi Hyun's expression remained very calm as she assessed them. What? The others were all willing to let me punch them, yet you guys are attacking me? Then she suddenly broke into a crazy, interested grin, replying menacingly, you spineless creatures, it's only like this that you become interesting to me. The mantis monsters lunged at her like arrows. Choi Hyun smirked. Sang Yu frowned, thoroughly confused. What was wrong with them? Why would they treat Hunter Choi Hyun as their enemy? He became lost in thought. This dungeon and all these monsters had been acting very strangely since the start. They were behaving so differently than usual, as if they were searching for something. And what if that something was Hunter Choi Hyon? Just then, Choi Hyon leaped into the air, slamming her shield into the mantis monster. Her face was splattered with blood from the fight as a notification appeared. The boss monster has been replaced. Defeat the new boss monster. Sang Yu called out, Hunter Choi Hyon, please, don't let that be true. She and the others froze, dread beginning to set in. Maru and Namu were equally horrified after hearing that. The next words cut deep into Choi Hyun's conscience. We've only hunted monsters until now. We've never killed a human. Nara stood silent, her eyes wide with bewilderment. Just then, a series of bright red warning notifications flashed. Eliminate all intruders in the dungeon. Eliminate all intruders in the dungeon. Commencing penalty. The monsters felt deeply betrayed. They will now view you as a traitor. Calm them down. Immediately after the notification appeared, the mantis monsters swung their claws at Choi Hyun. She launched herself into the air, gathering momentum while muttering to herself, Traitor, my foot. I was never on your side to begin with. Choi Hyun dealt a devastating blow to a mantis monster, shattering its body. But for every one she took down, another appeared right behind it. She remained calm, silently calculating as she gripped her shield. In a flash, Choi Hyun threw the shield with all her might, hitting the monster's massive claw like a boomerang, bringing the mantis crashing down. Then, she landed gracefully. The notification window began to flash warnings. Another one appeared right behind Choi Hyun. It aggressively swung its claw down, cracking the very ground. A bright red notification popped up. She calmly jumped high, successfully startling the mantis monster, causing the notifications to blink repeatedly. Warning. Ignoring the alerts, Choi Hyun lunged straight for its eyes. She landed a direct hit, drawing blood from those bulging sockets. She quickly recoiled to dodge. Finally, she landed safely, while the mantis monster collapsed onto the ground. She panted, exhausted, sweat dripping as her intuition flared. She turned her head, and her eyes landed on 3 giant mantis monsters charging at her, screaming in rage. "Traitor, you have betrayed us." Choi Hyun smiled and taunted them. "Yeah, so what? Hurry up and kill me. That's the only way to make the exit appear, right?" Watching from afar, Sang Yu was shocked. What on earth? Now they were all attacking Hunter Choi Hyun. Oh, Nam Shu, standing behind him, was losing his mind. What the hell was actually going on? Shu Ui, hiding behind some rocks, glared at them in frustration. "Why are you people so distracted?" he roared. "If you've entered the dungeon, stop thinking nonsense. Focus on the enemy right in front of you. Do you really intend to let Hunter Choi Hyun fight all by herself?" Hearing this, the group's mindset began to shift. I don't know why, but they're all focused on Choi Hyun now. We have to take down as many as possible while we still can. His voice echoed, heavy with anxiety as he spoke about the bizarre boss monster. Before that thing appeared, Choi Hyun was still diligently fighting with her shield. She swung it like a sword, delivering strikes that left the monsters reeling. Suddenly, a sharp claw nearly grazed Choi Hyun's head. Before she could react, the claw was right in front of her face. A swift strike sliced through it. It was Shu Wei, who had appeared just in time, cutting the claw into 3 pieces. He stood gently by her side and asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? I understand we need to hold the front line, but don't push yourself so hard alone like that." Shu Ui looked at her, advising, "I'll swap with you for a bit. If you keep fighting non-stop without a break, you'll collapse before we even reach the boss." But Choi Hyun didn't accept it, frowning in confusion. "What are you talking about? I don't need help. I've always fought like this." He spoke gently to Choi Hyun. "I don't know what kind of guild you're from, but no team lets one member bear the burden alone. If you do that, the whole team will crumble." She was stunned, her eyes wide. "What?" She suddenly remembered the words An Hyung-chan had said in the past. "Choi, don't be afraid. You have to stand on the front line to block all the enemy's attacks." Choi Hyun fell into a state of panic, stammering, "Alone me?" He pointed at her shabby wooden shield and began to manipulate her. "That's right, that's your role." He stepped closer to Choi Hyun, wearing an innocent smile. "You have to ensure no one in the team gets hurt, including me." The manipulative words poured out of him. It was supposed to be like that. "You know why you're hesitant, right? Choi, you sacrifice a lot, and I do too, don't worry." She nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will try my best." Returning to reality, Shu Ui kindly advised that she didn't need to force herself to do everything alone. "We will fight alongside you. You don't need to fight by yourself, Choi Hyun." Her eyes softened, and she accepted the need to take a breather. Nam Shu, weapon in hand, charged into battle and declared loudly to Choi Hyun, "Regardless, leave the rest of them to us. Everyone else has drawn their weapons and joined the fray. Everyone will do their part." She heard Shui's voice whisper in her ear, "I don't trust you. You're just using me. Whether I die or not, as long as you survive, that's all that matters to you." If that's not true, why did I have to die so miserably? For what? A pitch-black tail suddenly lunged out. Shu Ui, on the other side, was trying to dodge the mantis monster's sharp claw. He turned his head and panicked before he could react. The tail pierced straight through his left shoulder. Seeing this, Sang Yu screamed his name, Kim Shu Wei. His shout caused the others to panic. She froze Hunter Kim Shu Wei. The tail dragged across, forcing Choi Hyun to gasp. When Choi Hyun slowly turned her head, the sight of the massive monster standing behind her left her horrified. It spoke with a raspy, rodent-like voice, addressing her with deep reverence. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? I have come to fulfill my promise." "Master?" Choi Hyun froze, her voice trembling with rage. You just called me master?" The monster knelt, bowing low to show its submission. It continued to bare its sharp fangs, rasping about the promise to meet and accompany her. "I am truly sorry it took me this long to fulfill it." Choi Hyun gritted her teeth in disgust at the monster. It flicked its long tail behind it. She glanced up and saw Shu Ui pinned and suspended high in the air by that same tail. He was biting his lip in agony. The seductive voice kept echoing, "Eat. If you consume him, you will become stronger." It kept trying to tempt her. "Eat. Just eat." The monster bared its fangs. This time, Choi Hyun was determined not to give it a chance to speak. She slammed her shield straight into its face. She gritted her teeth, her hands gripped tightly, and used all her strength to lash out at the monster. She unleashed every bit of power she had, causing its body to glow as it took the hit. As the monster fell to the ground, red rays of light began to leak from its heart like long, red silk ribbons. Choi Hyun pounded it relentlessly, slamming her fist hard into its weak point. The ground shook as the monster went down, the earth cracking and shattering. A thick cloud of dust billowed out, enveloping the area. Shu Ui slowly pushed himself up from the dust-covered ground. He quietly assessed the situation. It really was a terrifying battle. Even standing far away, the tremors felt like they were tearing his entire body apart. Even if he wasn't injured, he couldn't participate in that fight. Sang Yu rushed over like the wind, calling out Kim Su Ui's name. Shu Ui saw him and snapped, "Why did you leave the formation?" Sang Yu snapped back at him, "Seriously, can you just be quiet? You idiot." He kindly put his arm around him while asking, "Can you move?" Kim Shu Ui replied slowly, "I'm not badly hurt, it's just that my arm has no strength left." Sang Yu was furious. "And you call that not badly hurt, you crazy bastard?" He calmly replied, "I just need the healer to treat me a bit, and I'll be good enough to keep fighting." Sang Yu was in crisis mode. "Did you lose your mind? You're in this state and you want to keep fighting?" He turned and whispered, "Besides, did you see that monster kneeling? No matter how I look at it, Hunter Choi Hyun looks like the boss. What do we do now?" Shu Ui glanced back and replied, "What do you mean by that?" "Just do what we always do. Kill every monster in the dungeon. That's our job." He said this while watching Choi Hyun leap from the air toward the monster. A powerful Choi Hyun was confronting the beast. She slammed into the ground, causing fractured stones to fly everywhere like an earthquake. Thick smoke obscured the sky once again. Rocks of all sizes lay scattered about. Choi Hyun stood tall where the massive stones had piled up, crushing the aggressive monster beneath them. Her high heel pressed against its chest. Choi Hyun clenched her fist, gasping for air to regain her strength. Crushed under her stiletto, the monster could only remain silent. With her long purple hair and ragged breathing, she turned her head. Her eyes widened as she took in the ruined landscape behind her and her fellow teammates. They looked at her with wary eyes, filled with fear and confusion. Nara and the platoon's healer stared at her in shock as well. Choi Hyun furrowed her brow, a fear from the past welling up inside her. No, each passing thought made her eyes widen further. Were they planning to abandon her again? Why did that thing kneel before her? Behind Choi Hyun lay the monster, pinned under boulders. "I'm not a monster, so please, open the door." Visions of the old days flooded her memory. Kim Shu Ui stared at her, stunned. Choi Hyun flashed a bright smile, her tone calm. "So, you've figured it out, have you?" Her eyes grew wide. "Are you planning to kill me? I won't die that easily." Choi Hyun declared firmly, "Our target is the boss." Someone's voice echoed, making her smile. The corner of Choi Hyun's mouth curled upward. "Quick, to judge the situation, aren't you?" The words sounded like she was mocking herself. Her system continued to blare warnings. "Eliminate all intruders in the dungeon." It seemed she had no choice but to follow the system's commands. Even though she tried to protect them, even though she wasn't a monster. If the outcome was going to be the same anyway, the first gunshot was fired by Nam Shu. She fired decisively, aiming rounds of bullets at her. Choi Han decided to close her eyes, waiting for the worst to happen. But then, Kim Soo-ui's voice rang out again. "Protect Hunter Choi Hyun." The monster behind her sprang up, freed from the rocks, and quickly lunged at Choi Hyun. But she had nimbly leaped away in the blink of an eye. Choi Hyun sternly reminded it, "I am not your master." The ugly thing bared its fangs in a fit of rage. Its eyes seemed to well up with tears, streams of frustrated weeping flowing from the corners of its eyes. "You've become weak." As soon as it finished speaking, it aggressively swung its long black tail to attack her. The long black tail lashed out like an arrow, piercing straight into Choi Hyun's eyes before she could react. Choi Hyun screamed in pain. It suspended her in the air and began to whisper, "What a pathetic sight. If I had served my master properly, you wouldn't have ended up like this." The monster watched Choi Hyun writhing and tried to soothe her. "But don't worry, I don't intend to kill you. You just need to sleep for a while." A dense field of reeds appeared in Choi Hyun's vision. She slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was lying in the middle of a peaceful field of reeds. Seeing two people limping toward them, Nam Shu asked anxiously, "Healer, is there someone here who needs emergency aid? Hunter Kim? Shui? Are you okay?" Kim Shui looked up lazily. "I'm fine." Hearing his reply, Sang Yu scolded him angrily. "Fine? What do you mean you're fine?" Kim Shui didn't demand anything. Just said gently, "First aid is enough. I can still move, so I'm okay." Namshu responded obediently, "Understood." Suddenly, Song Yu's gaze turned colder. He shouted, "First aid? Treat him properly, please." Kim Shu Ui shot him a cold, warning look. "The battle isn't over yet, and don't leave your positions." A voice suddenly called out from afar. What is everyone planning to do about Choi Hyeon?" Nara suddenly stopped mid-sentence, biting her lip. Kim Shu Ui looked over and asked softly, "Hunter, Sim Nara, right? Why are you asking about that?" Startled, she stammered, "I've gone on dungeon raids with her for a long time, so I know that monsters have never knelt before her until now. Really, this is the first time. I know this request is very difficult given the current situation." But Nara paused for a long time, wondering if she could actually say it. How could you leave Choi Hyeon in there and close the door? She's your girlfriend. You take her everywhere when it suits you, but now you're abandoning her? If she said it. She recalled An Hyung-chan's triumphant expression as he calmly said, "Nara, if that's the case, we should have abandoned you today, right?" Her heart became more conflicted than ever. What would change if she said anything? The situation would only get worse. Suddenly, her eyes widened in panic. She remembered the moment she was being strangled, begging Choi, "Stop." Her eyes filled with tears, reflecting a pitiful look. Choi Hyun. Choi Hyun's gaze was firm and unchanging, though now it shimmered with tears. Nara remained silent for a long time, then suddenly began to stammer. "Choi is not a monster." Nara's voice grew more desperate than ever. "Please, please don't abandon Choi." Kim Shu Ui gritted his teeth in frustration. "I thought you were going to say something else. Don't worry, I intended to save her all along. Once the battle ends, Hunter Choi Hyeon will leave with us." Choi Hyun's weary eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Nara hesitantly called out, "Choi Hyun." She stumbled forward, laughing loudly. The group below looked up in unison. Sangyu couldn't help but be surprised by the scene. Just then, Choi Hyun let out a loud cry and fell. She fell straight into Sangyu's arms. The monster saw the scene and yelled, "How dare you!" It immediately reached out to take Choi Hyun back. He stepped back just in time, while Kim Shu Ui simultaneously rushed out to counterattack. His gaze was sharp, flashing with anger. The monster also gnashed its teeth in rage. Sang Yu didn't give in, decisively leaping high to attack it. Streams of light shone across his determined face. Under the fierce assault, the monster was quickly defeated by the two of them. It collapsed instantly, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. They both jumped down, letting out a sigh of relief. "Did my last move injure it?" he replied coldly. "Who knows?" Suddenly, a sound echoed. The monster's tail was lashing out straight at Kim Shu Ui. He looked up and cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" Kim Shu Ui shouted a warning. "Everyone, dodge!" Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, making the scene extremely chaotic. Namshu reacted angrily. "Why does this thing have so many moves?" Suddenly, she widened her eyes in panic. Namshu looked up at the chaotic scene and whispered to herself, "God help me." She turned to remind Hunter Kang Namshu as strong gusts of wind swept through, accompanied by intense flashes of light. The earth and rocks were mixed together. Namshu held out her hands to shield herself from the flying debris. Finally, a sigh of relief was heard. Both of them sat down, telling themselves that they had finally stopped it. "Good lord, this monster is tough to handle," Sang Yu suddenly asked. "Hunter Kang Namshu, are you okay?" Namshu didn't think much and quickly replied, "Thanks, I almost died." He realized he forgot something and turned back to ask, "Hey Kim Shu Ui, when will the reinforcements arrive?" Kim Shu Ui replied calmly, "I don't know." Namshu thought to herself, "They'll probably be here soon, right?" Sang Yu sighed irritably. "Seriously, you're so dense." Kim Shu Ui finally lowered his voice to encourage them. "Let's hold out a little longer. The hierarchy won't let us die. They must have realized something is wrong by now." He paused and turned to Sang Yu, asking, "More importantly, how is Hunter Choi Hyeon doing?" He replied calmly, "I left her with the healer, but it doesn't look good. Even with treatment, I'm not sure she'll survive. And our situation here isn't any better. This troublesome monster, will we survive this?" Kim Shu Ui lowered his voice. "If we get out, I'll treat you all to a meal." Sang Yu froze and immediately asked, "Really? I'll have rice wine." He gripped his sword tightly, whispering, "Buy whatever you two want, just try to stay alive." They both replied in unison, "Understood." Choi Hyeon, looking extremely uncomfortable, finally showed some signs of movement. Nara asked anxiously, "Will Choi be okay?" The healer lowered her voice to analyze, looking at how that monster attacked her eyes. "I suspect it will affect her nervous system. I've seen many wounds, but this is the first time I've seen one like this." She paused for a moment and continued. "It's as if that monster wanted Hunter Choi Hyun to just barely stay alive." Rays of light gradually shone down, and the surrounding landscape became clearer. Choi Hyun found herself walking through a field, wondering to herself, "Where the hell am I?" It looked like a field, but it didn't feel like Earth. Her injured eyes had healed, and her body felt refreshed. Suddenly, the tip of her shoe bumped into something, and she stopped. Seeing the person in front of her, Choi Hyun frowned, questioning, "What is this? A corpse?" Looking at its appearance, this certainly wasn't Earth. Did I get transported to another dungeon? Looking back, there were many corpses here. Could this be a battlefield? But they had no weapons. Could this be a massacre? Or she immediately glanced to the side carefully, a suspicion swirling in her heart. Is it because of that thing? The surrounding trees were also gradually shifting. Choi Hyun looked up and analyzed for a long time. It looks like a dungeon entrance. Was there a dungeon breakout? Is that why they all died? Whatever. Why should I care about them? Why did that ugly thing send me here? She waited. Until, once I get back, I'm going to smash your face in. Suddenly, she turned, her eyes wide. A powerful gust of wind swept through. They stared at each other for a long time, and that thing appeared right before her eyes. Choi Hyun turned, wondering the spirit was wearing a ring on its hand. It was the Parasite Ring. Why is it there? She was frozen, unable to believe her eyes. Choi Hyun's face twitched slightly. Nara, who was nearby, started in surprise. She stammered, gently shaking Choi Hyun. "Choi, are you awake?" Nara called out loudly. Choi Hyun's facial muscles moved, and she swung her sword forward, looking annoyed. This is truly strange. What is it this time? Sang-woo, who was nearby using his shield, shouted, "These monsters seem obsessed with Hunter Choi Hyun." He was shocked. Why would you say that out of nowhere? Sang-woo looked ahead and started to explain. That thing, that horsehair worm-like creature that guy used on Hunter. Choi earlier normally, it would be used to attack. The monster's tentacles lunged forward, forcing him to jump away to dodge. It's like that. He remembered Choi Hyun's appearance. It could have easily killed Hunter Choi Hyun instantly, but it stopped midway and turned her into a zombie. Sang-woo broke into a cold sweat, staring ahead. And this dungeon, I understand it leveled up to S-rank, but that doesn't mean the number of monsters increased enough to reach S-rank levels. It hasn't fully transformed into an S-rank dungeon yet, Kang Nam-shu asked loudly while holding off the monsters. Could this be a new type of dungeon upgrade? He quickly retorted, "That's even more logical. How could monsters from an S-rank dungeon appear in a C-rank dungeon?" Sang-woo began to explain. They must have passed through spatial gates located between the two dungeons. That's the only logical explanation for the current situation. He stared at the monster, but no matter how he thought about it, it didn't make sense. We've killed these monsters so many times. If they had that ability, we would have known by now. Besides, if they had that ability, why haven't they used it until now? Then why did it choose to appear in this dungeon? Kim Shu-ui heard what he said, her eyes narrowing slightly. If you're saying it did all this just to find Hunter Choi Hyun, a normal human that's too bizarre, what the hell is it trying to do? At that moment, Choi Hyun stood in the middle of a field, her face full of doubt. Why is the parasite ring there? Could it be Choi? Hyun looked at the ethereal figure in front of her, thinking to herself that this was the owner of the ring. It was so different from what she had imagined. Considering that ugly creature called the entity inside her body Master, she had assumed they would look alike. Let's approach the female version first. Choi Hyun called out, "Hey, you, come here. Are you the owner of the ring?" The spirit in front of her remained silent, not answering. Choi Hyun felt incredibly frustrated by this unanswered waiting. She slowly brushed the grass aside and stepped forward. "Hey, didn't you hear me? Are you deaf?" Suddenly, a light breeze began to blow, growing stronger and stronger, sweeping everything around Choi Hyun away. The sky started to turn red, and corpses were glimpsed floating up with the wind. What is this? Bodies hung limply, their arms drifting without a hint of life. Choi Hyun stood in the middle of this chaos, completely stunned. "What do you want?" She looked up at the sky, utterly amazed. "What the hell is this? A giant orb is sucking everything in. Is it devouring everything?" She stood in the center of the vortex, completely bewildered. Choi Hyun looked up at the blood-red sky, wondering, what kind of hellhole is this? Suddenly, she noticed the spirit also drifting upward. Choi Hyun panicked and shouted, "Wait!" She thought to herself that it was being pulled in too. She quickly moved her feet and ran toward it. "No, don't go!" Choi Hyun leaped off the ground, reaching her hand toward the spirit. Her hand stretched out as she grabbed the spirit's shoulder. She gripped the spirit's arm tightly and demanded, Where do you think you're going? Huh? Before you go, answer my question. Choi Hyun's eyes glowed brightly. What the hell are you? Are you inside my body? The spirit looked at her with a blank expression as she grew angrier. How do I get you out of my body? Answer me, the spirit finally responded. In the end, I couldn't stop it. It's all my fault. The spirit confessed to Choi Hyun. Everything is coming to an end. The spirit's mouth moved, whispering, It's because I'm too weak. Suddenly, the spirit opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. It's my fault. She released a magical wave of power that enveloped the surrounding space. Ethereal tears flowed along with the spirit's scream. Tentacles began to stretch out toward Choi Hyun. They quickly closed in on her. Choi Hyun looked in horror at the screaming spirit. Her eyes welled up as she heard her words. Choi Hyun gritted her teeth, thinking, I can't protect anything. Emotions flooded out. Even though she didn't want to, she could feel the spirit's sadness. And this intense emotion pouring out was pure resentment. Her tears fell uncontrollably. Even though the body was being torn to pieces, those feelings did not disappear. Choi Hyun stood in the middle of a vast void. The only thing that could make it disappear was the endless, spreading darkness. The spirit stopped screaming and wept. I have to be alone forever. Choi Hyun lay in the vast, boundless space. I can't see anything. She drifted aimlessly in that dimension. Do I have to stay here forever? Choi Hyun's eyes were filled with terror. Until when? Must I be here alone forever? Outside, the monsters were still acting maniacally. Kang Nam-shu looked at the monsters rushing toward the two people behind her, completely stunned. She shouted urgently, Hunter Kim Shu-ui, the grasshoppers are attacking from the flank. What should we do? Kim Shu-ui quickly retreated, cursing angrily. Damn it, those bastards, make them allies. We have to hold them off. Until reinforcements arrived, Kang Nam-shu took out an energy gun, firing as she replied, Got it. The bullets went straight into the heads of those two monsters. The two people who were in danger just now breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were saved. She dodged an attack and shouted, We're trying to hold back as many monsters as possible. The other person quickly replied, Thank you. Kim Shu-ui turned back, shouting anxiously, Healer, are you done yet? The girl wiped sweat from her forehead and answered clumsily, Not yet. I'm not done healing. Just a little more. At that moment, Choi Hyun suddenly sat up. The girl called out in surprise, Hunter Choi Hyun. Nara was also worried. Choi, she immediately stepped forward, trying to check on her. Are you awake? Can you move? The healer suddenly interrupted, making her suspicious. But the healer was trembling in absolute horror. In her current state, she shouldn't have been able to wake up yet. How? Nara broke into a cold sweat hearing that. What do you mean? Suddenly, a burst of power struck her. Nara screamed in agony. A loud explosion echoed. Kim Soo-ui, who was fighting, looked back in shock. Sang-woo also shouted anxiously, Hunter Nara! He saw the back of Choi Hyun looking up at that spot. At that moment, Choi Hyun's body had been possessed by the Mantis Queen. She glided past Sang-woo and Kang Nam-shu, and both were hit by her attack. Kim Shu-ui shouted in panic, not noticing the hand reaching toward her. As the Mantis Queen lunged forward and pressed his head into the ground, Sang-woo's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! I didn't even see it coming. The Mantis Queen spoke up. You saved this child. She let out a twisted smile. I like that. Sang-woo pushed himself up, gritting his teeth. I didn't expect Hunter Choi Hyun to attack us. But then, looking up at the stone pedestal, he exclaimed, Hunter Kang Nam-shu. Her arm wound was still bleeding, but he tried his best to call out. No, please, you're not dead, are you? Don't die. We have to survive and get out of here. Seeing the faint breath of the person lying there, Sang-woo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, she's still alive. Their battered state made him think. I knew it. Even though he thought they were holding up well against an S-rank, he remembered what they had been through. He told himself, but we can never lower our guard against it. It could have wiped us out instantly. But then, suspicion arose in Sang-woo's mind. Was that thing waiting until Hunter Choi Hyun became an ally? How? Remembering Choi Hyun's appearance, he wondered about the skill that could turn humans into allies. Monsters can't have skills like that. A person who could take down an A rank alone, if a shield bearer could do that, they would have been famous already. He recalled asking Nara, What rank is your friend? She had replied, C rank. He muttered angrily, C rank my foot. Anyone can see that's not true. How could someone who calls themselves her friend not know? Unless she suddenly became strong in a short time. But that's impossible. Increasing one stat point is already hard, let alone increasing an entire rank. Ranks are innate. That is something that can never be changed. no matter what items or skills are used. Suddenly, Sang-woo had an unbelievable thought. What if this was a transformation where her entire body was being reshaped? Was it possible that Hunter Choi Hyun's internal body had changed, and that was exactly why that thing had sought her out? He speculated that Hunter Choi Hyun had been in a different place from the start. The Mantis Queen tried moving her fingers. The monster saw this and asked, "Is there an issue with your new body?" She replied, "It seems I need some time to adapt." The monster replied respectfully, "That is only natural. Since this body belongs to a different race, it cannot fully contain your power, my master." She continued, "When can we leave?" The monster answered enigmatically, "If you wish, we can leave right now." Sang-woo grew tense. What does that mean? A wave of panic rose within him. What exactly is that thing? What are they? A strange, loud noise echoed, and Maru shouted, "What was that sound?" Several red lightning bolts pierced through the massive rocks, and countless thunderous booms rumbled all around. A long, pink claw emerged. The mantis monster said, "While following the signal sent by our master, we found a rift leading here." Everyone was terrified by its appearance. Maru's face turned pale after it said that discovering this rift was a stroke of divine luck. It continued, saying that now, through that rift, all their forces had gathered. The sound felt like a threat to all living things. They said that if their mana and the humans' mana collided, this dungeon wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would collapse. A crackle sounded, and the lightning vanished. Sang-woo was horrified the dungeon was collapsing. "I have to stop this. But how?" Over by the Mantis Queen, she smiled wickedly at the scene. "I finally see it again. Back then, I couldn't do anything." She sat on top of Kim Shu-ui, using force to question Hunter Choi Hyun. "What are you doing? Are you really going to just let the dungeon explode?" He tried to persuade her. "Snap out of it. Hunter Choi Hyun, didn't you just say you weren't a monster, but a human?" She repeated his words. "A monster, you say?" Kim Shu-ui asked Hunter Choi Hyun again. "Are you truly a monster like them?" His hand braced against her sword as he continued. "If so, we will resist until the very end." Kim Shu-ui was resolute. "Otherwise, we will certainly leave here with Hunter Choi Hyun." Suddenly, the Mantis Queen angrily pressed his head against the stone floor. She retorted viciously, "Even in this state, you still think of leaving? I should reward you for that spirit." After she pressed his head down, he fell silent, and she just told him, "You're no different from us." She remembered something and added, "Right. You probably want to leave with this body, don't you?" She said triumphantly to the body lying still beneath her. "It's easy to say you want to leave, but even if we leave, you can't." Finally, she said something cruel and cryptic. "I will show you something interesting as a gift." Then she stood up, surrounded by a legion of mantis soldiers waiting in formation. She released a surge of power. The surrounding mantis monsters bowed, joyfully confirming their domination target. The Mantis Queen's blessing has been applied to the domination target. Blood sprayed from the heads of the mantis monsters as they seemed to molt. Someone screamed, "What is this? Did they suddenly become stronger?" Indeed, the rank of the domination target had been temporarily increased. They had officially become S-rank beast hunters. The mantis monsters lunged forward. The Mantis Queen looked at the situation, feeling incredibly smug. "This is the price for daring to use my subordinates without knowing your own limits." Kim Shu-ui lay face down on the hot stone, miserable. He blamed himself for everything. "Because I hesitated. Everyone is in danger. It's all my responsibility." A flash of light appeared, and Kim Shu-ui suddenly stood up. The Mantis Queen turned around, surprised, and asked, "What's going on?" Looking at Kim Shu-ui as he radiated killing intent, she still spoke with contempt. "Do you still want to resist?" She scoffed. "How laughable. Looking at that scorched body, you can't even control a shred of your own mana." Kim Shu-ui gripped his sword, which was sparking with electricity, and replied, "I don't understand what you're saying, but I know you're mocking me." He then dashed past the Mantis subordinate, advancing toward the Mantis Queen with a firm resolve. "And I agree with that. My mana control is terrible, so it just wastes mana uselessly. But for one brief moment, I can destroy an S rank." However, she dodged his attack with lightning speed and even had time to retort, "What nonsense. Do you know who I am?" With that, she dove from the air toward Kim Shu-ui, smugly saying, "That's enough. You can't kill me." Kim Shu-ui's gaze seemed to pierce right through her. He thought about how the S rank had turned her into an ally. Kim Shu-ui, you have 10 seconds. A gunshot from Gangnam Shu below struck her squarely in the face. Suddenly, she regained Choi Hyun's eyes and asked him, "What happened to your—" Kim Shu-ui was startled. Hunter Choi Hyun suddenly, bang, her head fell from her body. The system announced, "You have defeated the boss." The exit has been opened. The shadow notified. You have defeated the boss. Amidst the panic of all the players, the steady voice of the system continued. The exit has been opened. Nara cried out in pain, calling for Choi Hyun. The system kept announcing. The caster of the Mantis Queen's blessing has vanished. The skill effect has been forcibly removed. The monsters cried out in agony. The system continued. Level is being adjusted. S rank, A rank. The Mantis Queen's head rolled onto the ground. Nara was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Sang-woo stared at the notifications and trembled. Hunter Choi Hyun, why did you make that decision on your own? He became angry, not knowing where to vent his frustration, and swung his sword at the nearby monsters. Sang-woo bowed his head slightly. Forget it. I was planning on taking care of her anyway. He clenched his fists. It was the only way to save everyone. A moment of silence fell. Sang-woo gave a self-deprecating laugh. But maybe that's just an excuse. Everything is because I am too weak. Sang-woo bit his lip. I'm sorry, Hunter Choi Hyun. If only I were a little stronger, I definitely could have found another way. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. What the hell? Are you still not gone? Sang-woo whipped his head around. His eyes widened. She said angrily. I went through so much trouble just to open the exit for you people. He stammered in horror. Hunter Choi Hyun, why are you still? Choi frowned at him. What's with that expression? It's like you've seen a ghost. She pointed to her head. Is it because of that thing? She teased. It had me wondering what it was. Immediately, before Sang-woo's astonished eyes, she kicked the head away. She turned to him and smiled. Do you feel better now? Sang-woo was still in shock. Do you know what you just did? More importantly, how are you still alive? Choi Hyun suddenly remembered something. That's right. Where's the earring Kim Dong-do bought me? Sang-woo looked at her helplessly. Are you really worried about that right now? A cold voice suddenly echoed. How could you? I clearly paralyzed your consciousness. Choi Hyun smirked. Looks like you didn't sedate me enough. Sang-woo looked at her, confused. Can you talk to that thing? She let out a hoarse laugh. Thanks to you, I saw something very interesting. Choi Hyun frowned. Your master or something? The entity replied with a voice full of both reverence and confusion. My master, Choi Hyun, let out a mocking laugh. That thing watching it die was quite interesting. The entity's killing intent flared instantly, and it tried to strike her, but she dodged it immediately. Choi Hyun remained calm and smiled. Angry? Sorry about that. I did it on purpose. The entity roared in fury. Not only did you ruin our plans, but you dare to mock my master? Choi Hyun immediately grabbed its tether and threw it. She replied coldly, I don't care about your plans. Immediately after, she channeled all her internal energy into her arm, using the tether attached to the creature to slam it backward. A thunderous crash echoed as the monster hit the ground. Having never experienced this before, it let out a deafening roar of agony. Seeing this, Sang-woo immediately ran over to join in. He used his sparks to strike the monster. Seeing this, Choi Hyun gestured to Sang-woo and reminded him, Sang-woo, hurry up and go. Sang-woo immediately turned toward those who were still trapped and shouted, Everyone, the exit in the cave is open. Run. A few hunters nodded in unison. All right. The monsters behind them roared violently. How dare you? The roar overlapped throughout the cave, and the massive insects surged forward. Hoon was furious and replied, You bastards. Choi Hyun didn't say much. She jumped straight into the water. Under the gaze of the monsters, she dove straight into the lake. Before they could recover from their surprise, they saw her standing up, controlling streams of water to attack them. The monsters panicked, not understanding what had happened. She brushed her wet hair back, her gaze calm as she looked at the monsters roaring before her. A monster lunged forward immediately. Choi Hyun stomped hard onto the ground, her body launching forward like an arrow. Her sword flashed in midair, decapitating the monster before she spun around to fend off the others closing in from all sides. She turned her head in a hurry. Hunter Choi Hyun, let's get out of here now. We can come back to deal with them later. Just as she finished speaking, the giant monster from before had recovered and stood behind her, aiming for revenge. Choi Hyun stared straight at the approaching beast. Do you think they'll just let us do that? Right at that moment, a shield suddenly flew toward her. Sang-woo shouted loudly, Hunter, Choi Hyun, catch. Choi Hyun reached out and caught the shield cleanly. Thanks. She gripped the shield tight and flashed an intrigued smile. I've been waiting for this. Seeing Choi Hyun being hit by monsters repeatedly, Hoon gripped his sword tightly and lunged forward to provide support. Just as he entered the combat range, a monster let out a fierce roar and swung its massive arm in a horizontal sweep. Hoon hurriedly raised his sword to block. The terrifying force of the impact traveled straight through the blade, numbing his arm and sending him flying dozens of meters backward until he slammed hard into a cliff face. Choi Hyun stepped forward and said in a low voice, "That must have hurt." The monster's voice rang out, filled with a mix of regret and hatred. "We were planning to leave this place. This was the only way we could start over, but you destroyed everything." Choi Hyun raised her shield. "I don't care if you can get out or whatever, I only want one thing, to separate your master from my body," the entity replied, without hesitation. It laughed coldly. "Impossible. You are nothing more than a vessel for my master to be resurrected." Choi Hyun paused for a moment. "Then why, in the end, is it my body? If you're willing to die to serve her, why not put her into your own bodies?" The entity was silent for a moment before answering. "Because you were the one chosen at that moment." In an indeterminate period of time, Choi Hyun furrowed her brows. "What was that? What do you mean? Who chose me?" At that very moment, strange characters suddenly appeared before her eyes and quickly vanished. Choi Hyun was slightly startled. "What? What were those characters?" The entity laughed mysteriously. "It seems that's all you're allowed to know." It continued slowly. "Fine. We already failed anyway, so I'll tell you one thing." The entity chuckled softly. "Get stronger. When you do, even if you don't want to, you'll find out." Just as the entity was about to continue, an arm suddenly pulled Choi Hyun backward. "Move!" The moment Choi Hyun was pulled away, the spot in front of them erupted as if it were a sea of fire. Choi Hyun struggled in surprise. "Who's that? Let go of me." She still tried to turn her head toward the entity. I still wanted to hear more. A series of explosions made the entire cave tremble. The monster looked at the person who had just appeared. It seemed reinforcements had arrived. The entity's voice gradually faded. "Good luck to you. You don't have much time left anyway." As the sound faded, the monster's body was completely engulfed in the sea of fire. Park Jun looked at the raging flames and frowned. "That's a huge fire. I really hate the smell of burning bugs." Kim Jong-han turned over and sighed helplessly. "Is this the time for you to be admiring the fire?" Park Jun brushed the dust off his shoulder and asked, "Did you save all of them?" Kim Jong-han crossed his arms and shouted angrily, "I told you not to rush and use your skills when there were still people around. Good thing I told them to move away. Why do you always want to pick a fight? What a maniac." At this moment, Choi Hyun hurried over to question them. "Who are you people? Why are you here doing such pointless things?" Park Jun smirked. "Look at how she speaks to the people who just saved her. We came here to help our guild, didn't we?" He squinted at Choi Hyun again, his face full of interest. "What are you? Are you really an S-rank?" Chae-Bo-do stood outside waiting. The reinforcements had been inside for 1 hour and 20 minutes. He stood in front of the dungeon entrance, glanced at his watch, and muttered, "It should be about time for them to come out." A familiar voice rang out from behind. "Hunter Kim Dong-do." Kim Dong-do turned around, and Kim Jong-han smiled slightly. "How have you been lately?" "That's Guildmaster Kim Jong-han, an S-rank hunter." Before Kim Dong-do could reply, Kim Jong-han acted sulky and questioned him. "You didn't want to go out with me, but you're willing to go with another woman? Don't you like me?" Kim Dong-do frowned. "This is not the time to be talking about this." Park Jun walked over from a distance and laughed upon hearing that. "She said she likes you that much. Why don't you just date her?" He shrugged. "I'll respect your taste." That was Guildmaster Wazon Park Jun, an S+ rank hunter. Kim Jong-han frowned and advanced with killing intent. "Hey Park Jun, what do you mean by that?" Park Jun didn't bother to reply. He looked at Kim Dong-do and asked, Kim Dong-do, how did you suddenly become a C rank? Is that why you asked for help?" Kim Jong-han laughed with amusement. "C rank, how cute." Kim Dong-do sighed. "Always checking others' ranks on your own as usual." "Huh?" Kim Jong-han shared excitedly. "I do that all the time too." While dodging Kim Jong-han, he said, "Anyway, about the compensation for the support." Park Jun spoke with contempt. "I don't need that. I only came here to make the Payhawk Guild owe me a favor." Kim Jong-han nodded in agreement. "I only came because you asked, so that's fine." Hearing that, he was speechless and immediately held out a paper, wanting the two of them to sign it to be sure. He asked the two of them again, "Are you sure?" Park Jun burst out laughing. "You're crazy. Does your guildmaster know about this?" Kim Dong-do replied calmly, "No, he said I could offer whatever I liked, so it should be fine." "Come on, hurry up. You two are too slow." Park Jun smirked. "We just got here." The three of them quickly headed deep into the dungeon. After going a short distance, they saw injured hunters lying scattered everywhere. Kim Dong-do immediately ran over. "What happened to everyone? Where are the other hunters?" A girl tried to prop herself up. "Everyone is still fighting." Kim Dong-do turned back. Healers, go heal them quickly! The healer nodded immediately. Understood. Park Jun looked at the ruins all around and frowned slightly. Looks like the dungeon rank has increased to S. Kim Jong-han nodded to confirm. That's right, Park Jun urged. Let's hurry inside. Back to the present. Park Jun glanced at Choi Hyun and smirked. Doesn't make sense, does it? Isn't it a bit rude to talk to the person who came here to save you like that? Flames rolled like a violent sea, burning the monsters that were struggling frantically. In the midst of the burning sea of fire, a figure stood tall and unshaken. Choi Hyun slowly lowered the shield in her hand. Wisps of thin smoke were still rising from its surface. After taking the full force of the explosion, the firelight reflected on her dirt-streaked face, but her eyes remained strangely calm. Park Jun provoked her nonchalantly. How dare you talk big when you couldn't even handle that one? Seriously, are even nobodies becoming S-ranks these days? Choi Hyun's gaze turned icy, veins popping on the back of the hand gripping the shield handle. Killing intent radiated, making the surrounding air feel heavy. Without a word, she poured all her strength into her arm and threw the shield hard. The shield spun at a terrifying speed, tearing through the air, grazing Jun's body, causing his hair and shirt to be whipped up by the wind, and killing a nearby monster. Park Jun froze, his pupils constricted, showing great interest. Right after that, she wielded the shield to slash. She cut down all the monsters around her, so fast that it created a powerful gust of wind. Choi Hyun remained calm, looking straight at him. And you, don't you know that peeking at someone else's rank is very rude? From now on, don't butt in unless I give you permission. Understand? Park Jun laughed at this woman. Kim Jong-han rested his chin on his hand and laughed while watching the two. Hey Park Jun, that girl seems to have a personality quite similar to yours, right? Just as annoying, Park Jun snorted. Kim Jong-han continued. You know better than to provoke the Pak Guild, don't you? If you do that, you'll be dealt with by their guild master. Park Jun shrugged nonchalantly. If I were afraid of things like that, I wouldn't have become a hunter in the first place. He pointed his sword toward Choi Hyun. You there, if you're so good, come here, let me turn you into. Choi Hyun didn't flinch. Try it, you bastard. Just as the atmosphere between the two became tense, a fierce explosion suddenly echoed from deep within the cave, and the ground shook violently. Everyone simultaneously turned to look at the source of the sound. Park Jun frowned. What the hell? What is it now? Choi Hyun was surprised. Wait, that spot. Amidst the ruins, Kim Soo-ui was lying motionless on the ground. Kim Dong-du's face changed as he ran over. Kim Shu. As he ran over, he was immediately startled by the electrical current nearby. Kim Jong-han also quickly sat down to check his condition. What happened to him? Kim Dong-du was startled. Hunter, Choi Hyun, are you a ghost? She immediately cut him off. Shut up, explain it to me now. He sat down to check the chaotic mana flow in Kim Soo-ui's body and said calmly, First of all, this is a constitutional issue. He looked at everyone. Kim Soo-ui's mana compatibility was low to begin with. As soon as he uses mana, it burns his body instead of enhancing his power. He continued to explain, Therefore, we have to use a mana-insulating blanket to prevent the mana from leaking out. Then, he calmed the erupting mana for a moment before taking him for treatment. Park Jun immediately shook his head. There's no time for that. He needs to be taken out and treated as soon as possible. He sighed softly. What a headache. He only just showed up, and he's already hovering between life and death? Kim Dong-du pulled a mana-insulating blanket from his subspace storage and tossed it to Kim Dong-du. He had to at least cover him with that. Park Jun yelled in frustration, Damn it, get out of the way. You're so annoying. He turned and walked away. Jun called out after him, Hey, Kim Jong-han, let's go. Staying with this Payhawk Guild crowd for this long makes me want to puke. Kim Jong-han sighed softly. Watch your language, this is Kim Dong-du's workplace. Before leaving, she turned to look at Choi Hyun and smiled. She must be calm now, right? It seems she just reached S-rank, so she should at least know her own limits. Choi Hyun just watched their backs as they left in silence. She suddenly wondered if she was the person Kim Dong-du said could see others' ranks. Sang-woo muttered softly. So that was the guild leader of Wazan. His personality really reminded him of the scene where Pi Hai-hun swung his sword and wiped out the monster in a single blow. Choi Hyun tightened her grip. If he could kill that thing in one strike, is he really S-rank? She exhaled softly. She couldn't even imagine how strong he really was. Inside Choi Hyun's head, the entity's voice echoed from before. Because you are the chosen one, keep getting stronger, and whether you want to or not, you will find out. Choi Hyun frowned, trying to shake off those words. Sang-woo looked at her curiously and asked, Hunter, Choi Hyun, your head was cut off earlier. What item did you use to come back to life? Choi Hyun replied calmly, you don't need to know. He watched her for a long time and sighed helplessly. Even if she could be resurrected, how could she be this calm? He turned to look at her. Let's go outside now, he thought to himself. She really is a mysterious person. Seeing her not moving, he asked softly, you probably want to go meet Hunter Simnara, right? She was confused. Why? He pondered for a moment and muttered, because you two are friends. Choi Hyun had only taken a few steps when she suddenly stopped. Not far away, Simnara was still sitting silently in her spot. She called out softly, what? You haven't left yet? Nara saw her and called out to Choi Hyun. Choi Hyun looked at her injured state and bit her lip. You look miserable. I heard a monster stabbed you? Where is the healer? Nara smiled. I'm fine now. She finished healing me earlier and went to help the others. Simnara's eyes lingered on Choi Hyun's neck. Choi Hyun, are you okay? Earlier your head, Choi Hyun scratched her cheek. The time my head was cut off? It's fine. I told you already. I can't die. Seeing Nara still looking at her with disbelief, Choi Hyun teased. I guess just hearing about it isn't enough to make you believe me, huh? She reached up to her neck. Want me to perform it again? Nara immediately went pale. That's enough, you crazy girl, don't do that. Choi Hyun laughed, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, you look okay now. Goodbye. Nara suddenly called, making her stop. That day, I was also afraid I would be abandoned. She bowed her head. I was so scared, so I couldn't help you. She suddenly recalled a past memory. Nara, what if we also abandoned you? An An Hyung-chan was the type of person who would truly abandon me without hesitation, so I had to follow his lead. Her hands clenched. Since that day, I have hated myself, and as each day passed, I was filled with regret. She looked up at Choi Hyun with red, watery eyes. That's why I can't understand why you saved me, no matter how I justify it. The truth is, I abandoned you. And this time, I caused you to get hurt. Because I was too weak, I dragged you into this. Nara bowed her head low. I'm sorry. After a long silence, she continued softly. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just wanted to say it. Choi Hyun looked at her quietly and asked, why didn't you leave this time? You could have left immediately, just like last time. Nara gave a faint smile. Because this time, I want to leave with you. Choi Hyun was confused. What if I can't leave? Nara looked her straight in the eyes. Then I won't go either. I don't want to live in regret anymore. Choi Hyun laughed. That's just like you. There were some things she hadn't told her yet. Flashback at that moment. Kim Dong-do called out from afar. Hunter Choi Hyun, aren't you coming? Choi Hyun shook her head. You guys go ahead. Kim Dong-do looked at her with confusion. She almost died by his hand, yet she was acting as if nothing happened. Truly calm. Choi Hyun looked quietly toward the depths of the cave and said, I can't go. Just as those words ended, a deep red notification window suddenly appeared before her eyes. You have become the new boss. Choi Hyun froze. The emotionless voice of the system echoed slowly in her head. This was decided the moment you stepped foot into this dungeon. Choi Hyun's eyes wavered. So, it was like that from the very beginning. She looked at Nara standing in front of her, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. Still, she felt a bit touched, at least she said she would leave with her. Choi Hyun spoke softly, Goodbye, Nara. Nara immediately looked up. Choi Hyun, aren't you leaving here? Choi Hyun looked at her for a long time, then smiled faintly. I know what you're worried about, but even so, you don't need to sacrifice yourself like that day. Nara took a step toward her, her voice determined. It's okay, Choi. You can go. Her eyes shone with sincerity. Let's go home together. Choi Hyun was stunned. It had been a long time since anyone had said that to her. Her lips curled up. You've worked hard, Choi, right? Just as the atmosphere grew quiet, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. Wait a second. Everyone turned their heads at the same time. Kim Dong-do looked at the house in front of him with a blank expression. Why are we here? A girl standing at the door replied softly, Because your house was destroyed. She pointed at Choi Hyun and introduced, This is the homeowner. Kim Dong-do blinked. What was going on? He turned to Choi Hyun with a puzzled look. Choi Hyun just shrugged. Kim Dong-do immediately bowed his head. I'm sorry, this girl is the owner of the house I mentioned the other day. No sooner had he finished speaking than Nara, who was standing nearby, staggered. Choi Hyun was startled. Nara? Before Nara could answer, her eyes closed, her body went limp, and she fell forward. Choi Hyun rushed to catch her. Kim Dong-do ran over in a panic. Nara fainted. She looked at the front in disbelief. What the hell is this? She held her head looking at the rubble. My house. Choi Hyun quickly replied. A dungeon appeared while you were away. Kim Dong-do scratched his head and stammered. So you have to wait a bit. The auction for the new dungeon has started, but because of the incident that happened in the residential area, the compensation costs are expected to be very high. Because of that, it seems it will take some more time to successfully auction it off. Scene change. Then there's still temporary housing provided by the government, so why is it my sister's house? My sister just woke up and is very hungry. Even though she was a bit confused by the sudden situation, when she saw Choi Hyun bringing out food, she became even more furious, thinking, "Are you trying to bribe me with food? I'm going to order takeout." She just said gently, "Help yourselves." Jeonha saw the delicious food and suddenly stiffened. Her attitude quickly did a 180-degree turn. "Miss Nara, you can stay in the room over there," Nara replied helplessly. "Thank you." Luckily, she was warmly welcomed. It was said that Kim Dong-do was buried in piles of logistical work due to the fatal accidents that occurred inside the dungeon. The surviving hunters had finished their treatment, but Kang Nam-shu was now excitedly suggesting they go grab a drink. Sang-woo also smiled. It was good they were still alive. Xue was currently in a treatment room. Hunter Kim Xue, reported to still be in a deep coma. The back of Maru was sitting in a quiet room, and Hunter Jeon Maru. Her back was covered in sweat. She had retired from being a hunter. Nara peeked into the room. Choi Hyun was lying inside, covered from head to toe in a blanket. And as for Choi, perhaps because the tension had dissipated after leaving the dungeon, she hadn't done anything but sleep for several days straight. Nara saw this and quickly closed the door. Hearing the noise, she opened her eyes. At that moment, Kim Dong-do shouted loudly, sprawling on the chair, "Finally done. Why do I have to do the work that the guild leader is supposed to do? I thought I was going to die from exhaustion." Choi Hyun walked out and asked, "Are you awake?" He quickly turned back and replied, "Yeah, you just woke up too? Do you know you've been asleep for 4 days? I guess, even if you're immortal, fatigue will still build up." Choi Hyun sat down next to him. "I guess so." Kim Dong-do crossed his arms over his chest and exclaimed, "It makes sense. You just finished a B-rank dungeon, and not long after, you dove straight into an S-rank dungeon. Your life is tough." His legs were stretched out loosely. He propped his chin on his hand, looking at Choi Hyun, and suggested, "I'll buy you a weapon, as I promised. Let's go together." Choi Hyun smiled and refused. "No need. I already have one," he asked with extreme suspicion. "Huh? You're planning to keep using that item your ex-boyfriend bought for you?" She quickly took out a bracelet and asked, "Is it pretty?" "I found it." Kim Dong-do saw that bracelet, and it looked a bit familiar. "Huh? Wait, I just remembered Sang-woo was showing that off to me. I signed up for an installment plan just so I could dedicate myself to this." "Are you crazy?" Kim Dong-do turned to her, asking if she even knew how much that thing cost. Choi Hyun just smiled, not saying a word. "I have no idea." He was furious and shouted, 1.5 billion won. That's 1.5 billion. Go return it right now." Choi Hyun was completely stunned. "What?" The scene shifts to the medical center. Kim Shu-ui, with a battered body, sits up and asks, "So, did she end up not returning it?" Kim Dong-do held his head in his hands, feeling both helpless and angry. She was practically crying. He quickly replied, "I can understand why." Kim Dong-do said with a frustrated look, "So I bought him something else instead." Sang-woo was on his knees thanking him. "I'll serve you for the rest of my life, forget it." Kim Dong-do turned and yelled at Hyun, "Hey, if you lose that thing, I'm going to kill you." Choi Hyun calmly replied, "But I'm immortal." He decided not to argue with her anymore and asked, "This is such a hassle, but is your body okay?" Kim Soo-ui nodded weakly. "Yeah, more importantly, could you step out for a moment?" "Me?" He quickly realized. "Sorry, I forgot she's a lady." Just then, the hospital room door opened. Mi-yeon smiled and said, "Oh my, Hunter Kim Dong-do, are you here for a visit?" He quickly stood up to greet her. "Hello, ma'am." She smiled warmly. "Yes, how has Yeon-han been lately?" She was Sin Mi-ok, an S-rank healer. Kim Dong-do said helplessly, "She's doing fine." Mi-ok smiled and turned to ask, "And who is this young lady?" Choi Hyun quickly stood up and smiled. "Hello, my name is Choi Hyun." The woman praised her. "Oh my, such a lovely face and such polite manners. Are you Hunter Kim Dong-do's girlfriend? Or perhaps Hunter Kim Shu-ui's?" Kim Dong-do said, feeling completely helpless. "It's not like that. Don't embarrass her." Mi-ok walked over to the hospital bed. "Let me see. Your condition has improved quite a bit." Kim Shu-ui nodded. "Yes, thanks to you. Are we continuing the treatment today?" Mi-ok asked, questioning the obvious. She quickly pulled out her acupuncture needles. Perhaps because you've been training your body consistently, it seems you're controlling your mana a bit better than before. Even so, you still need to train much more. Understood? Since you have to fight using only your physical stats, it's going to be tough. But absolutely do not use your mana recklessly. Yes, I understand. Kim Dong-do and Hyeon turned to leave the room. Suddenly, Kim Shu-ui shouted, "Hunter Kim Dong-do." He turned around, confused. "Huh? What is it?" His face showed clear panic. "After I'm done with treatment, please come back in." His eyes pleaded. "Please, wait for me. Don't leave." The hospital door slammed shut. The two standing outside covered their ears to block out his screaming. Choi Hyeon turned and asked, "By the way, who is that person?" Kim Dong-do quickly replied, "Don't you know? She's an S-rank healer, a first-generation hunter. She's 58 years old, the oldest hunter in Korea. She awakened 30 years ago, back when dungeons didn't even exist. That's why even the guild masters can't take her lightly. She's living history. Besides that, she's also one of the longest surviving hunters. Usually, most of them die before they hit middle age. That's why Hunter Sin Myoke built this hospital. Hunters like us usually can't get treated at regular civilian hospitals." At this moment, Kim Shu-ui was in a wheelchair, his eyes rolling back. "Thanks for bringing me out. I'll owe you for the rest of my life." Kim Dong-do sat beside him and asked, "Why don't you quit smoking?" He replied, "An addict like me? Impossible." Kim Shu-ui quickly changed the subject. "What good does that guy, Gam Sang-woo, do by visiting? He wouldn't even let me have a cigarette. The whole hospital is a non-smoking area, and with this body, how am I supposed to go out on my own?" The two were still chatting while Choi Hyeon was playing with water. More importantly, when is the guild master arriving? Hunter Sin Myoke is already in Korea. I thought they were coming together. I'm not sure either. He told me to go on ahead because there was some trouble in Phi-Hop. Anyway, thanks to that, you're still alive. So that's how it is? Hunter Choi Hyeon, hearing the two of them call her, turned around, confused. Huh? Kim Soo-ui tilted his head and asked, "Can you explain what happened in the dungeon?" Kim Dong-do asked anxiously, "Hey, Choi Hyeon, are you causing trouble again?" Choi Hyeon stepped forward and pointed at her body with irritation. "I didn't do it. It's this thing." Kim Soo-ui was truly lost. "What on earth are you two talking about?" She smiled and explained. "Simply put, there's an X-rank monster inside my body." He gasped as soon as he heard it. "X-rank?" Choi Hyeon quickly replied, "That's him. It was that ugly bastard that knocked me unconscious, which is how this thing got a chance to get out." Kim Dong-do helplessly chimed in. "No wonder the hunters who came with us were so confused. Is that why?" Choi Hyeon sat down on the chair next to them. "That's why I'm worried. From what I've looked into, it seems its structure doesn't allow it to leave my body." Kim Dong-do looked over, skeptical. "So you can't control it to keep it from coming out?" She looked up and quickly explained, "As long as I don't lose consciousness, I think it'll be fine. And even if it does get out, there seems to be a time limit, at least this time." Her eyes dimmed noticeably. Seeing her hesitation, Kim Dong-do asked, "This time?" Choi Hyeon replied slowly, "I got lucky this time, but there's no guarantee this won't happen again." Kim Soo-ui also listened to her in silence. "Every time my body is taken over by that thing, I feel absolutely disgusted. It feels like I'm slowly turning into a monster. I don't want to become a monster, and I don't want to die in the form of a monster. But I was told that I've already become a boss. It makes me wonder if I should just accept the truth that I am a monster. That's why I tried so hard not to die this time, because I am not a monster. To be honest, I used to think it didn't matter who died on those days. But then Choi Hyeon remembered the scene from before protecting Hunter. Choi Hyeon, she had blown off her own head. It seems that's not quite true, so I changed my mind." Choi Hyeon smiled brightly. "Although it's a bit earlier than expected, I plan to quit being a hunter." Kim Dong-do was stunned. "What?" Choi Hyeon looked down at the blue water. "I threw myself into those dungeons to find a way to get rid of this thing, but if everyone is going to die because of it in the end, what's the point?" She said quite calmly, "I'm going to retire from being a hunter and live a normal life." Kim Dong-do asked, confused by this idea. "So, what do you plan to do now?" Choi Hyeon smiled brightly. "I plan to start by meeting people. Maybe I'll even start dating." Kim Dong-do was bewildered. "Huh? You? Dating?" Kim Soo-ui asked at that moment. Hunter Choi Hyeon, "Then would you like to go out for a drink with me?" She smiled brightly and nodded. "Sure, I'd love to have soju and pig's trotters." "That sounds great." Kim Dong-do held his head in horror. "Wait a minute, what's this atmosphere between the two of you? That sounds great. What on earth happened to these two in the dungeon?" The scene shifts to the evening on a busy street. The door to a shop opens. Welcome. Kim Dong-do walked inside and asked, "Oh, hello. Are you still on your shift?" Hyeon smiled and asked, "You're here?" He quickly nodded and urged her. "Yeah, let's go. Everyone is waiting." Choi Hyeon smiled brightly. "Okay, I'll be ready in a flash." As the two walked down the street, Kim Dong-do asked, "Is the cafe business going well?" Choi Hyeon smiled and replied, "Not at all. As soon as they see me, customers run for the hills." He reminded her helplessly, "You're about to get fired. You know you have to suppress your mana if you want to work with normal people, right?" Choi Hyeon let out a sigh. "It's not easy at all. I thought I'd be fine since I've been working since I was little." Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "You've been working since you were little? Why?" Choi Hyeon tilted her head and replied, "My parents died when I was 14, so I took any job I could find. I also had to take care of my little brother, but we've lost contact now." Kim Dong-do was very surprised. "You have a little brother? And you were only 14 back then? Wait, don't tell me you were also a victim of that dungeon break disaster?" Choi Hyeon smiled and nodded. "Yes, that accident was how I met an An Hyung-chan, and also the reason I became a hunter. A turning point of fate that I never expected. 12 years ago, during the first dungeon break in the country, giant monsters rushed down to attack, and there were over 100 casualties. That day also took the lives of my parents. But we were lucky." Choi Hyeon hugged her younger brother tightly. "Someone stepped in to take care of the monster and saved us both. The figure of that person was like a hero. Since someone saved us, even though I couldn't figure out who it was," Dong-do asked skeptically. "A hunter?" She hesitated before replying. "Maybe," he exclaimed. "You were right there at the scene? Surviving that, you're really lucky to be alive." He then began to talk about his own past. "I was at school when I was suddenly called to the funeral home. When I arrived, I realized it was my parents' funeral. That very morning, we had breakfast together, and I never expected that would be the last time." The person next to him looked blank, and Dong-do's eyes darkened. "After that accident, everyone changed so much. Awakened people spend their whole lives hunting monsters inside dungeons. Meanwhile, those who didn't awaken are forced to live in constant anxiety. They never know when their world will collapse again. I don't understand why these dungeons suddenly appeared, but I believe that dungeons and terms like hunter shouldn't exist. People like us might be making a living off of them. But you have to admit that this reality isn't normal at all." Dong-do looked up and sighed, watching how the dungeons kept multiplying instead of disappearing. "Who knows if the day will ever come when there are no more hunters?" Choi Hyeon glanced at him. "So what? You mean I should quit this job I'm so bad at and go back to being a hunter to save people?" He suddenly stopped walking. "No." Dong-do looked at Choi Hyeon and smiled. "Even if you get fired, just keep trying your best. If you're persistent, you'll eventually find a job that suits you better than being a hunter." She stared at him intently. "Didn't she say she wanted to live a normal life?" He continued, "Don't worry about those dungeons anymore. Everyone else will handle it, just like they always have. We can't bring back the lives that were lost, but I believe it's still possible to protect what's left." Scene change. A table is already set. Nam Shu raised a hand and said, "Oh, you're here?" Shu Ui-vung smiled and turned around. "Hello." Dong-do asked, "Long time no see, everyone. How's your injury, Kim Shu Ui?" He quickly replied, "Getting better." Choi Hyeon approached Sung Yu and asked, "I heard Dong-do bought you a new shield? Let me see it." He hastily refused. "Dream on." Dong-do scolded angrily. "Hey Choi Hyeon, are you trying to steal stuff again?" Nara approached and called out. "Choi Hyeon," she said cheerfully. "Nara, hello. Congratulations to both of you for getting into the Peihai Yak Guild. I told you, I knew everything would turn out fine." She scratched her head and replied, "Thanks." Nara turned to Sang Yu. "It's all thanks to Hunter Gam Sang-woo that I was able to retake the test. Thank you so much." He smiled reassuringly. "Don't mention it. You passed because of your own ability." Nara picked up her chopsticks and started eating. "I heard there's only the interview with the guildmaster left. We'll sign the contract and adjust the terms and conditions." Choi Hyeon tilted her head and asked, "Sounds nice?" She replied gloomily, "Nice? I'm worried to death." Nam Shu, sitting next to them, turned and asked, "Hunter Choi Hyeon, don't you plan on joining the Peihai Yoke Guild? I think your ability is more than qualified." Choi Hyeon casually asked back, "Do you want me to become a boss that beats you up again?" The woman's face suddenly looked extremely eager. "Exactly. I'm actually extremely curious about that too. How can the status window mistake a human for a monster? You really did try to attack us, and your head even fell off. How are you still alive?" Hai Choi smiled and said, "You're really open-minded, aren't you? Explaining it is such a headache. Let Kim Shu Ui tell you later." Shu Ui looked over, feeling helpless. "Are you dumping the hard work on me?" Sang Yu raised his glass with Choi Hyun and said, "Right, Hunter Choi Hyun, did you just awaken recently? And have you not registered your official hunter status yet?" She smiled and replied, "I awakened 3 years ago and registered as a hunter a long time ago." He was extremely surprised. "You registered? Then why have I never heard of you until now? If you were that strong, you should be famous. Aren't you an S-rank?" Choi Hyun replied blankly, "No, I'm C-rank." Sang Yu replied helplessly, "Stop joking with me." After that, the scientist picked up a report and said, "To be exact, Hunter Choi Hyun's mana level is only at C-rank, but her physical ability can be considered S-rank." At that moment, Dongdu and Jeonhan were in disbelief and questioned. "No," she replied helplessly. "This is the first time I've encountered this too. What do you want me to do? Choi Hyun's mana index can be measured. But what about the mana inside her? Could it be that it's unmeasurable because she's not human anymore?" The fact that only her physical ability kept growing meant that the container for the thing inside her was gradually becoming complete. She remembered the monster's words, "Because you are the chosen one, it is a destiny that cannot be denied." Choi Hyun thought to herself, "The words that ugly thing said keep bothering me, but this is already beyond my control." As expected, she thought that staying away from dungeons was the best choice right now. She couldn't afford to get any stronger. The scientist placed a hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Putting the domestic situation aside, a case like this is unprecedented even overseas. She smiled, sweating. "Just one more time. I think I'll see the truth if we try a different test. Let me analyze every centimeter of you." Choi Hyun was extremely surprised. "What kind of test are you planning?" The other two saw it was unstable and quickly grabbed her to run away. "You crazy scientist. What are you trying to do to her?" The woman shouted heartbrokenly, "Don't take the test subject away. You S-ranks." Turning back to the present, Choi Hyun smiled and continued, "And that's why the results turned out this way. I think it's better to stay quietly at C-rank than to cause an uproar by revealing I'm S-rank." Sang Yu was stunned. "You reached S-rank just based on physical stats? How on earth did you train to that level?" She said quite casually. "Just let the mantises chew on you a few times, and that's it." Sang Yu's jaw dropped in horror. "Huh?" Dongdu interjected at this moment. "Wait, what does that even mean? Mantises?" Nara was on the side, not knowing if she should continue to intervene. "Should I say something?" Choi Hyun laughed heartily. Namshu joined in. "No, I'm serious. That was the first time I saw that thing in the dungeon." Sang Yu broke into a cold sweat. "It's a misunderstanding. Everything has a reason." "No, Hunter Choi Hyun. Why are you looking at me with that gaze?" At this time, Dongdu and Suui were standing outside. "They're really close," he quickly replied. "That's true. But more importantly, Hunter Kim Dongdu." Dongdu heard that, turned his head, and asked suspiciously. Shu-ui asked with a gloomy face, "Please, is there any way to stop Hunter Kim Jeonhan? She's caused too much trouble in the dungeons already." His eyes avoided hers. "Hey, that's beyond my control, too," he continued. "I thought that after dropping to C-rank, you would understand our feelings a little better." Hunter Kim Dong-do always knew how to behave and kept his distance. But why does Hunter Kim Jeonhan keep Dong-do scolded angrily? Why do you keep adding that part at the beginning? But lately, she really is sensitive. Returning to that memory, Choi Hyun asked, "Are you hurt again?" Kim Jeonhan smiled cheerfully. "I forgot that I'd been demoted." She gritted her teeth in anger. "That damn thing is annoying as hell." Choi Hyun said helplessly. "She's laughing, and then gets angry immediately. So my sister is saying she intends to go into a B-rank dungeon this time too?" Shu-ui quickly nodded. "That's right. She doesn't seem to care about the rank difference at all. Her skills are so powerful that being demoted doesn't seem to affect them." He said, "Good luck." Shu-ui was actually the one in charge of leading the B-rank dungeon teams. He replied gloomily, "Thanks." Dongdu's gaze was also extremely determined. "Once my rank returns to normal, I will have to enter the dungeons too." He looked inside, because he wanted Choi Hyun to have a peaceful life. Dongdu offered a smile. She was doing better than he thought. Back in the dungeon, she was like a madwoman. Shu-ui looked at him silently without saying anything. He rubbed his head, feeling discouraged. Another headache. Dongdu said angrily, "Hey!" Scene change. In a tall building in the city, T-hun is holding a tablet. "I heard Hunter Hyun Choi made a huge contribution to the dungeon leveling up this time. A C-rank hunter entered an S-rank dungeon." He looked up at Jeonhan. "I need a satisfactory explanation for this. Do you mind telling me?" Her gaze dropped as she replied, "I wasn't in there, so I don't know the details. By the time I woke up, everything was already finished." Although I understand that it was thanks to the timely support from the guild masters of Jumsin and Weizian that the crisis was resolved so quickly. Taeyun didn't seem very satisfied when he heard that. He put the tablet down. How strange. Didn't Hunter Kim Jong-han strongly recommend Hunter Choi Hyun for that position just a month ago? He looked toward Jong-han. So, you can probably guess why we were able to clear the dungeon this time, right? She remained silent for a moment before responding. Hunter Choi Hyun said that she would not enter dungeons anymore, and we respect her decision. Taehun nodded, smiling with understanding. Is that so? It won't be easy for her to blend in and live among ordinary people. A truly admirable decision. Junhan did not hesitate to dismiss that. We can't know for sure unless we try. But Guildmaster, you weren't interested a month ago. So why the sudden change? Taehun leaned back, smiling as he spoke. The reason is simple. I intend to recruit Hunter Choi into our guild. A crafty glint flickered in his eyes. And I'm only curious about one thing. Is she strong, or is she weak? He remembered Choi Hyun's smiling face as he asked, "Can you give me a precise answer?" Just then, a phone call came in. How could you possibly demand to fly back to Korea right after finishing a raid like that? Speaking in English. How long has it been since we last met? Yet, you won't even spare a single question about how I'm doing? Speaking in English. Taehun smiled as he walked through the building and replied, "Sorry, I have some urgent business in Korea. Next time I'm in the US, I'll give you a call." Speaking in English. He continued to annoy the person on the other end. "I'm hanging up now." Speaking in English. Just after hanging up the phone, he asked his secretary, "Have they arrived yet?" The secretary quickly replied, "Yes, sir. Right now, Nara and Choi Hyun are sitting inside waiting. You can proceed immediately." Choi Hyun crossed her arms, looking annoyed. 100 million won a month? What's that about? The whole room went strangely quiet after hearing that. Nara panicked and whispered, "Hey, Choi Hyun, are you crazy? You're doing all this just to get me rejected, right? If you have a problem with me, just say so." Taehun opened his tablet and said, 100 million won per month after taxes. I believe the standard salary for a C-rank hunter is only around 3.5 million. Nara was incredibly shocked. 3.5 million? Back at Hansen, it was only 2 million. He continued. The base salary that F-Hook offers is 10 million won per month before taxes. She gasped in shock upon hearing that. What? Taehun continued, making Nara's eyes light up. That amount includes 4 major insurances, therapy costs, recovery, and health management. Plus, deployment fees and performance bonuses will be calculated separately. There are other benefits too, but you can check them for yourself in the contract. If you do well, you could easily earn up to 20 million won per month. The tablet was turned off and placed on the table. He tilted his head with a smile and asked, "Is that enough?" He was the guild master of F-Hawk. S-rank hunter, Taehun. Nara hurriedly shouted back, "It's not that. It's not enough. I'm just very touched by your, by your generosity." Choi Hyun said nonchalantly, "Still not enough." Nara turned around, angry, and scolded, "Hey, can you stop now?" While the two were arguing, Choi Hyun spoke up. "Is it because the mortality rate for low-rank hunters is very high?" Choi Hyun thought helplessly. Look at him starting to show his cards. He continued to set conditions that made Nara's eyes sparkle. If so, you don't need to worry. To minimize losses for guild members, they will usually enter dungeons alongside high-rank hunters. Choi Hyun remained cold as she replied, "This country was almost destroyed even though it was my fault. I think that reason alone is enough for me to receive the figure I requested." She faced him with complete indifference. "Only then would I find it reasonable for F-Hawk to call me all the way here." Taehun was silent, his lips curling into a smile. He looked at her and said, 4 C ranks, 5 B ranks, and 3 A ranks. Some were injured, but because of Hunter Choi Hyun, no one had to die. In reality, with that terrifying level of power, a significant number of hunters returned safe and sound from an S-rank dungeon. Moreover, the majority of those achievements belonged to a single C-rank hunter. Choi Hyun listened calmly as he continued. "That is you, Choi Hyun." Taehun smiled and reached out a hand. "So, I thought it would be better to meet you in person. I am very grateful that the guild members returned safely. Therefore, I would like to propose that Hunter Nara and Hunter Choi Hyun both sign a contract with F-Hawk." Nara's jaw dropped in shock. "Huh? Really?" He nodded with a smile. "That's right. Wouldn't Hunter Nara feel more at ease having her friend by her side?" Nara heard this, and only 2 words showed on her face. Moved. Guildmaster. She bowed her head, hesitating for a moment as if thinking. "That is Guildmaster." He smiled in response. "Well?" Nara faced him and spoke. I am very grateful for the offer, but I refuse. Choi has only just started to find what she truly wants to do, so I don't want to stand in her way. Choi Hyun smiled at Nara, making her blush and look away. Oh, Nara Tae-hun's gaze darkened. What a pity. I had calculated the salary based on Hunter Choi Hyun's rank. His next sentence made Nara's eyes widen. The starting base salary will be around 1 billion won before taxes. Once contributions and merits accumulate enough, that figure could easily reach billions. Choi Hyun looked at him angrily and cursed inwardly. That bastard. Looking at that calculating face, she realized he knew her true rank. Choi Hyun spoke up. Even so, I'm not joining. Nara hurriedly covered her mouth. Wait a minute. She broke into a cold sweat, trying to persuade her. Do you really want to just be a regular person? Don't you want to enjoy a luxurious life? Choi Hyun said coldly. No, get lost. Nara was angry but couldn't do anything. The secretary turned around, wanting to say something. Tae-hun quickly understood. Ah, I know, it's that time already. He smiled and said, shall we go to lunch together? Nara was sitting at the dining table, feeling extremely tense. Choi Hyun tilted her head, looking at the food. He smiled and invited them. Please, make yourselves at home, Hunter Nara. Hunter Choi Hyun. Nara hurriedly replied. Yes, I am honored. She trembled, thinking to herself, why am I here? Am I even allowed to sit at the same table as the guildmaster of F-Hawk? Choi Hyun glanced over. Her thoughts are so easy to read. I'm going to get indigestion. Her eyes narrowed coldly, and Choi Hyun leisurely picked up her food. Sensing Choi Hyun's gaze, he looked over too. Choi Hyun smiled politely at Choi Hyun. She remained silent, not responding, maintaining a cold expression. She cursed in her heart. What are you looking at, you bastard? A business card was quickly produced. Miss Choi Hyun. Tae-hun smiled and called out. This is my business card. It's a pity you aren't joining us, but if you want to return to the hunter profession, please call me. Even if not, you can call me any time. Choi Hyun silently looked at the business card being held out. She turned sharply away. Thanks for the meal. Nara panicked and stepped forward to take it. Hey, I'm sorry. I'll definitely give it to her. He quickly smiled and replied, thank you. She quickly ran off. Choi Hyun, wait for me. Tae-hun watched the back of Choi Hyun coldly walking away. This girl is really hard to get close to, isn't she? Suddenly, a man approached and asked, Miss Choi Hyun, can we talk for a bit? Choi Hyun, who was cleaning the tables, turned around suspiciously and replied, yes. At this moment, she was walking down the street, feeling sad. She thought about the words her boss said. Miss Choi Hyun, I'm very sorry, but I have to let you go. Ever since she arrived, the number of customers had dropped significantly. Even the staff were afraid. She kicked a rock gloomily. How long has it been? Was this impossible from the very beginning? I can control my own mana, but with the mana of that thing, I'm helpless. Choi Hyun felt uncomfortable and kept kicking small stones. The situation with Nara was resolved, but now her own life was the problem. Suddenly, as she put her hand in her pocket, she felt something. What's this? She pulled out a business card. That's right. This is that guy's card, isn't it? Her gaze lowered as she looked at it. She remembered Nara trying to shove it into her jacket. What are you doing? I told you I wasn't joining the guild. Just take it, in case you need it later. Choi Hyun grumbled uncomfortably. It's ridiculous. Even though I refused that raise, it's a huge burden, you know? Nara retorted angrily. No, this is basic courtesy. It's common practice. She looked over and asked, just a thought, but isn't the guild master interested in you? Choi Hyun immediately showed an expression of supreme disgust. Nara angrily corrected herself. Sorry. She turned her head and retorted, he probably just wants to recruit me. At the interview, he already saw my rank. Nara scolded angrily. Hey, the guildmaster isn't the type to do something unprofessional like that. You just betrayed your friend, you brat. At that moment, Nara stared at the business card. Choi Hyun remembered how Nara had been very respectful toward Tae-hun. She cursed affectionately. Silly Nara. Choi Hyun stared at Tae-hun. She doesn't know anything. There was a hint of meaning in her eyes. No, actually, it's the opposite. Just then, in a large building, Tae-hun was reading a book when his phone rang. He quickly walked over and picked up. Hello, I finished early today. He sat down on the chair, smiling as he suggested, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Let's go eat together. A bottle of wine was being poured. Tae-hyun, sitting across from her, spoke up. It's been a while since that day, hasn't it? Mi-young, sitting opposite him, smiled. I hope we can enjoy this meal. The hunter, Mia, smiled and said, I didn't expect you to treat me like this. He laughed and replied, I should be the one apologizing for sending my thanks so late. I didn't take care of you properly, and I even rushed you back to Korea right away. It's fine, you're busy too. And that incident happened in Korea as well. He raised his wine glass. Thanks to that, we were safe. I was worried that Hunter Kim Dong-ju would push himself too hard. I'm glad he was rescued in time. Mi-young took a sip of wine. Taking care of guild members is important, but you also need to know how to take care of yourself. In this world, you're the only hunter I can truly trust. Taehyun broke into a sweat. Besides me, there's one other person, a hunter of the same rank as me. She sighed deeply. The one who disappeared after the dungeon break 12 years ago? Someone whose whereabouts are unknown. How could they be as trustworthy as a hunter fighting right in front of my eyes? As you know, before Mana appeared, this place was very peaceful. Even if everyone had their own hardships back then, at least our lives weren't threatened so suddenly. She looked down at the city. Those were the best days. Perhaps we can never go back. Everything has changed too much. Taehyun looked on in silence, deep in thought. Mi-young smiled and changed the subject. By the way, I heard you're personally recruiting a certain C-rank hunter. I heard she contributed significantly to that dungeon that was recently upgraded. He nodded quickly. Yes, that's right. You've heard already. I want to bring her in before other guilds snatch her up, but it's not easy at all. Mi-young remarked. If she can turn down your invitation, her standards must be high. Taehyun continued. That's why I plan to approach her slowly, so I don't scare her off. I wanted to use force, but that wouldn't work either. To be honest, it's fine even if she never joins a guild. I just want to stay closer and observe her a bit more. Mi-young smiled with a new-it expression. Oh my, how interesting. For a young man like you, I love scenes like this. Good, good, he smiled in return. I'm embarrassed. At that moment, Choi-hyun smiled and brought out 2 cups of coffee. 2 hot iced Americanos are ready. 1 iced Americano for you. The 2 men walked out talking. You ordered a hot iced Americano? What's wrong? Is something off? Isn't it already hot? The other guy broke into a sweat. What do you mean? Why order a hot iced Americano, you idiot? Just then, a girl walked up. I'm Gananu, B rank. Secretary. Anzu looked at Choi-hyun suspiciously. Choi-hyun. The 2 cups of coffee were being dispensed. Choi-hyun thought happily. Thank goodness. It looks like I'll be able to keep this job longer. It's a good thing I followed Kim Dong-ju's advice. Dong-ju had been laughing so hard he was holding his stomach. You got fired again? The girl slumped on the table, crying. I guess I really am a useless lunatic or something, he asked, startled. Well, it's true. But are you really that sad? He felt guilty for making her cry. Dong-ju clumsily comforted her. Why are you so disappointed? Just take a break for a while. Seeing that she wouldn't stop, he quickly said, I'll find a job for you. Back in the present, Choi-hyun was feeling extremely eager. It's so lucky this position opened up just in time, even if I am a bit worried because this place is right in Taehyun's building. And Exu stepped forward. Excuse me, I'd like to order. She turned around quickly. Yes. The woman spoke sarcastically, making Choi-hyun suspicious. So, did you come here because you had nowhere else to go after Hyun died? Enzu stepped closer. Who are you planning to seduce this time? Or did you join this cafe because you want to join the Payhawk Guild at any cost, huh? Choi-hyun's gaze dimmed as she listened to her. How could a weak, timid C-rank hunter like you get in here? Wake up. Only An Hyung-chan would have accepted you. Choi-hyun didn't react but asked, So, what would you like to order? The woman replied quickly, iced Americano. Looking at her back, Choi-hyun thought, that's strange. Back in college, an An Hyung-chan took such good care of her. Yet, the woman called his girlfriend didn't even show up to his funeral. That's exactly why I told him not to date that kind of gloomy girl. Why didn't he listen to someone he knew from childhood? After all, what was so great about her? And Zhu lowered her voice to mock her. In the end, the only one who had to suffer the tragic consequences was an An Hyung-chan. He died because he kept protecting people like you. She began to scold her. Do you know what he looked like when he died? You sicko. Choi-hyun's gaze dropped. Now I remember her. It had been a few years, so she had forgotten that all through their school years, this woman did nothing but scrutinize and belittle her. So, you awakened and joined Payhawk? Nxu flipped her hair, annoyed. Still so annoying. Hurry up and give me the coffee so I can get off work. I've been in the dungeon for 3 days, so I'm exhausted. Suddenly, the woman's eyes narrowed. What the hell? She started to feel afraid. This pressure, and Sue began to recall the time she fought the monsters. That feeling, she looked ahead with probing eyes. And Ju was terrified as if facing a monster. No, it's even stronger. Choi-hyun emitted an aura that made everyone around her feel afraid. Do I know what he looked like when he died? The woman's face was filled with terror. How could a C rank, like Choi Hae-yun, smiled confidently. Of course I do, because I'm the one who killed that bastard. Suddenly, a hand slammed hard onto the table. Dongju stepped forward angrily. I told you to be careful with what you say. She smiled and asked, You're here? Dongju warned her. Yeah. I'll be going into a dungeon for the next few days, so you'll have to go home alone for a while, understand? Give me an iced Americano, extra coffee. An Xu was startled. Hunter Kim Dongju. Choi Hyun replied dejectedly. Okay. Choi Hyun saw Tae Hyun coming and felt annoyed. I knew it. Guild leader Dongju asked, What are you doing here? You usually don't come here to buy coffee, she thought to herself. I figured we'd run into each other. He smiled and replied, I heard there was a new employee, so I came to check it out. Tae Hyun stepped forward and said, Miss Choi Hyun, one iced Americano please, she replied coldly. Okay. He turned to her and asked with a smile, Hunter Gon Anu, you're here too? Thanks to you, the dungeon investigation is going very smoothly. An Xu was extremely surprised. Yes, thank you. He continued. Hey, the official dungeon participation notice will be sent later. Please pay close attention to the notes for me this time. More annoying than I thought. Choi Hae-yun blushed, wondering what to do. She quickly brought out 2 cups of coffee. 1 iced Americano with extra coffee, and 1 regular iced Americano. Dongju took them quickly and turned to ask, Thanks, guild leader. Do you plan on coming to buy coffee often? He asked suspiciously. Is there a problem? Dongju said frankly. Of course there is. She already said she wouldn't join the guild, so if you keep coming here, it'll put pressure on her. Tae Hyun smiled and replied, I'm just here for the coffee. An Xu turned and left. Annoyed. How irritating. Choi Hyun smiled, thinking, Finally, they're gone. If she causes any more trouble, I'll throw the coffee in her face. Dongju also left quickly. I'm off. See you later. Choi Hae-yun smiled and said, Okay. She looked toward Tae-hyun. Aren't you busy? He laughed and replied, It seems I'm making you uncomfortable, just like Hunter Kim Dongju said. He glanced at her. I'm not forcing you to join. Your life is interesting enough as it is. Thanks for the coffee. Choi Hyun replied annoyedly. That makes no sense. You paid for that cup yourself. She watched Tae-hyun's retreating back. Choi Hyun was silent, as if thinking about something. Let's see. She suddenly called out. Wait. Choi Hyun blushed. What is this feeling? Really? Are you free after work today? At this time, on a highway far from the city, there was a construction site. The blonde guy with a cigarette in his mouth said, They can't even finish their own work. The person next to him quickly replied, It really has been a long time. There's a B-rank dungeon that still isn't finished. The blonde guy said irritably, I told you not to let that idiot die, didn't I? Besides, we should have called for reinforcements back then. The other guy asked, Hey, do you know how much this dungeon is worth? Why share it? If we ask for help, they'll use it as an excuse to cut our share for sure. He replied quickly, but they ended up getting scolded by their superiors for working too slowly. I should have left here earlier. His face looked extremely unpleasant. What's this? These numbers are weird. The other guy quickly reassured him. It's a machine error. It's not the first time. It'll take at least 2 more months for the dungeon to break. They both looked at the gauge. You think so? That's right. If the worst comes to worst, we can just run. What's the problem? The gauge kept flickering incessantly. Choi Hyun looked up and said, Buy me some food. Tae Hyun smiled at her. He offered, That might be a bit difficult, but if you join my guild, I can. She quickly replied, When I get my paycheck this month, I'll buy it myself. I'm always getting fired, so I'm pretty broke, Choi Hyun said, while Tae Hyun chuckled and asked, So, you still want to go grab a bite with me? Choi Hyun looked annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? As she walked, she added, It's just rare for someone to know who I am and still want to eat with me. Aside from the hunter Shin Mi-young, there's hardly anyone. She asked with suspicion, Do you usually eat alone? Don't you have any friends? He smiled and replied, I guess I have a few acquaintances. Sometimes I skip meals if I lose track of time. If I buy you food, will you join our guild? Choi Hyun bluntly refused. Then I won't eat. Let's just walk. He laughed. I'm just joking. Let's go eat. She replied irritably. Forget it. The scene shifts to a crowded street. Tae Hyun asked, What do you want to eat? Choi Hyun thought for a moment and replied, Meat, I guess. Suddenly, a voice called out to Choi Hyun from behind. She quickly spotted her former boss. Boss, hello, he asked cheerfully. Are you doing well? He smiled and offered, Choi, come eat at my place. It's on me. Korean beef was brought out. She asked happily, Really? He quickly waved his hand. I felt bad for firing you like that the other day. Come on in. Choi Hyun asked hesitantly. If there are customers inside, is it okay for me to go in? You said they were afraid of me. He replied helplessly. We can eat in a private room. She quickly stepped forward. I was really sad when you fired me. She pointed toward Tae Hyun. Let's eat here. He smiled and replied, sounds good. As he walked, he said, you're the type who wears your heart on your sleeve, aren't you? Unlike you. Choi Hyun retorted with annoyance. I have no idea what you're thinking. Tae Hyun smiled and complimented her. I was just thinking that your smile is very cute. Choi Hyun felt a chill. What are you talking about? You're crazy. She quickly turned to walk inside. Let's go in. Stop saying such weird things. Her face flushed as she thought to herself. Damn guild leader. He really knows how to pick his moments. Tae Hyun smiled and said, let's go. A tray of grilled meat was quickly served. Choi Hyun asked while grilling the meat. Why didn't you go into the dungeon today? Both Gon and Kim Dong-do went, though. Tae Hyun replied while busy working. It's my turn to supervise today. Choi Hyun asked skeptically. Supervise? He quickly replied that it was the rule. He began to explain. If all the S ranks in the guild go into the dungeon, there must be at least one person left behind to monitor, so we can deal with any emergencies. She listened and said, sounds like you guys have been through some terrible things. He nodded in agreement. Something like that. Excuse me. I need to take this call. Hello. Choi Hyun ate and marveled. This is so delicious. Her eyes drifted up to look at Tae Hyun. She thought to herself, his face looks so serious. Did something happen? He quickly responded to the call. All right, I understand. Wait a moment. Choi Hyun asked suspiciously. Is something wrong? Tae Hyun nodded and replied, yeah, they discovered mana in a mountain that doesn't have a dungeon. He stood up and said, I'm sorry, but there's an emergency, so I have to go. I'll pay for the meal. Let's eat together again next time. She quickly replied, okay. She watched him leave, but thought, the boss said this was on him. He hadn't even eaten a single piece of meat yet. That's a shame. A while after finishing, Choi Hyun bowed to thank the boss for the meal. He waved his hands hurriedly. It's fine, you don't need to pay. She looked up with a smile. Before I leave, boss, an aura of pressure bore down on everyone in the restaurant. Her expression darkened. Choi Hyun turned to leave. I'll be going now. All right, get home safe. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of her. The boss was terrified, while she was suspicious. Huh? This is strange. The monster quickly swung its claws to attack. Choi Hyun caught its claws. Why did it appear right in the middle of the city? The monster roared in anger. Choi Hyun looked up to assess the situation. C rank? Could a B rank dungeon have broken? She quickly let go of its claws, and Choi Hyun leapt high into the air. Her hand gripped its head, making it puzzled. If there's blood around here, the boss will be sad. Choi Hyun twisted her wrist, snapping the monster's neck. It let out a few cries. She looked at her status board. Stats plus 101. Right. I wasn't supposed to kill it. My stats went up again. People inside the restaurant started to feel afraid. Choi Hyun turned around with a smile. The meat was delicious. She looked up. What should I do now? I really don't want to get any stronger. Panicked voices rang out, warning of a dungeon break. Help! Residents, please evacuate to the shelters immediately. Looks like I have to save them, huh? The monster's head exploded. Choi Hyun swung her fist and charged forward. Monsters were repeatedly attacked and taken down. Stat plus 1. Stat plus 1. Choi Hyun leaped and took them down with ease. She landed and asked with annoyance. Seriously, how many more times do I have to kill these things? The sound of screams made her feel annoyed. There are more? People ran away in a panic. Someone, help! The monsters continuously unleashed attacks while charging at them. Large buildings above the people began to crack. Suddenly, the buildings collapsed toward the crowd standing below. Choi Hyun quickly lunged forward. With one punch, she blew off a monster's head and dashed toward the people. A massive explosion rang out, and large rocks piled up on top of each other. A layer of light flickered from inside. Choi Hyun was inside, using a barrier to protect everyone. A hunter? They approached her, trembling. We're saved. Thank you. Suddenly, the person's face turned completely terrified. A monster appeared in front of Choi Hyun. Monster. Choi Hyun's eyes widened. She lowered her head and thought to herself, so this is how they see me. Even though I tried to change my appearance, I thought I could go back to the way I was, but it turns out there's no place left for me. So what should I do now? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared outside. Choi Hyun looked up, bewildered, as Tae Hyun's voice rang out. There you are, Choi Hyun. He approached with a smile. Sorry I'm late. I'll take care of the rest. Chapter 51. Choi Hyun pondered for a moment before making a decision. I intend to quit being a hunter. I dove into those dungeons to find a way to get rid of this thing. But I feel more like a monster every day. My body is being taken over, and I almost killed everyone even though I didn't want to. Not only that, I almost became a boss. Everything that happened made her heart restless. I almost couldn't make it out of the dungeon. But the fact that I could come out might be because my body is still human. If this thing takes complete control, no one will be able to stop it once that happens. Choi Hyun looked at the people and smiled at them. Although it's a bit earlier than expected, I intend to quit being a hunter and live like a normal person. Tae Hyun heard this and couldn't help but shout. She screamed loudly out of fear of the monster. At this moment, Choi Hyun still had a few things weighing on her mind. But if even that isn't possible, she remembered the look of fear and pain on Simnara's face. What is the point of my existence? Her eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. A strange person suddenly appeared in front of Simnara. This person kept staring at the two sisters. He said softly, "There you are, Choi Hyun." That person was Tae Hyun. He said gently, "Sorry I'm late." Seeing Choi Hyun's defensive, fearful posture, he softened his voice. "I will take care of the rest." Upon hearing those words, she involuntarily let her guard down. Right then, the monsters were raining down attacks one after another. Choi Hyun ran and shouted, "Don't come any closer." The massive monster, with its long legs, took only a moment to close in on the two sisters. The two of them cried while running, trying to escape the monster's pursuit. Just then, Enexu appeared right above the monster. She quickly cast a spell and fired a large magic bolt toward him. Immediately, the magic bolt struck the monster's body. It lost its balance and fell, creating an opening for Sim to escape. Shu Ui quickly ordered, "Everyone, evacuate quickly." Maru also arrived to fight alongside them. Simnara hurriedly thanked them. "Thank you. Everyone, evacuate quickly." "Thank you." Maru ran to the front and blocked them. Suddenly, she spotted a monster diving down from the sky. "Everyone, hold your positions." The moment it hit the ground, a horrifying explosion occurred, causing rocks and debris to fly. From afar, the mysterious person was observing everything calmly. Everyone was trying their best to hold them back, but it didn't look like they could hold on much longer. He stepped onto the collapsed buildings. "That thing seems to be working." This person then used his power to lift a monster up. Next, another one had its head severed. He lifted their bodies. They were still around. Choi Hyun looked at him, puzzled. "What are you doing?" The mysterious person turned around and explained, "This is the most effective way to finish them all off at once." Suddenly, his body was lifted into the air. "I'll be right back." He soared high into the sky, looking down at the city below. He looked at the scene below and felt that, just as predicted, they were spread out quite far. Below, there were nothing but the cries of civilians. "Someone, help me." This made him smirk. No wonder it took so long. He reached his hand out, then turned his palm upward, channeling purple magic. Below him, a girl was being cornered by a skin monster. Suddenly, its body was lifted into the air by his magic. It was yanked upward in an instant. The girl was so terrified she collapsed to the ground. The skin monsters were being pulled up one after another. Everyone around was shocked. Even Choi Hyun saw the scene. She stood there, eyes wide, watching the monsters being dragged into the sky. The city was now covered with blue-tinted skin monsters flying all around. They seemed unable to move. All of this was because of him. The people couldn't believe their eyes. All the monsters had been lifted up. "This is insane." Choi Hyun was also shocked. Did he really handle them all by himself? He began to speak. Why did the dungeon have to break on this day of all days? He reached out, spreading his power. "You've ruined my important engagement. I was really looking forward to it." After speaking, his hand slowly clenched. He really wanted to make them die slowly. He whispered, "But I still have a few more places to clear, so you're the lucky ones." Instantly, the skin monsters began to twitch as if electrocuted, then screamed in agony. He clenched his fist, and in one motion, turned them into puddles of red liquid. He chuckled softly. "Still, I have a few more places to clear, so you're the lucky ones." A rain of red syrup began to pour from the sky. The people below were stunned. He really wiped them all out. Suddenly, something fell and hit the young man on the head. He looked down, curious. "What is this? Don't tell me it came from those things. Why are there so many?" Then, one by one, those round objects kept falling. Choi Hyun stood silently in the middle of the strange downpour. She spoke softly. "Pop." She then scolded the two people sitting idly in their chairs. "Why are you two still here at the guild?" Dongdu didn't understand, so he asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" Choi Hyun sighed. I mean, with your skills, you're easily S-rank and could start your own guild. Nowadays, even low-ranking hunters are starting their own guilds. She suddenly felt that the two of them were no different from the guild masters like Jumshin or Wazon she had met before. Why not just start your own guild? Simnara shouted. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to say things like that? Dongdu simply replied. The reason is nothing special. It's clearly because of the contract. Jeonhan nodded in agreement. Because our guild leader is super strong. Hearing that reason, Choi Hyun was taken aback. Is that the reason? But Jeonhan is also strong, isn't she? Isn't he just one S rank higher? Simnara barked again. Choi, please watch your mouth. Jeonhan spoke quietly, telling her that unless she saw it with her own eyes, she wouldn't understand. Seeing her contemplative expression, Choi Hyun began to wonder just how strong he really was. Back in reality, perhaps Choi Hyun finally understood how powerful he was. Meanwhile, two men in black suits appeared by the road. Another special task force was already at the light portal. Is this that dungeon? Yes. This is the one not in the registry. It seems some illegal guild has been managing it in secret. He spoke up. A B-rank dungeon like this. It's a gold mine. Yet no members from that guild are guarding it? That the white-haired woman beside him reported. As soon as the dungeon broke, they were eaten instantly. It was so horrific, we couldn't even recover their bodies. He felt that if they couldn't extract their IDs, they would never know which guild they belonged to. Pretty much. He and the others moved inside. I'll go in and clean up. You guys do your best to hold them off while you wait for me. The girl following behind warned him that they were gathering near the entrance, so he should be careful. Strangely, ever since the guild leader arrived, they stopped coming out. But for him, he felt that if they were going to group up like this, it would be even easier to handle. He turned to see Choi Hyun watching from a corner. You're later than I thought. She stepped out cautiously. If you were going to hold a grudge about me being late, you should have just brought me along. I had to run like the wind to get here. He chuckled. I'll consider it next time. He turned to face her. I really didn't realize you wanted to enter the dungeon that much. She felt a shiver down her spine when he said her name. Are you not Hai Unun Choi? Hunter Choi Hyun? She couldn't believe her ears. What the hell was he talking about? Looking at him made her doubt herself. I want to enter the dungeon? She couldn't believe it. Memories surfaced in her head. Don't be ridiculous. Recalling his face, she felt distracted. That wasn't it. Deep down, she felt a strange, surging emotion. I only wanted these things to make you remember the screams of the people. Save me, monster, monster. At this moment, he and Choi Hyun kept staring at each other. He began to speak. Hunter Choi Hyun, you must have felt it today, too. His words made her jump. We can't fully integrate with normal people. He lowered his voice. Even now, don't you feel the urge to go into the dungeon and tear everything apart? Hearing those words, Choi Hyun was stunned. She gritted her teeth in anger, frowned, and shouted, Hey, what do you know? Seeing that look on her face, he softened his tone to tell her the truth. They say hunters are actually no different from predatory beasts. He told her that before awakening, they had to fight desperately just to survive. But a knife stained with syrup began to drip after they awakened. His words made her remember the first time she struck down those monsters. For the first time in our lives, we became the hunters. He continued. From that moment on, the awakened became obsessed with a feeling. Remembering that first feeling, Choi Hyun remembered how she had laughed the sense of superiority of being a survivor. At that time, she had laughed with pure joy. It was the thrill of the slaughter. The more he spoke, the more Choi Hyun's anger reached its peak. She suddenly lunged at him with dizzying speed. Everyone present shouted in surprise, Guild leader Choi Hyun, step back. Watch what you say. He didn't listen and continued to provoke her. Hunter Choi Hyun. Hunters can't go back to a normal life. Choi Hyun didn't dare to act rashly, only able to curse. Damn it! Her hands slowly clenched. He suddenly asked her a question. But why is Hunter Choi Hyun afraid of exceeding those instincts? That made her curse him silently. He suddenly walked slowly toward her, and she immediately became cautious. Why are you running away? He landed a psychological blow on her. It seems you're still hesitant about entering the dungeon. After all, a dungeon is just a dungeon. This question caught her off guard. Huh? What do you mean? At this moment, behind him, a skin monster appeared. Who knows? Maybe I just wanted to see Hunter Choi Hyun smile. She felt that this guy was he forcibly pulling the monsters out of the dungeon? He revealed to her, usually they can't leave the dungeon, but perhaps because the dungeon broke, I can do this. They were slowly walking out of the gate. Choi Hyun instinctively backed away, unable to believe it. She quickly slashed the monster in half. Can a guild leader really do something like this? He laughed out loud. Hunter Choi Hyun, You can kill as many as you want. He kept summoning more monsters. Holding yourself back isn't a good idea. A series of monsters appeared, and the others began to rush into the fight. Choi Hyun smirked. Do you want all the hunters here to die? He answered nonchalantly. Of course not. They're all B rank. If they work together, C rank monsters won't be a problem. He bowed his head slightly with an expectant look. But if Hunter Choi Hyun helps, it will be much faster. But she remained very cautious and defensive. Then it doesn't matter if I help or not. Can I go now? Dinner was delicious. Then she turned and left. He didn't stop her, but chuckled softly. Deep down, Choi Hyun was furious. That crazy guy suddenly said all those things. What is she to him? She already said she didn't want to be a hunter anymore. I won't enter the dungeon anymore. She walked away, seething. The only reason she went in was because Dong-du dragged her along, even though she said she was scared. That jerk. Suddenly, she remembered Kim Dong-du told her she didn't need to enter dungeons anymore. He told her to just live a normal life. Dong-du had advised her to find something that suited her, something other than being a hunter. Her footsteps slowed. I want that too. Suddenly, from behind her, she heard the villagers shouting. It's running up the mountain. Catch it. Don't let it go down to the residential area. She looked over and saw someone fighting a skin monster. That person immediately caught her attention. Seeing something, her pupils dilated, and her hands clenched. But Choi Hyun kept looking in that direction. I won't help. At that moment, she saw it clearly. Without a moment's hesitation, Choi Hyun lunged forward at breakneck speed. Just a few strikes were all it took for her to punch a massive hole in the monster. She growled in frustration. Seriously? These monsters are completely useless. The girl nearby quickly thanked her. Even though she didn't know which guild the girl belonged to, she gave her thanks anyway. Choi Hyun replied, I didn't do it for you. That cold response left the girl completely stunned. Without another word, Choi Hyun darted away. If those things hadn't appeared right in front of her, she wouldn't have been overthinking things like this. She charged ahead and made her decision. Fine. I'll just kill them all. With one swift swing, she sliced the monster in two. Once she wiped them all out, everything would return to normal. That was all she wanted, to go back to a time when she wasn't afraid of anything. Recalling her childhood, her only wish had been to live a simple, happy life. As the monster's ichor sprayed out, she cut them down one by one, lightning fast. Her expression remained completely blank, but for a fleeting moment, she let out a small smile. X, who had been watching from above, called out, Need a hand, Hunter Choi? Since the monsters were scattering, it would be hard for her to handle them alone, but she just offered him a friendly finger gesture. Seeing that, he chuckled. All right then. And just like that, Choi Hyun ran below while X continued to fly overhead. He silently watched her with a smile. Exactly as expected, she kept lunging forward in a frenzy, cutting down more monsters in a flash. Waves of ichor splashed everywhere. Watching Choi Hyun, X couldn't help but feel that losing her would be a terrible waste. In the dead of night, the monster shattered the silence with a piercing screech. The sudden appearance sent the mountain hikers screaming in terror. They scrambled away, panicking and calling for help. Where are the hunters? Just then, Choi Hyun flew in out of nowhere. With one powerful punch, she struck the creature directly. In an instant, the monster was torn in two. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, terrifying everyone even more. On the ground, the lower half of the monster dissolved into thin air. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Dungeon stability conditions met. All escaped monsters neutralized, initiating dungeon reset. Hearing this, she said calmly, Is it over already? I was just warming up. Then, she noticed something. Two people nearby were staring at her in sheer panic. One of them blurted out, A monster, wait, please, spare me. A moment later, Tae-hyun appeared, cheerfully offering his congratulations. Luckily, it ended before any damage could be done to the residential area. You did great, Hunter Choi replied angrily. What on earth is so amusing to you? Then, he began to suggest sweet-talkingly. How about it? Do you feel more like entering dungeons now? She didn't care, and dismissed him casually. Mind your own business. As she walked, she opened up a bit. Maybe it's because I haven't exercised lately, but it was a good change of pace. My head feels a lot clearer now. Seizing the opportunity, he walked alongside her, whispering happily, Then, next time, I'll create another opportunity just like this one. He added that it wouldn't be difficult at all. She responded with a hostile attitude. Why are you standing next to me? Seriously, what the hell are you talking about? Why are you going through so much trouble? I already told you before. Suddenly, he pulled her closer and suggested, I told you, didn't I? I want to see you smile. Hunter Choi was speechless. Not that professional smile you always use at the cafe, but a truly happy expression, one not bound by anything, where you're really enjoying what you desire to your heart's content. At first, my goal was simply to recruit you to the guild, but seeing you like this today makes me wonder if that's even necessary anymore. He was so close to her now, and as he passionately tried to convince her, he subconsciously moved even closer. He kept closing the distance until there was only 1 centimeter left between them. That was when she snapped back to reality. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and spoke sincerely. You might not believe me, but it seems I'm more interested in you than I thought. Her mind went completely blank as she was truly lost in his honeyed words. And Hunter Choi, what do you think? Suddenly, she asked awkwardly, her speech faltering. Think about what? He, like a crafty fox, kept pushing. When can we go eat together again? Hearing that, she blushed and whispered, Isn't the guildmaster very busy? He didn't hesitate to reply, I have plenty of time to eat. You can call me whenever you like, and I'll do my best to adapt to your schedule. Deep in the forest, the moonlight felt sweeter than usual tonight. After that, Taehyun immediately asked her out. I'm so happy we could eat together today. Your face is clean now, there was some blood on it, so I wiped it off for you. After they parted ways, she started to threaten him. If you try to kiss me for real, I'm going to punch you. Yet, he just replied happily. I figured as much. Then, he continued to suggest thoughtfully, It's late, let me walk you home. But she rejected him coldly. No, I'll go by myself. And if you can, don't come to the cafe tomorrow. Hearing that, he teased her even more. Even though I'll be the owner of that building soon? His answer made her furious. Stop mocking me. Suddenly, she paused and turned to look at him without a word, then sighed to herself. Gathering the courage to invite him, she said, Let's go eat again. But he replied tactfully, I'm fine. You must be tired, Hunter Choi. His attitude made her stomp her foot. You said if the time passed, we couldn't eat again. Then, she urged him, Hurry up. I exercised so much that I'm hungry again. A while later, in a modern high-rise building, Taehyun, dressed in comfortable clothes, happily invited her to dinner. I'll make sure it's delicious. Hunter Choi Hyun. Good thing I still have ramen at home. All the restaurants had closed for evacuations. As she blew on her ramen, she asked curiously, You have so many ingredients here, but you don't know how to cook? It's not that I don't know how, he explained happily. Usually, the butler stops by to take care of it for me. I've never tried cooking myself. Hearing this, she sounded surprised. A butler? Then she realized, with a house this big, I guess that's necessary. Do you live here all by yourself? Living in such a huge place, don't you feel lonely? He answered cheerfully as always. It's fine. I'm used to being alone. Then, he suddenly grew quiet and opened up. Thinking about it, I've never invited anyone to my house before. You're the first one, Hunter Choi Hyun. Despite him rambling on, she only paid attention to the wine. That bottle looks so expensive. Do guildmasters only drink such pricey things? Seeing that, he wondered to himself, is she not listening at all? Because of her interest, he offered, Do you want to try a glass? She agreed immediately without hesitation. But the fun had only just begun when Taehyun appeared visibly tipsy. His state made her tease him. Is it really okay for a guildmaster to have such a low alcohol tolerance? You haven't even finished one glass yet. Hearing that, he protested helplessly. A guildmaster isn't omnipotent, you know? Some people say their tolerance increases after awakening, but it seems my constitution is naturally weak when it comes to alcohol. That's why I usually only take a small sip. This made her even more curious. Then why do you keep so much alcohol that you can't even drink yourself? He confessed honestly. I was gifted all of that. I had no other choice but to accept them because I can't afford to show even the slightest hint of weakness or vulnerability. No sooner had he finished speaking than she shamelessly asked, Then, can I have all those bottles? The future ones, too. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, he agreed immediately. Sure. Since you like them so much, I'll give them all to you. Hearing that, she rushed over to the wine cabinet, excited. Awesome. I'll take these home to drink with Nara. A few seconds later, loud snoring could be heard right behind her. She started grumbling helplessly. Geez, he's going to catch a cold. That's a guildmaster for you. After dragging the dead weight to the sofa, she sighed tiredly. If you can't drink, you should have just said so. I never thought I'd end up carrying a guildmaster like this. The house was truly huge, feeling more like a show home. The place looked like it only had the bare essentials. Other than that, it seemed like he had to work even when he got home. Sitting next to him as he slept, she wondered to herself, I wonder if Kim Dong-do is doing okay in the dungeon? His guildmaster is sleeping like the dead right here, and drunk too. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she began to think, He looks a lot like the person who saved me back then. Is that why I subconsciously pay attention to him? I don't really hate it, do I? It feels like I'm being toyed with. I hate that I'm worrying about this guy, and I absolutely hate how he acts like he knows everything about me. After venting her frustration, she turned to leave. Just then, he reached out and called out softly, "Where are you going?" The noise startled her, and she turned back, lost her balance, and fell straight onto him. "You!" Tae-hun suddenly woke up, sharp as a tack, and craftily suggested, "It's late. Just stay here tonight." Seeing this, she felt both shy and irritated, cursing to herself. What is this guy plotting now? On the plush sofa, Tae-hun suddenly pulled her tight, making her shriek. "What are you doing? Get your hands off me. Let me go. Are you crazy? Why are you so stiff? Are you pretending to be drunk?" Suddenly, she fell silent, hearing his loud snoring. The more she looked at him, the more furious she became, muttering to herself that her head was about to explode. "He's asleep. I have to go home." At another apartment, bottles of red wine were laid out, making Nara exclaim in joy, unable to believe it. "Hey, where did you get this? Where did you get the money for all this?" In contrast, Choi Hyun looked exhausted and replied coldly, "I took it from your guild leader." Nara was so excited she started rambling. "Really? I have to thank him sometime." Referencing the continuation of the previous thought, Nara was so excited she started rambling. "Really? I have to thank him sometime." But when she snapped out of it, her face darkened, and she snapped, "Wait, what was that? The guild leader?" Choi Hyun explained helplessly. "That's exactly why. I was stuck dealing with him all night. That damn guild leader." Hearing this, Nara paused, hesitating as she asked, "All night? So the reason you didn't come home is because you were with the guild leader?" She confessed honestly. "We slept together on the sofa, even though I said I wanted to go home." Eventually, Nara got angry, shouting, "On the sofa? Since when did you two get like this? I thought you weren't interested in the guild leader." She didn't care and confirmed, "It's been like that since yesterday. Anyway, I'm going to go get ready." At this moment, Nara was so confused she shouted, "What? Where are you going? Tell me what happened before you leave." A few hours later, at a skyscraper, Tae-hun asked gently, looking relaxed, "Are you sure you can enter the dungeon?" Choi Hyun felt a bit slighted and retorted, "I'm fine, though I am a little tired after being your human pillow all night. It's all your fault." Hearing this, he laughed awkwardly, feeling a bit shy. "I'm sorry. Hunter Choi Hyun, you're a guest, and I didn't even treat you properly," she responded easily. "That wine was enough. Today, you'd better treat me properly." Seeing her fly off so boldly made him worry, and he called out, "Hunter Choi Hyun." At this point, she started calling for help. "What are you doing? Hurry up. If I keep falling like this, I'll die." Seeing this, he scolded her affectionately. "I really can't keep up with her. How can someone be like this? So interesting." But contrary to his worry, she kept cheering enthusiastically, shouting loudly as they were about to land, feeling like her insides were about to fly out. He could only sigh helplessly, thinking that if things continued like this, there would be a disaster. One of the people walking on the street asked, "Did you hear something?" It sounded like it came from above. When the girl looked up, she didn't see anything. She wondered if she was just imagining things. High in the air, Choi Hyun was thoroughly enjoying herself, exclaiming that the feeling of floating was quite wonderful. He could only laugh and tease her. "You seem pretty relaxed for someone who just nearly died." "Even so," she replied calmly. "You said we would fly. I thought you were prepared." Finally, he began to give orders. "Geez, just hold on tight. I'm going at full speed." Then she obediently held onto his shoulder. Seeing that, he gently reminded her, "Hunter Choi Hyun, you'll fall if you hold on like that." She asked innocently, "Then what should I do?" As soon as she finished speaking, both of them suddenly shot off like a gust of wind. Now she was nestled in his arms, and he replied happily, "This is how it should be." She didn't hold back and called him out immediately. "You're taking advantage of the situation again, aren't you?" But he insisted stubbornly, "But isn't this more comfortable?" Before she could answer, she felt herself flying even faster. In this moment, perhaps both she and he were enjoying it as much as they could. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. This made her eyes light up with excitement, because in front of her, a sun was truly rising. She began to watch it more intently than ever. Her expression made him curious. "What's wrong? Should I slow down?" she insisted. "Not at all. Go even faster." He obeyed instantly. After that, she remained completely silent for the rest of the trip. Seeing that, he tried to suggest, "Actually, I'm trying to avoid going into the dungeon if I can." She expressed sadly, "I've never liked going into those places, because every time I do, something bad always happens. But strangely, this time I feel very at ease. At this point, he didn't say anything, just listened silently. Though she appeared cold, she thanked him gently. My head was in a mess, but now I feel a bit better. Please let me hitch a ride more often later. Hearing this, he teased her. I'm not a transport service, you know. Then she got angry and shouted like she had many times before. I'll pay the fare. Just a few hours later, the shimmering waves were beneath them. Then they landed on a small nearby island. Below, engineers were working diligently, and a helicopter was landing. She looked around and couldn't stop exclaiming, "Your equipment is quite good," he explained patiently. "This dungeon is a high-level one, after all." Hearing that, her curiosity rose. What rank is it? Just then, a notification from the system sounded. The Saints' Silent Cathedral, rank S+. A manager of the island stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome, guild leader." He asked seriously about the status of the dungeon. Immediately after, the manager reported professionally. According to the data, it is in a stable state, but to prepare for any unexpected situations, we must clear it as quickly as possible. Also, we just received news that the Wazon Guild completed a conquest today. Therefore, we have sent an official written request for cooperation to them. He began delegating tasks. So, the Wazon Guild leader will arrive in the next few days. Tell them I look forward to working with them. The manager finished his task. Yes, guild leader. Then the manager asked, "By the way, who is that person?" Hearing this, he glanced in the direction the assistant pointed and replied coldly, "That is the hunter who will enter the dungeon with me." At this moment, Choi Hyun asked anxiously, "Are we really going to conquer this dungeon today?" He confirmed immediately, "Yes." "Why?" Hearing this, she asked, "But why aren't there any other hunters? You said this was an S+ rank dungeon." He laughed and affirmed, "Because it's a dungeon that is easier to clear by myself." His attitude made her look at him with disdain. So arrogant. He still promised cheerfully, "Once we go in, you'll understand." After that, the two continued toward the dungeon together. Looking at it, she realized it was a temple that had turned into ruins. There are so many of them. Even with the naked eye, she could see them moving. If I fall, I'll definitely die. But more importantly, her heavy panting drew his attention. He panicked and called out, "Hunter Choi Hyun," but she was extremely scared. "The mana concentration is too high. I can't breathe." Seeing this, he guided her calmly. "Breathe." Although she was a bit surprised, she followed his instructions. He began to urge her impatiently, "Hurry up. If you're struggling this much, it's going to be trouble." At this moment, she made up her mind. This is ridiculous. Just as she decided she would enter the dungeon, she suddenly launched herself out of his arms, weapon in hand, ready to attack a silent messenger. Then, she lunged straight at it with determination. She was fully committed, but when her weapon hit the target, it didn't do a thing. This left her deeply confused, wondering, did that attack miss? Then she complained irritably, "What is wrong with this thing? Isn't it an S rank?" Suddenly, a wing collided with her, sending her flying away. Right after, the floating stones fell like a waterfall. She was so angry she cursed. "Damn it, what the hell is this? When did they surround me?" In the sky, Tae-hun watched her being surrounded from afar, but instead of helping, he muttered coldly, "The silent messenger is an S-rank monster. Hunter Kim Jong-han couldn't even do this much. They don't meet my expectations." Hunter Choi Hyun, Tae-hun stood arrogantly in the distance, looking at her. "Even though you were promoted to S-rank, you're weaker than I thought." He teased her with contempt. Hunter Kim Yonha was never like this. Choi Hyun stared at him, as he stood there pridefully. "Let me give you a hand, Hunter Choi Hyun." She glared at him angrily. "You!" Choi Hyun grabbed the shield near her and threw it straight at the silent messenger without hesitation. The silent messenger saw the shield flying toward it and dodged. "How dare you look down on me?" Choi Hyun gathered her strength and leaped high, lunging toward the silent messenger. She used the shield and stepped on it to close the distance. "I don't need anyone's help." Before long, she was right on top of it. Since her weapon was useless, Choi Hyun threw her. A series of rapid punches to the silent messenger's face leaves it dazed. She pours all her rage into battering the silent messenger's body, intending to strike it head-on. Tae-hyun stands by, calmly observing her desperate fight, and says indifferently, "You even tossed your weapon aside? Since your A-rank shield is useless, do you plan on using your own body to tank the hits?" Suddenly, she realizes something strange. The silent messenger is still standing tall after her attacks without a scratch. That bastard, he's completely fine. Without waiting for Choi Hyun to react, it counters with a kick. Why? Its powerful kick catches her off guard, and she is sent crashing backward. What on earth is the problem here? Finally, Choi Hyon manages to stand firmly on the ground. Damn that bastard, that hurt like hell. The silent messenger ignores her words and continues to emit a deafening sound while attacking her. Its wings lunge forward at an incredible speed. Even though she is running for her life, she can feel the murderous intent behind her. Its blade-like wings are about to graze Choi Hyun's face. Taehyun can no longer stand by and decides to act. Choi Hyun is surprised that the silent messenger's attack missed. He uses long-range magic, quietly observing the situation unfolding before him. He attacks the creature, causing its body to emit a strange light. Choi Hyun reproachfully snaps at him. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Who asked for your help?" Taehyun laughs mockingly. "You should at least try to look a bit grateful. If I hadn't intervened, your head would have been blown off." Choi Hyun angrily retorts. "I don't care," he says, feeling a bit let down. "Why don't you care?" Both of them look at the dozens of holes in the silent messenger's body. This dungeon hasn't been reset in a long time, so it would be very difficult to survive without my help. Not only is the mana density high, but those monsters are also in an enhanced state. She irritably scolds him. "Shut up, just ignore me like you did before. I came here to kill these things, not to ask for your help." Taehyun stays silent at her attitude. And finally, he reaches out his hand. "I see," he thinks, and without hesitation, he shoves her down. Taehyun even gives a wry smile. "If you find it too difficult, just let me know. I'll help you anytime." There's still a long way to go before reaching the boss. She lands safely and says firmly, "I have no intention of doing that. I'll handle it myself." The shield falls from above and sticks into the ground right next to Choi Hyun. He yells, "Don't lose it again." She says shyly, "Thank you." She picks up her shield, thinking irritably. They say that even within S-Rank, the power gap is huge, but to be so overwhelmed and helpless like this really sucks. Even though the ring helps me increase my stats faster than others, it's meaningless if I can't even kill a single one. Suddenly, the roar of a silent messenger echoes from afar. Another silent messenger is heading toward her. If I get any stronger here, the thing inside will try to take over my body again. That's why I didn't want to come to the dungeon. She stares at it resolutely, eyes unblinking, but contrary to her thoughts, living a normal life is truly difficult. Hyun immediately leaps high. The only place she truly belongs is the dungeon. She stands, facing it, truly terrifying. She is still lost in thought, but if it were the guild leader, maybe he could suppress the thing inside me. Those thoughts transform into power, channeled into Choi Hyun's fist. This is so frustrating. She punches it, knocking it backward. "I just want to live a normal life." The silent messenger doesn't just stand there and take it. It retaliates immediately. She uses her shield to block its attack. It doesn't stop there. The silent messenger continues to assault Choi Hyun. This time, it's an attack from another silent messenger. Choi Hyun struggles after their attack. It hurts. That bastard is really not holding back at all. Its attacks keep coming at her. That strike nearly blew Choi Hyun's head off. She looks, horrified, at what's in front of her. The silent messenger is gaining momentum, pointing its sharp edge toward her body. It's that familiar power again, sending them to the afterlife. Taehyun jokingly tells her, "That's the second time you've nearly died, Hunter Choi Hyun." Choi Hyun tries to stand up, but "I'm only alive because of you." She runs off to find the last one with incredible speed. There's still one left. He looks at her, not knowing what to say. Taehyun thinks to himself, how strange. The remaining silent messenger is also getting into an attacking stance before Choi Hyun's onslaught. Usually, in this situation, people would call for help. He silently evaluates her, but she isn't exactly the type of person who would do anything just to survive. Taehyun quietly watches her. Despite being S-rank, she doesn't even know how to use her power properly. The image of Choi Hyun reminds him of others. Kim Dong-do is the same, and so is Kim Yeon-ha. Why does everyone say Hunter Choi Hyun is very strong? He sighs, wondering if there's anything else special about her. Taehyun is surprised, realizing, what is this? Her back stands tall and strong, and the wounds on her face are gradually healing. He can't believe what he is seeing. Taehyun is amazed as he looks at that miracle. The wounds are gone? He is confused. How is that possible? Taehyun remembers the past. I only have one question. Is she strong or weak? Jeonha says seriously, she's very strong. He looks at his tablet and says, according to the investigation, she awakened as an F-rank user 3 years ago. Taehyun seriously evaluates her. She even lost her boyfriend in a dungeon, not to mention being a foolish, cowardly, and useless person. Jeonha is confused. What? That's completely different from the person I know. Regarding Hunter Choi Hyun, he says in a cold tone, It seems like even her personality has changed. It's as if she suddenly became stronger in a short period. The scene outside is also frozen by this information. No one has ever grown that fast except for Kim Dong-do, unless they found a hidden dungeon. Hearing those evaluations, Taehyun wants to see how she fights even more. He has to verify it with his own eyes. She lunges in front of it again and throws a punch. Taehyun looks at her without saying anything, thinking to himself, if I interfere this time, the silent messenger opens its mouth wide, intending to swallow her whole. Choi Hyeon is startled by its mouth. She gets hit by its attack again and flips backward. I won't be able to watch until the end, he thinks. He quietly stands there, watching her, looking at her battered body and saying, I should have saved her just to verify the risk is really high. Suddenly, her hand moves. He stands from above, watching her body heal itself. Taehyun looks at her, frowning. What a hassle. Her clothes are all torn. Her clothes were destroyed in that last attack. Oh no, those are Nara's clothes, he realizes with excitement. So that's how it is. That special reason, the silent messenger opens its mouth wide again. So Choi Hyeon strongly grabs her shield and charges. He stands from afar, watching her fight, and asserts that he absolutely cannot let her fall into the hands of another guild. Taehyun thinks, her not joining P Guild doesn't matter. Choi Hyeon uses her shield to smash the silent messenger's head. He looks at the scene, now full of nothing but blood. Taehyun excitedly says, still, how could I let her slip through my fingers? The silent messenger lies sprawled on the ground. She says angrily, shut up, you guys are too noisy. Choi Hyeon kicks it in the mouth, making it shriek. She holds her shield high. Does my meat taste good, you bastard? She slams the shield directly into its throat. After killing it, the system chimes. Your stats have increased by 1. She says irritably and dissatisfied. Just 1? I just took down an S rank. Look at this efficiency. Her eyes are filled with murderous intent. Even though there's only 1 left now, she has found their weakness. Suddenly, she realizes, that's right, the guild leader doesn't know I'm immortal, does he? Choi Hyeon turns back toward him and yells, wondering if he will be surprised. She is shocked to feel something strange in the air. Dozens of silent messengers are surrounding her. What is that? She looks at them behind her back in fear. Their attack strikes, leaving her no time to react, and once again, she loses her head. Is half my head detached from my body? Did I see that wrong? Does Choi Hyeon fall again? Her body heals itself once more. Choi Hyeon can't believe her eyes. Certainly, Taehyun stands from above, excitedly saying, she's coming back to life again. It seems like getting her head blown off is just a small matter to her. She sees a smile on his face. He is laughing. Choi Hyeon sits up after her body has almost finished recovering. If she isn't afraid of death, she must have experienced it many times before. His voice echoes again. Truly immortal? Choi Hyeon is startled to hear Taehyun say that. The Jumsun Guild will be in chaos if they find out about this. She glares at him. This bastard is very strange. From the very beginning, she also felt something odd, an unsettling feeling she had noticed before entering the dungeon. There are no hunters here, except for the dungeon managers. Choi Hyeon is lost in her own thoughts. She has never heard of an S+ rank dungeon anywhere, let alone within our borders. She is annoyed by his open attitude because it's a dungeon that I can easily clear on my own? You're really annoying. Taehyun lands and approaches her. Even if this is a dungeon that only the guild leader can handle, it doesn't make sense. He sits in front of her and says calmly, for dungeons rank B and above, strict information sharing is required for safety reasons. Taehyun reached his hand out toward Choi Hyeon. This was a dungeon that had been intentionally concealed. She died again. Hunter Choi Hyeon. Choi Hyeon looked at him in terror. Should I help her yet? She interrupted Taehyun. Why? Choi Hyeon asked. What are you? She looked at his calm demeanor and asked, what exactly do you want? He still held his hand out toward Choi Hyeon. It seemed she was still doing quite well, struggling to stand up together. Then I have no other choice. Why are you picking me up on your own? The silent messengers watched the two chat idly, unable to wait any longer. I'm just providing a little support. Everything from here on out will only get tougher. Even if I've always been the one holding them back. So what? Answer my question. Taehyun looked straight into her eyes, his voice serious. Above all, those creatures can share information with each other even from a great distance. Choi Hyeon shouted angrily. Stop ignoring me. They haven't eaten anything since the dungeon reset. The silent messengers looked down haughtily at the two tiny humans. Now that they've tasted human blood, they'll swarm us even more. Not to mention her immortal body. They continued to open their mouths wide. Each one opened its maw, one after another. Where else could they find better prey? She stared at them, terrified and frozen. This bastard. Choi Hyon looked at him and felt a sense of familiarity. He reminded her of her past. He said to her nonchalantly, "Do your best, Hunter Choi Hyon. If you need help, just call me." Without hesitation, the silent messengers lunged at her. Choi Hyon shielded herself and tried to dodge, but she couldn't avoid them all and was caught by one of them. Choi Hyon gritted her teeth in anger, shouting with all her might. "Tae-hun, you son of a bitch." Hyon glared at him. "I'll definitely kill you, you damn scumbag." Tae-hun watched her being bitten and torn apart, chuckling. "Don't be so arrogant. Looks like you'll die before me. Even if you live, you don't have the strength to kill me, because you're only S-rank." She lay inside its mouth, being chewed to pieces, but still screamed, "What are you mumbling about? Let me go, you piece of junk." It clamped its teeth shut, keeping her inside. He stood by, waiting, wondering how long Hunter Hyon could last. He hoped it wouldn't be too long. Her body was torn to shreds. "Damn it," she thought angrily. "What on earth does that bastard want from me?" His face from earlier flashed in her mind. "If anything is too much, just tell me. I'll help you whenever you need. There's still a long way to go before we reach the boss." She fumed. Is it because he wants to see me beg for help? What the hell does he want anyway? Is he some kind of pervert? Choi Hyun's body was gradually recovering, and she slowly regained consciousness. Whatever, I'll think about that after I revive. Her body gradually fell into its stomach, her limbs slowly knitting back together. She grumbled, "My clothes are finally ruined again." Choi Hyun looked at her situation, wondering, how do I get out of here? Tae-hun stood observing the situation. It's getting late. She should have finished reviving inside its stomach by now, shouldn't she? Or perhaps, he watched them communicating with each other and thought to himself, she isn't completely immortal. Suddenly, a silent messenger behind him opened its mouth wide to attack Tae-hun. What a shame, she's a hunter I quite like. He didn't even bother to move, causing it to explode instantly. Guess I have no choice but to handle it myself. Tae-hun muttered to himself, as they continued to fight. Maybe it's because there's only one prey, time to act. Suddenly, he found it strange. These creatures, the silent messengers, gathered momentum and lunged at one of their own. What are they doing? The remaining silent messenger was ganged up on by the group before it could react. He was surprised. He had never seen them attack their own kind before. Suddenly, Tae-hun realized those silent messengers were attacking its belly. Hyon, inside the belly, was also caught in the fray. The silent messenger that had swallowed her fell, dying in pain. She had stabbed it from the inside with her shield. The shield pierced easily through the wounds caused by its companions. A hand reached out from within its body. Choi Hyon crawled out of its stomach, cursing. "You son of a bitch." He cheered her on enthusiastically. "You took one down, Hunter Choi Hyon." Choi Hyon jumped out of its stomach. "Quit running your mouth. You're next on the list to die, you bastard." She lunged at Tae-hun, throwing a punch. He laughed heartily. "To think you'd use your own body as bait to lure the monsters. Is that a concept born from immortality? How interesting, Hunter Choi Hyon." She screamed at his face in anger. "What the hell are you babbling about, you scumbag?" She braced her feet to leap high. "This time, it's your turn to die." Choi Hyon lunged toward Tae-hun, raising her fist. "You bastard!" He smiled, amused by Choi Hyun's tactics. Using her own body as bait to lure them. Is that the kind of idea only an immortal would think of? You really are interesting, Hunter Choi Hyon. Choi Hyon didn't stop there. Her fist still flew toward him. "What the hell are you spewing, you dog?" Suddenly, something made her stumble. A silent messenger lunged out and bit her leg. She cursed furiously. "You bastard, let me go." "Damn it." He watched her struggle with it, teasing her playfully. "Getting popular, aren't you, Hunter Choi Hyon?" She glared at him bitterly. That was Choi Hyon trying to reach out toward Tae-hun. "Are you really that eager to die?" He smiled deviously, watching her being gradually swallowed. The distance between them was stretched by the silent messenger. She looked regretfully at Tae-hun, who was getting further out of reach. It kept chewing, relentless toward Choi Hyon. She gritted her teeth and spat out the words, "Damn it." Choi Hyon was swallowed once again. It tore her to pieces, its sharp teeth grinding her to shreds. The silent messenger had successfully swallowed her whole. It wasn't long before it felt something strange in its belly. A long gash was sliced across its stomach. She skillfully burst out from within. Choi Hyon had just stepped out when she was surprised by what she saw. Another silent messenger wanted to eat her. Choi Hyon reflexively dodged its bite. The recoil from the bite made her struggle in pain. Another silent messenger opened its mouth wide and lunged. This time, it bit Choi Hyun's body in half. Two of them tore her apart together, the remaining pieces of her body slowly falling to the ground. Choi Hyun's body was now covered in blood and riddled with wounds that hadn't yet healed. She crashed hard into the ground, causing the rocks around her to crack. Choi Hyun laughed bitterly. Damn it. Her body remained the same, still regenerating those wounds, and she never stopped cursing them. You damn pigs, how much are you planning to stuff into your mouths? They tore my clothes up again. She lay on the rubble. Great. Those annoying things are back again. The silent messengers, mouths dripping with blood and chewing on her previous remains, leaned down to look at Choi Hyun. Seriously? The other one hasn't even finished eating me, and they're already back? Damn it. I'm no different from a buffet for these things. She grabbed onto the broken bricks, trying to stand up to continue fighting. You bastards, this hurts like hell. I may not die, but it still hurts exactly like you'd expect. You hear me? She frowned, thinking gloomily. Compared to being swallowed in one gulp and exploding from the inside, she looked at them with contempt, realizing they weren't swallowing her anymore. Now they're starting to eat me little by little. Choi Hyun looked at her stomach. They were avoiding her abdomen, where the regeneration process began. She looked at the pack of silent messengers in front of her. They must have learned that nibbling slowly is better than swallowing me whole and exploding from the inside. She looked at him with bitter disdain. You disgusting freaks. Choi Hyun saw him standing there unbothered and grew angry. They should have switched to gnawing on him instead. A silent messenger paid close attention to her every movement. Seeing her move, she didn't stop because of the pain. She kept lunging forward relentlessly. Choi Hyun remembered a time she had experienced a situation just like this. The pain was just as excruciating as back then, but she didn't feel the same rage she had felt that day. Taehyun stood at a distance, watching her. An Hyung-chan, he's even worse than this bastard. She lunged at the mouth of a silent messenger, but suddenly, Choi Hyun was knocked back by a strike. I really thought this time would be different. She directed her gaze toward him. She regretted her previous thoughts. I thought he would create a place where I belonged. I was wrong. He laughed as if nothing had happened. You've died about 230 times now, Hunter Choi Hyun. Impressive, she shouted in anger. What are you looking at, you dead man walking? A silent messenger seized the opening and clamped her into its mouth again. Once I get out of here, you're dead. You hear me? I'm so scared. He looked at her misery with a cold expression. You really are such a pain, Hunter Choi Hyun. Taehyun looked at her coldly. Indeed, she is completely different. He used the power in his hands again. Something none of the hunters I've ever known could do. The currents of energy gathered in Taehyun's palm. I never imagined that not being able to die would be this troublesome. Honestly, I don't know how to deal with you anymore. His eyes were devoid of emotion. Choi Hyun defeated a beast and leaped out of its mouth. Where the hell did a guy like you even come from? She snapped. She recoiled in shock as his voice echoed from right behind her. He ignored her, continuing to flex his power without backing down. Choi Hyun watched that overwhelming force in a panic. What the? Taehyun kept mocking her relentlessly. Anyway, you're not going to die. A whirlwind engulfed her, and she screamed, You damn bastard. The tornado swept through every corner of the dungeon. Her small frame was shredded by flying stone shards. Choi Hyun tried to heal herself while struggling to withstand the terrifying wind. She suddenly realized what was right in front of her. A massive boulder was hurtling toward Choi Hyun. It sent her flying headfirst into a pillar. He stood from above, looking down at her, and said, Oh my bad. I originally made this to wipe out monsters, but it just so happens to be my favorite skill, too. Her view of him was slowly blocked by debris. I just need to infuse one of these tornadoes, and everything inside gets shredded to pieces instantly. Everything around them had turned into projectiles flying at hundreds of kilometers per hour. Her body was being torn apart and pulled into the vortex. I didn't think the one who'd take that hit would be you, Hunter Choi Hyun. My sincere apologies. The silent messengers were also torn to pieces by the vortex. He stepped down to the ground, searching for any sign of her. He stopped in his tracks. Taehyun looked at her torso, lying on the ground. There you are. From that torso, her body was slowly regenerating. Hunter Choi Hyun. He counted cheerfully. 1, 2, 3. Taehyun counted along to the rhythm. 4, her hands had grown back. 5, her head had healed as well. Choi Hyun slowly opened her eyes. Taehyun stood, blocking the sunlight on her face, and smiled. Just as expected, you've regenerated again. Hunter Choi Hyun glared. You were taking too long, so I gave you a hand. She snapped at Taehyun. You're real kind, aren't you? Seriously, you tore up my gear. You're gonna pay for that. He gave a sheepish smile. I don't think that's the real problem here. Her gaze tracked his every move. He's a maniac. He can still laugh even when seeing me in this state. His coat fell off his shoulders. I've thought this for a long time, but I just don't understand what's going on inside his head. It landed neatly on Choi Hyun. What the hell? Where did that even come from? She widened her eyes. There were only 4 of them. He lowered his gaze at her and said coldly, "Not dying is definitely a perk, but in a real battle, it doesn't help much. To put it bluntly, you're just an immortal ranker." Taehyun stared at her. "Even so, you're barely enough." "Then why?" Choi Hyun was shocked by his words, but she refused to yield. He tilted his head to get a better look at her. When people with sentience realize the massive gap in power, they naturally bow down to the stronger side. "So, why don't you?" Hunter Choi Hyun couldn't believe her eyes. "What?" The sky seemed to collapse, and the atmosphere turned heavy. "Hunter Choi Hyun, join Pyohak." He looked at her with a cold expression. "This is your last chance." He lowered his eyes. How strange. He tilted his head to get a better look at her. When people with sentience realize the massive gap in power, they naturally bow down to the stronger side. "So, why don't you?" Hunter Choi Hyun couldn't believe her eyes. "What?" The sky seemed to collapse, and the atmosphere turned heavy. "Hunter Choi Hyun, join Pyohak." He stared at her coldly. "This is your last chance." She laughed as if she'd heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. "Join Pyohak? Are you serious?" Choi Hyun slowly stood up. "I get it now." She gave him a dark look. "So that's what you've been chasing all this time." Taehyun kept his expression calm. "A loyal dog." Choi Hyun clutched his coat and spat out. "Do you really think I'm insane enough to become your dog?" He looked at her as if he already knew. Taehyun laughed. "Just as expected. You aren't easy to deal with." She heard a noise behind her and turned around. A vortex had appeared in the sky. The sky was churning. Choi Hyun looked around in a panic as the ground shook violently and everything began to crack. Choi Hyun stood under the strange sky, panicked, while Taehyun remained unbothered. Choi Hyun frowned and questioned him. "What are you plotting? Merging all the islands together like this? That wasn't my doing." She looked down at the strange thing on the ground. It was that. What? It rose up like a tree root, surrounding Choi Hyun. It began to float upward. She looked up at it, a massive, silent messenger. He said indifferently, "The suffering judge." It towered over Choi Hyun, the master of the strongest dungeon in Korea. No, the strongest in the 7 realms. A notification window appeared. "Rank. CS. Boss." She frowned at it. "Damn, that thing is massive. I'm probably gonna die over and over again this time." The suffering judge stared her down, looking at the pulverized remains of the silent messengers on the ground. The screaming sounded even louder up close. Then, it let out a roar. Choi Hyun asked, confused, "Why is it screaming all of a sudden?" Magic circles appeared on each of the silent messengers' remains and between the 2 of them. She jumped out of the magic circle in a panic. "What the hell is this?" Choi Hyun watched in astonishment as it glowed. A blast of destructive light sent Choi Hyun flying away. She caught herself on the ground. Choi Hyun was panicked and terrified by that light. She watched the light suck the silent messengers up into the air. "Those corpses," he spoke up calmly. "It's usually very merciful." Taehyun stood opposite her, explaining, "But once you provoke it, it wipes everything out." The suffering judge continued to show off its power. Choi Hyun looked back at it nervously. Their very existence magic circles appeared behind the suffering judge. Beams of light shone down from the circles onto the ground, perfect for someone who can never die. That light swept through every nook and cranny, and she struggled to dodge it. She looked at him, still acting so nonchalant. That bastard, so that's why he shredded those monsters with that tornado. He wanted the boss to see it. The scene became more chaotic than ever. This time, the experiment isn't about how many times I can die. He flew up, watching her dodge the destructive beams of light. "The goal is to kill me, isn't it?" She screamed. "Taehyun," he held his hand out toward her. "You filthy trash. Your tongue is too sharp." Choi Hyun was filled with rage. "Don't you talk that nonsense to me. You bastard." His power blocked Choi Hyun's attack. Taehyun used magic to defend himself. "That surprises me. When I first took a liking to you," she attacked Taehyun frantically. "I never took a liking to you, you understand?" "You piece of trash," he said, emotionless. "But that alone isn't enough. Emotions like that change too easily." Taehyun looked her straight in the eyes. "I need something more certain, something that will never waver." Choi Hyun kept throwing punches. "Shut up, you psychopath." She threw a definitive punch at him. Choi Hyun realized in a panic that Taehyun had caught her fist, and her arm wouldn't move an inch. He interrupted her thoughts. "Hunter Choi Hyun, I only want one thing." Taehyun caught her punch fully. "A powerful hunter, someone who follows only my orders," he said excitedly. "Any dog that can't do that is useless, even if you are rarer than any consumable immortality item." This only infuriated Choi Hyun even more. You bastard. He cut her off and continued. Power, no matter how great, is useless to me if it can't be controlled. Better to have nothing at all. Taehyun let her go, causing her to fall. So what now? He looked at her and said cheerfully, take the coat, consider it a parting gift. Choi Hyun screamed in anger. Keep it yourself, you maniac. He gave a wry smile. Taehyun looked at Choi Hyun, dark-eyed. You really are difficult, aren't you? At least Kim Jong-hun understood his games. She glared at him. Could she really do anything? Kim Dong-do, Choi Hyun, fell, still trying to ask, what did you just say? Magic circles surrounded her. Choi Hyun cursed in anger. Damn it. The beam of light shone directly onto her. Choi Hyun watched her body slowly disintegrate. She was stunned. Her body was disappearing. Choi Hyun couldn't believe her eyes. Recovery? I can't recover? She was more terrified than she had ever been. Why? Why isn't it working? Choi Hyun looked at him standing above and screamed, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Taehyun watched her slowly fade away. Goodbye, Hunter, Choi Hyun. Choi Hyun looked at him bitterly. You bastard. She remembered when she first met Taehyun. From the very beginning, he had only ever seen her as a tool. Choi Hyun thought there might be a miracle, but no, it wasn't what she had imagined. She reflected on it with a broken heart. Just like that day with Hyun and Chan, we weren't actually looking in the same direction. Choi Hyun's tears began to flow. Why hasn't anything changed since then? Why do I have to die? She had never resigned herself to her fate. Why? Why am I still so helpless? A ring appeared in midair, and a notification window popped up. Mental state has reached the limit. Rewards will be automatically collected now. Rewards collected. Choi Hyun stared at the notification in amazement, then laughed maniacally. What the hell is this? The notification window slowly turned red. In the end, it all came to this. The Paralyze Reason skill accelerated the Mantis Queen's hatching process and numbed the host's mind. As the time approached for the host's consciousness to return, Choi Hyun made her move. Fine, I'll use the reward. A thought flashed through her mind. Fine, keep going. Wreak as much havoc as you like. High above, Taehyun watched the scene. But suddenly he sensed something wrong. An arm had pierced through his body. She had returned and struck back with devastating force. He gasped in shock. Hunter Choi Hyun. Her arm was buried deep within the wound she had just inflicted on him. Stunned by the direct hit, he let out a pained cry and stared at her, the hunter, Choi Hyun. But before he could even question her, blood sprayed from his mouth. What just happened? I didn't see a thing. How could something like this even happen? He looked down at Choi Hyun, reeling. I never imagined you were hiding power like this. Choi Hyun looked back up at him, one of her eyes turning into a solid, pitch-black void. Hunter Choi Hyun. She spoke, her voice chilling. Thanks to you, I remember now. How I managed to kill An Hyung-chan. That bastard tried to control me, just like you, and I once thought I would never escape him. But I succeeded. Thanks to this power, even if I'm only borrowing it for a moment, you pathetic worm. She pulled her arm from the wound, causing Taehyun to clutch his injury in agony. You said you wanted to make me yours, didn't you? She challenged him. Then do it, if you think you can. Her eyes turned completely black as she lunged straight at him. Rank X. Let's see what you've got. Taehyun, caught off guard, scowled. What? He reached out and, with a single blast, blew Choi Hyun away. The attack sent her flying backward, leaving her sprawled among the rubble. To be sure, Taehyun levitated several boulders into the air, hovering them at a specific height, before aiming them directly at Choi Hyun's prone form. Down they crashed, creating a massive tremor. As boulder after boulder smashed into her, Taehyun finally took a moment to address his own injury. He felt where she had pierced him. I've managed to stop the bleeding for now, but I can't let this drag on. His eyes narrowed as he looked down at Choi Hyun, now buried under the stones. Rank S Hunter, no. His rank hasn't changed. Suddenly, her leg, which wasn't pinned, twitched. Then, the massive boulder crushing her was blasted away. The rank is still the same. Even missing her head, she sat up as if nothing had happened. Her body began to regenerate slowly, leaving Taehyun baffled. How can she still damage this body? He reached out to attack again. It wasn't that the body was enhanced, nor was it just a faster recovery speed. Yet, Choi Hyun refused to fall. What on earth did she do? He fired another blast, blowing apart the area that had just regenerated. Still, Choi Hyun stood firm on the ground, muscles rippling until the very earth beneath her cracked. The Mantis Queen had officially taken complete control. She leapt forward with such force that the ground in front and behind her shattered. In that same moment, She regenerated the damage from the blast and charged straight at Taehyun. He was caught off guard by her incredible speed. He gritted his teeth, unable to react in time. In a blink, the Mantis Queen pulled her arm back into a fist. The punch carried terrifying strength, slamming into Taehyun and sending him flying back. Even though he blocked it, the sheer impact was agonizing. Before he could recover, the next fist from the Mantis Queen was already descending. This time, he managed to block with his arm again. However, the force was even greater than before, smashing Taehyun straight into the ground. He gritted his teeth against the pain, damn it, and crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater as dust billowed everywhere. After a few seconds of silence, the dust began to settle. In the crater, Taehyun struggled with his abdominal wound. He raised a trembling arm. This power is ridiculous. If I hadn't covered my arm in mana, it would have snapped long ago. Hunter Choi Hyeon was unleashing power, far beyond what an S-rank body could withstand. The evidence was that her own body was tearing itself apart from the overload. The Mantis Queen walked toward the crater where he was resting. Usually, survival instinct would kick in, and humans would restrain themselves. Exceeding those limits meant certain death for most. She approached slowly, but in her case, she didn't have to worry about any of that. Hunter Choi Hyeon had emerged from the hidden dungeon with something far worse than immortality. What kind of monster has possessed her? Taehyun sighed as he saw the Mantis Queen closing in. Why did those words come to mind right now? What that thing had told him back then, the memory of the prophet surfaced. Oh, Supreme One, one day, you will stand before it. Suddenly, a screech echoed out, a portal opened, and the pain judge appeared. It activated a series of magic circles. From the center, pillars of light surged down toward the Mantis Queen. She dodged each one with ease. Taehyun, though wounded, forced himself up to evade. He had regained his composure and began to calculate. That doesn't matter. No matter what it is, my stance will not change. He raised his hand toward the charging Mantis Queen. Uncontrolled power is dangerous. It must never leave this dungeon. Immediately, the Mantis Queen froze. Taehyun had bound her with a glowing chain of light. I have to destroy her here and now. Above, the pain judge began to prepare a new attack. The Mantis Queen noticed. She hissed, "Too weak." Taehyun was startled by the reaction. What? The Mantis Queen began to struggle, fighting against the light chain. She growled, "This body is too weak." Taehyun couldn't hold it much longer. Is she resisting my telekinesis? The Mantis Queen kept pushing back. I need to become stronger. With a burst of strength, she broke free from his control. Leaping out of the crater and charging straight through the body of the pain judge in the air, her hand clutched its heart. I'll be taking this. Taehyun was stunned. She destroyed that thing in the blink of an eye. The only way to eliminate it. Meanwhile, the Mantis Queen turned her attention back to him. You're next. Within the private space of the ring, the consciousness of the Mantis Queen floated. How annoying. If I had a choice, I'd never want to come back here. She sensed the owner of the ring. The lingering emotions in this space were disgusting. But this is different from the last time I was here. Suddenly, the system window appeared before her. Time until host consciousness returns, 17 minutes 40 seconds. She calculated silently. Borrowing this body is such a hassle. But if I can endure this time, I can return to normal. Outside, the battle continued. With a single strike, the Mantis Queen had suppressed the pain judge. Seeing this, Taehyun was shocked. Unbelievable. Not only did she break free from my power, but she suppressed the pain judge in one hit. Watching her secure the heart, he grew wary, his eyes fixed on the fight. Not only that, he heard the dying roar of the pain judge, followed by strange sounds from the Mantis Queen. She was communicating in an alien language. The unique situation forced Taehyun to think hard. Hunter Choi Hyeon, what on earth are you? The Mantis Queen struck the pain judge to the ground, causing such an earthquake that Taehyun had to raise a defensive barrier. Then, he realized the truth. The pain judge at this point, it was the only way to destroy it, but I failed. I need another method, a way to eliminate it right here. This uncontrolled power is putting everything at risk, and the only one who can stop it is what I've always done. Even while wounded, he remained focused. So, she swallowed the boss monster? At this point, it's hard to even call her human. The physical form of Choi Hyeon couldn't respond, being fully possessed. Hunter Choi Hyeon Taehyun began planning how to defeat her. She's stronger than me, but that doesn't mean she has no weaknesses. Just then, the Mantis Queen took the initiative and lunged to declare war. She let out a strange sound, sounding oddly amused. Taehyun seemed to guess her thoughts. Are you planning to eat me next? You really do have strange tastes. Then he used a skill to strike right at her right side. The attack was so powerful that it obliterated a part of her body. Even though she might be immortal, there had to be a limit. He just needed to find it. Despite being heavily wounded, the Mantis Queen had no intention of sparing Taehyun. She lunged forward, baring her teeth at his throat. The speed was so immense that Taehyun couldn't react in time. Despite his regenerative abilities, he was bitten. Even faster now? Taehyun cried out, thrown backward until he collapsed onto the soil. The Mantis Queen pinned him down, emitting strange sounds he couldn't understand. She continued to nibble on him, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the pain caused by this wretched monster. Eventually, he started to give up. Was this really how it would end? Memories of the day Taehyun met, the oracle surfaced. That powerful being had warned him. Someday, you will face an overwhelming power you cannot stop. It will spread like an endless hunger, devouring all light and forcing everything into silence. Taehyun had been stunned back then, failing to grasp the meaning. However, thinking of the present, he finally seemed to understand what the oracle had foreseen. Did that mean she was unstoppable? In that moment, the second he thought was his last, a thought flashed through his head. No, not yet. A man's figure appeared in his mind. There was still one more person, someone of the same rank as him. While he was lost in thought, the Mantis Queen suddenly stopped. She ceased her nibbling, looked up, tilted her head back, and shrieked. Taehyun was stunned to see her suddenly go mad. The Queen's voice gradually faded. Her frenzy ended, and with trembling hands, she reached up to her own throat and willingly chose death. Taehyun's eyes widened, unable to grasp her actions. Did she rip her own throat out? He didn't understand why. But then, a familiar voice rang out. Damn it! The missing part of her body had regenerated, and Choi Ha-yeon was back finally free. You bastard, so that's what I've been eating. Seeing the sudden change, Taehyun was thrown into confusion. She's back? He thought. Impossible. The image of the oracle flashed through his mind again. Find it. She's really back? Meanwhile, Choi Ha-yeon was still furious about being possessed. No, not this bastard too. Find it. However, the system interface flickered, confirming that her ego was recovering faster than expected, though it hadn't fully digested the parasite yet. As Choi Ha-yeon calculated her next move, her soul was violently shaken. Perhaps escaping would be easier than before. The system continued to warn. The parasitic entity is attempting to regain control of the body. This again? The parasite was trying to seize control once more. Choi Ha-yeon struggled to resist the Mantis Queen's influence. I won't eat him. Host rejects skill effect. I told you, I'm not eating him. I don't want to. The parasitic entity is attempting to regain control of the body. Choi Ha-yeon was locked in a power struggle with the Mantis Queen. More than half of her pupils had turned pitch black. I told you no. Host rejects skill effect. The parasitic entity is attempting to regain control of the body. Finally, to reject it, Choi Ha-yeon's body exploded. This blast affected the entire surrounding area. The system continued to pulse with notifications. The parasitic entity is attempting to regain control of the body. Host rejects skill effect. The parasitic entity is attempting to regain control of the body. Host rejects skill effect. The parasitic entity is attempting to regain control of the body. After that, a portion of Choi Ha-yeon's body gradually restored itself. Thinking it was still the Mantis Queen, Taehyun struggled to reach out, trying to stop her recovery. But then, Choi Ha-yeon's hand clenched into a fist, and she punched Taehyun right in the face. It was because of that impact that he recognized her power. He let his hand drop. So, you've woken up? Hunter Choi Ha-yeon. Choi Ha-yeon, having fully restored her body, glared at him angrily. Long time no see, you jerk. Wait, don't kill me yet. Exhausted, she collapsed right onto him. Taehyun craned his neck to look at Choi Ha-yeon, who was too tired to even lift her body. Take it easy? That's easy for you to say. Even I almost died, and I was being dead serious. Hunter Choi didn't respond. Her eyes were shut tight, and she seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Taehyun realized she was asleep. Ultimately, he let her rest on him in the end. She couldn't be swallowed by the darkness. Everything outside collapsed. The pain judge had fallen. It struggled to voice the end of the world. It lay still with a faint glimmer of light, and after a moment, it whispered once more. As the world faced its end, Choi Ha-yeon finally regained consciousness. She opened her eyes to look around, and Taehyun noticed, prompting her. If you're awake, get up. She grumbled at that. Your heartbeat is too steady. He spoke again. Sorry for not dying. Ha-yeon looked up to verify. Yeah, you're still alive. Then she evaluated him, assessing the situation. You look like a mess. That must have been a rough fight. Choi Ha-yeon poked her hand into his wound to investigate. Let's see, she poked around a bit. Your stomach is punctured. Taehyun winced and jerked up, letting out a soft groan. She scrutinized the person before her, and Choi Ha-yeon focused on his shoulder where the flesh was missing. There are signs that I ate your flesh. She seemed slightly confused. I don't even remember it. Even though I was the one who did it. Taehyun cut her off, defending Ha-yeon. Because that wasn't you. Her expression shifted slightly. Not me? Suddenly, Choi Ha-yeon reached out and gripped Taehyun's throat. She posed a question. Then what is this feeling I have when I first look at you? Choi Ha-yeon gritted her teeth and continued. It's ridiculous. How can I feel like this towards someone I just met? This isn't a movie, you know. Her grip tightened as she called his name, her hands shaking. It's the urge to eat you. She wore a smile, though her eyes were brimming with tears. I just want to eat a human. The thing inside my body. Taehyun didn't react. He remained silent, allowing her to tighten her grip. Seeing his expression, she became frustrated. It's so annoying. Even at a time like this, you still keep that indifferent look on your face. Taehyun's voice sounded flat. That amount of power isn't enough to kill me. Maybe the power from earlier could have. Choi Ha-yeon released his throat and grabbed his collar, pulling him up. Don't misunderstand, you jerk, she warned him loudly. The only reason I haven't killed you yet is because I don't want you to go easily like the others. Someone like you needs to suffer the same pain I did before dying. Taehyun remained the same, his calm demeanor and tone unchanged. Then let me help you gain the strength to kill me, so you can gain enough power to control the thing inside your body. He looked at her with a provocative smile. Only then will you be able to kill me. These words made Choi Ha-yeon fall silent and turn grim. She put all her strength into punching Taehyun in the face. Choi Ha-yeon then stood up, leaving a final word. Now you want to negotiate? Bleed to death, you jerk. Her angry retort made him chuckle. Her punch left her hand reddened, and at the same time, she heard a noise. What is this? The pain judge spoke weakly. We are the same kind? Why did you betray us? Choi Ha-yeon stared intently toward the source of the sound. I can hear it. Old memories flooded back. We are the same kind. We are the same kind. She was bewildered. She could understand it again. They were the same words from back then, repeating over and over. We betrayed. Choi Ha-yeon's hands began to tremble. Why couldn't she accept it? She covered her ears tightly. Why did everyone say the same thing? Why could she understand them? The words echoed repeatedly. Betrayal. Choi Ha-yeon gritted her teeth. Her eyes squeezed shut. I don't want to hear it anymore. But the voice persisted. Why? Choi Ha-yeon spiraled into a crisis. I told you I don't want to hear it. After a moment of struggle, the system notified her that the insect monster had been exterminated. Hearing that, Ha-yeon knew she was free. It was over. She glanced at where the pain judge had been. The system continued to announce points and increased her stats. A detailed summary appeared. Past the palace of the silent god. Dungeon cleared. Clear time, 54 hours. A faint red light emanated from where the pain judge had been. The system prompted her to check her rewards. There was one unclaimed reward. Looking at the glowing red gem, Choi Ha-yeon wondered, what is this? The system promptly provided information. S-Rank Red Magic Stone provides a large amount of stats required for leveling up. Single use. Outside the cliff by the dungeon entrance, a group of people waited anxiously, taking turns worrying. Why hasn't he come out yet? It's been 3 days already. Could something have happened inside? I think we should call Hunter Kim Dan-han. Another man adjusted his glasses. He had immense faith in Taehyun. Let's wait a little longer. There's no way the guild leader would fail to conquer a dungeon. The others knew that too, but they couldn't help but be uneasy. But this has never happened before. There's no way to check the completion status of the dungeon, since they aren't hunters. As they finished speaking, Choi Han's head popped out from inside the gate. Everyone still here? It's done. You guys can head in now. The people outside quickly spotted them coming out. Choi Han stepped out and tossed the gear toward them. And we have an injured patient here. The others cried out in concern. The man in glasses asked for a clear report. Hunter, what on earth happened in there? Why is the guildmaster in such a state? Choi Han thought for a moment. It was her fault. But then, she played the role of a delicate, beautiful lady and explained, I fainted, so the guildmaster pushed himself a bit too hard. Her answer shocked the others. What? They froze like statues, instantly processing every possible scenario. Surely, something bizarre must have happened inside. Like, maybe the monsters suddenly got stronger, but they never suspected that the true culprit was the girl right in front of them. How could they ever imagine a high-ranking hunter had been beaten to a pulp by her? Choi Han, now returning to her approachable demeanor, tilted her head slightly and requested, Can you give me a ride home by helicopter? The man in glasses was a bit surprised. Huh? She looked at the man on the ground, unable to even open his eyes, and explained, "The guildmaster was supposed to take me home, but look at him now." Finally, Choi Han returned to her familiar building. As she stepped out of the shower, she dried her hair and sighed. So refreshing. Choi Han quickly jumped onto her soft bed. It's so soft. This feels amazing. She rolled around a few times. I'm never going out again. Leaving this bed is just inviting disaster. Choi Han suddenly stopped and screamed in frustration. This is so ridiculous. Why does everyone love causing trouble for me? Choi Han kicked her legs wildly under the blanket. What the hell did I even do wrong? You jerks. Then, Choi Han turned over and buried her face in the pillow in resentment. I just want to live a normal life. Just a normal life. Choi Han punched the pillow to vent her anger. Ever since that jerk, what the hell is going on with everything? You jerks, just die already. You jerks. Cotton from the pillow flew out with every punch. The more she hit, the more fired up she got. And you, damn it, come back to life right now so I can kill you with my own hands again. Because of you, there's some kind of monster thingy stuck in my stomach now. When she couldn't punch the pillow anymore, Choi Han yelled, "So annoying! Get out of my life! Now!" After venting all her frustration, she let out a long breath. Damn it, calm down. Seriously, damn it. Choi Han, you're an intelligent person. You have to stay calm. The system appeared before her eyes. Status window, skill list. She sat there calculating and shouting, blessing of the queen ant and paralysis of reason. She had gained 2 more skills after returning from the hidden dungeon, but she truly hated all of them. These things were of no help to her. They weren't skills meant for her, they were meant for that thing. Even a stray dog passing by would realize that. While in that dungeon, she had suddenly received another skill. Perhaps it was because she had been nearly wiped out. She looked at the system screen again. Paralysis of reason accelerates the erosion of the unborn queen ant and paralyzes the host's logic. Choi Han pondered for a bit. Paralysis of reason. Maybe with this skill, it won't be able to snatch my body whenever it wants anymore. Or perhaps, instead, I can draw power from it. Still, she couldn't use it recklessly. It was trying to take over her body again. But at the same time, she had seen a possibility there, a way to keep her body from being taken over. After thinking it through, Choi Han made a decision. Maybe I'll have to enter another dungeon if I want to confirm that. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the roar of a monster echoed. Kim Dokja, in the middle of battle, noticed something. Choi Han looks like she's thinking about something weird again. Or am I just imagining it? Yoo Jung-hyuk spoke up to remind him. Why did you suddenly stop attacking? That's dangerous. Kim Dokja didn't like being lectured by others. I was just distracted for a second. Okay? You guys can handle that much on your own, right? His mindset made Yoo Jung-hyuk unable to understand. Then why the hell did we form a party? You should have just gone alone like you always do. The monster roared loudly. Kim Dokja returned to a combat stance. Yeah, fine. Let's just finish this quickly and get out of here. The monster bared its sharp fangs. Yoo Jung-hyuk leaped high into the air. He slashed a few times with the blade in his hand, and the monster began to fall apart. Yoo Jung-hyuk landed beautifully. The system finally chimed with a notification. Boss monster defeated. Abyss stronghold successfully conquered. Dungeon cleared. Conquest time, 59 hours. Stats increased by 1. Cheers erupted one after another. Well done, Kim Yoo Jung-hyuk. Well done. He informed them about what he had just received. It says one of my stats increased. Kim Dokja asked, for real? Lee Sang-ah, upon hearing this, was bewildered. It only increased now? How many more monsters do we have to kill? Even Yoo Jung-hyuk didn't know for sure. I think I've killed over 1,000 already, and there's still a long way to go. Lee Sang-ah sighed. Gaining just 1 stat point is so exhausting. Kim Dokja, hearing the story, whispered that ranking up is always difficult. Kong-yi had been quiet ever since Choi Han ranked up. Thinking of this, his gaze turned serious. I'm very grateful to you, but this still isn't my true power. Lee Sang-ah, on the other side, started making small talk. Kim Yoo Jung-hyuk, are you not going to the 2nd level again today? Yoo Jung-hyuk rejected the offer. No, I need to train. Kim Dokja, hearing the refusal, wondered, but you went last time, didn't you? Lee Sang-ah quickly chimed in. Usually, I never go anywhere. That time was because of Hunter Choi Han. Yoo Jung-hyuk raised his hand to stop Lee Sang-ah's fast-talking mouth. Why don't you just go already? He was being teased by him. Are you shy? You're shy, aren't you? Yoo Jung-hyuk could only hiss through his teeth. Honestly, what just happened made Kim Dokja think more. That jerk Kim Yoo Jung-hyuk, does he actually have feelings for Choi Han? No. What on earth does he see in Choi Han anyway? Later, at the large building, The receptionist was happily serving everyone. Kim Dokja sat nearby, deep in thought. Did Choi Han get fired from another part-time job? I don't see her anywhere. I was planning to walk home with her after this. The man in glasses walked over to greet him. Hunter Kim Dokja, thank you for your hard work on today's expedition. He had no complaints. It's nothing. Want to have a drink? He refused quickly and continued to inform him. No, thank you. More importantly, the schedule to head straight into the next dungeon after this expedition has been cancelled. Kim Dokja was surprised. Huh? The man continued. Instead, you will have to take on this rotation duty. The person on rotation before was Guildmaster Baek-hyun. Kim Dokja wasn't very pleased. Wait, why? Didn't the guild just clear an A-rank dungeon yesterday? The man adjusted his glasses, looking flustered as he explained. It's because he was injured. It was a secret dungeon, so I can't reveal anything. Hearing this, Kim Dokja was even more shocked. Injured in an A-rank dungeon? How is that possible? He was still curious. I don't really know either. Even the guildmaster didn't explain what happened. The hunter who went with him doesn't remember much either. This made Kim Dokja unable to believe it. The great guildmaster was injured? What on earth is going on? Just then, in a place with slightly archaic architecture, Baek-hyun sat on a hospital bed, head bowed. I apologize, Hunter Choi Han, for what happened in the dungeon. But Choi Han didn't seem to want to hear these useless words. Stop talking nonsense, you jerk. I don't care about your apology, she urgently announced. I'm going to enter another dungeon. You just need to support me. Baek-hyun somewhat guessed. Because of the thing inside your body? You didn't hide it from him either. Last night you sent me a message too. At that time, a message had suddenly been sent to Choi Han. A message from an unsaved number in her phone. I have something I want to talk to you about regarding the thing. I wanted to come see you myself, but my current condition won't allow it. After reading it, she swore, this jerk, but she knew who sent it. That's why I came here. Baek-hyun happily utilized his resources to help her. All right. The guild will support you as much as possible so that Hunter Choi Han doesn't encounter any inconveniences. Choi Han stood up, mocking him. Almost got swallowed once, and now you're being obedient, huh? I'm sure you don't want to get swallowed for the rest of your life. Choi Han was satisfied with Baek-hyun's attitude. You should have behaved like this from the beginning, you psycho jerk. He voiced his thoughts from that moment when things were hanging by a thread. Back then, I believed killing you was the right thing to do, because you were an awakener far beyond my understanding. Baek-hyun was cautious. In my experience, things even more dangerous than monsters are unpredictable people, especially those awakeners. They are completely unpredictable. After saying that, Baek-hyun bragged a little. That day I dealt with those awakeners, so the cleanup went much faster. Choi Han scolded him again. You crazy jerk. Tae-han quickly regained his serious composure. But the hunter known as Ham Choi was a different story. He remembered the look on her face back then. Even I couldn't stop it. Tae-han warned her, Hunter Ham Choi. That thing is too dangerous to just leave alone. Even now, I still think I should just get rid of you immediately. Choi Han listened to every word in silence. After a moment, she replied in a dull tone. So, what do you want me to do about it? You can't kill me anyway, and who the hell are you to decide whether I live or die? Choi Han seemed used to scolding him. You arrogant bastard. But Tae-han emphasized clearly, that wasn't just my decision alone. A voice echoed out, causing Choi Han to flinch slightly. Powerful one. One day you will face an overwhelming force that you cannot stop. It will spread like an endless hunger, swallowing all light and plunging everything into silence. She looked at him, confused. Hey, you jerk, what was that? Tae-han explained slowly, it's a dungeon discovered 10 years ago. That footage was recorded 4 months ago. He looked at the portrait of the prophet, a rank B boss monster from the dungeon of the City of the Dead. I visit it every time the dungeon resets, but the prophecy is always the same. Tae-han's voice grew deeper as he spoke, and it only speaks that prophecy to me. Even when other hunters accompany me, the result remains identical. It's as if it's telling me I must stop whatever is coming. Choi Han continued to watch him in silence. The painting behind them spoke again. Seek it out, the one who cannot be swallowed. Only that one is the soul light. Choi Han pointed toward the back, puzzled. Is it talking about me? Tae-han replied. I still don't know. Everything I do stems from this. That's why I want to find out. The best way is to enter that dungeon and see if the prophecy changes, but it won't reset for another 2 months. Hearing the timeline, Choi Han got annoyed. You aren't actually telling me to wait 2 whole months, are you? I'll go into a different dungeon. Choi Han's resolve piqued Tae-han's curiosity. Why was she so desperate to enter dungeons? She refused to answer. You don't need to know. He pieced the events together. Thinking back, she had always tried to avoid dungeons before. Looking at it now, perhaps it was because of the thing inside her. Taehan guessed she probably couldn't control it, which was why she was so afraid. A question flashed through his mind. Is it different this time? Taehan became even more intrigued by her actions. Perhaps this was entirely new for her, though she seemed quite experienced with beheading. So, that's why she wanted to go into the dungeon now. He paused for a moment before continuing. Does that mean you've found a way to control it? But even Choi Han wasn't sure. I don't know yet. Just tell me which dungeon I'm going to. If necessary, I'll clear it all by myself. Another question about the painting crossed her mind. By the way, how did you get that video? Electronic devices don't work inside dungeons, Taehan revealed. We have a hunter with a skill that allows for recording. Choi Han suddenly remembered something. Right, I forgot. Seeing her reaction, he asked, is something important? Choi Han offered a radiant smile. Pay me 1 billion won for each dungeon. Thanks, boss. She added, and that doesn't mean I'm joining your guild. Taehan was slightly taken aback. That's a bit expensive, especially since she wasn't even a team member. When rejected, she flashed a lioness-like glare. That's money for clothes for Noja and Kim Sun-han, you bastard. They were shredded to pieces because of you, Taehan asked. Do you borrow clothes that often? At the mention of this, Choi Han didn't seem happy. All of my clothes are still at my ex-boyfriend's place. I keep getting fired, so I'm broke. Taehan began scrolling through his tablet, speaking calmly. Then go buy some new ones. While you're at it, set your own exploration fee. Let's see the remaining dungeons, he announced. Coincidentally, there's a dungeon that just reset and needs an exploration team. After confirming its stability, I'll arrange for you to enter immediately. Choi Han was overjoyed. Awesome. He asked for her thoughts on the proposal. But you'll be going with the hunter I mentioned earlier. Please cooperate so they can record properly. Choi Han couldn't refuse such an attractive offer. Understood, my valued client. Elsewhere, someone was scrolling through a list of hunters on their phone. Rank A exploration this time? Next week? I wonder who I'll be paired with. I really want to go with the guildmaster. And Shu was slightly surprised to see the name Shu Ui. Hunter Kim Shu Ui is going too? I should dress up a bit. Oh? He's going too? Then, she stopped at a name. What is this? And Shu's face clearly showed dissatisfaction. Are you kidding me? She saw Choi Han's name. And Shu didn't want to accept it. Why is that woman here? Damn it.